Regardless of one's will, everyone must be born and exist in this world, and so did she. She was living an ordinary life like everyone else. However, in life, there are things that people cannot foresee. Early in the morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window into the room where she lay, instantly making the room feel more vibrant. She stirred, opened her eyes, and saw that it wasn't the familiar ceiling. Emma had been standing there early. Noticing she was awake, she spoke up. "Young lady, are you awake?" She propped herself up, lazily replying, "Yes." Her hair was casually unbound, strands falling haphazardly over her delicate shoulders. She opened her mouth and asked Emma, "Do I have to go to the palace today?" She had arrived in this world amidst chaos. Emma clasped her hands in front of her stomach, very primly, and gently told her, "Yes, the bath has been prepared."
She followed her to the bathtub, letting the maid attend to her, while she herself was lost in thought. At first glance, no one would find her strange, for she was perfectly mimicking a noble young lady. This world still had crown princes and heroes openly striding through the streets. It was also a place where divine power and magic coexisted. To be precise, this was the world within the romance novel she had read a few days ago. She was the Marquis's only daughter, and also the crown prince's fiancée, the Villainess who envied the female lead. Perhaps everyone had dreamed of entering a novel's world at least once. The moment she opened her eyes, she had transformed into Aerys, yet she had absolutely no desire for it. Suddenly, a voice broke through her thoughts. "My lady, what are you thinking about?" She looked at herself in the mirror, her slightly curly hair cascading down to her delicate waist. But this wasn't her. It felt so unfamiliar. She collected herself, closed her eyes to dispel those thoughts, and replied to Emma, "Just thinking how slowly time passes." As she brushed her hair, the maid struck up a conversation. "My lady, you really are something. Are you looking forward to the engagement ceremony that much?" Unsure how to respond, she vaguely replied, "Perhaps." Frightened, she completely distrusted love in this world, so she wished to die quickly, even if it was just for a moment. Once dead, she would return to her own world. That was her intention. The crown prince was the fiancé of the villainous Aerys, but he fell in love with Helena, the daughter of a fallen count. Dressed in luxurious attire, he solemnly said to the person before him, "Helena, marry me." But she was different. She wore commoner's clothes, a stark contrast to his splendor. Life was harsh. It was already difficult to be with someone, but here she was, being asked by him, that noble person, to join him. Overwhelmed with emotion, she couldn't speak, only managing Alec. His devoted heart finally got its wish. Helena became his empress. This made Aerys, who loved the crown prince, no, more accurately, Aerys, who was jealous of Helena, furious. She couldn't accept this. She violently threw a valuable porcelain cup, causing the servants to shriek in alarm. "My lady!" Driven mad, she lay sprawled on the floor, still unable to believe the truth, her entire body trembling with rage. She wouldn't let this stand. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. How dare she steal her man, Helena? Blinded by jealousy and an inferiority complex, Aerys poisoned Helena and was ultimately executed. After Aerys' death, Helena was resurrected by the power of a priest. The story concluded with her living happily ever after with the prince. Aerys was, at most, merely a tool to challenge the protagonist. It was a romantic novel with a common motif and nothing special. To be honest, it wasn't her cup of tea, but it would satisfy those who loved the heroine Helena.
She sat in the car, leaning slightly against the window, her eyes fixed outwards, but what she saw wasn't the scenery. She was slowly sinking into her own thoughts. I just want to die quickly." At a villa, surrounded by grandeur and splendor, she walked past the windows there. Halfway through, she encountered two people. They struck up a conversation with her. "What a glorious afternoon, isn't it? Aerys, His Highness is waiting for you." She replied courteously, "His gentle Highness, always waiting for me, isn't he? What a glorious afternoon." As if. The crown prince isn't the type of person who would wait for her. They truly are a couple befitting the glorious afternoon sun. In the garden, there was the sound of conversation, the voices of a man and a woman blending together, further enlivening the space. The two of them sat talking, waiting for her, with snacks for afternoon tea laid out on the table.
Helena Antiblom was talking when she saw her arrive. She stopped speaking, waved, and called out, "Aerys!" Then, realizing something, she corrected herself. "Oh no, Aerys, you're here." Alec, sitting beside her, wasn't as cheerful. He cast a cold glance at her, then slowly remarked, "You're slower than usual." She bowed respectfully. "Please forgive me, Your Highness, and Helena. Good afternoon." Helena Antiblom paid no mind to this, a smile always on her lips. She cheerfully told her, "Luckily, the tea hasn't gotten cold yet. Please sit down quickly." Alec, sitting next to her, reminded her, "Don't use honorifics anymore. We're friends, aren't we, lady?"
Helena once carried the blood of a prestigious family, but now she is merely a commoner. The reason they could get along was that the Empress had taken the Countess as the Crown Prince's wet nurse. According to the story, after mistreating Helena, the Crown Prince had banished her. But she was too tired of all this chaos. She pulled out a chair, bent slightly, and gently sat down, saying as she did, "If the tea gets cold, it'll taste more bitter. Pour me a cup, please." She didn't hesitate. She readily agreed. "Ah, yes." And as she picked up the teapot to pour for her, she heard Alec's voice. He opened his mouth irritably and said, "Didn't the young lady learn how to pour tea at home, or is your hand hurt?" She held the teacup in her hand, not letting his words affect her composure. She smiled and replied, "Why would you say that, sir? His Royal Highness just said it himself. We are friends, aren't we? Is it against the rules to ask a friend to pour a cup of tea? If you strictly follow the rules, you'll be the one at a disadvantage." He frowned unhappily, his voice slightly strained. "You—" Helena Antiblom beside him soothed him, her sweet voice making it hard for anyone to refuse. "That's right, Alec. I'm pouring for her because we're friends." He seemed touched by her sincerity and softly said, "Helena." She playfully teased him. "If you keep grumbling like that, I won't pour you any more tea."
Helena possesses her characteristic straightforward and innocent personality. No matter what she does, people won't dislike her. On the contrary, it makes people love her even more. She noticed the other women staring at her, but didn't show any discomfort. Instead, she looked back and smiled even brighter. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind Alec and Helena Antiblom. A not-so-pleased voice remarked, "How annoying, isn't it?" Jason Kajar stepped forward and hugged the two from behind. Looking at the three of them, it was as if they had been close friends for a long time. "Are you two planning to have tea without me?" She noticed someone hugging her from behind and immediately turned around. Seeing the person behind her, she happily exclaimed, her voice unable to hide her joy, "Jason!" The three of them continued chatting and catching up, completely forgetting about her presence. She wondered and asked, "You're back?" He happily shared the good news with her. "Yes, I'll be staying in the capital for a while." Jason Kajar, the eldest son of the Duke's house, was even more famous by the title of Hero Jason. He was the pitiable man who secretly loved Helena. She quietly sat, drinking her tea and watching the trio's performance. She thought to herself, "As expected, he treats me like I'm invisible." It was then that he finally realized something and said, "Ah, I've been rude, Aerys Macarian." He winked at her and uttered words like pearls. "You're still as beautiful as ever, aren't you?" It was then that she finally opened her mouth and politely replied, "Good afternoon, Lord Kajar." He pulled up a chair and sat down, saying shyly, "I haven't contributed anything to the Duke's house, so that form of address is a bit much. I've told you to just call me Jason, but you're still so indifferent, aren't you?" She slightly curled her lips, using an ambiguous gesture to speak, wanting to emphasize something. As the Crown Prince's fiancé, how could I dare? The Crown Prince was someone who couldn't hide his emotions. He would surely be furious if she emphasized the word fiancé right in front of Helena.
Jason Kajar glanced at him, seeing the porcelain cup about to be crushed in his hand. Realizing something was wrong, he immediately spoke up. "Many people are watching, Your Highness." At this moment, he suddenly spoke, his tone firm and unyielding. "I don't care about what others think."
She was not intimidated by this and gently replied, "Under this sky, there is only one person who can do that. Moreover, that person also cares about the stability of political opposition factions." Helena Antiblom found the words a bit too much, realizing they might anger him, so she spoke up to warn, "Aerys." The atmosphere quickly fell silent. No one dared to speak first, nor dared to intervene. Jason Kajar looked at his seemingly enduring expression, feeling awkward. He must be very angry, because she implied he was not yet the Emperor. It was very strange that Aerys Macarian was clearly a childhood friend of these three, yet she was treated like a stranger. Perhaps she would also be hurt if she were the real Aerys from the novel. She didn't want to continue this matter, so she stood up and left. Before leaving, she didn't forget to bow. "The tea was delightful, Miss Antiblom." She hadn't expected her to act this way, looking a bit stunned, and said to her, "Oh, Aerys." Ignoring the feelings of those around her, she opened her mouth to remind her, "In the Imperial Palace, you cannot speak so informally to me and His Highness, both because of our status and the eyes of others." She showed clear disappointment, bowing her head slightly, as if admitting fault, her voice no longer cheerful as before, but softer and more timid. "Yes." Thud. A table slamming sound came from his direction. He was annoyed by this scene, his voice clearly showing anger. "How dare you lecture someone in front of me?" She felt things were going too far, so she stopped him, not wanting the situation to escalate further. She tugged at his sleeve, pleading, "Don't do that, Alec." He turned to her, his tone completely different from when he spoke to her. "But Helena, that girl—" She took his hand, intending to mediate, not wanting things to go too far. I'm fine, so please don't be like this anymore.
Helena was born kind-hearted. Thanks to this, even if she always faces misfortune, it's fine. This is because she is always surrounded by people willing to sacrifice for her. So even if someone like you dislikes Helena, it won't make any difference. She stood up from her seat, looked at that face one more time, then left, leaving the three of them to rekindle their old flame. The sunlight grew increasingly dazzling, piercing through the layers of leaves, finally resting on her face. She covered her eyes with her hand, then looked up. The thick makeup, the cumbersome jewelry, everything felt too heavy. Before getting into the car, she still had to answer several silly and annoying questions from the servants. He took her hand and asked, "Did the young lady enjoy her tea?" She thought for a moment, then replied, "It was all right." After getting into the car, she ordered the driver, "Let's go." The person outside received the signal and replied, "Yes, young lady." The car began to move, the rattling sound echoing continuously. This was the perfect time to hang oneself. But of course, she didn't hang herself, because doing so wouldn't kill her anyway. She had tried everything possible to return to the world where she once lived. Honestly, she had tried everything.
Ever since she jumped from a height, the servants' cries rang out incessantly, "Oh, young lady!" Even when it came to finding a poison specifically designed to stop blood flow in the veins, she had also tried using a knife. She closed her eyes and made a cut, still unable to stop herself from letting out a few sounds. Ugh, ack. She had tried countless ways to return home. However, the law of causality in this world did not allow Aerys to escape what was called her predetermined storyline. When she jumped, the stableman saved her life. He caught her in his arms, not forgetting to tease her a little. "Ha-ha, did the young lady trip and fall?" The poison, however, turned into an incredibly effective sleeping potion. After she woke up, she was still in this world, and even her servants joyfully welcomed her. How does the young lady feel after sleeping for so long? Oh my, because you had enough sleep, your skin looks even more beautiful now. When she stabbed herself with a knife, someone immediately discovered her, and she was still saved. "Oh dear, what shall we do, our young lady? Doctor, please save our young lady. Some villain stabbed our young lady and then ran away. Oh dear." Although she was stabbed by a villain, everything was unfolding according to the storyline, so her life remained intact. She lay on the bed dejectedly. "It's so illogical. I was clearly in so much pain. If I don't die, isn't it all for nothing?" Every time she tried to return to her home, some supernatural phenomenon would appear, causing all her efforts to fall apart. If that's the case, she called out, "Emma." Emma, who was cleaning, heard her call and turned to reply, "Yes, young lady."
She continued, "I know a good fortune teller whom others don't know about." She then thought to herself, "I have no choice but to confront that supernatural phenomenon." She took the hat in her hand, examined it, then commented, "This one looks a bit too light, doesn't it?" Emma called out, "Ah, my lady." She brought out 2 more hats for her and cheerfully said, "You only go out occasionally. How about we get you dressed up a bit more splendidly? Are you just meeting the fortune teller briefly and then coming back, or are you doing something else afterward?" She enthusiastically suggested many things to her. "Oh, that's fine too. Since you're out, why don't you browse some clothing in jewelry shops, or even enjoy some pastries? That would be lovely." Speechless, she helplessly replied, "Yes, I'll think about it." Her voice continued without pause. "There's still plenty of time until sunset, so please don't rush, my lady. Just take your time and enjoy your stroll." She replied out of habit, "I know." She continued, speaking with great enthusiasm. "There's a new confectionary shop that just opened downtown, and their cookies are truly delicious. If you happen to pass by, you absolutely must try them." She stood still as her maid served her, closing her eyes and casually replying, "You keep talking about sweets. Do you want to eat some yourself?" She cheerfully tied a bow for her, smiling as she said, "It's true that I'd like some sweets too, but sweets are naturally known to improve one's mood, and I just want my lady to feel better." She smiled and agreed to the offer. "If I try it and it's good, I'll buy more for you, okay? But if it's not good, you know you'll be scolded." Hearing this, the staff there were all happy because she looked more lively. They rejoiced. "That's more like it, my lady." They vied to thank her. "Oh, really? Thank you, my lady." Everyone in this mansion loved Aerys. Aerys loved them too, didn't she? If guns also existed here, then this world must be in a stage close to the modern era. Streetlights were made using magical technology. Honestly, it was ridiculous to hear that a nation that ostracized mages to serve their god would develop something called magical technology. Upon arrival, the servant outside called in to inform her, "We have arrived, my lady." She looked outside, stepped out of the carriage, and told the servant, "You can go back now. I want to walk alone." The knight beside her immediately grew worried. "But that won't do, my lady. Weren't you just attacked by ruffians earlier? It's very dangerous." She turned to look at the knight once more, emphasizing, "Do I need to say it again? I'm very annoyed, so I'm telling you to go back." After a brief struggle, the knight conceded. "Then I will patrol the nearby area, my lady. I will come to pick you up when you are finished with your business." She walked ahead, replying to the knight, "All right, do that."
Creak, the door opened with a groan, revealing a spacious interior that was eerily silent.
She walked past a few spots, subtly assessing them. It didn't look like a fortune-telling place at all. Seeing a book on the table, she reached out to touch it, wanting to open it, thinking to herself, there are so many magical things here. A voice reached her ear, making her freeze slightly. If I were the young lady, I wouldn't touch them.
A woman pulled back the beaded curtain, producing a pleasant jingling sound. She had shoulder-length red hair, styled in soft, voluminous curls. The other woman looked at it, paused slightly, then immediately explained. Because I was worried, I came to find you. If you're not a fraud, then even if I don't state my worries, you'd know them, wouldn't you? Her slow, sharp voice rang out. Certainly, Miss McCarrion. She smiled, as if mocking her, and said, or if not, may I call you a poor stranger? The woman froze, speechless. The room immediately fell silent, and the two simply stared at each other. She slightly quirked her lips, walked over, took the woman's hand and pulled her along, saying, Foreign lady, please follow me. The woman was surprised to be pulled along, still not understanding what was happening, and asked again, What? Nevertheless, she followed her. In another room, the woman sat on a chair, while the other woman was doing something on the opposite side. The woman took the initiative to speak first. You already know who I am, so it seems talking will be easier now. She continued, not hesitating to share her secret, her voice firm and unwavering. I want to return to where I truly belong. The other woman was nonchalant, as if she already knew this, showing no surprise or curiosity. She slowly replied, Foreign lady, that's not as easy as you make it sound. And furthermore, then she turned, looked directly at the woman, and stated, By the scent of your soul, I can tell you've already tried quite a few methods.
She didn't understand and asked again, The scent of a soul? The other woman replied with certainty, Yes, you tried to tear your own soul apart, but unfortunately this world doesn't allow that to happen. What the other woman said wasn't wrong, but she felt a little scared of this person, thinking to herself, She barely left a trace on me. The other woman continued, rummaging for something. Wait for me a moment. Then she found 2 small bottles, not knowing what was inside them. She only saw her directly pour the contents into a red pot bubbling furiously on the stove. She didn't understand, wondering curiously, what is she doing? A moment later, she saw the other woman bring her a bowl placed on the table, with a slight wisp of smoke still rising from it. The other woman said to her, Here, please. After looking at the bowl, her expression turned a little sour. She looked up and said to the other woman, I need to know what it is first. The other woman covered her mouth and giggled, saying cheerfully, If it's poison, wouldn't that be a good thing for you? She looked at her reflection in the liquid in the bowl, considered for a while, then closed her eyes and resigned herself to drinking the unknown concoction, reassuring herself, just drink it. It tasted terrible. She covered her mouth with her hand to keep herself from throwing up. The other woman knew she would react this way, so she had prepared candy. She held out a piece of candy, smiled, and offered it to her, saying softly, Have this candy, and you'll feel better.
She couldn't speak at this moment, because if she opened her mouth, the object in her mouth would be vomited out completely. She could only express herself through her eyes, speaking to herself inwardly, a mix of self-reproach and self-consolation. After everything was settled, she sat in the chair opposite her, this time more serious. She said to her, Perhaps you've realized that I'm not just a mere fortune-teller. As if to prove it, she raised her hand, then paused slightly, finally opening her palm. Inside, a small flame suddenly appeared. She looked in surprise at the flame burning in her palm. She continued, Allow me to introduce myself. I am Medadia, the last witch of this land. She didn't understand, and asked again, A witch? Then she thought to herself, no witch characters appeared in the novel. She rested her chin on her hand, amused by her expression. She spoke, You seem very curious about many things. I will try to answer what I can. She asked again to be sure, If you are the last witch, does that mean there are no other witches besides you?
She didn't hide anything, telling her directly, In this empire, I am the only one. Everyone else has fled to distant places to avoid the empire's oppression, but their numbers are not large. She then asked, I noticed your name doesn't have a surname. Do witches not leave descendants? She explained, Of course, there are cases where witches give birth, but it happens very rarely. We focus on our own existence rather than our lineage, so we only call each other by our first names. Everyone considers each other sisters. Although she still wanted to know many things, she first had to ask about what she was most curious about. She said seriously, If there's a way for me to return to the world I once lived in, please tell me. She smiled slightly and continued, If you are brave enough to accept death, just as you have personally experimented with many times, then of course we can help. It's just that this is the first time I've met someone from another world, so I'll probably have to seek help from my sisters. She quickly asked, How long will that take? She thought for a moment and gave an answer. If you travel diligently, it will take about 15 days. My sisters all live outside the continent, so there's no other way. I hope you understand. She made a different decision.
saying, her hand clutching her dress tightly. What if I don't want to accept death?
She didn't understand and spoke up to remind her. "Oh, foreign lady, you cannot ask me that. It seems you still don't know the difference between magic and theology. Theology can be creative, but magic has rules. Therefore, if you want to create unprecedented methods, go to the temple of the gods and ask, though of course I cannot be sure there will be a way there." She stood up from her chair and said, "I understand." She continued, "Even if you don't pay," not letting her finish her sentence, she interrupted, "I gave it to you precisely because I wanted to put pressure on you. Your secret is even more deadly than mine, so I believe you won't take advantage of this."
She was silent for a moment, then smiled and took the money, replying, "Ransom money, naturally I'll accept it. If there's any new information, I'll contact you, so I hope you'll stand by the mirror often." This was the first time a character not in the novel had appeared. Whether it was a gain or a loss, only time would tell. But why were there so many people here? Looking at the long line of people blocking the shop entrance, she silently screamed in her heart, "Good heavens, isn't this the pastry shop the maid mentioned? Do that many people want to come here?" She shook her head in exasperation, turned around and left. No matter how delicious it was, she couldn't deal with it. Next time, there would surely be another chance to buy it. Suddenly, someone bumped into her. Instinctively, she let out a small cry. "Ah!" Because she was bumped, she was a little unsteady on her feet. She lost her balance, slipped, and fell backward, inwardly gasping, "Oh!" Suddenly, someone caught her from behind, helping her regain her footing. She turned to look. He smiled worriedly and asked, "Are you all right?" Dark eyes and sun-darkened skin. She knew this person, the one who had used all his power to resurrect Helena and prayed for Aerys to fall into hell, Priest Hibris.
He let out a slight sigh of relief. Things almost escalated. She turned back to look at him, thinking to herself that he didn't know how much he would hate her in the future, which was why he was still smiling at her now. They looked directly at each other, a silence falling between them. His eyes widened, reflecting surprise mixed with a hint of confusion. He stepped closer, his shadow obscuring her face. The space between them narrowed, and tension gradually enveloped them. He slowly leaned close to her ear, his low, suspicious voice echoing beside it. "Hey, who are you?" Her eyes widened in alarm, and her face gradually darkened. His gaze, sharp as a blade, made it impossible for her to breathe. Its cold, clear intensity, like a window pane, was utterly distracting. She turned away, avoiding his gaze. Yet inwardly, she was still conflicted, wondering, honestly, should I ask for his help? Hibris was one of the male leads of this novel, the man who would later dedicate all his power to resurrecting Helena, the one Aerys poisoned. In other words, he would become her enemy. If he knew the truth that she wasn't Aerys, she could be considered an experimental subject. If the Crown Prince found out, he would imprison her on a remote island, treating her like a madwoman. She clutched her dress tightly in tension as she thought about it. That couldn't happen. She confirmed what he was asking. Who? Isn't it strange for a priest to want to know about a single noblewoman like me? His expression was calm, his gaze steady. What I'm asking isn't about your identity. She retorted sharply. If not my identity, then what are you asking? Whispers gradually rose around them. People were curiously discussing, their inquisitive gazes constantly directed at the two. She's the Crown Prince's fiancée. What's wrong with Lady Macharian? He noticed those gazes. I cannot speak specifically here. So he really does care about what people think, doesn't he? Aerys, the Crown Prince's fiancée, was quite famous and drew everyone's attention as she spoke with the man at the center. With a serious expression, she asked him again, "You're interrogating me so frighteningly. Are you hiding the reason for it?" His hands shook repeatedly. "I'm not interrogating you. I'm asking because I don't understand why a priest's body would..." Without waiting for him to finish, she cut him off. "I feel like this is an interrogation." She looked up forcefully, staring straight at him, her voice full of indignation. "Now, if I were to grope a priest all over, wouldn't that be sexual harassment for the person being touched?" His gaze faltered with remorse. "It seems I misunderstood. I was wrong. I apologize." She accepted his apology, then turned and walked away. "All right, I accept."
Well then, I'm off, she said, her shoes clacking with each step as she walked away, leaving him to his jumbled thoughts. Sitting in the carriage, she felt a slight regret, wishing she had just been straightforward with Hibris. She gritted her teeth, her brows furrowed in frustration, thinking about Hibris being a priest and her having almost no access to the temple. The witch had said there was a way to return home without dying, have to endure death after death, just to return to the world she once lived in. It was 100 times better to regret her words to the man who hated her than to die randomly. But she had only skimmed the original novel, so she didn't know what would happen next. All she could do was pray to meet Hibris again soon. Beneath the glittering starry sky, the carriage halted in front of a grand, magnificent castle. She slowly alighted from the carriage. As she alighted, a bodyguard came to inform her. "There will be a knight appointment ceremony this year. You will choose them yourself, won't you?" He went on. If you don't want to, you don't have to, but having a personal night would be more convenient in many aspects. In some cases, they can accompany you in private matters, not just official ones. She thought, it could be used for personal purposes, which makes it a bit complicated. She agreed, all right, I'll be leaving soon anyway, so having more people follow me is fine.
The two walked and talked. It's a shame that so many people want to be escorts. What about me? Indeed, sacrificing oneself for the life of a beautiful lady is an honor. That's truly a bit romantic. So is it not worth sacrificing one's life for those who aren't beautiful? No. Initially, it felt exactly like bearing the burden of someone else's life, which I didn't want. She said others might like it, but I don't. She advised him, so young, to sacrifice his life only for himself. She had no intention of becoming someone's romantic interest or someone else's burden. Hibris is very fond of sweets.
He started to be whispered about by those around him, simply because he was a pastor but enjoyed luxurious desserts. Whenever people talked about him, he would always blush shyly, looking extremely awkward. However, due to his status, he secretly restrained himself. When he got to know Helena, she helped him buy it. "Sorry for calling you here," she said. "With this status, I cannot enter or exit the church. Oh, and these are leaf-shaped cookies. You like them, don't you?" He was very surprised. "This? How? Did you perhaps queue up to buy it?" Helena replied, "I went to the confectionery store and thought of you." "What? I also love sweets. It's only fun to share delicious treats together." His life was overly constrained. Hibris always suppressed himself. Thanks to Helena, he could finally express his preferences properly. "Thank you," he said. That was the beginning of Hibris's first unrequited love, as he tried to recall those late-night memories.
Yesterday, Hibris was wandering around the confectionery shop. He probably hasn't fallen in love with Helena yet, right? It's best to make a move quickly, because if he falls in love with Helena, I won't be able to help Aerys. If I'm asked to keep a secret, I won't reveal all the requests, especially those so characteristic of Aerys's personality. To meet him again, the most certain place is the confectionery shop from yesterday, isn't it? If I wait until Hibris comes to the palace, then perhaps... She recalled the principle. "Priest, I have something to ask of you. First, please keep it a secret for me." "What is it?" Their conversation was interrupted by Alec, who fearlessly spoke of her secret in the palace. He frowned unhappily, even intending to entice Hibris, saying, if His Majesty knew, he would be very pleased. The moment she was drawn into the crown prince, she felt unwell. But upon reflection, she had no intention of stealing Helena's love. There was no other way. She had to wait until Hibris appeared at the confectionery shop. There was a knock from outside. "My lady, are you awake yet? My lady, we must prepare quickly. His Majesty has sent an invitation." Her eyes widened in surprise. His Majesty? The Emperor? Beautifully, she donned a splendid purple gown and entered the grand hall as summoned. "Good afternoon, Your Imperial Majesty." He felt apologetic for summoning her without prior notice, saying, "I apologize for calling you so suddenly. I hope you don't mind?" She replied, "How could I be bothered, Your Majesty, when you summon me? It is always my honor." But in truth, she had almost gotten motion sickness from having to get ready 10 times faster than usual. He was quite surprised, remarking, "So you also know how to say such pleasant things. Today is no exception. I called you here because I want to discuss your coming-of-age ceremony." She was also very surprised. Aerys's coming-of-age ceremony? Just hearing him speak, this was unprecedented, but Jim wanted to hold his child's coming-of-age ceremony at the Imperial Palace. The reason the Emperor allowed Aerys's coming-of-age ceremony to be held at the Imperial Palace was due to rumors that the Crown Prince disdained Aerys because he valued Helena, who was originally a commoner. This also became a disgrace for Marquis Macharian. At that time, the Marquis was furious. "Your Majesty knows that, doesn't he?" The aide hesitated. "That..." He clenched his fist and only said softly, "So your Majesty knows." Although Marquis Macharian didn't say anything, he was extremely angry. From the beginning, the engagement between the Crown Prince and Aerys was a political maneuver orchestrated by the Emperor to forge ties with the nobility. For that reason, her coming-of-age ceremony was directly presided over by the imperial family. This marriage will surely proceed without issue. Currently, she expressed gratitude to the Emperor. "I am deeply grateful for your Majesty's concern. This is an honor for my family." She thought, in any case, the Emperor will do as he pleases, so there's no need for a futile argument.
The Emperor said again, "I heard the Crown Prince is very close to his wet nurse's daughter." "Your Majesty is referring to Lady Antiblom?" "Isn't that the girl? When I was little, I often played kitchen with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and Sir Kajar." He stroked his chin and said, "This must have happened because the Empress brought Countess Antiblom in as a wet nurse. The Empress must have been mistaken about the Crown Prince's habits. Now the Emperor is acting like a benevolent old man, but he is a terrifying person who personally killed his own son." The first Crown Prince was executed for treasonous conspiracy without evidence. The fact that the Empress was implicated in treason yet survived was thanks to Crown Prince Alec, who was in her womb at the time. One morning, the Empress, who had unjustly lost her son, brought a friend in a similar situation to be the Crown Prince's wet nurse. Was that child jealous?
No. That's right, there's nothing to be jealous of. He called her closer to him. She gently lifted her skirt and moved closer to the Emperor. The Emperor gently took her hand and softly said, "A man's love is no more than a flower. What is more important than love is the status and power that man brings." "Yes, Your Majesty. The engagement between your father and me ended a long time ago, so don't worry too much about it. After all, you are the one who will become the crown princess and will ascend to the position of empress." As he spoke, his face gradually darkened and his eyes became strange. "You will fill the palace, and your children will also become imperial princes, understood?" On the surface, it sounded like words of comfort, but in reality, it was a threat to Aerys. Once Aerys Mercurian became the crown princess, she would be a great threat to the imperial power. She bowed her head, expressing that she would remember what he said. "Yes, Your Majesty, I will remember." But the Emperor had chosen the wrong person. She no longer feared death. The Mercurian family, no matter what, was no longer important. "He is nominally my fiancé, and since I'm already here, should I go meet the crown prince? Not today. I've already received congratulations from my in-laws since early morning. If the crown prince also gets angry, I won't be able to control my expression." Suddenly, a hand from behind unexpectedly touched her shoulder, making her jump and cry out, "Ah, ah, ah, ah!" What was that? Turning around, she saw Helena groaning in pain after falling. She said angrily, "You startled me, Lady Antiblam. How dare you run in the palace like that?" She looked up timidly. "It's just that I saw Aerys and I wanted to come say hello."
If that's the case, just call my name. You're not a child anymore. How can you act before speaking? Because Alec likes it. She put a hand to her forehead, helpless at her actions. Even a 5-year-old wouldn't act like that. Her eyes darted downwards. She was sitting on the ground again, her hands pitifully scratched. She gently reached out her hand. "Get up, you're hurt." She pretended to be fine. "Oh, it's nothing. Dr. Huang will treat it and I'll be fine." She flashed a radiant, confident smile. "Dr. Huang really likes me." As for her, she only felt that her concern was ultimately useless. She should be worried about her own fate. She might even be severely punished for harming Helena. She turned her back and walked away, not bothering to care about the worried person behind her. "Aerys, are you angry?" "Yes, don't try to talk to me. I really am angry." "I'm sorry. Don't be angry anymore, Aerys."
But she felt annoyed. "Why do you keep speaking so informally to me?" She reminded her. "As the Marquis' eldest daughter, I deserve to receive respect from you, a palace maid." Helena replied, "We're friends, Aerys. I just want to be closer to you." In the novel's protagonist's memories, there were only Alec and Jason. If Helena truly considered Aerys a friend, then she would have mentioned some memories with Aerys, wouldn't she? It seems that the author unintentionally turned Aerys into a villainess. Thinking this, she immediately said, "Then let's cut ties." "What?" "I said let's cut ties. I hate being friends with you. We were never friends to begin with." "Is it because of me? Because I'm close to His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince?"
A clear look of displeasure mixed with a hint of inexpressible confusion appeared on her face, and her hand trembled with anger. "The Crown Prince, that scoundrel, you can have him, take him. Even if he were offered to me, I wouldn't take him. Who would abandon their friends for a boy? Is a pretty face all it takes?" She couldn't help but marvel when she saw Helena's face. It truly was beautiful. She then said, "There's no reason for it. Stop talking nonsense." Suddenly a strong hand gripped her hand. He roared with an angry face. "Lady Mercurian, nothing has changed after all. No, on the contrary, you've become even more brazen." She merely replied calmly, "Good afternoon, Your Highness. That is a good quality of those with high status." He grew even angrier when she mentioned status. "Now you dare speak of your standing in front of me? Because it is I can speak of my standing in front of Your Highness. Your Highness and I are already engaged. It's just an engagement. I can cancel it at any time. Even if it's not you, many others would become my fiancé. Don't you think so, Your Majesty?" He rudely released her hand. "Ha, already arrogant because you're becoming the crown princess? That's right. All you know how to do is flatter His Majesty." Helena repeatedly admitted her fault, just to appease his anger. "Alec, stop it. I was wrong." "Aerys, no. Lady Mercurian was just trying to teach you the rules," he said. His gaze stopped on her scratched hand.
"Helena? Who hurt you?" She quickly pulled her hand back, her eyes wary. It's nothing at all. It doesn't hurt a bit." Suddenly a shout came from behind. "It was Lady Mercurian. I clearly saw Lady Mercurian injure Helena. That's why I brought His Highness here." Aerys Mercurian was truly puzzled. "It's true I pushed her, but why did no one say anything when Helena attacked me earlier?" Helena grabbed Alec's arm and stopped him. "Alec!" He walked straight to Aerys Mercurian and without hesitation raised his hand and slapped her hard. The slap was so loud that everyone heard a sickening smack. Helena froze, her eyes wide, unable to believe what was happening before her. Even Aerys herself was stunned for a few seconds. The slap, like a bolt from the sky, made her cheek flush red. Her trembling hands lightly touched her cheek. She couldn't believe it no matter what.
Did he just slap me? A look of satisfaction spread across his face after he slapped her. Since you injured Helena first, I must also give you a scratch for it to be fair. Isn't that right, Lady Macarian? Aerys was annoyed. What kind of fairness was that? If that's the case, then tell Helena to hit back. The incident made her suddenly remember. Thinking back, this was a scene I had read in a novel. Just like in the novel, at that time I had wondered why there was such a madman like him, until I experienced it myself like this.
Aerys's emotions were erupting within her at this moment. She couldn't believe he could hit her so unhesitatingly. She wondered, should she give that bastard a similar slap? But no, if she were imprisoned, it would be even harder to return to the real world. Therefore, she had to pretend to be Aerys to avoid suspicion. Alec turned and said to Helena, "Let's go, Helena." Aerys interjected, "Your Highness's agreement was with Marquis Macarian, not me."
He scowled and growled. "What?" Aerys Macarian continued to explain. "I want to marry someone from the royal family, but not His Highness. Even if His Highness doesn't want to, he still has to get married." Aerys's face was devoid of emotion. "It's the same for me. If Aerys naively believed that the Crown Prince would eventually choose her, then I must maintain my self-respect." Alec dodged with a forced smile. "Am I not a member of the royal family? Interesting. Wasn't it not long ago that you said you loved me and wanted to marry me? Or is this your true feeling?" He glared at her. These words, so Aerys had been speaking so carelessly. Questions kept popping up in my head. Does Aerys truly love the Crown Prince? In the latter half of the book, Helena said that Aerys's feelings were not love, but neither I nor Helena truly knew anything about the real Aerys. But if Aerys truly loved the Crown Prince, I would help her nurture that feeling. Aerys answered clearly, "I once loved your Highness, but not anymore." That response left Alec stunned for a long time. He seemed quite surprised. Aerys added, "I was not the one who brought up this marriage. I merely wanted to let your Highness know that the ones pushing for this marriage are my father and His Majesty. Furthermore, if your Highness wishes to annul the engagement, please petition His Majesty instead of venting your anger on me here. But I think this commotion right in front of the palace must have already reached His Majesty's ears." Every word from Aerys made Alec grimace and frown. "Then, if you'll excuse me, I'll take my leave." She quietly turned and left. In front of the magnificent and splendid palace, shimmering with golden light, Aerys slowly descended the stairs.
Her cheek was still flushed from the slap she had just received. She tiredly walked past Sokyung and said, "Let's go." Seeing her unhappiness, he just silently watched her without saying anything. As she was about to step into the carriage, Sokyung hesitated. "The thing is, Mr. Kajar is in the carriage." Aerys sighed wearily, already tired, and now with added annoyance. Jason Kajar smiled at her. "Good afternoon, my lady." He also noticed the redness on her cheek. Aerys bent down and stepped into the carriage. "Don't pay attention to my cheek. It's none of your business." Jason stammered. "You were just following orders, weren't you?" The two sat opposite each other and conversed. She indifferently asked him, "What are you doing here?" "The thing is, Duke Kajar wants to ask Marquis Macarian about the night appointment ceremony. Besides, I'm the only one in the household who's free, so I was roped into running errands, and I was hoping you could give me a ride. And if you're wondering why I'm not on horseback, I've been riding it all day, so I don't want to see it for a while." She said coldly, "If you request it, the royal family will send a carriage for you." Jason teased, "What royal carriage has a beautiful lady like you in it?" Aerys thought to herself, Jason truly is the epitome of a flirtatious knight, but his smooth talk is useful nonetheless.
She asked further, "Aren't you planning to start your next adventure yet?" Jason also boasted about his achievements. "Let's see, I've already slain Mother Nature's dragon, so I'll stay in the capital for a while. Even though that's what that person wanted, those dragons hated me, so I had no choice but to kill them." Aerys was puzzled. That person? She gazed distantly out the window. The book only mentioned that he returned because he missed Helena, but it seemed there might still be some hidden complexities now. From what she knew about him, Jason had been prophesied since birth to become a dragon slayer. Back then, his hands, holding a small sword, trembled violently, showing no resemblance to the character of a hero. He was easily knocked down by his opponent with just a few flicks of the sword. The sword fell to the ground with a clang. Although the house of Duke Kajar was known as a family that produced generals, because of that prophecy, Jason had to undergo extremely harsh training from a young age.
Jason's small, tired body collapsed to its knees on the ground, his ragged breaths coming in gasps. It was clear how rigorous his training must have been. This novel begins after Jason slays the dragon and returns to the capital. Of course, the main reason for his return is to love Helena, the heroine of this romance novel. Beautiful Helena called out to Jason, "Come here, the white sparrow you like has built a nest." The two of them cradled the small bird in their hands. He was raised as a tool to kill dragons. The character named Jason was established to fall so deeply in love with Helena that he couldn't control himself.
I think this character's setup was created to ignite Helena's emotional arc. Aerys looked around with red eyes, wondering if there was any other reason to establish Jason as a dragon-slaying hero. Sir Kajar. Jason listened in silence. Aerys pressed further. It'll be a while before we reach the Marquis's estate. Tell me a bit more about that. Jason was a little surprised. That's unexpected. Aerys Macarian, wanting to hear my story? He chuckled. I thought you didn't pay attention to me. Aerys merely replied coldly. I don't care. I just hate that Sir Kajar here asks questions. At least while you're telling a story, you won't ask me trivial things. Jason gave a wry smile. That's cruel. Well, fine. Whatever your intentions, I can't refuse a lady's request. He clasped his hands together. Where should I begin?
Jason recounted, the prophecy that descended upon my birth must have spread throughout the Empire by now, so I won't speak of it again. He admitted, yes, I trained arduously to kill dragons. His eyes closed, recalling what had happened in the past, memories flooding back. As soon as I could walk, I had to wield a sword. Not a single day was I allowed to rest. For a period, I deeply resented my parents, but now, looking back, perhaps they did it to protect me. His hands loosely gripped the sword he held. The stench of blood still lingered on the ground, but at that time, I didn't understand at all. His eyes merely gazed upwards in despair, leading him to believe that within those sea-blue eyes lay many unspoken thoughts. Perhaps,
if I disappear, everyone will be happy, he thought, standing lost in thought among the trees, oblivious to time as he gazed at the clear blue sky. From the very beginning, Jason had been aware. He knew he would kill dragons, but he didn't know when. The dragons were a threat mentioned in the prophecy. He always vigilantly observed everything around him. I think they might attack where I am. Even my family won't be an exception. He had wandered everywhere to become stronger. By nightfall, he would sit by a campfire to rest. But now, thinking back, perhaps he was doing it for a different reason. The fire burned brightly in the night, its crackling sound surprisingly pleasant in the silent stillness of the forest. Jason sat pensively, watching the flames. Anyway, I once thought it wouldn't matter if I died. His eyes were tinged with sadness. Helena's image appeared, calling his name. Jason, no matter where you are, I will always be by your side. After all, in the end, that devotion and he had survived and returned. During his wanderings, he encountered many fateful connections. He met some children while perched on a tree branch. Here, share this and eat it together. The children happily reached out to take the candy he offered. Thank you, sir. Besides that, there were also precious experiences, joyful moments spent sharing refreshments with newly made friends. Among them, the best fateful connection was certainly when he strolled through the bustling market. A shout cleared the way. Everyone stand back, the princess is traveling incognito. People whispered and gossiped, and Jason, curious, turned to look. Inside that magnificent carriage, of course, it wasn't the princess of the neighboring country.
Aerys interrupted. Isn't the Princess Duke Kajar's best match? How unexpected. She was a little suspicious. Surely this scoundrel wasn't lying. Jason continued. It seems the rumors between the princess and me have reached the capital, so Duke Kajar must have caused a stir, right? Jason cleared his throat. Ahem, can we drop this topic now? He chuckled to himself. It was so large that I wondered if I would ever see such a massive entity again in my life. Jason froze, looking at the dragon. According to the dragon, the fear and mission I carried made it grow larger. It was then that I realized the truth. I was afraid of my own destiny. My trembling hands gripped the sword, and in my heart, only these words echoed. I want to live. I want to escape.
I was discontent with everything that had happened, but my legs wouldn't allow me to do that. It might sound absurd, but I could only express my displeasure by confronting the dragon. At that moment, perhaps because I thought this was the last time, even if I defeated the dragon, I wouldn't be able to return unscathed. Yet the dragon's reaction was completely different from what I had imagined. The dragon looked at him and spoke. Dragon Slayer, you have finally arrived. It's puzzling. It was clearly just a fleeting moment for me, yet the time I've spent waiting for you has been far too long. Jason was extremely surprised. You knew I would come? The dragon said, the prophecy you delivered wasn't truly divine, meant to cause its death. The dragon manipulated the priest. Ultimately, that prophecy was created by the dragon itself, and in the end, my life became a sacrifice. It looked at him saying, the actions I took that led to my death were things that the law of karma inherently forbids. Finally, I overcame and succeeded, for nature is the best outcome, perfectly molded. Of course, I also had to pay the price. As soon as it finished speaking, its eyes slowly closed. Immediately after, its entire body began to glow brightly. In Jason's eyes, what he saw at that moment was not a dragon, but the mind's fear of the dragon. Its massive form disappeared, leaving behind only a small cluster of light hovering in the void. Before his sword tip, there was only the dragon's heart that he had to pierce. His mind froze for a long moment.
not understanding why. His feet staggered, taking one step at a time, his hand desperately gripping the sword and moving forward. The sword slowly lifted high, its sharp blade, though already bearing a few cracks. He gathered momentum and leaped high, thrusting the sword tip straight into the dragon's heart. And then what was meant to happen happened. What needed to occur occurred. Finally, he pierced through the dragon's heart, and the earth trembled.
Jason knelt, placing his sword aside, his legs weak as he collapsed to the ground. So I lived. Aerys's face was as cold as ice. That's a good story, but I'm not really moved by it. Still, the person who manipulated the priest to kill the dragon is quite interesting. But what does karma doesn't allow it mean? This might become a clue. She immediately asked, "Do you know who that manipulated priest was and what karma doesn't allow it means?" Jason explained, "I heard it was Priest Medadia. He was old and died on his way back home. I don't know what karma means either. At that time, the dragon only answered my questions. It didn't explain things for me to understand my destiny." Jason lowered his head and sighed. If only I could understand the perspective of ordinary people. Aerys thought to herself. Again, just looking at the surface. But if I ask any more questions, it might raise suspicion. She nodded. Yes, I'll have to find out the rest myself.
Jason looked at her for a moment and then said, "We seem to have become closer." Aerys was surprised. What? He crossed his legs arrogantly and in the stiff tone asked, "Isn't it time to stop now?" His affectionate gaze didn't leave her. Jason gently called her name, Lady Macharian. Aerys just remained silent, looking at Jason with a frown. That smile confused her. He liked Helen, and he took care of his friend Tyrion. Aerys denied his statement. "We're not that close, nor is this any kind of relationship." That statement saddened him, his gloomy face clearly showing his dejection. Aerys thought to herself, "Don't make a face like a scolded puppy." She turned her head to look out the door. He's not a real dog, so he probably won't get hit much, right? After some travel, they finally arrived in front of the palace. The carriage stopped in front of the magnificent and splendid palace. Jason extended his hand forward. Aerys slowly stepped out from inside. She gently touched Jason's hand to step down. Jason called out to her, "Lady Macharian." Aerys wondered, "What is it?" He looked at her and said in a warm, deep voice, "Don't blame those children, because I've only ever been in the royal palace and have never met anyone my age. That's why I hastily drew it."
She was silent for a moment before replying, "I know the time for forgiving that carelessness has passed." She then gently pushed his hand away. Aerys added, "My father is in the library, so you should try going there. I wish you a safe completion of this task." She bowed to bid him farewell and then left. Jason felt a little confused. He also bowed to bid her farewell. "Very well, Lady Macharian." Upon entering the palace, Emma was startled the moment she saw her. "My lady, your cheek, what happened?" Aerys reassured her. "It's nothing, Emma. Don't make such a fuss." Emma continued to worry. "Nothing at all." Emma prepared a small ice pack, gently squeezing it to release the cold. Aerys said helplessly, "I told you it's nothing." Emma insisted, "If the Count sees it at dinner, it will be very awkward. Let me reduce the swelling." Hearing this, she wondered, "Dinner?" Emma nodded. "That's right. It's been a long time since we've eaten together, hasn't it?" This meant that even if he was used to Aerys's acting, Count Macharian was indeed not comfortable at all. It was truly bothersome. Dinner was ready. She and her father sat down at a dining table by the flickering firelight. The moment was so quiet that every crackle from the burning logs could be heard clearly. Aerys slowly glanced at her father. The Marquis thoughtfully cut a piece of meat and brought it to his mouth. Suddenly, the Marquis spoke, making her heart skip a beat. "Aerys."
He asked, "Are you really not recruiting your own knights?" Aerys gently replied, "I think the family's knights are sufficient." He sternly said, "If there's no special reason, then just attend the investiture ceremony." The Marquis raised the wineglass in his hand. Every year, minor families or commoners would become knights for their careers, but those of such status were usually not chosen. This is because, to maintain close relationships among the various powers, they had chosen the powerful clans as a means of restraint. Aerys listened attentively. However, a knight from a noble background only values themselves and cannot be entrusted with any personal duties. He placed the wineglass down on the table. Conversely, there are many cases where relationships among the upper echelons are disrupted when a lord issues orders, and that is not the knight's responsibility. Therefore, I will send you to a place where you will have no other option.
The Marquise looked at her sternly, forcing others to do unspeakable things, and you will not reveal this to anyone. Of course, if it's discovered that you're lying, bring a proxy here. That is the true responsibility of a knight. Every word he spoke sent shivers of anxiety down her spine. It's true, Aerys, you are skilled at devising wicked schemes, and you truly need such a knight, because the Count knows his daughter well, and that advice is sure to be followed. Even so, it's strange. You absolutely must tell me. She felt a little scared. Could it be that it wasn't Aerys, but me? Certainly, no matter how much I imitate her, I am not the real Aerys. From small habits, like how she lifts her teacup, to her preferences, the way she chooses each dress, the type of fabric, everything must match. Even her eating habits, her palate, are different. Her parents, who have watched Aerys her entire life, couldn't possibly not notice. It's too obvious. A feeling of confusion mixed with awkwardness, not knowing what to do. Should I apologize? Sincerely apologize for stealing your daughter's body? Honestly, is the Count driving me away? Should I ask where Aerys went? Or will they turn me into a witch and torture me? I'm even more afraid than being discovered by Hibris. Suddenly the Marquis propped himself up and stood. Aerys only looked down, because these people had light in their hearts. The Marquis swept past and looked at her with sharp eyes. Inside Aerys, a feeling of guilt surged, overflowing for having stolen the family she cherished. Still with that same gaze, he remained silent.
The Marquis gently placed a hand on her shoulder. She looked up at him, confused. The Mashirian sadly left without another word. The door opened and then closed shut. In the room, only she and her loneliness remained. Aerys bowed her head to the ground and whispered, "Appa, I miss you so much. What about me? Am I dead yet, or am I still alive? And if I'm missing, my parents there must be looking for me, right? Will I ever be able to go back?" Aerys buried her face in her hands and sobbed. "It's so scary. I just want to go home." Emma stood in the corner, quietly watching. Seeing Aerys sad, her heart was also restless with worry. That woman, Emma, the nun, had been working for the Mashirian Marquis' household since the young lady was born. Emma's affectionate gaze back then. I still remember the day I held the young lady for the first time. A beautiful baby lay curled up in her arms, her eyes slowly closing until she fell into a deep sleep. How adorable were those rosy cheeks on her fair skin. Emma smiled faintly and exclaimed, "Like an angel. I know all children are inherently beautiful like that." She gently caressed Aerys's pretty cheeks.
The child delightedly took her hand and smiled brightly. With these adorable gestures, Emma came to cherish the precious young lady. Every day she cared for and doted on the little young lady. "Sleep soundly, like the happiest person in this world, my lady." As time passed, the young lady grew more and more beautiful. "My lady?" Aerys turned her head to look back. "What is it?" Emma confidently stated. "Everyone says that the maid named Helena in the royal palace is the most beautiful, but I'm sure they only say that because they haven't seen you, my lady." Emma respectfully added, "The painter who is here to draw your portrait has arrived, my lady. Please go in." "I know." Aerys was indeed very beautiful, with a truly pure beauty. On her face, her dark blue hair was like the night sky, and her skin was as bright as white snow. Especially her eyes. When looking into those emerald eyes, like a lush green forest in summer, along with her rosy lips, I felt as if I could take my own heart out and give it to her. Emma was utterly captivated by that beauty, truly like an angel. Aerys was a young lady, born as the only daughter of one of the most powerful families in the empire.
It seemed the young lady had been brought up with every advantage, but precisely because of this, she was always the target of prying and envious eyes. During one outing, Aerys asked her, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will also attend the ball today, won't he?" Emma nodded. "Of course, my lady." "Have you seen the dress that the young lady of House Macharian is wearing?" Her feet seemed to freeze for a few seconds when she heard that remark. They huddled together, whispering and gossiping. How dare she ask the royal tailor to make a custom dress just for her like that? It seems she's already deluding herself into thinking she'll become Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess, even though she's only the fiancé and not even married yet. They chuckled. How arrogant. Aerys pondered thoughtfully, remaining silent. Emma also felt sad to see her lady subjected to such unpleasant gossip. "Emma, wait for me here." Aerys lifted her skirt and dashed away. "My lady!" Without a moment's hesitation, she stepped forward in front of the group. "I was just wondering who uttered those vulgar remarks. It turns out to be the children of such prominent families." Seeing her appear, they were struck dumb with fear. "Lady Macharian."
"How irritating to dare to idly gossip in such a sacred palace. You people are quite brave. Gossiping about the Crown Prince's fiancé is no different from insulting the royal family, and everyone who heard it was terrified." Aerys snarled. "I'm truly curious to know what would happen if even His Majesty the Emperor knew this truth." They successively bowed their heads, admitting their fault and begging for forgiveness. "Lady Macharian, we are truly sorry. Please forgive me." To Emma, the lady would absolutely not treat well those who considered her a thorn in their side. In fact, it could be said that the lady behaved even more cruelly. The carriage wheels clattered as they rolled down the road. Aerys sat inside the carriage, but her eyes kept gazing into the distance. Everything seemed easy, but in reality, it wasn't. Emma only wished the lady could always be happy. In her heart, the lady was truly worthy of such happiness. Upon returning to the room, Emma gently took a comb and brushed Aerys's hair.
She spoke up. "May I speak directly with the Marquis?"
Aerys asked, perplexed. Why? So that the Count's family from this afternoon won't be able to utter another word? Aerys sighed. There's no need for intervention. I must also be firm so that you all don't have to suffer anymore. Emma looked bewildered. But unlike the lady, we come from very humble backgrounds. Aerys closed her eyes, cutting her off. Foolish. You know very well that they want to see me lording over the household servants like you and bullying them. They call that a master-servant relationship. I can't stand to see that, so you should also walk with your heads held high. Those words greatly soothed and comforted Emma. Immediately after being recognized as the fiancée of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, the lady began to frequent the palace to be taught the strict etiquette and customs of the imperial family. Although the lady could barely get enough sleep during that time, she never missed a single visit to the palace. After every return from the palace, Aerys was utterly exhausted. Lady, you're back. I'll go prepare your bathwater. She lay stretched out on the bed. I'm so tired, I'm just going to sleep now. Despite appearances, although rumors began to spread outside that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince disliked the lady never once showed any expression regarding the matter. Emma also did not comfort or encourage the lady, as doing so would wound the lady's pride.
Aerys lay on the large bed as if she had no strength left. Emma's heart ached seeing her, but she didn't know how else to help. My lady? The servants were busy working. Emma, have you put away all the winter blankets? She replied, just one more to air out, and I'll be finished. Go on. That day I happened to see my lady holding a large blanket. Emma looked towards the trees and was surprised. Oh? Aerys sat pensively under the dense shade of the trees, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Throughout this period the girl hadn't shed a single tear. Even if she were poisoned or had a finger cut off, it would never happen in front of others. Seeing this, Emma immediately walked over. My lady? She unfolded the blanket in her hands and draped it over Aerys. Emma said worriedly, My lady, the wind is still quite cold. You really should get up. Aerys whispered, Is love that important?
You're confusing. What's wrong? A soft voice uttered, If I love the Emperor and always smile at him, will I become Empress? But that position isn't one that can be attained based solely on love. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has no idea how much effort the young lady has put in. Aerys sobbed. I was taught that an empress is someone who helps the emperor. That's why I had to study and try so hard. She brought a hand to her chest, clutching it tightly. It's fine if there's no love, but he could at least acknowledge it. Aerys, heartbroken, asked, Why does he only see that girl's smile, and why does everyone adore that child? Emma wished she were a witch. If only she could immediately conjure a downpour to hide Aerys's tears. Emma bent down, hugged her, and comforted her. Young lady, I'm sorry. How I wish I could grant your wish.
It seemed that at that moment all Emma could do was pray. Tears streamed down her cheeks. My wish. However, Aerys at that time, yes, Aerys had wished for herself to disappear from that world. I wish my wish had come true. Sometimes miracles happen in the most unfortunate way. That was all for that day. Currently, the lady no longer taps her fingers 4 times whenever she is distressed about something. Her habit of drinking a glass of water in the morning and her nail-biting habit are also gone. Lady, Aerys flinched. Huh? What's wrong? Her way of speaking also. Emma walked in and asked, Do you want to eat something spicy tonight too? Thank you for cooking for me. Thank you? To my surprise, the lady had never used such words with a subordinate. It seemed her habits, gait, and way of speaking had all changed. This was not the lady I once knew.
Who are you, after all? But if I were to ask that, I would surely be seen as a madwoman and chased away. Emma leaned against the wall, avoiding the situation. She worried. Where had the lady gone? Walking behind Aerys, Emma pressed her with a question. Lady, do you remember the first time you fell while learning to ride a horse when you were 6 years old? At that time, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince helped you up. Aerys turned her head. Yes, it was when I was 16, not 6. Ah, yes, 16, that's right. If it were amnesia, she would only have changed minor habits, yet the lady remembered all important memories. Aerys reminded her, Stop saying such absurd things, Emma. Emma nodded obediently. Yes, lady. The most suspicious thing was her deliberately pretending that nothing was wrong. In the room, Emma sat silently at the table, bathed in the bright moonlight streaming through the windowsill. She meticulously wrote something in a small notebook. Emma thought, what if the lady's body had been taken over by an evil witch, or was she just relying on those around her for help? Suddenly, a room engulfed in flames appeared in her mind. Emma clutched her head, trying to calm herself. Ah, no, what should I do for the lady? Clack, there was a sound from outside.
She poked her head out the window. A figure was slowly walking away. Emma wondered, Mistress, where's she going? It's the middle of the night. She worried, it's so dark, she'll be in danger. Thinking back, she realized the mistress had been having a lot of accidents lately. Oh my, mistress. Doctor, please save my mistress. A stranger stabbed her and ran away, she sobbed. But what if those weren't accidents? Just thinking about it made her restless. Emma jumped to her feet. No, she grabbed a lamp. The pitch-black night enveloped everything, along with a terrifying silence. Exhausted breaths filtered through the trees. Bare feet pounded on the forest floor. Emma panted, sweat rolling down her cheeks. She searched around. I saw her go this way. Where could she have gone? Emma called out loudly, "Mistress!" No matter what happened, she couldn't lose her. Just then, a figure lightly glided past. "Mistress!" Emma threw the lamp to the ground and ran after her. "Mistress!" The night was too dark, causing her to bump into branches along the path. The person stood right before her eyes. "Mistress!" Aerys seemed not to hear Emma at all, simply rushing straight through the bushes. Finally, Emma caught up to her. "Mistress! Why are you out here? It's very dangerous. Let's go back quickly." She only heard Aerys whisper, "I want to go home." Emma stepped forward to hold her. "Yes, let's go back to the mansion." "I want to go home, Mother."
Could it be sleepwalking? The young lady? Her mother? The madam? "I want to eat kimchi fried rice cooked by Mom." Emma stepped back. It was only then that Emma realized. The girl standing in front of her. Oh my, this girl was not the lovely, arrogant, and straightforward young lady Aerys, but merely a poor lost soul wandering in a dream they themselves did not wish for. Aerys in front of her sobbed, "Please let me go home." Tears streamed down her face without stopping. I admit, I realized it too late.
Aerys wouldn't stop causing trouble. "Please, young lady." Emma took Aerys's hand. "It's all right, Her eyes welled up. "I will help you no matter what. So it will be all right, Lady Aerys. I will definitely stay by your side. I really want to ask one question. Is there nothing in this world that can keep you here?" Anyway, the servants in this house seemed very worried that she would starve to death. They kept spoon-feeding her. "Come on, young lady. Here. Just one bite." Each person urged her to eat. "Hurry, young lady. You must eat before it gets cold. You just need to open your mouth, young lady, and we'll feed you. We've also prepared your favorite cherry pudding for dessert." Aerys thought to herself, "I don't want to do anything. I just want to lie down and rest." The commotion that happened inside soon spread throughout the upper echelons of society through word of mouth. The man presented a sparkling necklace and offered it for sale. And as for this necklace, the moment Lady Macharian puts it on and appears in the ballroom, everyone will be so surprised they might even forget how to speak. Ha ha ha. Aerys sat indifferently on the chair, her face expressionless. Of course they'd forget how to speak, because today was the anniversary of her being slapped on the cheek by the crown prince.
She glanced over. The murmuring of the servants reached her ears. Why has the young lady been so quiet? If it were like any other day, she would surely be complaining about her grievances to His Majesty by now, wouldn't she? Is that all? She would send someone to Helena's place and cause a commotion there. That's what she'd do. Could the young lady be ill somewhere? She hasn't been eating properly lately either. Aerys was puzzled. Why am I looking for Helena? If I wanted to look for someone, I should find that crown prince while he's sleeping and hit him over the head with a stick. That's what I should do, even though I still strongly desire it. But she sat lost in thought for a long time. She recalled the Marquis' gaze at her then, and that pat on the shoulder. She folded the fane in her hand and ordered the man. "All right, you can leave now. I'll buy all the jewels I saw today, so go down, get the payment, and then leave." With that, she turned and left. Hearing this, they were overjoyed. "Thank you, young lady. Oh, beautiful young Lady Macharian." Aerys still couldn't understand. What did that pat on my shoulder mean? After having a meal with the Marquis's family, she thought more about her own family. It seems my father's hand size and mine are similar. Her relationship with her family was very ordinary, neither too good nor too bad. But to be honest, I'm quite fed up with the people in my family. A total of 6,201. The jingling sound of the door opening announced someone entering. "Welcome, esteemed guest." She picked up her phone and read a message. Having to listen to their complaints about not having money every day, I long ago gave up on what I wanted to do. On the phone was a message exchange between her and Jung-bun. Honestly, I feel a lot of pressure from my parents' expectations.
She looked over at the pile of books on the table, thinking how wonderful it would be if she were expected, if she were cared for. The resentment was overwhelming. Aerys finished work and returned home. "I'm home," she said. Her mother rushed out. "You're home, dear? Have you eaten yet?" She replied indifferently, "I've had a little something, Mom." The boy whined to his mother, "Mom, can I have your mixed noodles?" "Mixed noodles, huh? I think we're out of noodles," she replied. Her father, hearing this, called out from another room, "I'll go buy the ingredients, so you just make it." Aerys thought to herself, "If that brat gets into the academy, he probably won't eat at home anymore, huh?" But she really hated her parents' boundless indulgence towards her younger brother. She didn't care. She just went into her room and slammed the door shut. She held her handbag in one hand, listening to the phone with the other. "Yes, Mom, what about this week?" "I have work this week, so I'm very busy." Aerys turned and opened the refrigerator door. "Oh, wait, I've already sent the money for Dad's birthday present to his bank account. Mom, please confirm it and call me back." The other end of the line continued. "Are you really that busy? It's been a while since I planned to make the spicy braised chicken you like." She merely explained, Because I have a new project I need to work on. Even so, why don't you come home for a bit? Even if your dad doesn't say it, he misses you a lot. I'll come home later when I have time." As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly hung up. She thought to herself, "Do I even like spicy braised chicken?" The phone on the table vibrated with a notification. It was a text from her mother. Aerys picked up her phone and sighed wearily. She only replied with a brief, dismissive message. "I used to think that I could see them any time I wanted, which is probably why I've acted so indifferently. Perhaps it's because I knew my parents would always be waiting for me like that." Aerys restlessly shifted, recalling how her younger brother often did adorable things for their parents, and he was also the one who took on the household chores. Her emotions were a tangled mess, like a tight knot in her mind that she couldn't find a way to untie.
If I could meet them again, perhaps I would treat them more gently. The next morning, "My lady, you have to go to the palace again. This is the outfit you will wear with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince at the night appointment ceremony." "Good heavens," Emma excitedly asked. "How exciting! What color is it?" Aerys frowned unhappily. In the novel, the night appointment ceremony was also quite a big event, so it made sense for the Crown Prince to summon his fiancée, which was me. I knew I had to go, but I really didn't want to. Unexpectedly, the Crown Prince had slapped my cheek without facing any punishment, and of course, he hadn't apologized either. A servant from outside called out, "Have a safe journey, my lady." So this is what it feels like to be dragged to a pig slaughterhouse. The carriage began to move. "Let's go." Sitting inside, Aerys kept her eyes fixed on the window. The weather was beautiful.
Not only that, everyone seemed happy. Her heart stopped, but why was she the only one who had to suffer? No matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't understand what exactly she had done wrong to have to go there and smile and talk to the person who had slapped her face. Aerys spoke up, demanding, "Stop the carriage." The servant on the driver's seat wondered, "Pardon?" Aerys angrily yelled, "Didn't you hear me? I told you to stop the carriage." The subordinate on the driver's seat immediately obeyed, bringing the horses to a halt. Without a moment's hesitation, she pushed the door open and rushed out. The subordinate panicked when he saw her run off. "My lady!" Aerys just kept running as fast as she could. "Oh no, I need to evade the knights." A small gate appeared before her eyes. She turned and squeezed inside, avoiding the pursuit of the knights. Aerys was so tired she could barely breathe. Will I have to hide like this forever? She was confused. If I run away my whole life, will this world give up on me? And will I then be able to return home? Please let me go. Just give up on me. After all you people need in this world is Helena. The knights quickly found her. "The lady is over here. Quickly catch her." Oh no, this is bad. Aerys quickly took off her high heels. This time she absolutely had to escape from this place. She didn't want to be caught, nor did she want to be taken to the imperial palace. Darting among the varying rooftops of the common people's houses, Aerys, in her purple dress, was running with all her might, running very fast. Exhausted, she stopped, breathing in ragged gasps. I need to find somewhere to hide. Suddenly, a hand reached out, grabbing Aerys's arm tightly and pulling her back. That boy raised his hand, signaling her to be quiet. Aerys was bewildered. "Who is that?" That boy asked her. "Do you want to run away?" She was stunned. "What?" "Seriously, I'm asking if you want to run away, right?" After a long silence, "Yes, I want to run away." Kaithia smiled subtly.
He brought his hand to his mouth and let out a long whistle. Suddenly, a group of children rushed out from behind, blocking the way. Unbelievable. Why would children suddenly... Kaithia pulled her along. "My friends will buy us some time. Just follow me now. Hurry up." Although Aerys didn't understand what was happening, she agreed to follow the boy's lead. "Okay?" Kaithia led her to a house and opened the door for her to hide inside. Aerys was exhausted, out of breath, her legs feeling like jelly. The boy stood blocking the entrance. Kaithia cheerfully held out his hand. "All right, now pay me. You saw how much the children helped you just now, didn't you? Aren't you going to pay us a small fee, like buying snacks for us?" She was surprised. "Pay you?" Wait a moment. Aerys reached into her pocket, searching for something, but couldn't find her purse. "Could it be you don't have any money?" The boy looked crestfallen and sad. The boy seemed disappointed. Seeing this, she immediately took off her earrings. Aerys used her earrings as payment. "Since I'm being chased, even if they were stolen, I wouldn't know, so just take these." His face lit up with joy. The boy snatched them, jumping up happily. "It's nothing, miss. This is what we do." Behind the door, there was a rattling sound. "This isn't good. Is it the knights? Have we been discovered so soon? We need to hide quickly." Kaithia pushed Aerys to find a hiding spot. "Hurry, hurry!" "But where?" He pointed for her to hide in the wardrobe. "Remember, not to make a sound, okay?" "You're here. Oh, you're early today." Aerys breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it's not the knights. The two people outside chatted animatedly. "Is everything all right?" Aerys slightly opened the door and peeked out. "Are they siblings? Look, they really don't make any special impression. Just typical background male characters."
The young man was silent for a moment. He suddenly asked, "Who is it?" Kaithia stammered, "Huh? Are you asking who I brought home? What are you talking about, bringing someone home? Seriously, who would be in this dusty house?"
Anakin just sighed, then turned and walked towards the closet. Oh no. Aerys quickly covered her mouth with her hand to avoid making a sound. He was coming this way. Her heart felt like it was about to leap out. Please, just go. Oh no, this is bad. Anakin opened the closet door and found her. He just looked at her, huddled fearfully, curled up in the corner of the closet. Please come out, he said gently. Aerys thought to herself, damn it.
But then he had to step out. Their eyes met. Anakin glanced at Kythia, making the boy freeze. He held out his hand. Huh? What's wrong? What is it? He continued to just watch and remain silent. Though reluctant, the boy eventually took it out. Fine, I get it. Here. Kythia handed the earrings to Anakin. He dropped them back into her hand and said, you should keep them. Don't return them. I saved this lady, so she just gave them to me. Aerys explained, it's true. This boy saved me, so I gave him my reward. He didn't steal anything. Anakin turned away coldly. I know. Her heart still pounded wildly with worry. Anakin ruffled the boy's hair. You know that getting involved with nobles never ends well, but don't be so stubborn. No matter the reason, you can't accept something so expensive. Aerys silently looked down at the earrings he had returned. As if sensing something, he quickly glanced over. With one hand, she caught the earrings without missing a beat. If you don't accept them, it will make things even more awkward for me. Anakin was also a little taken aback. Aerys tilted her head and smiled. The reason I gave the boy the earrings also includes the intention of keeping him quiet. Aerys looked at Anakin and said, although you don't know who I am, even if you find out later, keep your mouth shut. This encounter could turn into a good opportunity. After all, Jason will be looking for Priest Matheus, so this will make things less troublesome. She continued, also, I'd like you to recommend a trustworthy messenger to me.
Kythia gleefully said, I know this, miss. Anakin raised his hand to stop the boy. Quiet now. His face was as cold as ice, looking at her without any emotion. Given this situation, it will be very difficult, for in this era, nothing good ever comes from nobles and commoners getting along. Anakin held his head and sighed. Ah, young lady, honestly, I am very ashamed for letting this child who doesn't know any better bother you, but we are not capable enough to provide you with what you desire, so please just pity helpless and poor folk like us, he explained.
Having said that, Anakin bowed his head, then quickly left the house. Aerys thought to herself, seeing the way he dismissed guests yet still showed them such respect, he truly was a very skillful man. She was very pleased with him. She walked around the room. If I leave now, my family will assume you've kidnapped me. Therefore, it's not just you, Aerys sat down on a nearby bed, but all the children in the village who cooperated to lure me earlier will be interrogated. She then asked, do you really want that? Instead, if you follow my request, I can help you reverse the situation. I was almost in danger, but you saved me, didn't you? What will you do then? Kythia tugged at his sleeve, as if in agreement. Anakin, helpless, said, it seems I only have one choice anyway. I need a capable messenger who is extremely discreet, and the most important condition is that they must not forget to keep secrets. Kythia excitedly said, Sensei's father, who lives behind the alley, used to be a messenger. He is extremely honest and very trustworthy. Is that so? Good. Tell him to find out where Father Matheus is currently. What about the commission fee? She stood up, dusting herself off. Are you confident that your abilities will be worth the upfront deposit? If you can't find him, won't it be even more troublesome? Kythia nodded vigorously, but Anakin still hadn't made a decision.
Seeing this, she immediately urged, you seem dissatisfied, don't you? You deliberately chose us, didn't you? Could it be that? Aerys said loudly, do I look like I'm perfectly fine, to the point of having to seek out people like you, whom I didn't even know existed? I'm actually being pursued. But Anakin thought differently. Nobles would never issue orders to find people they've only just met. Therefore, it wouldn't be strange if the story you insisted on keeping secret were to get out anyway. Ah, so that's why. She tiptoed towards him. Their faces were pressed close together. Are you suspicious of me? Even with Aerys's face thrust close to his, he didn't waver in the slightest. Her eyes blazed with determination. If I'm determined, I could kill you all in less than half a day. Try cornering a mouse and see if humans are afraid of it. Aerys whispered into his ear, if you dismiss everything I've said about killing you all as easily as killing a mouse and then leaving as mere nonsense, then it ends right here, doesn't it?
Perhaps this man was already used to this, which is why he decided to separate himself in this child. Kythia huddled behind her brother. Her hands clung tightly to Anakin, not letting go. She bent down and gently stroked the boy's head. You look scared, huh? Don't worry. If the secret isn't revealed, no one will get hurt. You don't consider our lives to be human lives. The remark suddenly silenced the atmosphere. Aerys also looked up wearily. Who knows? But I'm not like other ordinary nobles. If there's a reason I've become increasingly cruel like this, it's because to me, these people aren't human. They are merely fictional existences in a novel. Seeing the two siblings reminded her of her own family. Everything she cherished wasn't here, but in that real world. Family, friends, the songs she loved, the landscape she cherished.
To find everything again, she would be determined to do everything until her death, and she had no time to sympathize with the artificial things in the novel.
Aerys spoke. Now lead the way. Anakin, however, still looked very confused. Watching her bare feet step on the ground, he stared intently but said nothing. All he did was bend down and take off his shoes. Aerys wondered what he meant by that. Anakin placed the shoes at her feet. Aerys said, "It seems you don't have any spare shoes. If you give them to me, what will you do?" Anakin replied coldly, "But I cannot let the young lady walk barefoot like that." With that, he gently put them on her feet. "All right then, let's get ready to go out." Aerys stood still for a moment. "I hate going out." Looking at the worn-out shoes on her feet, she felt a little touched, but if she kept staying in this house, one day she would be discovered.
Furthermore, I absolutely must return. Aerys clenched her fist. That's right. Even if I'm determined to die, being slapped by the Crown Prince is no small matter. Why should I run away? It would be better to just kill that Crown Prince. Her feet strode purposefully. In this world where I'm forced to survive by the law of karma, what would happen if the male lead disappeared? It seemed there was nothing left for her to be wary of. That? I'm really looking forward to it. Aerys looked at the servants in front of her and spoke. What? What is it? What's wrong? A servant spoke up, asking, Where have you been since yesterday, young lady? Aerys casually replied, I was bored, so I just wanted to go out for some fresh air. The servant then said, But young lady, you even sent your escorts away. Aerys's face remained calm as she retorted, Haven't I returned safely now? As Aerys walked up the stairs, she said, Emma, prepare my bathwater. I'm tired. I want to rest. The head maid standing next to Emma mumbled. Aerys soaked in the rose bath, her eyes closed as if deep in thought. A moment later, Aerys's eyes fluttered open, and she thought to herself, I must meet Hibris soon. I absolutely must get some clues related to myself and this world. Hibris's face appeared in her mind, asking, Who are you?
Aerys recalled how vehemently she had retorted at that time. And who was he anyway? Wasn't it strange for a priest to know an unmarried noble lady? Hibris then paused for a moment, then said awkwardly, What I said wasn't about your status. Finally, Hibris's face showed apprehension. Perhaps I misunderstood. I apologize for my slip of the tongue. Although she felt a bit ashamed for having so vehemently denied it, only to now admit that she wasn't from this world, still, Aerys shyly sank deeper into the bathtub, leaving only her emerald eyes which were darting away. It's because there were too many people. That's why I acted that way, she thought. She closed her eyes once more, and a question suddenly popped into her head. Could that benevolent priest truly ignore his struggling lamb? Finally, Aerys silently decided, tomorrow, even if it's for Hibris, I must enter the Imperial Palace.
The next day, the carriage wheels slowly rolled on the ground, creating a pleasant sound. As soon as the carriage stopped, 5 knights surrounded it. Aerys was helped down from the carriage by a knight wearing a red scarf. They must have been afraid she would run away again, so they formed such a fierce formation. The designated male attendant who came to greet her respectfully said, His Majesty went on patrol earlier, so he is not currently in the palace. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is handling official duties on behalf of His Majesty. Please, Lady Misharian, go try on the dress right away. Aerys smiled faintly and calmly said, So His Majesty the Emperor is not in the palace. It's all because I didn't time my arrival correctly with the Emperor's presence. What a pity, but there's nothing to be done. In her heart, she was thinking, now is definitely the right time to escape. The long skirt spread out on the floor like silk fluttering in the wind. Aerys stood still before the mirror as the maids helped her adjust her attire. The pink-haired seamstress smiled and praised. Oh my, this dress suits this beautiful lady perfectly. Everyone will be so envious. Aerys silently looked over, and the seamstress hesitantly asked, Is there any part that feels uncomfortable, madam? Only then did Aerys stop looking at her and replied, No, there isn't. Watching the maid adjust the hem of the dress, she couldn't help but think to herself, with such an elaborate hem, the maids must have a terrible time washing it. Realizing she had such a thought, Aerys lowered her gaze and reconsidered. Who am I worrying about now, for heaven's sake? The seamstress, holding a stack of documents in her hand, smiled and said, The completed dress will be sent to the Marquis's residence before tonight. We won't delay. Please don't worry. Seeing that everything was done, Aerys spoke up and commanded, All right, now change my clothes. It's been a long time. I want to take a stroll around the Imperial Palace. The maid who helped her change her dress respectfully replied, Yes, lady.
The cushioned sandals made a soft sound on the ground. As she stepped down from the long staircase, Aerys mused about yesterday's feat. Oh, I ran barefoot yesterday, so it's excruciatingly painful. Then she suddenly sighed. In the vast palace, a distant figure was slowly walking. How could she possibly meet Hibris in this immense palace? The distant figure gradually became clearer, their attire resembling that of a priest. If only the Crown Prince could suddenly appear like Helena, how wonderful that would be. Aerys suddenly recognized the person in front of her and couldn't help but think, are they really here?
She instinctively blurted out, "Wait a moment." Aerys tried to follow, but he was getting too far away. If she lost sight of him like this, she lifted her skirt high, gritting her teeth, and ran as fast as she could. There was no guarantee when she would be able to meet him again. She absolutely had to stop him. Not watching where she was going, Aerys tripped over a rock. It happened so suddenly that she couldn't react in time. Her whole body stumbled, and she ultimately fell flat on her face. Aerys cried out in pain, "Ouch!" At this sound, Hibris stopped and turned to look. Hibris looked with concern at her, who had just fallen and was slowly getting up. He stammered, "You—" Aerys, meanwhile, touched her heel and suddenly fell silent. After a long moment, Hibris finally asked, "Are you all right?" Hearing this, Aerys angrily retorted, "Do I look like I'm okay?" Hibris immediately fell silent and didn't ask another question. Aerys frowned at him with an angry gaze. Aerys's face was already red. How frustrating! Helena wouldn't have to go through things like this. They would all instinctively know to find him. After a moment of silence, Hibris spoke again. "I apologize for my disrespect towards you." Then he bent down and used his energy to heal Aerys.
Looking at the light emanating from his palm, Aerys couldn't help but think, so this is divine power. How miraculous. Hibris suddenly declared, "It's done." Aerys blurted out, "Huh?" Hibris continued, "You'll be fine now." As he stood up, he said, "Then, if you'll excuse me." Seeing him about to depart, Aerys's eyes widened in fear. "No!" She quickly grabbed the corner of Hibris's sleeve. "You and I have met before, haven't we?" Hibris paused for a moment upon hearing that, then replied, "That's right." Aerys quickly continued, "At that time, the priest asked who I was." Hibris turned to her, his gaze serene. "Yes, that's exactly right." He reached for the hand gripping his sleeve, then gently took that fair, delicate hand. Hibris helped her to her feet amidst the sudden quiet. He couldn't take his eyes off her, but it wasn't because he found her beautiful. Instead, his gaze was like someone peering at something hidden deep within her.
Hibris gently released her hand. Aerys cautiously glanced around to see if anyone else was there. Then Aerys spoke up and asked, "Who do you see me as?" Hibris gently replied, "I am not looking at the appearance of your human soul." He placed a hand on his chest as if declaring, "I am looking at the color of the soul." Hibris continued, "And in this world, no one possesses a soul color like yours. Aerys is enveloped in a special shade of purple. I wanted to believe it was just a mistake, but it seems that's not the case." Aerys spoke seriously. "At that time, I was too busy to answer clearly. Yes, I am as the priest saw. I come from another world." Hibris looked at her intently, as if he had already guessed this. "Can I ever return to where I once lived?" Hibris hesitated, replying, "My lady, about that." Aerys took a step forward, earnestly pleading, "Please answer me definitively. Is there a way for me to return?" Hibris remained silent, his gaze evasive. Aerys asked directly, "Even the priest doesn't know?" Hibris replied again, "It is very difficult for me to answer you precisely. However," Aerys immediately asked, "However what?" Hibris lowered his eyes and replied, "However, as far as I know." His steady voice echoed in Aerys's ear. "No one has ever survived to escape this world." Aerys's eyes suddenly became lifeless. Her mood felt strangely off. Although she had never thought that dying wouldn't matter, it wasn't actually like that. Aerys, dazed, unconsciously replied a few words. "Oh, is that so?" Hibris calmly watched her. After a long while, Aerys finally spoke, as if trying to salvage some hope. "There must be some way, right?" Hibris closed his eyes and called, "My lady?" Aerys completely ignored the call. "Please try to think." Aerys's face was now filled with fear. "If there's truly no way to survive and leave this place, then how could I have transmigrated into this world? Am I right? There must be a way. You just don't know it."
Hibris, flustered, grabbed her wrist and called out, "My lady!" Aerys, still defiant, pleaded, "Please, your grace, find a way. Since you are a priest, surely you can find some information when you return to the temple, right? If so—" Finally, Hibris could bear it no longer. He gripped her arms tightly and shouted, "My lady, please, please listen to what I have to say." He looked at her and continued in a serious tone, "If you are not from this world, then the soul of the person who once existed in this body disappeared long ago." Aerys's eyes widened in surprise. "What?" Hibris's deep voice resonated in her ears once more. "Because this is the body of a deceased soul, my lady. You were able to safely come to this world. That is simply the law of life. In other words, if you wish to return to your original world, then your soul in that world must die. To be precise, the soul within your original body, my lady. But that soul of yours isn't here." Aerys's face darkened, and she thought to herself, "If that's the case—"
Hibris bluntly voiced the suspicion Aerys harbored. The body that still exists in her original world is probably just a soulless corpse now. Aerys softly denied, "No, that can't be." Hibris firmly reassured that it was the truth, because no soul had died in her place, so there was no way for her to survive and return. Then Hibris gently advised,
so you should accept this fate of yours and live her life for her." After hearing these words, Aerys was now filled only with disappointment and fear. What? Accept it? Her life? Aerys frowned and looked up at Hibris in front of her. Does this man even know what Aerys's life is like, to dare speak so presumptuously? Hibris was performing a priest's greeting. To Aerys, what was called life had never truly existed from the very beginning. Will this end? Will I not lose my life here prematurely before that? If I have to accept someone else's fate, I'd rather befriend a witch and go on adventures everywhere than become the crown prince's fiancée. After thinking it through, Aerys seriously voiced her desire. I don't like it.
Hibris was surprised by Aerys's words. What? Aerys continued. Even if that is the law of fate, I don't care. I will return, even if I don't come back whole. Seeing Aerys turn around, Hibris instinctively reached out anxiously. My lady. Realizing that Aerys did not want to accept her fate, Hibris advised again. No, you must cherish the life that the gods have bestowed upon you. Aerys glanced back at him. Gods? Aerys leaned slightly, her entire being seeming to radiate a dazzling light. My life was given to me by my parents, not by any gods. If it weren't for divine conception, even the priest's messenger would be no different. So I hope the gods' blessings will always be with you. Hibris was completely stunned by Aerys's meaningful words. Even if I'm considered a heretic, I'll just do as I please. After all, you can't accuse someone who doesn't belong to this world, like me, of being an apostate. Though the chance was slim, Hibris would certainly not harm her. Aerys walked on, feeling weary. Meeting Hibris brought no benefit, only disappointment. Aerys rubbed her eyes, thinking to herself, I'm dead tired. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded beside Aerys. Immediately after, a skirt and a pair of shoes appeared, belonging to someone who had stopped in front of her. Helena was slightly surprised to see Aerys here. Aerys did not hesitate to look her straight in the eye. Seeing Helena's hesitant and stammering demeanor again, Aerys thought, what's wrong with her now? Aerys paid no attention and walked past her. Stop making that fake face. But to her surprise, Helena grabbed Aerys's hand. Hey! Aerys was silent for a moment, then asked, what is it? At that moment, Helena suddenly fell silent again after pulling her back.
Helena shyly looked at Aerys and spoke, Miss Macharian, I want to ask for your forgiveness. Aerys, confused, asked back, what are you talking about? Helena hesitated, explaining the reason. Your Highness, I'm talking about your Highness slapping Miss Macharian's face. Aerys sighed, rubbing her forehead. Did you, Miss Anteblaum, slap my cheek or something? That's not it, right? I don't need your apology. Even after hearing Aerys say that, Helena still didn't feel at ease. Even so, but Aerys closed her eyes and calmly said, you don't need to carry that guilt. I'll be going now. Yet Helena tightened her grip on Aerys's hand, as if not wanting her to leave. Aerys calmly looked at the young girl, who still wouldn't let go of her. Helena slightly bowed her head and continued, even if Lady Macharian doesn't forgive me, it doesn't matter. Then she raised her head and spoke in a firm voice. Even though I didn't directly slap your face, I am guilty of complicity in His Highness's actions. Aerys silently watched Helena intently. That day, I had to stop His Highness from touching Lady Macharian, and I also had to make the maid who accompanied me and caused the misunderstanding come back. But I tried to keep everything in order until Lady Macharian safely departed. Helena's eyes welled up slightly with emotion. It was entirely my fault. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. The two stood silently looking at each other, hand in hand. So straightforward, so lovely. If only you were an evil person pretending to be good, then I might have been able to comfortably hate you. Aerys looked from her to the two hands tightly gripping her own. As she gazed at those hands, Aerys involuntarily voiced her thoughts. How can they be so clean and beautiful? Helena instinctively asked, Huh? Aerys looked at her with bright emerald eyes. You're a maid in the imperial palace, but how can your hands be more beautiful than even those of noble ladies? Hearing her say that, Helena stared blankly at Aerys without blinking. I knew it. There's no way Helena would do things like washing dishes, doing laundry, or cleaning.
Since Helena is so busy, a blurry silhouette calls out, Helena. Because everyone loves Helena, someone asks with concern, are you okay? It's thanks to you that I can finally smile, Helena. Every time you meet the Queen, you also feel very happy, because everyone calls her over to chat. Helena reminds me a lot of my college friend, a beautiful, kind girl who is loved by everyone. I like her too, but I just can't seem to get close to her. Can't your parents even help you with just that? My family isn't exactly wealthy, and I'm all alone, but you're still their daughter after all. You're their daughter, you know. You should try telling them that.
He's gentle and well-behaved, but he's never known what hardship is.
I don't think not knowing hardship is such a privilege, so that's why you can be so pure, isn't it? After a few seconds, recalling past memories, Aerys finally spoke. Just then, Helena called out, "Lady Masharian." Aerys interrupted what Helena was about to say with a sentence, "I really hate people like you." After that, Helena released Aerys's hand. Because now, someone else had taken on all those difficult tasks, essentially serving as Helena's palace maid. Helena cast her eyes down sadly, but I wouldn't say I hate Helena for those reasons. Aerys rubbed her wrist slightly, then looked at Helena and said, "So you don't need to apologize to me, because from now on, I will always hate you." As soon as she finished speaking, Aerys immediately turned and left. I knew for sure that upon entering this world, I had to become a noble.
Aerys closed her eyes and bowed gently. "Good morning, Your Highness." But Alec, standing opposite her, remained silent, his expression indifferent. Anyone could tell he was forced to be here. He was absolutely not the type of person to make such a public appearance. Perhaps the Emperor had sent him by carriage. While the two stood facing each other, the people around them were discussing Aerys. "Lady Macharian is truly too beautiful today. Since when she been so beautiful? It seems like always, doesn't it? Indeed, such beauty is worthy of the Crown Princess." Aerys grumbled inwardly. "I hate having to hold this guy's hand and walk around so early in the morning." Aerys extended a hand. Yet Alec didn't understand her intention and just stared. Alec frowned, looking at her in confusion. What bad luck. Usually being handsome is enough to be forgiven, but with this guy, that excuse isn't quite fitting. Although she thought this inwardly, Aerys still smiled outwardly. "Your Highness, do you intend to just stand here like this?" Alec looked at her coldly without saying a word. Aerys looked back, her lips curving into a small arc. Immediately after that, Alec roughly grabbed Aerys's hand. He turned and strode straight ahead, seemingly not caring if Aerys could keep up. Aerys irritably thought to herself, "This must be on purpose." Suddenly, Alec stopped, causing Aerys to stop as well. For some unknown reason, Alec looked at her again with a strange gaze. Despite being suddenly confronted by his gaze, Aerys still met it directly. Aerys closed her eyes and said, "Your Highness, even if you hate holding my hand, this is a little—" To her surprise, Alec suddenly lifted Aerys in his arms. Is he insane? Immediately, gasps of admiration erupted from around them. Aerys, trying to keep her composure, asked, "What kind of disrespectful act are you performing?" Alec replied indifferently, "What disrespect?" Alec's gaze remained fixed straight ahead as he said, "Didn't you intentionally dress so thinly because you wanted me to hold you?" Aerys replied in an emotionless voice, "That is absolutely not the case. Can you put me down? I'm dying to grab your head and hit you."
No, after all, my heart is already set on the royal family and marriage, so let's just proceed. If I mess things up here, both sides will lose a lot of face. I don't know what you requested from His Majesty, but His Majesty has ordered me to take good care of you. So are you saying this is definitely my fault? Alec continued, holding her. You're right, considering your sensitive reaction. Aerys naturally retorted, "Isn't it because Your Highness doesn't have the trust of others that you're blaming me?" This statement completely silenced Alec. Aerys rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, "He's blaming me again. It seems I'm going to be scolded by my father for a while." Suddenly, she pressed on the back of Alec's neck, making him cry out in pain. "Hey!" Alec immediately let go, causing Aerys to fall to the ground. Even though she was already sitting on the ground, Aerys deliberately pretended to feel sympathy for Alec. "Your Highness, if you're tired, you should say so. Why push yourself so hard?" "No, wait, can Your Highness forgive a clumsy and foolish girl like me?" Alec was immediately stunned after hearing her speak. Huh? Whispers also rose from the surroundings. Is there really a girl in this country thinner than Macharian? Watch your mouth, Your Highness will be very tired today. Alec's face turned red, and he turned his head, wanting to retort that, but just then, Aerys quickly sprang to her feet, scolding loudly. "Where are all the servants? Why are you just standing there instead of bringing an umbrella for His Highness? If His Highness faints on such an important day, you will be held responsible." A maid rushed over with an umbrella. "Yes, here it is, the umbrella is here." The umbrella was opened, shielding some of the sunlight shining down. "Since we're already out, I might as well do something," Aerys asked with concern. "Your Highness, have you sobered up yet?" Alec still looked at her with icy eyes and replied, "Yes." At this moment, Aerys gently approached, lightly touching Alec's shoulder. "Smile, Your Highness. Didn't His Majesty order you to take good care of me?" Alec turned with a slightly annoyed expression. "His Majesty kept asking if you would come, so you're really being too much, miss." She immediately replied, "That's why you should go beg His Majesty." Aerys brought her small face closer, her eyes crinkling in a smile. "Please ask him to annul your engagement to a wicked and immoral person like me, and try once to say that you want to marry Helena Anteblam, even if it's forbidden." Then suddenly she lowered her voice. "Or should I also kneel with you to beg His Majesty?" Alec lowered his face, his eyes filled with sad confusion. "It's your own business that you don't dare to argue with your father, so why do you always get angry at me every time this happens?"
At the same time, several servants carrying umbrellas approached. "It's truly rude, but the ceremony is about to begin," Aerys remarked to him. "Oh dear, we'll be late at this rate." She took his arm, her face beaming like a happy couple, and told the servants, "Let's go." As soon as they were out of their sight, Alec said coldly, "Never think that His Majesty will love you forever, because I can make you lose His Majesty's affection." She strode forward. "You say I have that kind of fragile affection, do I?" Then she turned to him and said, "I, on the other hand, feel like I have nothing at all. It's truly miraculous." The two of them entered the hall together, which was exquisitely designed.
Everyone was bustling about, some chatting, some working, others dancing. Aerys sat observing from her seat. Now that the introductory ceremony had concluded, her face was utterly exhausted. "I'm about to throw up." Feeling she couldn't bear it any longer, she stood up, gently covering her mouth. "I have to get out of here." She slowly walked out, seemingly a bit tired. She leaned her hand against the wall, her face pale. Her stomach kept twisting because of the corset, and on top of that, facing the royal family, it truly felt like the taste of death. She looked around, but there was nowhere to sit and rest. Suddenly, a sound startled her. What was that sound? From the dense garden, several strange noises were continuously emanating. Curious, she approached the source of the sound, a hint of fear on her face. She hid behind a tree and saw a group of people huddled together. She didn't know what was happening. Under a white cloth, a person was being violently assaulted. The group burst into laughter. "This bastard fell and now he's curled up like a shrimp." One of them kicked the person hard in the back. "Get up, you. Anyway, this lowlife who doesn't know his place and has no will deserves to be beaten." Under the white cloth, the person clenched their fists, seemingly filled with intense hatred. She realized, "Ah, I understand now. That man was a commoner who wished to become a knight." She stared at him, her heart filled with pity. In this empire, there were only two ways to change one's social status. One was to become a knight, and the other was to become a scientist specializing in magic.
She didn't leave, but stood there, silently observing. In the original story, Helena also had to clear her family's stain and restore her noble status before she could marry the crown prince. She looked around. What should she do? The person was injured, using a hand to dab the blood from the corner of his mouth. If his clothes got dirtier, he feared it would make others more suspicious, so he draped himself in a white cloth and endured the beating. Her eyes were filled with sadness. Seeing him like this, she thought he must have been continuously bullied like this for a very long time. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Hey, open this up quickly." This surprised her. Someone decisively pulled him out from under the white cloth. Their eyes met at that moment. It turned out to be Anakin, his handsome face covered in wounds. At that moment, he also looked towards Aerys, and she was stunned. "He knows me?"
She clenched her hands, her heart filled with confusion. Should she help him? She hesitated slightly, but what if her intervention proved useless? And what if he just saw it as the arrogant and useless sympathy of a noble young lady? She recalled having threatened him before. "If I'm determined, I can kill all of you in less than half a day." What if he considered all her threats to kill them as simple as killing a mouse and then walking away to be mere nonsense? Her mind was in constant turmoil. A girl who had threatened him like that, now coming to save him from being bullied, it must seem incredibly hypocritical to him. After much deliberation, she finally decided that she wouldn't let herself be ridiculed by others for an unwanted enemy. On his side, he was also staring at her, his eyes pleading for help. Then she turned and walked away as if nothing had happened. Well, after all, the one who signed the pact with her was that child, not this man.
After a few steps, she stopped and subtly glanced back to check on him. On his side, watching Aerys's back disappear, he felt a pang of disappointment and slumped down. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall began to buzz. Everyone stood solemnly. The knight appointment ceremony had begun. For nobles who wished to forge extensive connections and hire knights from great noble families, the knight appointment ceremony was a unique and excellent opportunity. People below whispered amongst themselves, "This time we absolutely must appoint a knight from a great noble family. A knight from the Han family has already promised to be mine. Damn it, my turn is all the way at the back." All were anxious, fearing that the knight they had set their sights on would be snatched away. Meanwhile, Mesharian yawned widely, then thought to herself, "Anyway, I have no intention of appointing a knight, so I've already given up my turn." But suddenly she glanced to the side, feeling a little surprised. She looked at the line of people entering. What's this? Why do they look so much older than the others? Suddenly, Soki approached her and whispered, "Those are knights who weren't chosen in the previous appointment ceremony and had their appointments postponed." She immediately wondered, what if they keep getting postponed? He replied, "The first time might be due to unlucky fate, But if they keep not being chosen, there must be some reason for it. As time passed, they grew older, and their physical strength gradually weakened. If they continued to endure like that for about 10 years after joining the Corps and still weren't chosen, they would then give up and become mercenaries. Hearing him say that, she thought to herself maybe becoming a mercenary to earn money would be better. If one craved fame, the end would be anything but sweet. Suddenly, she noticed that the young man who had been physically assaulted earlier was also among the group. Her gaze became thoughtful, wondering what benefits one would miss out on if they became a mercenary. Well-off commoners would prefer knights with clean backgrounds over mercenaries of unknown origin, but if they carried the status of impoverished nobility, their value would continuously increase. By marrying the daughter of a wealthy household, their status could be further elevated, and they could also make arrangements with well-off commoner families who had daughters. She closed her eyes, thoughts swirling in her mind. If there were nobles who valued status more than death itself, then the future of this place would surely be terrible.
Sokyung hesitated behind her, looking at her. Then he spoke. Last time I was so bold as to discuss romantic matters and committed an act of disrespect towards your ladyship. She said nonchalantly, "What's past is past, don't dwell on it." He was overjoyed. "Thank you for your ladyship's generosity." Then he hesitated, "But I dare to say this one more time." His eyes shone brightly as he looked at her. "If your ladyship has no reason to be apprehensive, please appoint more knights." Immediately after Sokyung finished speaking, Aerys glanced at him. To show his sincerity, he knelt beside her. He bowed his head. "Your ladyship's choice could save someone. Even if your ladyship later becomes dissatisfied and dismisses that knight could still easily be chosen by another family." She maintained her indifferent attitude. "So what?" He looked up and said, "These people have spent half their lives in training camps to become knights. If they are not given a chance and their skills are allowed to gradually erode, wouldn't that be a great pity?" Aerys immediately realized. "So you are begging for my mercy." He bowed his head in acknowledgement. "Yes, please your ladyship, show mercy, save someone." She gazed blankly ahead, surely deep in thought. Then she walked on to the red carpet, pondering deeply that saving someone meant taking responsibility for one's actions. Standing on the stage, she did not crack a smile. It was not as simple as saving an animal by the roadside, for saving a human carried an even greater responsibility. She merely looked down silently, her face devoid of emotion. She gently extended her small hand forward. She pointed directly at Anakin. "I shall appoint this knight." The two stared at each other, their eyes locked, each undoubtedly harboring their own thoughts. Anakin stepped forward and knelt on one knee before her. At this, the corners of her lips curved slightly. "Do you dare swear before the gods watching over us that you will obey and be loyal to Lady Aerys Macarian?" His face still bore the wounds from earlier. He softly replied, "Even if this path is fraught with suffering and adversity, I will always be willing to follow you, lady." He looked up, meeting her eyes with unwavering certainty. "No temptation, no matter what, will ever be able to subdue me." His words surprised her somewhat. Time seemed to stand still. "I didn't think I had saved this man in this way. Even if he couldn't get the choice he wanted, he would still gladly wait for another opportunity to come in a few years, simply because I owe him a debt of gratitude." Anakin lowered his gaze to the floor. No one knew what he was thinking. "Even if I despise him, this small act of sincerity, this time, I will definitely repay it."
She immediately asked him, "What is your name?" He calmly replied, "It's embarrassing, but I don't have a name." She thought for a while, "I'm not good at naming things, am I?" He just remained still like that, not even moving. Then she uttered a single word, "Anakin."
Aerys approached, gently stroking his soft hair. "We'll call him Anakin." His sparkling eyes looked up at her, and in that moment, a forgotten passage from the novel suddenly resurfaced. Anakin immediately stood up. Beside Aerys, who was hated by everyone, there was now one person, a black-clad knight who would love her until the end of his life. At the ceremony where the entire royal family gathered, the crown prince's fiancée could not leave without a word of farewell. Amidst the crowd, she walked aimlessly, wishing only to go home. Then she approached to greet them. "Good evening, your majesty, and your majesty the queen." "Oh, Aerys!" His majesty praised her incessantly. "You truly look radiant today, and the imperial purple suits you wonderfully." She bowed and replied, "It is all thanks to your majesty for gifting me this exquisite handcrafted gown from the imperial palace." His majesty chuckled. "You are too modest. I heard that you initially did not intend to appoint a knight, but why did you change your mind in the end?" She smiled radiantly. "It's because everyone persuaded me, so there was no real need for me to do otherwise, was there?" His majesty was extremely pleased. "It's good that you think that way." Meanwhile, the queen and the crown prince looked at her with darkened faces. Indeed, the crown prince and the queen truly looked at her with vexation. She glanced at Alec, thinking to herself, "Now's the time, your highness. Quickly ask to annul the engagement." However, when their eyes met, he looked away. This guy, he knows exactly what I'm hinting at, she thought. She frowned in annoyance. He's truly the type who pretends not to know even when he does. Then Aerys bowed and said, "Because I had to wake up and prepare from early morning, my body is a bit tired now. I wonder if I may return home now." "I wasn't thoughtful enough, keeping you here. Go home carefully," the Emperor replied. "Thank you for your Majesty's concern." She walked out, feeling heavy. If she wanted to take a carriage, she first had to take off her high heels. She looked down at her aching feet. Are my feet really this swollen? Suddenly, she heard an argument. "What are you saying?" Over there, Jason and Helena were having a conflict. Helena, why does it have to be Helena and Jason, she thought. She stood there watching them. Honestly, the plot is unfolding this way too. The appointment ceremony itself wasn't the important event. What was important was what happened after the ceremony. On this side, Helena looked at Jason with wide eyes. That was the scene where the brave warrior Jason vowed to become Helena's knight.
Helena spoke up. "Jason, you can only swear an oath to become a knight once in your life. Why would you give something so important to me?" "Precisely because it's only once that I want to give it to you, Helena." After that, he slowly drew his sword. Jason Kadia. Then he knelt before her, swearing an oath with the gods as witnesses that he would forever serve and be loyal to Lady Antebloom. He bowed his head, raising the sword with both hands. "Even if the path ahead is filled with hardships and adversity, I am still very willing to follow you, my lady. No temptation shall ever conquer me." She was stunned. "Jason!" His eyes were full of certainty. "Helena, I want to protect you for the rest of my life. Please allow me to do so." Helena's eyes welled up, looking at the innocent boy shedding tears. Helena gently touched his head. On this side, Aerys had noticed. Alec had witnessed this scene, and if the Crown Prince hadn't caught them, it would have been too perfect. The Crown Prince stood there motionless, his hands clenched tightly. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed, showing extreme discomfort. It was hard to process. She smiled faintly. Her best friend was using a vow to confess his love to the girl he adored. She slowly walked forward. There was no way a childhood best friend would vow to protect her for life under the guise of innocent friendship like that. If you replaced the sword with a ring, it would be no different from a marriage proposal. But Helena was too innocent, knowing nothing of the ways of this world. She walked over, to their surprise. She, in a splendid purple gown, approached. "Excuse me, I seem to have come at the wrong time, Lord Kajar." Jason glanced over, saying coldly, "Not at all." She approached Helena and said, "Lady Antebloom, it seems the Queen is looking for you." Helena exclaimed, "Oh, it's that time already, isn't it?" She gently tucked her hair back, smiling radiantly. "Thank you for letting me know, Lady Macharian, and goodbye, Jason." Then she quickly ran off. On this side, Alec also turned and left. She thought to herself, the Crown Prince would surely chase after Helena now. If she hadn't interfered, there would have been a whole tiresome love triangle. After thinking that, she glanced over at Jason. He quickly met her gaze, and she exclaimed, "Lord Kajar, it would be better if you looked around more often." He looked puzzled. "What are you talking about?" Suddenly she remembered something. Wait, Jason was a master of showmanship. She hesitated. "You know that too, don't you?" He was silent for a moment, his gaze slightly lowered. There was no way he wouldn't have noticed. He knew she and the Crown Prince were watching, which is why he put on this act. Then he gently reached out and stroked her soft hair. "I was pretending not to know, Lady Aerys."
She flinched and quickly pushed his hand away. "Where do you think you're touching?" He said nonchalantly, "Last time you told me not to complain, didn't you? The more I think about it, the more it seems Lady Aerys has misunderstood me." Then Jason's voice turned sharp. "I'm warning you, Lady Aerys. I'm being very clear this time." She showed no fear, immediately retorted, "A warning? That reminds me of the day I bullied Helena and slapped her across the face." Indeed, in the original work, Aerys had bullied Helena very fiercely. That's why it's understandable why he hated Aerys so much. So if Aerys had just died a little earlier, everyone would have been happy. Why prolong things and make everyone tired? Aerys declared boldly, "So go ahead and stab me now." She slowly advanced. "Aren't you holding a sword in your hand? If so, just stab me with that. Why not?" As Aerys drew closer, Jason seemed to retreat in fear. She didn't stand still, but charged forward, aiming to snatch his sword.
In a panic, the sword fell to the ground with a clatter. He gripped her hand tightly, his eyes fixed on her with intense anger. She retorted, her voice harsh. "After all those warnings, you should have had the resolve to just stab them to death." Seeing her challenge him like that, he frowned and stared at her. He stammered, Who are you?" She casually walked past him. "What kind of question is that, sir? Quite a unique one. Anyway."
She pondered deeply, but this black-clad knight bowed to her, not to the real Aerys. She wasn't Aerys. What if she didn't love him? She couldn't underestimate the risk of betrayal. Suddenly, she squeezed her eyes shut, a headache throbbing. She spoke up. "Why you?" she added. "There are other masters you'd be pleased with. I don't have the right to choose." He looked directly at her. "But you do have that right. You are both Lady Aerys of the Marquis' house and the Crown Prince's fiancée. I never thought you would overlook so many knights and choose me for such a noble reason." Aerys stared. I couldn't imagine him actually loving Aerys. Then she waved her hand. "Indeed,
While I was absent, the knights of the family might have said this or that, but I don't need to know. You just need to forget it. Because I saved you, a person with such a kind heart, you should ignore whatever those knights say. However, I didn't choose you for that noble reason. Have someone do things that cannot be spoken of to others, and do not reveal it to anyone. After all, if everything is exposed, you should already have someone ready to die in your place. Her eyes welled up. That's why. Die for me.
Upon hearing, Anakin said nothing, just quietly looked at her. Then he reached out and took Aerys's hand. Because I had grasped Anakin's weakness, she gave him a slight glance. And also because he couldn't resist me. And because I was confident I wouldn't let him go. That's why I chose him. She arrived home and flopped onto the bed. What a long day it had been. Suddenly she discovered a mirror under her pillow. Huh, what is this?
She picked it up, wondering why the mirror was there. The moment she looked into it, a woman's face appeared, startling her. Heavens! She jumped out of bed, utterly terrified. Just then, a maid entered. Miss, is something wrong? She flinched. Oh, just a bug flew in. Don't worry about it. The maid cheerfully stepped forward. Let me catch it for you, miss. She hid the mirror behind her. It's fine. You can go back to your room. The maid quickly closed the door and left. She looked back into the mirror, still startled. Finally, the girl in the mirror said, It seems you're quite busy, huh? Aerys thought to herself. It seems she was telling her to always keep the mirror by her side. Then she asked, Do you know anything else? My sister said it's impossible to break the law of cause and effect with just a human body. Aerys was surprised. With a human body? If you want to break the law of cause and effect, you need to pay a price commensurate with the act, so human life is still too cheap compared to the price that must be paid. Even if there's little chance, you need something on the scale of Mother Nature's heart to be commensurate with the price you have to pay. Her eyes were deep in thought, just like the story Jacer told. So, have you asked the priest how to escape here alive? The priest said that the soul in my body in that other world must die for it to be possible. That body is now a soulless corpse, so the situation makes it very unlikely to happen. Is that so? Aerys walked around the room, holding the mirror. But there's this way. What do you think of it?
The girl in the mirror was excited. If she hadn't tried to break the law of causality, perhaps she could have escaped then. The law of causality is inherently a rule created for the world to fulfill on behalf of humans the duties that the world has entrusted to them. The law of causality is enveloped by life, duty, and the world. In times of chaos, the appearance of heroes is a similar principle. Someone appears to save the world, and someone else is born, lives, and then dies to give the former the motivation to save the world. The world is like an intricate clock. If one part is misaligned, its interconnectedness will collapse. The 5 laws of causality exist to prevent that, and to go against the law of causality, one must pay a very high price. Aerys looked down. What would happen if one tried to remove the coercive nature of the law of causality? It would usually lead to death. Only then would that death be accepted, she thought to herself. She must fulfill all the duties predetermined by the law of causality before she could die.
She was a little pensive, staring blankly into space. She put the mirror down, thinking to herself, Aerys's duty was one of them, which was to kill Helena. The woman in the mirror said, So you already know what you have to do. She sighed, If I kill Helena, I will also be executed, ultimately bringing myself closer to death. If I don't break the law of cause and effect, is there any way you can help me? If your soul dies in this land, you will reincarnate in this land. That's the principle, Aerys replied. What are you talking about? Are you saying I can reincarnate in this world? Yes, generally that's how the law works, but a witch can break through the loopholes of the law of cause and effect. Medadia on the other side sneered, Just a few things as offerings, and when you finish your duty in this world, they will help you return to your true body. Aerys was stunned. What are those necessary offerings? She added. They are, then she burst out laughing. I haven't found them yet. Aerys flopped onto the bed, sighing aloud. Are you kidding me? Noticing her expression, Medadia added, Don't be too disappointed. My siblings and I are all working hard to find them.
That's right. It seems no one in this empire is an outsider. Hibris also said no one escapes here alive. Indeed, even resorting to witches to find a way isn't easy at all. But the payment must be substantial, huh? I'll demand that payment later. She picked up the mirror again. Later, you say? Yes, you've already ingested that contract. Ingested what? Me? What contract? She slowly recalled something strange she had done. Ah, so that was the mysterious liquid with an unknown origin? That's why they say you shouldn't just casually drink anything someone else gives you. Aerys shot up, her voice turning sharp. I don't even know the contents of that contract. That's not fair. The other woman smiled meaningfully. There's nothing unfair about it. I hold your life in my hands, and you hold mine. The contract couldn't be more fair, could it? If I learn anything more, I'll contact you again. Remember to dress warmly when you go out this winter, okay? Aerys cast her gaze towards the door. I know, but wait. Medadia smiled brightly. If something dangerous happens, remember to look for the large mirror, okay? Having said that, she immediately vanished.
She leaned against the headboard, sighing audibly. Taking in too much information at once had completely exhausted her. She closed her eyes, and only then did she realize that she hadn't seen Anakin since entering the mansion. Was he settled in all right? She whispered, "Anakin." Suddenly Anakin walked in. "Did you call me?" Making her jump. "Oh my, you startled me." Seeing him open the door and step in, she wondered, how did he hear her and come so quickly? She was utterly bewildered. Did he also hear the conversation between her and Medadia? From outside, Anakin said, "May I be permitted to enter?" "Huh? Yes?" Anakin stepped in, her heart pounding with every beat. Then Anakin knelt on one knee. One of the most important qualities of a knight is never to reveal their master's secrets to outsiders. Looking at his face, she thought to herself, so he had heard everything. He wasn't just a scientist, he was more than that, able to hear even such faint sounds. She immediately asked, "Are you a master swordsman?" He replied, "Something close to that."
She glanced at him. "Say yes if it's yes, no if it's no. What do you mean by similar?" "I can discern various traces, but my swordsmanship isn't entirely excellent." His voice was weak. "Therefore, calling me a swordmaster isn't quite accurate." She hesitated slightly. "Oh, well, Heartmaster, you've heard my whole story, so what do you think?" Anakin remained silent. She stared at him. If this man intended to expose her collusion with the demoness, she would have to make a decision immediately. She would kill him, or perhaps denounce him as a babbling fool. He awkwardly said, "Master, aren't you not of this world?" Her gaze remained fixed. If she intended to command him as a close confidant, she had no other choice.
She immediately stood up. "That's right. To be precise, I am not Aerys. I am not from this world." "So, Master, you wish to return to the world you originally lived in, correct?" She walked out onto the balcony. "That's right. If so, can I help you, Master?" Hearing this, she immediately turned back to look at him, thinking to herself, why is he acting so nonchalant? Isn't he surprised that I'm an outsider in this world? He even dared to collude with a witch? Guessing what she was thinking, he said, "You seem to be doubting me." He continued, "Because even though you say things that sound crazy, I don't doubt it at all. Is it really crazy? If you live in the back alleys long enough, you'll see that people pointing fingers and criticizing this world as crazy is an everyday occurrence. You can't really distinguish whether something is crazy or not, because it's just so commonplace," he said with conviction. Anakin's eyes were filled with sadness. It's hard for someone who isn't crazy to survive if they stumble into this world. This is a place where you have to be crazy just to endure it. Is he really human? She immediately turned around and walked towards him.
She gently touched his cheek. It was so warm. Anakin replied, "To me, who my master is doesn't matter that much because it doesn't change my job." She immediately asked, "What is your job?" He confidently replied, "It is for you to command me and for me to obey you." She flopped onto the bed. If it's this man, he won't ruin important matters for love. Even if he loves Helena, he will only be loyal to me. He was a little bewildered. Was she disappointed because the knight she chose called her crazy? No, she smiled brightly. "I am very satisfied with you." Early the next morning, in the brightly sunlit palace, "Today, I still woke up in this world." She walked towards her carriage. "But today will be a very different day. Today, dressed in a luxurious yellow gown, we will go to La Route. La Route is the largest dessert shop in the country." Sunlight shone down on the exquisitely designed castle. She looked up at the sky. "I deliberately put on makeup and went out like an ordinary person. If it's in this place, I don't have to worry about my identity being revealed." Finally, she arrived at the destination. She sat down on a chair. "I heard you wanted to see me." "Yes," Aerys bowed her head. "Please tell me what it is." Kithia's eyes lit up. "I heard that the whereabouts of the priest you once mentioned have been found." She wondered where it was. Finally, Father Matheus's whereabouts had been found. Kithia looked around, then handed her a piece of paper. Aerys took it and opened it. The content inside simply read Benito, which she would need to find on a map when she got home. Aerys told her, "All right, that's good." Before Aerys could finish her sentence, Kithia pounced, snatched the paper, and chewed it up ravenously. Aerys Macarian, pointing at Kithia with an astonished expression, cried out, "Hey, why did you eat that?" Hearing Aerys, Kithia scratched her head awkwardly. "I told you keeping secrets is of utmost importance, and besides, you can't even read, can you?" Aerys froze, an incredulous look on her face, then spoke up, "What if you get diarrhea?" While Aerys was still astonished, Kithia remained completely unfazed, placing a hand on her chest as she replied, "I've eaten food discarded by the roadside to survive, sis. What's a tiny piece of paper like this?" Upon hearing those words, Aerys and Anakin shared a silent moment, staring intently at Kithia before them.
A moment later, Aerys pushed the plate of pastries forward with her hand and said, "Go on, eat as much as you like." As soon as Kithia saw the pastries, her eyes lit up like car headlights, and her face couldn't help but show a look of craving, but she didn't forget to ask again, "Is that really okay? It's fine if I eat it all?"
Aerys casually replied as she brought her teacup to her lips. I figured as much, which is why I ordered this quantity. As soon as she heard the firm affirmation, Cynthia no longer hesitated, continuously bringing food to her mouth with both hands, looking delighted, but she didn't forget to reply, I'll eat heartily. After seeing Aerys's actions, Anakin couldn't help but look towards her as she calmly drank her tea. Aerys then glanced at Anakin, who was standing nearby, and said, Why don't you sit down for a bit too? But Anakin awkwardly refused. No need. Hearing that, Aerys immediately revealed a chilling gaze, and with the air of a dramatic female character questioned, Are you defying my orders? You're just standing there, blocking my view. She said that out loud, but in her heart, Aerys was constantly cursing the man in front of her, thinking he probably believed he was putting on airs as a wealthy commoner. At this point, Anakin also sat down at the table. Anakin looked at Aerys with a curious expression and asked, What do you plan to do next? If we plan to go from here to that place, it will take about half a month.
Hearing this, Aerys couldn't help but ponder to herself, half a month already. She then gently placed the teacup she was holding onto the table. Her expression was pensive, tinged with a hint of sadness, as she murmured to herself, In half a month, it will be Aerys's coming-of-age ceremony. After the ceremony, I'll have to leave. With that thought, Aerys placed a large cloth bag on the table and said, This is your payment, as I promised. Upon seeing the money placed before her, Cynthia couldn't hide her delight. She eagerly leaned forward, her mouth overflowing with thanks. Thank you, thank you. Seeing this, Aerys quickly reminded her, Don't even think about keeping it all for yourself. Make sure to give some to the person who investigated the information as well. I've already separated your share.
Cynthia heard that and could only obediently reply, Yes. Suddenly, Aerys spoke up and asked, Did you sell the earring I gave you last time? As soon as she heard this, Cynthia's face immediately changed, no longer looking as cheerful as before, but she still didn't forget to answer, Of course not. Aerys heard that and, without surprise, continued to ask, Why? Cynthia, being asked like that, quickly explained, Because I felt it was too precious. This is the first time I haven't had my wages taken away, sis. As soon as she heard these words, Aerys's face became annoyed, and she turned to Anakin with a piercing glare, thinking to herself, Taken away? Was it you? Knowing he was wrongly accused, Anakin quickly spoke up to explain Cynthia's situation. It was this kid's father who did that. He only knew how to drink and gamble, so he made the kid beg and then stole all his money. Cynthia heard this and pouted, adding, But that piece of trash isn't around anymore. He drank himself to death after causing trouble, and his body was never found. Anakin also quickly added more about Cynthia's situation. Since the kid has no relatives, I've been taking care of him in lieu of rent while I've been staying at his house. Aerys heard this, couldn't hide her curiosity, and then hesitantly asked, So what about now? Cynthia, without hiding anything, quickly revealed everything. Now I just take care of myself, but it's still a very long time until I grow up. Cynthia, munching on food, spoke casually, without a care. Anyway, other adults are quite hesitant to adopt me because they think I'm a swindler. But it's fine. Anyway, kids in the slums around this age are already living independently and fending for themselves.
Aerys had just arrived, a teacup in hand, staring intently at Cynthia while thinking to herself, Since he's already made up his mind, it wouldn't be right for me to step in and help. While the three of them were chatting happily, continuous commotion came from outside. Sir, may I ask what brings you here? Oh, isn't this the priest? Hearing those noises, Aerys couldn't help but turn towards where the sound came from. Suddenly, Aerys's eyes widened in utter panic. It turned out that the noise from earlier outside was from the server and the two people, Helena and Hibris. At this moment, the server spoke up. I will guide you upstairs, sir. Hearing this, Helena quickly waved her hand, flashing a friendly smile as she replied, Oh, no need. We plan to eat down here. Please prepare a table for us here. Upon seeing the crowd outside, Aerys, from inside, secretly cursed to herself. Ugh, why now of all times? Outside, at this moment, Helena leaned close to Hibris's ear and whispered something. As soon as Aerys saw this, she quickly pulled her hood down, then turned to Anakin and whispered, What are they saying? Hearing her question, Anakin told Aerys what he had heard. They said that after all, they weren't nobles, so if they went upstairs, people would scold them. Aerys's eyes grew colder, and she couldn't help but exclaim, This is truly insane. Aerys stared intently at Helena and Hibris, while thinking to herself, Even though the high priest and the priest wear different attire, still. Helena still didn't know that Hibris was now the high priest. He probably also didn't know that the food table was only meant to serve nobles.
Helena looked at the food spread before her and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, a joyful expression on her face. Seeing this, the people around quickly turned their gaze towards Helena and the other person, whispering amongst themselves, Look at that girl. It's the first time I've seen such brilliant purple eyes, and her platinum hair is incredibly beautiful too. The girls around couldn't contain their admiration, continuously praising, Oh, who would have thought he was the high priest? If it weren't for his attire, people would surely think he was a prince from some country. Despite the ongoing whispers and gossip about them, Helena and Hibris calmly gazed at each other with affection. The space where the two were sitting seemed to bloom with countless pink petals, making everyone sigh in admiration. And rightly so, for they were such a handsome couple.
After seeing the scene before him, Anakin turned to Aerys and asked a question. So, do I need to continue relaying their conversation? Aerys, hearing this, calmly ate as she replied. No need, even without hearing, it's all quite clear. On this side, Helena continued to flatter Hibris with a gentle and innocent demeanor. It's only because Lord Hibris is so handsome that they're staring. Please don't mind other people's gazes. I really like cake. What about you, my lord? Sweets are known to improve one's mood, after all. Although Aerys maintained a calm exterior, countless thoughts arose in her mind. Such a beautiful girl, saying such lovely things. No wonder the entire country adores her. What's more, Helena's soul is also golden. At this thought, an image of Hibris, looking serious, appeared, saying, I can see the colors of everyone's souls, and in this world, no one has a soul color like yours. Aerys's expression at this moment showed a hint of bewilderment as she pondered those words again. What color is my soul? I really should have asked back then.
The next second, she couldn't help but glance towards Hibris. Seeing Hibris's cheerful smile made Aerys wonder, so Hibris could smile like that too? That sight couldn't help but make Aerys think of the people she had encountered. Everyone gave her hateful glances, which made Aerys ponder, including the Crown Prince who always looked at her with contempt, and even Jason who always only offered a polite smile. When they were with Helena, did they smile so happily? At this thought, Aerys's expression froze, her lips pressed tightly together with a look of unwillingness, suddenly feeling so helpless. Thinking this, Aerys reached for the cape and farfer, and an even more negative thought appeared in her mind. In this world, if she weren't Helena, surely no one would be willing to hold her hand. Seeing Aerys's dazed expression made Anakin and Cynthia unable to help but stare at her. Anakin's gaze became much more pensive, but he remained silent. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Aerys's mind. Ah, there was one person.
Aerys's eyes snapped open, wide awake. Someone was now on her side. Everything around her blurred past quickly. Her hurried footsteps pounded quickly forward, and thoughts kept surfacing in her mind. The only person in this world willing to stand by her. As Aerys clutched her dress and ran quickly forward, Anakin was still trying to catch up behind her. Though she was utterly exhausted and her breathing was becoming increasingly difficult, Aerys still didn't give up. With a determined glint in her eyes, she thought to herself, I must see that person soon. After running until she was utterly exhausted, a sign featuring a purple glass orb appeared before Aerys. Standing before the large door, Aerys panted continuously, unable to utter a single word. After regaining her composure, Aerys quickly grabbed the doorknob and pounded on the door repeatedly.
Aerys stared at the doorknob in front of her, continuously muttering, "Open the door." After a fit of panic, Aerys pounded on the door, shouting, "Open the door! I told you to open the door right now!" Seeing her agitated state, Anakin didn't know what to do but gently call out to Aerys, "Master." Aerys's whole body was trembling violently, her hands clenched, and she kept stammering, "I—" Seeing this, Anakin's face remained expressionless as he gently reassured her, "I told you I would help you if there was any danger." As soon as she heard this, Aerys's hands clenched even tighter, and she kept muttering, "I can't breathe." The world around her suddenly plunged into darkness. There was a day like that, a day when she suddenly wanted things she usually didn't care for at all. This made Aerys recall what she had gone through, like a piece of cotton candy she didn't like. Her hesitant demeanor when standing before others, or like the time she used to beg for a branded item that all the kids in her class had. In truth, she only wanted to verify one thing. Even if they were useless items, they were proof of her parents' love when they were willing to buy them for her.
Even if I have to do things I hate, I just want to see my parents stand by my side. Back to reality, Aerys's steps involuntarily retreated. Her slender back leaned against the door in front of her as she thought to herself, how wonderful it would be if there was even just one person like that in this world. The only person I knew who always stood by my side? Where did that person go? Aerys's hands slowly relaxed, her face looking dazed. Seeing her appearance, Anakin approached. Once beside Aerys, Anakin quickly spoke up. "Do you want to open this door?" Hearing this, Aerys replied indifferently, "Yes." Anakin, hearing this, seemed to understand something. "I see." Saying this, Anakin stepped in front of Aerys, but didn't forget to remind her, "Please step back a little." The next second, Anakin quickly drew his sword with a cold expression. Without making Aerys wait long, a sharp sword strike came down. The door quickly shattered into pieces, leaving Aerys, who was standing behind, so surprised that her mouth hung open. Aerys hadn't fully recovered, her eyes wide as she stared at what had just happened in front of her, silently exclaiming, "Oh my goodness."
Not only that, Anakin quickly kicked the already shattered door with a loud bang. After destroying the door, everything inside looked utterly devastated. Anakin strode in confidently, his eyes scanning everything around him with a probing look. Seeing this, Aerys could only helplessly place a hand on her forehead and say, "If the door is completely broken like this, what are we going to do?" Despite Aerys's extreme awkwardness, Anakin replied nonchalantly, "Well, because the door was locked."
Then Anakin's expression turned serious. Although I don't know who the master is looking for, I think it would be better if you sat down here and waited. Seeing Aerys's helpless expression, Anakin continued, Did I guess something wrong? At this, Anakin pulled over a chair. After seeing that action, Aerys couldn't help but be surprised, asking herself a big question. He doesn't feel any guilt at all for destroying the door? Thinking that, Aerys could only sigh helplessly, then slowly stepped inside. I feel like my fear from earlier has vanished into thin air. Aerys's feet stepped over the shattered pieces of the recently destroyed door, while she muttered to herself reassuringly, That's right. If the door won't open, smashing it is the best option, isn't it? Suddenly, Medadia arrived home with a look of panic, not understanding what was happening before her. What in the world is going on? As soon as Aerys saw Medadia standing at the door, she asked with an expression as if nothing had happened, You're back? As soon as she saw Aerys sitting inside, Medadia's anger flared up, and she quickly questioned, Hey, where did you sell the communication mirror I gave you, and why are you here destroying an innocent door?
Aerys, thinking this, immediately put on an innocent expression and pointed at Anakin. I didn't break the door, he did. Anakin, still with that emotionless face, explained, The door was locked, so I just broke it a little. What are you talking about now? As soon as Medadia heard this, she furiously rushed forward and started hitting Anakin repeatedly, scolding him. I have to scold you. I have to scold you. Seeing this, Aerys could only sigh helplessly. I'll pay for the door's compensation. Don't worry. After hearing Aerys say that, Medeia's anger began to subside as she looked towards her. Once she had started to calm down, Medadia finally spoke. Anyway, what brings you here to see me? Hearing that, Aerys calmly replied, I'm just not in a good mood. Whatever it is, just tell me. I'll make you feel happier. After hearing the answer, Medadia couldn't help but reveal a sarcastic smile. How arbitrary of you. Hearing this, Aerys turned to leave, but didn't forget to ask Medadia, So should I take that as you wanting to kick me out?
Medadia said nothing at this moment, only stood staring in one direction, before a smile appeared on her face. She then raised her hand to cast a spell, and a stream of white light flew around. The door, which had just shattered into pieces, slowly began to rise. To the astonished gazes of Aerys and Anakin, the wooden fragments floated in midair, much to Medadia's satisfaction. Less than a second later, the fragments slowly reassembled into an intact door. Once the door was fully restored, everything around them seemed as if nothing had ever happened. While Aerys remained calm about this, Anakin, standing beside her, tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Seeing this, Aerys turned to look at Anakin. Aerys then asked Medadia, Is it all right for an outsider to see something like that? As soon as she heard Aerys's question, Medadia turned her back and replied calmly, If you consider him an outsider, then no matter what methods you employ, you will eventually separate from him and come to me, just as you did on your first day here. Hearing this, Aerys could only remain silent. At this moment, Medadia walked forward and drew back the curtain in front of them, then revealed a mysterious smile as she looked at Aerys and said, Follow me. Inside, the space was incredibly neat, with books arranged tidily.
The clothes were impeccably clean, and the tables and chairs were neatly arranged. At this moment, Aerys and Anakin had taken their seats at the table, and Medadia immediately used her magic to make a teacup float around. Aerys raised her hand to catch the teacup in front of her, and the teapot quickly poured a trickling stream into her cup. Aerys looked at Anakin with a suspicious gaze, then ordered, You drink it first. She might have put something in it. Hearing this, Anakin could only stare at his teacup and obediently replied, Yes. Seeing this, Medadia cheerfully asked, What should we talk about? Noticing Aerys's thoughtful expression, Medadia continued, That's right. At this, Medadia stared at Aerys with an interested expression, and while raising her teacup, asked her, What do you think if we talk about this world? Medadia then spoke up and asked Aerys, Do you know the difference between magic and magical science? Hearing this, Aerys couldn't help but ask, There's a difference? Medadia, hearing this, quickly explained to Aerys, Magical science, fundamentally, is close to theology. No, not close, but rather it was born from theology.
People often say science is the lifeblood of theology and the magic of death. At this point, Medadia revealed a confident expression and then continued, but that is an entirely incorrect example. Along with those words, one could also envision a mysterious figure holding two orbs in their hands. The truth is that both life and death are the domain of theology. Science is not merely about good and evil, or abandoning faith. It relates to the truths that constitute this world. Magic science fully unleashes the power of those truths. The two orbs in their hands slowly combined, capable of creating new rules based on the truths of theology.
When they merge into one, we can see a sphere with incredibly captivating light. That is magic science. After saying that, Medadia asked again, don't you understand it very well?
Medea, looking mysterious, held the purple sphere in her hand with a sinister smile. Then Medea continued to explain, "Now there's a tree here." Following her explanation, a large tree trunk immediately appeared. "If it's struck by lightning, the tree will burn, right?" As she spoke, the image of a tree trunk being struck by thunderous lightning immediately appeared before their eyes. This phenomenon, the truth, was mentioned once again. One day, humanity discovered this very obvious fact and thought, if we create artificial lightning, couldn't we start fires anywhere? They were very close to the ultimate magic scientist's invention. That's why they are called scientists. These people discovered that if they formulated a certain equation, they would obtain a corresponding amount of power. Once an equation was created, subsequent attempts would naturally face no obstacles. A bomb was slowly being primed, capable of exploding at any moment. They concentrated water vapor in the air to create rainfall, bent light to create illusions, and made wind blow by changing air temperature. At first glance, it seemed like creation, but it wasn't that. Interfering in the realm of creation was a violation of the truth. Only gods possessed the ability to do this. Many magic scientists tried so hard to get closer to gods, but all of them failed.
Most were cursed and faced a terrible death. Therefore, gradually, this act of violating the truth became taboo. In short, theology is the truth that creates the world. Perhaps magical science will establish rules based on that truth. But magic has a very different characteristic compared to those. Magic can break, bend, or even ignore all those rules and truths. The reason God brought you to the primordial world is also along the same lines. You can bend the rules of life and be reborn here once again, returning to your original world. At this point, Medea looked sharply at Aerys, saying, "Of course, we also have to pay a price. However, from a human perspective, it would be completely incomprehensible." After understanding everything, Aerys paused thoughtfully. Indeed, everything has a price. Then she quickly asked, "Can men summon the power of a witch, something like a sorcerer?" Upon hearing that question, Medea couldn't help but burst into a hearty laugh, replying, "A sorcerer? What an interesting idea." Medea's smile then gradually subsided as she continued, "I originally wanted to amuse you, but now you're making me very happy. Didn't we talk about self-respect last time? It turns out the question was off track from the very beginning. Magic is not hereditary."
It's not an innate talent like scientific magic or theology. Hearing these words, Aerys could only sit in silent contemplation, wondering, if it's neither genetic nor talent, then what is it after all? Without waiting for Aerys to ask further, Medea quickly explained, "A witch is..." Just then, a red flame erupted, accompanied by the words, "A witch is..." The flame in Medea's hand blazed brightly, accompanied by an extremely triumphant smile, an evolved species that emerges in times of urgency. Simply break free from all truths that bind people, and that conviction must be incredibly intense for it to happen. Hearing these words, Aerys could only freeze, staring intently at the scene unfolding before her. Medea continued, "If one evolves in such a way, then they are no longer a creation of the gods, but will become an entirely different being.
The limits of this world, all laws of cause and effect and rules will become incredibly natural." As she said this, the flame in Medea's hand instantly extinguished, creating a shimmering light. At this moment, Medea shifted her gaze towards Anakin and then explained that if a man's resentment is too great, he will become a weak existence. How should I put it? The feeling of urgency must belong to someone who has never tasted suffering. This is because most men in this civilization are existences created by rules. From the beginning, rules were not even necessary, yet no matter what Medea said, Anakin remained motionless, his face showing no change in expression. Hearing this, Aerys also spoke up with curiosity. "If you are that capable, then why does no one know about the existence of witches?" Medea quickly replied without hesitation, "If others were to pay attention to the existence of witches, wouldn't you face many difficulties?" Aerys and Anakin were now intently listening to Medea's words. "Mainly those in power. As I just said, the higher one's status, the harder it is to give birth to a witch. It is necessary to shake the main foundation of power, which is the noble status bestowed from heaven." After hearing those words, Aerys had a big question mark in her heart. It truly was a very natural correlation. Could it be that they had a teacher-student relationship in the past? Regardless, because humans thought witches would no longer fear them, they thoroughly annihilated them, erasing their existence from history. In magical science, the word magic carries a negative connotation and was attached as a link in that policy. From the very beginning, there were no such things called magic. That is because all things considered magic are in fact magical science.
Wasn't it the first time we met that the witches were oppressed? Hearing this question made Medea pause for a beat. Then she quickly revealed a smug smile and replied, "What? Because everyone's standards for urgent situations are different. Just as one becomes more complacent if bugs and rats don't swarm, oppression is also like that. It will be random oppression based on each person's perspective. Hearing this, Aerys could only silently stare at Medadia. The very next second, Medadia quickly changed her demeanor, sniffling and lamenting, "Oh, how scary, and sad too." As soon as she saw that attitude, Aerys quickly realized and secretly scorned her in her heart. Those are completely crocodile tears. If one could escape the law of cause and effect, then the existence of witches not mentioned in the novel could be understood. In this novel, the god is none other than the author. That person is an unformed character, isn't that right? Thinking this, Aerys quickly put down the teacup in her hand. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Even so, don't worry too much." Aerys, surprised, asked back, "What?"
Medadia quickly clarified her statement, explaining that even with the immense power of a witch, destroying this world is impossible. Hearing this, Aerys's eyes widened in surprise. Why is that? Aerys was so skeptical that a question kept popping into her head. Does she think I'd be worried about that? Without waiting for her to ask further, Medadia added that even if a witch with such great determination appeared, it would merely be a matter of sisters coercing each other. In serious cases, they would vote to discuss who would be eliminated. However, it's almost always the case that the witch herself is too tired of normal life and no longer wishes to live, requesting the vote herself. After saying that, Medadia quickly turned her gaze to Aerys and continued, "What a pity. You have the potential to become my sister. If you wish to stay here, I would have many more ways to help you. I think becoming a witch would make you much happier than marrying the crown prince. That's right, the men here are called Suzma." At this point, the atmosphere around them had become much more amicable. Suddenly, Aerys interrupted with some annoyance. "All right, I find those Suzma things very unpleasant."
According to those words, it meant that a certain future would not be realized. At this moment, Anakin stared at Aerys without saying a word. We talked about what-ifs for a long time after that. Aerys's demeanor had now become much calmer than it was initially. The teacup also became as clear as her eye color. That future would absolutely not come to pass. However, there are also some futures that just imagining them makes you smile. The scene shifts to a formal courtyard, where sounds of bitter crying continuously emanated. In a hidden corner, a familiar figure hid behind the pillars, with sounds of bitter crying. It was Aerys, sobbing miserably with a pathetic appearance. From a distance, a pair of familiar feet slowly approached. A thin arm, with brilliant platinum hair, rested on the pillar, near Aerys. Sometimes I also try to think. Helena stood from afar, silently watching Aerys cry. Seeing that sight, Helena didn't know what to do but stand in silence. The hand placed on Helena's chest involuntarily clenched at this moment. Aerys, however, remained unaware, covering her face with both hands and sobbing uncontrollably.
That certain future. Helena's face at this moment revealed a look of empathy mixed with a touch of pity. It absolutely would not come to pass. Those things reminded Helena of her own dark past. If her family hadn't been harmed, it wouldn't have been destroyed, and she wouldn't have ended up like this. A pair of thin hands slammed a glass onto the table. The person sitting opposite was Helena's mother, her body trembling intermittently, her mouth stammering. "Everyone is dead. Your father, your uncle too, all dead." She was utterly distraught at this moment, screaming in her anger, "Why did that venomous snake Massyrian conspire against my husband?" Saying this, she buried her face in her hands and wept in resentment. Seeing her mother like this, Helena, though small, quickly sprang up. She then went over and shook her mother, her face filled with worry. "Mom, please don't cry." Saying this, she quickly threw herself into her mother's arms to comfort her. "Everything will be all right." Helena's mother, seeing this, quickly raised a hand to stroke her hair and called her name. "Helena." Her eyes became vacant, devoid of any life. "If you're of low status and beautiful, your fate won't be good, my child." As she said this, she used one hand to lift Helena's small face, while her other hand held a knife.
Her trembling hand pointed the knife at Helena. Mother had taken out and put away the knife several times. Helena's small, understanding face stared intently at her mother, who intended to cut my cheek but was unable to do so. Suddenly, the knife in her hand fell to the ground, accompanied by a piercing scream. "Ah, Helena!" The very next second, Helena's mother quickly knelt before her daughter, her mouth continuously uttering apologies. "I'm sorry, my child, I'm sorry." In the end, she cried a great deal. Seeing her mother's distressed appearance, Helena quickly comforted her. "It's okay." Although these were just Helena's memories, she remained very resigned, thinking, even if mother had cut my face, I would absolutely not complain a single word. I'm truly fine. Her appearance, tightly embracing her mother, looked incredibly pitiful.
My mother's feeling of indebtedness towards me, on the contrary, made me feel burdened. Thinking of this, Helena remembered her mother's words, "Be good to everyone, my child." Even as an adult, she still sat contemplating her mother's words.
In the familiar scene, her mother still sat before her, advising, "I can no longer protect you. No matter what difficulties you face, you must smile." Hearing those words, Helena could only sadly and obediently reply, "Yes." Her mother then calmly continued, "Don't try to understand anything. Even if you know, pretend not to know. Pretend to be a fool who knows nothing. Just be that way." After hearing her mother's words, Helena could only remain silent, saying nothing. Remember that. Only then can you survive. The scene shifts to when Helena had entered the palace, her arms holding a very large blanket under the brilliant sunlight, panting heavily. Seeing two court ladies in front of her, Helena spoke up. "Over there, does anyone want to wash blankets with me?" But contrary to Helena's expectations, she was met with hateful glares. The court ladies in the palace all gave me a hard time. At times like these, my spirits were like a broken stone, unnoticed by anyone. But they couldn't do anything else but behave that way. Helena was isolated from everyone, ignored by all. Helena's hands tightened around the blanket she was holding. Though now a commoner, a lowly court lady, she had once been a noble. No court lady would want to associate with a girl like her, who had close ties to the imperial family. Thinking this, Helena's face saddened as she said to herself, "I guess I'll just wash them alone then." Suddenly, from a distance, a familiar figure called out loudly, "Antiblom!" Hearing someone call her, Helena quickly replied, "Ah yes." The person who had just called Helena was the head court lady. "Her Imperial Majesty the Empress Dowager and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince are calling for you. Go quickly." Hearing the head court lady's words, Helena was extremely surprised and had to ask again, Now? I'm in the middle of washing blankets, so can I go after I'm done?" As soon as she heard the question, the head court lady quickly admonished her, "Impudent! Are you saying that those two esteemed individuals should wait for you?" Then the head court lady quickly snapped at the others. "Where are all the court ladies? Is there no one to wash Antiblom's blankets for her?" Upon seeing that terrifying demeanor, everyone became more obedient and replied, "Please forgive us. I will do it."
Seeing this, Helena quickly stepped forward to stop the maid in front of her. "Oh, no, anyway." In contrast to Helena's enthusiasm, the maid shot her a look of disgust and reminded her, "Hurry up and go before I get scolded again." Hearing this, Helena could only hang her head, feeling guilty about what she had caused. "I'm sorry. If I see any delicious pastries, I'll definitely bring some back for you. I'm truly sorry." She gave the maid from earlier an awkward look, but then quickly ran off. In the past, I would stubbornly refuse to leave until my work was finished, even if I returned home to my mother whipping my calves and scolding me, because that couldn't compare to the joy of completing my work. However, at that very moment, I gave it up. From a distance, Helena saw the prince raising his voice at the head maid.
Because she wasn't brought on time, the prince was extremely angry and continuously scolded the head maid. After witnessing the head maid having to listen to harsh words from Alec once everything was settled, Helena could only bow her head and apologize to the head maid. "I'm truly sorry. It's because of me that Alec—" "No, that's not it. I didn't know His Royal Highness the Crown Prince would scold you." Hearing Helena say that, the head maid gently called her name, Helena. Then the head maid turned to look at Helena with a difficult expression. "Your position is to take care of and serve that person. From now on, don't defy orders like that again." After hearing those words, Helena's face became sad, but she just stood still. It would have been so much better if I had known from the beginning that I had no right to refuse or something like that. With the Empress Dowager and Alec, if I wasn't brought on time, others would be at a disadvantage. At this point, Helena could only plop down. But if I ran really fast, the other maids would have to do more work in my place. Her hands clutched her skirt tightly. No matter what I did, everyone would be affected. Is that why everyone doesn't accept me? Thinking this, Helena's eyes gradually became lifeless, devoid of any vitality. One side found it inconvenient because I was Alec's childhood friend. The other side told me to obey Alec unconditionally. Every day I was rejected by everyone, and when I returned home, I couldn't show my sadness in front of my mother. Thinking of this, Helena could only close her eyes tightly. To a person who gets drunk and screams every night, how could I do that?
In the quiet space, a cry suddenly reached her, making Helena freeze. Upon hearing the cry, Helena abruptly turned around, wondering to herself, "Mother? No, this is different from Mother's cry. Mother's cry was nothing like a cry that swallowed sorrow whole." A familiar figure in the distance interrupted Helena's train of thought. Helena walked gently towards where the cry had come from. Aerys sat ahead, continuously wiping away her tears. Upon seeing the crying person in front of her, Helena quickly recognized who it was and thought to herself, "So it's you, Aerys, Lady Machirian, the petite girl with black hair and strikingly captivating turquoise eyes."
That girl had hated me with a passion ever since the first day we met. When they were little, Aerys constantly kicked Helena's leg hard, making Helena, who was eating, exclaim, "Ouch!" Alec, sitting nearby, saw this and turned to ask Helena, "What's wrong, Helena? Are you hurt somewhere?" As soon as Alec asked her, Helena stammered, Then Helena secretly glanced towards Aerys, who was sitting in front of her. Unlike Helena's fearful demeanor, Aerys acted as if nothing had happened, asking with feigned concern, "What's wrong? You're eating. Why are you causing such a commotion?" Under the dining table, she secretly kicked my shin really hard. She also often stepped on my feet with her high heels. On a daily basis, she would also put me in awkward situations and enjoy the pleasure of it. Aerys was utterly nonchalant about what she had done, because a commoner like me could never stand up to her. Helena, on the other hand, was extremely uncomfortable. Aerys's bullying behavior also became increasingly cruel. When Helena received a letter, she joyfully exclaimed, "Mother!" Then she rushed outside with that joy. "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has invited me to a tea party." A happy smile was clearly visible on Helena's small face. "I heard that I'll be sitting with Jason and Aerys." Aerys seemed displeased that a commoner like me was invited to the tea party by Alec. "Aerys!" At this moment, a desperate cry rang out, hands pounding hard on the wooden door, shouting loudly, "Aerys, let me out!" Aerys, meanwhile, stood in front of a large wardrobe with a triumphant look, repeatedly calling out to the inside, "Don't call me Aerys anymore. Someone as lowly as you truly doesn't know her place." Inside, loud banging sounds continued to emanate.
The more she spoke, the angrier Aerys's face became. Just because His Highness treated her kindly, she thought herself a noble, didn't she? Someone with a family background notorious for rebellion like hers dares to dream of improving her status, huh? After hearing Aerys question her like that, Helena quickly tried to justify herself in a panic. But that was an order from His Highness. How could I refuse?" Hearing this, both fell silent. Then Aerys continued, "Why should I care about your personal affairs?" Hearing this, Helena, not understanding, had to ask again, "What?" At this moment, a loud sound erupted. Aerys, with an angry expression, was questioning her. "I know all about you faking a near-death illness, or you deliberately breaking your own leg, which is why I did what I did." Hearing this, Helena was so terrified that her face went completely pale, her eyes wide, and tears streamed down incessantly. "If you ever act beyond your station again, I won't let it slide, understand?" Tears now dripped onto Helena's dress. Helena's whole body trembled violently with fear, and she continuously thought to herself, "It's too scary, it's so dark, I want to get out of here."
Helena was now incredibly tiny against the dark expanse, her mouth continuously pleading, "Please let me go." Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, accompanied by a familiar figure in voice calling her name. "Helena, over here! Oh my God, I found Helena!" Continuous concerned questions followed. "My God, why are you here?" Helena was now like a lifeless corpse, her face dazed and terrified. Once Alec had gotten her out, he was extremely worried. "Are you okay, Helena? Who on earth did this? I will certainly find them and hold them accountable." Suddenly, a familiar call rang out. "Helena!"
Helena was still dazed in Alec's arms, without any reaction. Immediately after that, a familiar figure approached and embraced Helena tightly. The person who arrived was none other than Aerys, with an expression accompanied by loving words. "Oh, thank goodness, you don't know how worried I was." As soon as she saw Aerys, Helena was so scared that she stammered, "Miss Macheri." As soon as she heard, Aerys quickly corrected Helena's words. "Why are you calling me Miss? Our relationship—" Then she quickly whispered into Helena's ear, "Call me Aerys. We're in front of everyone, you know." Not forgetting to flash a sinister smile, she added, "Do you still remember the words I told you?" After saying what needed to be said, Aerys immediately smiled, revealing a friendly expression as if nothing had happened. In that moment, even if only for a moment, I hated her. Seeing Aerys's nonchalant demeanor left Helena stunned. Since that day, I also suffered from shortness of breath every time I entered a dark and cramped place. After all, thinking of this, Helena's eyes drooped, filled with immense sadness. What forced her to act like that? Aerys, she was a child full of determination. The scene shifts to when she grew up. Everyone around was continuously praising Aerys. I heard Miss Macherian also won first prize in the poetry competition. Congratulations, miss. It truly was a moving poem. To become the best, she always had to try 2 or 3 times harder than others.
A voice then cut short their merriment. "It's merely a poetry and literature competition. Why is the palace in such a commotion over something so trivial? It seems everyone has forgotten who her parents are." Those words were Alec's. Upon seeing Alec approach, everyone stammered, Crown Prince, Your Highness." Alec behaved rather harshly towards her. He then reminded everyone with a displeased look, "She is the daughter of a Marquis as cunning as a venomous snake. He is capable of anything." Aerys, standing before Alec at that moment, could only remain silent. It was truly cruel. Yet she then acted as if nothing had happened, greeting him politely. "Good afternoon, Crown Prince, Your Highness." And the more she did so, the more she seemed to compel herself to act that way. Though her words were utterly respectful, Aerys's face remained utterly expressionless. Perhaps that's why she became the best. "You know, Aerys, if that day I had accepted the Empress Dowager's invitation with Alec and hadn't gone to the rear courtyard,
And if I hadn't seen you secretly crying, then I would surely have continued to hate you. Helena quietly looked towards Aerys, lost in thought.
The sight of her crying with such bitter resentment was beyond words. Thinking this, Helena immediately turned her face away, secretly thinking, I must avoid him. If he finds out, he won't be able to bear it. Suddenly, from a distance, Alec's familiar voice echoed, Helena! Hearing that call surprised Helena greatly. Alec approached with such grace that Helena had to secretly murmur his name, Alecto. Alec, on the other hand, cheerfully spoke up. So you're here. I intended to wait for you, but then I wanted to come and meet you. As soon as she saw Alec, Helena became extremely flustered, turning her head this way and that, stammering, yes, please stay there, Alecto. I'll come over to you. Afterwards, she couldn't help but think to herself, he absolutely cannot encounter Aerys there right now. If Alecto sees Aerys's tear-stained face, then... Aerys, sitting in the distance, quickly wiped away all the tears from her face. Alec, still oblivious, casually chatted with Helena. I was worried you might have gotten lost. In contrast to Alec's enthusiastic demeanor, Helena replied with a hint of awkwardness. Lost? Not at all. Let's go quickly. While the two were chatting, a familiar voice interrupted. Oh my, your Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. A familiar figure gradually approached. Seeing this, Alec exclaimed in surprise. Aerys! Helena also couldn't help but turn towards the source of the sound.
Aerys, with a bright smile dazzling like the sun, greeted them. Lady Antibrome is here too, huh? Long time no see. After the greetings, Aerys casually pulled the two of them along. It's a beautiful sunny day. Why don't we go for a walk together? Seeing that demeanor, Helena couldn't help but silently ask herself, how can you act like that, Aerys? Aerys smiled as if nothing had happened, making Helena look at her with astonishment, thinking, we truly can't understand each other. After that, she could only mumble an agreement and let it pass. Fine then, Aerys. But on that first day of summer, the day the sunlight sparkled, I resolved that no matter how much you hurt me in the future, I would always forgive you. Aerys recalled receiving the letter. Several days had passed since she received the documents about Priest Matheus.
She unfolded the map. Aerys looked at the map. Seeing the two locations circled in red on the map, she silently sighed to herself. So far away. My heart wants to rush to Bonateo to meet Father Matheus, but I see it's such a remote place. There isn't even a Marquis resort villa there. She closed her eyes, thinking with a headache. Because of that, I can't even find an excuse to go there for a vacation. While Aerys was still pondering how she could go to Bonateo without arousing suspicion, someone approached her from behind. The maid Emma politely asked, Is Milady planning to travel this summer? Aerys turned her head and replied, Yes. Emma smiled, making conversation. Speaking of which, the Mato railway line is about to be inaugurated. They built it at a rapid pace, and that train can carry so many passengers, milady. Aerys looked bewildered. The Mato railway? Emma explained thoroughly. Yes, milady, it's a train operated by Mato technology. I find this truly astonishing. How could they have spent so much money to build it? And I also heard that this railway line will officially open at the end of this month, milady. Aerys listened, silently marveling to herself. Wow.
She asked, but does it run slower than a horse carriage? Emma replied, it runs much faster than a horse carriage, my lady, because horse carriages also need time to rest. She continued, and trains can travel 3 times faster than horse carriages. Aerys heard the answer she needed, secretly rejoicing. This was it. If she took the Mato train, travel time would no longer be a concern. She hastily placed the map on the table. Let's do it this way, she thought to herself, calculating. I'll have another task for Anakin, it seems. The coming-of-age ceremony finally arrived, accompanied by a knock on the door and a maid's voice saying, My lady, the royal family has sent you the ceremonial attire to wear for the coming-of-age ceremony. Aerys confidently ordered, Tell them to bring it in. She thought to herself, This event is about to begin, isn't it? Today was the day before Aerys's coming-of-age ceremony. In this country, the coming-of-age ceremony would last all night, and sleeping was not permitted, because on that day there would be no divine protection, so if one slept, evil spirits would invade their body. The horse carriage clattered to a stop in front of the palace, its driver gently commanding, Stop.
Inside the carriage, Aerys spoke, We will stay overnight at the Imperial Palace and go to the temple in the morning. After receiving blessings from the high official, we will return to the palace and must spend the entire evening attending the banquet. Anakin confirmed, The banquet will last until morning, my lady? Aerys replied, That's right. On the day of the coming-of-age ceremony, sleeping is not allowed, you know. Anakin's face saddened, so that's how it is. Aerys then asked, What about your coming-of-age ceremony? Aerys rested her hand on her forehead in boredom. Have you had your coming-of-age ceremony yet? Anakin still didn't look at her, but merely spoke in a steady tone. The temple's relief activities already include coming-of-age ceremonies for poor children, my lady. So what?
Hearing this, Aerys was speechless, looking at him, unsure what to say. Anakin further explained,
Although it's a meaningless ritual for poor children who have had to struggle since birth, when the coming-of-age ceremony ends, the temple distributes food and clothes, so most of them will attend, my lady. Aerys bluntly interrupted. Hey, I don't care about those poor children's stories. I want to hear your story. Anakin was surprised by this, unable to react with a single word. He sighed. They woke me up early in the morning, gave me something that wasn't breakfast, and then made me pray. Anakin recounted, bowing his head. After they sprinkled holy water on my head, to keep me from falling asleep, they struck the ground with a staff that had a bell attached, and there was no feast held throughout the entire night. Hearing this, Aerys secretly mused. If it's a temple, they must have subsidies. Someone must have embezzled the funds, right? Anakin continued. And finally, the most important thing was receiving clothes and food. Aerys coolly voiced a slight suspicion. They also used their heads, didn't they? Because they feared the risk of being robbed if they gave out money. Anakin disagreed, saying, but even when they gave out items, many adults still stole them to sell for money. Aerys asked curtly, what about you? Anakin replied proudly, I sold everything off before they could be taken away, didn't I? Hearing this, Aerys gave a faint smile. So, is there anything you want to own, similar to the clothes and food you sold? Anakin's expression grew thoughtful. I want a sword for myself. Aerys was surprised by this answer. Huh? Anakin explained in more detail. Not a sword roughly made from a branch. I want one with a blade and weight.
Aerys looked at him thoughtfully. It was dark in the palace. Aerys offered her hand to Anakin so he could help her down. She offered, if you want a sword, I'll buy you a good one. Anakin calmly bowed his head. I appreciate your kind offer, my lady, but when protecting someone, it's more comfortable to use a sword one is accustomed to. Aerys said no more and walked on. Very well, I suppose the servants will come wake me as soon as the sun rises tomorrow, so I should go to sleep immediately. Anakin mused. Indeed, that's how it is. The two, one following the other, proceeded into the palace. Suddenly, Aerys paused, casting her gaze down at her feet. She observed the reflections of their two figures on the tiled floor. After 3 steps, it seemed he always maintained this distance from the person he was protecting. Aerys thought contentedly, excellent.
The next day, inside the resplendent and magnificent palace, Hibris poured holy water from a flask. At this moment, he was presiding over Aerys's coming-of-age ceremony. Hibris's expression was serious, focused on completing his duty. As for Aerys, veiled, she looked beautiful and pure in her pristine white ceremonial gown. In this empire, during the coming-of-age ceremony, everyone must wear a veil. It serves to lock away and prevent sinful thoughts within the body from escaping. The high official would pour holy water onto the head to cleanse sins. Hibris slowly poured the holy water onto Aerys's head. Aerys stood still, letting the holy water dampen her, thinking to herself, this is so uncomfortable. The next step was to remove the veil. Hibris lifted Aerys's veil. He would bless her life, wishing it would not be entangled in sins. He would then anoint her eyelids and lips with fragrant oil and bless her, after which the ritual would conclude. The veil was lifted, and Aerys lifted her beautiful face, her sparkling yet somewhat cold eyes. Hibris, too, was captivated by her beauty, unable to look away.
Aerys was bewildered. Why is he so hesitant? He wouldn't even take out the perfume. Suddenly, Hibris raised a hand and gently stroked her cheek. Aerys seized the opportunity to whisper to him, Your Excellency, you've forgotten the perfume. Only then did Hibris come to his senses, awkwardly taking the perfume bottle offered by the servant. Aerys wondered to herself, it's not like he's only done this once or twice, so why is he acting like this? Hibris gently applied the perfume to her eyelids. Aerys thought to herself, now only the lips are left. When it was time to apply the perfume to Aerys's lips, Hibris hesitated, not daring to apply it. Aerys secretly wished, please, just get it over with quickly. She opened her eyes, and seeing Hibris still standing motionless, whispered in surprise, Huh? Hibris's hand was frozen stiff in midair. Aerys frowned, feeling utterly annoyed. Why is this anointing ritual so messy? She unexpectedly leaned forward and pressed her lips against Hibris's finger, making him panic internally. Aerys. Aerys quickly pulled back and asked, Is it done now? Hibris slowly replied, Yes. Aerys immediately turned and left, ignoring her veil as it fell to the ground. Anakin, let's go. We're very busy. She took the hand of her attendant to be helped along, leaving Hibris standing alone, his emotions unclear. His face clouded with sadness as he thought, could it be? Meanwhile, Aerys lifted her skirt and hurried away from the spot. She sighed inwardly. I've been wishing for this coming-of-age ceremony performed by him to end quickly.
Suddenly, she noticed another girl passing by. Aerys recognized this girl. It was Helena. She mused to herself, what kind of situations would she be pushed into later? It truly was completely unpredictable, wasn't it? But then Aerys shrugged it off, intending to walk away. What was it? Did she really have to endure such severe beatings to develop that look in her eyes? In any case, it wasn't something she could reveal. Suddenly, a round of applause interrupted her thoughts. Emma led a group of maids, carrying many outfits, and smiled gently. "Everyone is waiting for you, young lady."
Aerys saw them and, confused, asked, "When did you all arrive?" She secretly speculated, "This isn't the time to worry about others, is it?" Anakin closed the door. "I will wait here until the banquet ends, my lady." Aerys heard this and panicked, frantically calling out, "Wait, wait, Anakin!" The maidservants inside urged her, "Please step through, my lady. We don't have much time. We even learned how to tie a corset for your day today." Aerys looked at them fearfully. "I don't like corsets," but the maidservants insisted, "Even if you hate it, you cannot refuse it." A moment later, Emma, with sparkling emotional eyes, exclaimed, "Is it true? My lady, you are so beautiful." She quickly ordered, "Bring the mirror here quickly. The lady is waiting." Aerys rubbed her white hands, prominent against the blue dress she had just put on, thinking in confusion, "Why do they keep crowding around me like this?" As she walked to the mirror, she told herself, "It's a good thing they agreed to my request to make the corset less restrictive." Aerys admired herself in the mirror, and even she had to exclaim, "Terrifyingly beautiful."
Now, she was wearing a deep blue evening gown that flattered her figure and complexion. Her perfect figure and cold, sharp beauty could captivate anyone. She turned away thinking to herself, it wasn't all for nothing, was it? But Aerys knew deep down that despite everything, the Crown Prince's heart belonged elsewhere. She spoke up, "If everything is ready, then let's go." Emma quickly reported, "But His Royal Highness the Crown Prince hasn't arrived yet." Aerys calmly said, "He won't be coming." She pushed the door open and stepped out, certain in her heart that he must have gone to protect Helena. Looking at the expressions of the servants, it seems they already knew something. I guess I'll have to go to the banquet hall to see who was behind this. The people at the banquet were indeed whispering and gossiping. "Oh, why is Lady Macharian walking in alone? Where is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Is she really going to enter without her fiancé by her side?" Aerys, who was entering, stopped short.
She turned her head, looked around, then called out, "Sir Kajar, could you hold my hand?" Kajar was surprised to hear that. "Huh?" He thought to himself, "Is she even lucid?" Kajar stood still, motionless, looking at Aerys's outstretched hand. He pondered. Though it's called a coming-of-age ceremony, in reality it's no different from the engagement ceremony between the Crown Prince and Aerys. Kajar felt awkward internally. Despite that, what knight would refuse a lady's request, especially on her coming-of-age day? Finally, he extended his hand to take hers. "Let's go." The confused maid's voice announced to those present at the banquet, "The eldest daughter of Marquis Macharian, fiancé of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Lady Macharian, is entering." Immediately, everyone looked towards the door in anticipation. Aerys, arm in arm with Kajar, walked forward. She and he confidently entered the banquet hall. Kajar looked around, whispering to Aerys, "What should we do?" She casually asked back, "What about His Royal Highness? Can't you see? You brought a dance partner, didn't you?" Kajar looked bewildered upon hearing that. "Huh?" Aerys quickly caught his expression. "If not, did that person stand you up? Don't you think that's a bit insensitive?" Kajar defended himself. "How could that be? It's the lady's coming-of-age ceremony. Why is it like this?" Aerys commented, "People always say love is blind, don't they?" Kajar glanced at her and asked, "How do you know Helena and His Royal Highness are together?" Aerys looked at him, silently scolding in her mind. This is getting too troublesome. At this moment, a servant's loud voice announced, "The Lord of the Eastern Kendall region, Protector of the Kalan River, and Marquis Macharian, Master of Vimenbal Castle, are entering."
Kaknavan entered, calling out, "My daughter!" Aerys smiled at him, and Kajar also nodded in greeting. Kaknavan's expression was displeased. He asked, "What is this?" Just then, an announcement rang out. "The ceremony is about to begin." The servant's voice echoed, "Heart of the Empire, you bear the Empire's honor." The guards also stood at attention and saluted. The guardians of faith, who were also the masters of this land, and all those present at the banquet, bowed in unison. His Imperial Majesty Emperor Kratos I and the Empress arrived. The Emperor and Empress majestically entered. The Emperor smiled gently and praised, "Aerys, you are very beautiful, so beautiful that you dazzle my eyes." Kajar offered his greeting, "Good evening, Your Majesties." Aerys also bowed. "Since Your Majesty has personally bestowed this position upon me, I consider it an honor for my family. Henceforth, instead of focusing on outward appearance, I shall cultivate my inner self. I shall maintain unwavering loyalty instead of caring for fleeting vanity." The Emperor remarked sincerely, "The words you have just spoken are proof that your inner self has truly matured." Suddenly, the Emperor asked, "But why is it so empty beside you? Where has Alecto gone?" His words caused the atmosphere to freeze. Aerys smiled faintly. A warm voice asked, "Have you arrived?" Aerys looked at the person who had just appeared before her and gave a faint smile.
Crown Prince Alecta was leading another girl, right at his fiancé's coming-of-age banquet.
And that girl was even wearing a ceremonial gown identical to his fiancé's. Aerys gazed at Helena, who looked like a fairy in a dress identical to her own, and secretly marveled to herself. It was truly difficult to win against the protagonist. Aerys in the mirror was unreally beautiful, but how could that compare to Helena? Helena finally turned her gaze towards Aerys. Her expression was stiff, her eyes wide, as if taken by surprise, Aerys mused. She had finally realized they were wearing the same ceremonial gown.
Helena weakly spoke. Is it okay? Alec looked at her puzzled. Huh? Helena panicked, her face turning pale, her eyes welling up as if about to cry. May I change into a different dress? Please, sir, allow me to. Alec gripped her hand tightly and yelled, Be brave, Helena. At this moment, Aerys coldly spoke. You should go change into a different dress, Lady Antiblome. Helena immediately pulled her hand away from Alec's. She hastily gathered her skirt, wanting to leave. Alec called out loudly after her, Helena! Finally, he lowered his head, saying nothing, then turned to look at Aerys with an angry gaze. Alec gritted out each word, Micharian. The Emperor finally spoke, asking, Crown Prince, why has it come to this? Aerys interrupted, Your Majesty. She politely raised her hand, saying, I know your Highness has much to say, but I wish to present my case to His Majesty first, if your Majesty permits. The Emperor responded, Then you may speak. Aerys covertly glanced at the Empress standing nearby.
Melpomene turned her head, feigning disinterest. The gown Helena was wearing was her spare dress, in case it got damaged. For the Crown Prince to seize it from the lady was beyond his reach. Therefore, it was clear that the Empress had helped. The extent of Helena's preferential treatment showed just how disliked Aerys was. Aerys's expression was sinister as she waved her hand. Your Highness, come here. The two stepped out onto the balcony. Aerys asked, Your Highness, you hate me, don't you? Alec was surprised. What? Aerys took a step closer to him. She stated with certainty, Your Highness hates me, don't you? After all, you wish for me to suffer pain and loneliness, don't you? Aerys continued to press her questions. So when you entered the banquet hall, the first thing you scrutinized wasn't His Majesty, but my expression, wasn't it? You wanted to behold my pained face, didn't you? Alec frowned uncomfortably at being spoken to so directly. Oh. Aerys placed her hand on the balcony railing. But this is what I want to say, Your Highness. She looked straight into Alec's eyes. I wished I could just die. Alec's eyes widened in astonishment. Aerys continued speaking. So please, don't deliberately hurt me so excessively anymore. Her expression was firm, because doing so was ridiculous. Then Aerys coldly walked away first, leaving Alec standing alone, speechless. Aerys calmly pushed the door open and returned to the banquet.
She looked at Kajar waiting inside, secretly guessing, this person will surely chase after Helena. Aerys spoke up and asked, Excuse me, Sir Kajar, did you leave Miss Antibloom alone? She nonchalantly exposed him. I heard His Royal Highness the Crown Prince stole your chance to go first, but Sir Kajar didn't invite her, so you should take full responsibility, shouldn't you? Aerys mouthed to Kajar, Move. Kajar immediately nodded and stepped aside. Aerys slowly walked past him. Originally, Aerys was supposed to arrive late at the banquet today, and after seeing Helena wearing the same gown as her, she would have to act cruelly. But I arrived at the banquet a little earlier, leading to many things changing. The thought that I would become the female lead suffering from love, or the tears I would have to display for those waiting to witness Aerys's humiliation, none of it would happen. Aerys, if there's an extra story in this novel, I hope it will be your story. Regardless of what intentions you use to be jealous of Helena or to love the Crown Prince, I want to understand you as a person. Yet, even though I have now entered your body, I still know nothing about you. I feel that no one in your world would know you, would they? As she thought, she walked towards the Emperor and her father.
The Emperor kindly asked, Oh, my dear daughter-in-law has arrived. Did your conversation go smoothly? Aerys bowed her head and replied, Yes, Your Majesty. She knew deep down that they had been absolutely certain a request for annulment would come from her lips. Kasnavan raised his glass and smiled. From Aerys's bright expression, it seemed the misunderstanding had been resolved, and the Marquis would not take any action that would harm Aerys's honor. In the imperial family, even though polygamy was officially permitted, today's incident could not possibly overshadow a series of other scandals. Even if Aerys were truly infertile, Helena would still be admitted to the harem. After all, only the Crown Prince could directly request an annulment. As for girls, if you're about to cause trouble, resolve it thoroughly and don't forget to prepare an escape route. Suddenly, the Emperor called her, My child. Aerys was surprised. She looked up. Yes?
The Emperor asked, Do you still remember what I told you before? Hearing this, she inwardly let out a silent awe. Aerys bowed her head and replied, It was not to be jealous. The Emperor praised coldly, That's right, you are correct. He conversed with Kasnavan. You have raised a virtuous and gentle daughter, Marquis. Kasnavan smiled proudly. You flatter me too much. Only Aerys stood silently between the two, inwardly lamenting. Poor Aerys. Her face expressionless, she thought. This world truly doesn't care about her.
Outside the palace gardens, Aerys strolled the garden, grappling with her thoughts. In that place, which was no different from an engagement ceremony, even though the incident occurred, they didn't force me to break off the engagement. So what does that mean? Or are they waiting for the incident to become more serious before pushing me into it? She pondered. But how will things unfold later? Originally, Aerys was supposed to replace Helena and leave that place, but with everything changing, I feel even more confused. Suddenly, Aerys heard a sobbing sound from somewhere.
It turned out Helena was sobbing with her face buried in her hands in a corner of the garden. Aerys saw her sitting on a stone bench, crying, and wondered, why is she here? The rustling sound she made startled Helena, who turned to look. Seeing that it was Aerys, Helena suddenly stood up and said loudly, "I'm sorry, please forgive me. Oh, I really don't know anything." She wiped away her tears and lamented, "This dress, how could it end up like this?" Helena continued to shed tears, her face filled with pain and remorse. "I really made a mistake." Helena, still sobbing, sincerely apologized. "I'm truly sorry, please forgive me," which left Aerys unsure of what to do. Helena wiped away her tears and said, "I know I shouldn't cry. I'm really sorry. I'll stop crying right now." Aerys thought to herself, the man who brought her to Aerys's coming-of-age ceremony and the man who made her wear that formal dress, he still hasn't apologized to me. Because she was the most vulnerable, apologizing had become a part of her. Yet I mistakenly thought she would live a truly happy life. Even if her hands bore no wounds, it didn't mean her heart wasn't suffering any harm. Aerys spoke. "All right." She looked at Helena, who looked surprised before her. "Go ahead and cry," Aerys thought to herself. "Helena Antebrom, I still hate you, but—" Aerys's expression was softer now. She avoided Helena's gaze. "It's okay. Just cry when you want to." Aerys worried inwardly. Would she be all right with just that one sentence? Helena stopped crying, looking at her emotionally. Aerys looked at her expression, wondering again if it was real. Aerys walked closer to the stone bench. She plopped down and ordered, "Anakin, bring the wine here." Anakin replied, "Understood." Aerys' expression showed no surprise. Anakin left to get the wine. Aerys closed her eyes to rest, realizing inwardly. Sure enough, he was here. A moment later, a tray with desserts and wine was brought over. Aerys asked, "Were the canapés prepared for you to eat?" Anakin explained, "No, I brought them because it seemed you hadn't eaten anything yet, miss." Anakin also sat beside her. He hesitated before asking, "Should I bring you more?" Aerys replied while eating a pastry, "This is enough. Why didn't you bring your own glass of wine?" Anakin honestly replied, "I cannot drink alcohol while working." Aerys sternly asked again, "Even if I permit it?" Anakin's gaze was devoid of emotion. "If it were in order, I would drink, but I don't think this is a significant issue at this level." Aerys reached out and lifted his chin.
Aerys turned Anakin's face towards her. "So you decide what's important and what's not." Anakin obediently said, "I will engrave it in my memory." Aerys burst out laughing, secretly marveling that teasing such a stiff guy was like watching a documentary. She said casually, "I was just joking. You don't have to emphasize it like that if you don't want to." Anakin still stiffly replied, "Thank you for understanding, miss." Aerys happily drank some wine. Anakin still sat silently beside her. As night fell, the insects chirped, and Aerys started a conversation again. "Tell me about yourself, Anakin." Anakin, puzzled, confirmed, "You mean about me?" Aerys replied, "That's right, anything at all." She looked at the wine glass in her hand. She was very curious about him. Many questions filled her mind. How did he survive until now? Why did he become a knight? If he had other dreams, what were they? We're in the same boat anyway. So she wanted to know more about the perfect side story in this world, something not recorded in this novel. Anakin slowly began to speak. "I was originally an orphan. My parents abandoned me because they wanted to, or because of unavoidable circumstances. It doesn't matter. I have no memories of them, so I don't miss them either. And then I met the boy that the young lady had once encountered." Aerys turned and asked, "Now that you mention it, I haven't heard that boy's name. What was it?" Anakin recounted. "He said he really hated his own name. I told him I would give him a new name. Next time we meet, I'll try asking him." Aerys gently criticized, "Oh, you. Forget about the knight thing. Don't you have any other dreams?" Anakin explained, "I'm uneducated, so I can't handle tasks that require intellect. Even reading and writing were difficult for me to master. Because I thought that, I intended to become a mercenary. I'm not sure about it. This isn't really my strong suit either." Aerys sympathized with him. "Actually, with your personality, it would be hard to get along with people in the guild." Anakin continued to look straight ahead as he spoke to her. "If it weren't for the young lady, I probably would have become a mercenary by then." Aerys praised him, saying, "It seems you'd make a very fitting wandering knight, you know." At this, Anakin turned his head to ask, "Is that true, my lady?" Aerys took another sip of wine and replied, "Yes, a wandering knight, alone. If he met anyone in need of help, he would help them and receive his reward. That reward was sometimes food, sometimes a place to sleep, and sometimes rare gold coins.
After the task was done, people would try to keep him, but he would not be held back by anyone and would simply leave, a wandering knight who walked his own path. Aerys sipped her wine and looked up at the sky. She spoke, "The stars are so beautiful tonight, aren't they? Do you know any constellations?" Anakin also looked up to answer her. "The Draco constellation and the Thung Quan constellation, I believe. Oh, and that one over there is the constellation of the Common Man, my lady." Aerys urged him, "Tell me more." Anakin kindly indulged her. And Aerys watched Anakin diligently pointing at the constellations and pondered, "If I were to die and return to the world I originally belonged to, I wonder what punishment you would have to endure." Anakin was still explaining to her, "That one over there is the Draco constellation." But Aerys was lost in her own thoughts. "Will I have to die? What about Helena and my handmaidens?"
She pondered, how many innocent people would she have to sacrifice before she could leave this place? Aerys looked at Anakin's handsome face and secretly sighed. This is serious now. I no longer see you as just a character in writing. At this moment, Anakin also noticed something unusual. He turned his head and asked, "Master, why are you doing that?" Aerys casually replied, "What? It's nothing." She thought to herself, it would probably be better if this world were destroyed by all those stars falling down. The next day, Emma asked her master, "I heard you're heading to the Vanden region, is that right?" Aerys was closing her luggage. I'll take the Matheus train, enjoy a leisurely journey, and then return here." Using the coming-of-age ceremony as a pretext, I announced this trip. Emma prepared Aerys's outfit, secretly worrying that the young lady would feel uncomfortable since there was no Marquis's resort villa in the Randon region. Aerys looked at herself in the mirror and replied, "Let's see, anywhere is more comfortable than that imperial palace."
Aerys stood on the upper floor, looking down at the trains below. The station attendant's warning continuously blared, "Please do not lean out of the train, it is very dangerous." She looked at the bustling scene below and thought, since it's the first departure, it has attracted a lot of people. Aerys turned and asked, "Have you done as I instructed?" Anakin replied, "Yes, as you instructed, I have bought all the tickets for the stations where the train will stop." Aerys praised, "Well done." She smiled with relief, thinking that now, even if pursuers followed, they wouldn't immediately recognize her. The train station announcement echoed, "All passengers, please board the train. It will depart soon." At the same time, two people disguised as Aerys and Anakin boarded the train. Aerys saw this scene and happily thought, "They're here." Anakin spoke up to remind her, "Master, the train now." Aerys cut him off. "Let's go. You load the luggage into the luggage compartment first." Anakin complied. "Yes, ma'am." A train staff member warmly welcomed her inside. "It is an honor to have you visit Lady Macharian. The lounge prepared for Lady Macharian's stay, along with special class seating, has been arranged." He happily spoke, even without a reply from Aerys. "Your ladyship may also use an entire train car. Thank you for trusting and choosing to ride the Matheus train." Aerys looked at the luxurious train car before her and mused, "Are they only grateful to that demanding Marquis Macharian for choosing to ride the train? As long as they get me to my destination safely, I will use trains instead of carriages from now on, no matter what. Of course, I plan to disappear midway, but—"
She slowly poured tea into the cup. She had a plan to swindle all three things through this trip: the royal family, the Marquis, and as she thought of this, the image of the impostor appeared, seemingly all part of Aerys's plan. She sipped her tea, smiling with satisfaction. The train passed through beautiful scenery. Luxurious dishes were served to Aerys. She noticed Anakin wasn't holding his chopsticks and asked, "What's wrong? Is it not to your taste?" Anakin bluntly replied, "You don't need to order a meal for me." Aerys frowned in displeasure. "What are you talking about? Are you saying you want me to starve my own knight?" Anakin explained, "No, I mean eating the young lady's leftovers is enough for me." He continued, "I'm used to going without food for several days." But Anakin's words only annoyed Aerys further. She slammed her plate onto the table and crossed her arms. "I'm not the type to make someone I'm protecting eat leftovers." Anakin didn't understand her words. "Huh?" Aerys, acting like a superior, said, "Just stop arguing and eat." Anakin had no choice but to comply. "Yes, thank you." Aerys watched Anakin wolfing down his food, thinking, why is he so skinny? His whole body is just muscle and sinew with no vitality. She looked away. Actually, my type is tall and slender guys, but he's not my boyfriend. He's my knight, so fattening him up is something I should do. After finishing her internal monologue, she waved to the waiter. 2 more vanilla ice creams for me. The waiter politely replied, "I'll bring them right away." 3 days had passed since the train departed. Aerys changed into a striking bright red dress and curled her hair with rollers. In other words, this was the ideal time to escape. As Aerys used an ink pen to draw a beauty mark below her lip, she said, "It's time."
She walked over and called, "Anakin?" He turned his head and replied instinctively, "Yes, master?" When he saw Aerys's current appearance, Anakin's eyes widened in surprise.
Aerys approached in a dazzling red dress, wearing a rose veil that covered one side of her face, looking utterly regal. When you lived in the underworld, you were the sharpest observer, weren't you? With a confident expression, she asked, "Well, do I look like them in this disguise?" Anakin hesitated and asked, "My understanding is still limited, so I don't quite grasp your intention. Do you really have to go to such lengths?" Aerys explained, "I have to do this to deceive people, don't I? No one would ever imagine that Lady Matherian would act like a prostitute in the underworld, right?" She thought to herself, "If I disguised myself as a man, my figure would be too obvious, and if I pretended to be an old woman, I wouldn't be convincing enough."
Aerys continued, "What do my clothes or voice matter? I am your master, and I am Aerys Macherian. That is an unchangeable truth." She stated her purpose, to deceive them, make them misunderstand, and then leave them behind. After all, what people truly want is merely to see, to hear, and to believe. Aerys asked again, her entire being exuding an undeniable power and allure. "Look closely. Who is standing before you?" Anakin knelt on one knee. He loyally replied, "The one who bestowed upon me a name, the master of my sword and my life, Aerys Macherian." Aerys praised with satisfaction. "Excellent." She commanded, "Now, stand up. The prey caught in the trap is surely waiting for me." With this journey, 3 individuals will fall for the deception: the Marquis, the royal family, and finally, Grand Minister Hibris.
If I wait until we reach the Vandon region, the overseers the Marquis sent will stick to me. Therefore, before arriving in Vandon, I, disguised as a prostitute, will have to follow Hibris and disembark with him. As Aerys walked, she thought to herself, Anakin must be right behind me. Fearing detection, Anakin was currently moving across the train's roof. She glanced at the man who was pretending to read a newspaper, but was actually observing her. She recognized the man in her mind. He was Marquis Macherian's trusted aide. She looked at him warily. Aerys quickly darted past where he was sitting. Just then, he was also about to stand up. She thought to herself, does he recognize me? No, he can't be certain yet. She hurried away. He also moved faster. Aerys silently realized he was following her. She glanced around. I must stay calm, then muttered under her breath, Anakin, to the second-class compartment, quickly. The train was still speeding along. Aerys calculated in her mind. Anakin would surely hear her voice, but she couldn't hear his. Is there any way for me to get a response? The man was getting closer and closer. Aerys thought to herself, the gap was narrowing.
She was worried she couldn't let herself be caught. Just then the man reached out his hand. Aerys quickly lifted her skirt and fled, surprising him. She ran quickly forward, her heart racing. I need a hiding place. Aerys pulled open the train compartment door. She saw Anakin, who had just swung through the window to get inside, and whispered joyfully, Anakin! Anakin asked, are you being followed? I'll take care of it. Aerys frantically waved her hand. No, don't make things worse. She quickly pulled Anakin's collar closer to her. Anakin, kiss me right now. He looked bewildered. Huh? Aerys' steps hurried forward. Anything, even pretend. Quick, quick! Anakin's eye suddenly widened. From this angle, he and Aerys looked like they were kissing, but Aerys had actually stopped just before touching Anakin's lips. Don't worry, we're just pretending. The two looked into each other's eyes. Aerys wrapped her arms around Anakin's neck. Anakin also put his hand on her back. Aerys secretly surmised, perhaps he's out of breath like this because he had to run to get to me. The man had now caught up to the door of the room, and he froze, looking at the scene of the two of them being intimate inside. Anakin stared at him, but his heart was just as nervous. The man then walked away, wondering suspiciously, did I see things? Inside, Anakin confirmed, yes, I hear his footsteps fading away. Aerys let out a sigh of relief. Phew, we passed a hurdle. She apologized. I suddenly made you kiss me. I'm sorry, you must have felt very uncomfortable, right? Anakin shook his head. Not at all, miss. Aerys looked at him reluctantly. She instructed, from now on, if you don't like any of my orders, just refuse them. If I make you unhappy, don't tolerate me. Of course, Anakin wouldn't refuse her later, but at the very least, she hoped he wouldn't have to try hard to understand her. Later, she would do nothing but bad things, and his hands would have to get dirty because of someone like her. Aerys reached out and grabbed the doorknob of Hibris' room.
He was surprised by the person standing in front of him. Hibris voiced his own question, Lady Macherian. Aerys reached back to close the door behind her, smiling at him, thinking to herself, surprise. In the quiet space, two faces met. He stood still, eyes wide as he looked ahead, his lips barely moving. You, after all, your attire. She smiled faintly, a smile carrying an inscrutable meaning. Are you more concerned about my attire than the reason I've come to visit you? She gently sat down, her red skirt fanning out with her every movement. Anyway, I'm about to disembark, but my feet hurt a little, so may I sit down first? You said you have to disembark? With clear, sparkling eyes, she pleaded. I came to meet you, High Priest Hibris. Please allow me to accompany you. She recalled. Is that so? Looks like I'll need Akakin's health again. Have a girl deliver a message to Grand Minister Hibris. The content being, she leaned closer, her long hair obscuring half her face, and whispered into his ear. The content is that former Grand Minister Matheus is in critical condition and requests your swift return to visit him. He asked, confused. Aren't you going to Jandon anymore, Lady Mycharian? She, with a radiant smile, sat inside the ship with a window overlooking the majestic scenery outside. She answered his question, saying that this was also a form of diplomacy, which is why she had requested the high priest to take her along. He understood. She disguised herself for this, to shake off her pursuers?
He calmly looked at the girl sitting in front of him. To end this play, we must rely on that very high priest. What was that about? The train sped along the tracks, its echoing roar shattering the quiet space along with the noisy beeping. A train attendant, bell in hand, announced evenly, "The train will soon stop at Boniteo. Dear passengers will soon disembark." She sprang up upon hearing the announcement. "For my sake, please become a shameless high priest openly indulging in wine and women." He wore a puzzled expression, a huge question mark on his face. People around them whispered when they saw, "Lord Prime Minister, why is he with that kind of woman? It's not like walls don't have ears here, is it?" She gently linked her arms with his, walking together amidst the gossip. Indeed, all men are cut from the same cloth. She acted intimately, smiling as she held his arm. In contrast to her, awkwardness was etched onto his face, a faint smile on her lips. A Grand Minister of all people, hand in hand with a prostitute. It was truly a very difficult situation for a Grand Minister, who, due to his status, always had to be concerned about the eyes of others. The carriage rumbled along the trail, winding through the lush green forest. The three of them sat together inside the carriage as it slowly rolled through the forest. He turned, his gaze focused on her as she was engrossed in looking at what was outside.
She seemed to realize she was being watched, so she subtly asked him, "What are you staring at so intently?" "Nothing, it's just that—" "Don't mind him. You can speak even if he hears, because he's with me." He wondered, "Hey, new soul that others can't see. You're feeling much more stable now, aren't you? You can see that?" He said, "It seems you finally accepted life in this place." She firmly denied. "What? This is called a preparation period for me to completely vanish from here." He turned back, confused, and asked again, "Miss Mycharian, what exactly do you mean by that? Isn't it a life bestowed by the divine?" She turned to him with a serious look. Didn't the high priest himself convey those words? Honestly, whether Miss Mycharian lives or dies, I couldn't care less. Grand Minister Hibris, in the original work, Aerys' hidden half-brother.
After Aerys learned of the existence of her paternal half-brother, she quickly sought refuge with him. But when Aerys needed help, her brother coldly turned away. To save Helena, Hibris exploited Aerys' loneliness. That was clearly a betrayal. She said, "The time I want to die is still far away, so please don't worry anymore. There's a saying, everyone has an ending that suits them." Her eyes met her reflection in the mirror, thinking, Aerys' death must be a dazzling climax. After all, what the readers of this novel truly expect is nothing but the tragic downfall of the villainess. If the world is a giant play, I wonder what song will be played in the final act. A peaceful scene with a small house nestled amidst beautiful nature? He opened the door, a puzzled look on his face when he saw him. "Hibris, what brings someone who should be in the capital all the way out here?" Upon seeing him, he said, "I'm so fortunate to see you well, Father Priest." Aerys, standing nearby, spoke up. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Father Priest Matheus. I have something I wish to ask you, which is why I've come here so abruptly without prior notice." He wondered, "And who might you be?" Aerys replied, "You may call me Lady Miseria, or simply a foreigner. Either is fine." She thought, "After all, this person can see my soul, so there's no need for me to hide anything."
He nodded slowly when he heard her introduce herself. He opened a door and invited everyone in. It seems we have a long story to tell, don't we? The small house had wooden walls, arched windows open to let in a little sunlight, and all the furniture inside was made of wood, very rustic. Compared to his previous work as a high-ranking mandarin, his life now was so simple. He poured tea from the pot into the cups, the flowing water making gurgling sounds. Hibris questioned, "Is that girl someone you sent?" She casually asked back, "You're only just realizing it now? I thought you'd figured it out back on the train. You entice others with your lies to your heart's content and then act so nonchalantly?" He fumed. "Why are you so quick to trust others? I'm so worried that someone might set a trap to harm you." With a serious expression, he affirmed, "The gods will protect me." He glanced worriedly at Matheus, whom he regarded as his father. Who would have thought that this trustworthy person was the illegitimate child of Marquis Mycharian? Could it be that no one believed a woman would entrust the Marquis's child to the temple? The tea tray was set down with a thud, and he confirmed, "That's right, you are a foreigner. I wonder what reason brought a noble person like you to this humble place. I'm afraid this worthless old man will disappoint you."
She gently denied, "How could that be? This is a question only High Priest Matheus can answer." Recalling Jason's words, the dragon had told him that in fact the gods had not bestowed the revelation to blame the person who manipulated the High Priest. That was almost the last prophecy the dragon uttered itself. Must I consider my life a sacrifice? That person's scheme which sacrificed Jason's life, what revelation did that dragon give Matheus? I must definitely find it out. She felt confused. The dragon had said that if one violated the law of karma and fabricated a prophecy, then fate would also shift accordingly. Are you completely unaware of how that prophecy differs from the divine? I don't know. It was only after that time had passed that I was shocked to realize something had changed. Do you remember the exact content of the prophecy? He gently placed the teacup down, creating a clinking sound. Of course I remember. I still remember it perfectly clear. The child born on the 9th night when the moon sets for the 3rd time.
He, with slightly drooping eyes, continued to say that they would have to thrust the sword into the rampaging dragon, and only that child was capable of harming Kuang Long. And on the day Kuang Long breathed its last, everything would return to its inherent principle. A feather fell to the ground, opposite his shoes. He stood silently outside the house, yet still heard everyone's conversation. Inherent principle, huh? Even to this moment, I don't know what that principle truly is. Logically speaking, I am just a small and foolish human. Don't you know if there are any other prophecies? He, stout, paused before answering. There are probably no more prophecies. From the very beginning, the deities gave no prophecies. I was the only one to receive the oracle and become a high-ranking official, which is why I gained that noble honor. By the time I realized the truth, that what I had heard was not an oracle, but merely long known, I could not tell everyone the truth.
His voice gradually lowered. His eyes began to well up with tears. I myself couldn't abandon the reputation I had been given, ruining a person's entire life. Yet in the end, I still couldn't bring the truth to light. His tears silently fell onto the cold tabletop, making a soft tap-tap sound. I am a cowardly old man. He raised his hand to comfort him, but didn't know what to say other than calling him High Priest. She was trying to look away, constantly reminding herself, think, come on. Jason's destiny to become a hero was already decided by the author, who was no different from a god in this world. Was it the inherent principle the dragon spoke of? What did that dragon actually say instead of a prophecy? And what had changed, what had truly been altered? She subtly furrowed her brows, her gaze a mix of hard-to-read doubt and slight annoyance.
Could that dragon have lied to Jason? No, that's impossible. Jason had already killed that dragon. A thought suddenly flashed in her mind. What if it wasn't a green dragon, but a different dragon? Her face darkened, her features becoming more serious than ever. In this novel, it only stated that the hero, Jason, had killed a dragon. The hot teacup sat untouched in the quiet space filled with her thoughts. There was no explanation that the text referred to a light dragon. There was only one reason for that dragon to fabricate a prophecy, to lure Jason. Stopping her contemplation, she finally opened her mouth to ask, "Can dragons commit suicide?" When she spoke, both pairs of eyes were staring at her. His face momentarily froze, as if her question had somewhat confused him. To answer her, he asked back, "Why you ask such a strange question? Have you ever seen Mother Nature commit suicide?" He said, "Dragons are supreme beings, enlightened by the gods. Their existence is no different from nature itself. They only grow more prosperous with the flow of time. That type of dragon will eventually die when its lifespan runs out. But how could a small creature like us humans have the audacity to predict that time?" He quietly said, "We are merely moths drawn to a flame, living until no one can predict when indeed." Her hands trembled violently, clutching her dress tightly. Her mind once again began to ponder. Indeed, dragons were once immortal. She sat on the chair, looking tense, her face pale, her eyes empty. A thought flashed. Dragons were once immortal, just like her. She suddenly covered her mouth with one hand, as if suppressing a rising discomfort within her, only guttural sounds escaping. "Miss!" The pale young lady flung open the door and burst out with a loud bang. She ran quickly outside, her footsteps thudding. She wearily leaned her hand against the tree trunk, her breaths becoming heavy and ragged. Suddenly, a hand offered a handkerchief right behind her. Her ragged breathing ceased, and feeling more at ease, she turned around. She saw Anakin's gentle gaze on her, his charm further enhanced by the brilliant sunset. Anakin gently placed a handkerchief in her palm. She took it, wiped her tears, and softly asked, "Did you bring a mirror?" "Yes, let me give it to you." I need to talk to the witch. Let's go into the forest." The sun was a fiery red. The two of them entered the forest together after her suggestion. Anakin held a glowing lamp amidst the dark forest, and they made rustling sounds as they moved. In the dead of the silent night, they ventured deeper into the quiet forest. The two finally stopped before a lake, the moonlight shining upon its surface, creating an ethereal, poetic scene. "All right, I'm sure no one is here right now, right?" Taking the mirror, she called, "Medea, I have something to ask. Show me your form." Medea smiled. "I wonder what it is. Are you planning to use the mirror again?" she asked. "Did the light dragon utter a false prophecy to force Jason to kill it?" Medea praised. "You truly have a knack for surprising me again and again." She was very certain, however, that Jason's predetermined fate was to kill the dragon. Medea replied with a laugh. "That's right. That's because the light dragon is just like you. Both are foreigners."
Aerys stared at the mirror after hearing the witch within. The foreign soul that possessed the dragon initially felt very satisfied with its new life. Becoming the most powerful creature, unhindered by anything, it not only helped humans build kingdoms, it lived a truly fulfilling life, experiencing a burning love for another soulmate dragon. It also hatched eggs and raised its offspring, but that seemingly eternal happiness vanished with the passing days. One day, boredom found it, and it suffered for a long, drawn-out period, eventually going mad. After becoming a light dragon, it managed to find the Coven of Witches. Upon learning that it wanted them to kill it, the Coven responded, "You want us to kill you? Of course, I have the ability, but considering the future, it might cause a lot of trouble." The sister, the second eldest among them, hesitated regarding the light dragon. "I cannot directly act, but I will show you a way to die. What do you intend to give me in return?" The light dragon gladly accepted to pay the price. That person gently placed their hand on it and whispered, "A hero bearing the mission to slay dragons is about to be born. Hey, light dragon, you must seize that mission." The flashing sword was raised decisively and powerfully. The sharp sword swung up, piercing directly into the dragon's body. Finally, on the day that hero slays the dragon, this entire world will be plunged into turmoil. On that day, a certain poor dragon lost its rightful opportunity, the chance to die alongside its beloved. A few tears welled up in the poor creature's eyes. Is the dragon, stripped of its chance to die, plunged into despair. It agonized over finding a way to reclaim its destiny. And so it resolved, shattering the law of causality by offering its heart as a sacrifice to reclaim its destiny. If only I could fulfill the young lady's wish, it thought, having heard the desires of the two girls. In one sense it was a miracle, and in another a misfortune, perhaps both. She clutched the mirror tightly in her hand, her face a mix of confusion and panic, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, as if waiting for a moment to burst forth. One girl had prayed for the dream harbored in the other young woman's heart to come true.
The young woman once again wished she could vanish from this world. That dragon helped her wish come true. The young woman's soul vanished along with the dragon's heart, and at that very moment, the law of cause and effect of this world found a new soul. Then the new soul which had entered the young woman's empty body was her. She sat there silently, immersed in the tranquil void, helpless before every word she uttered. She sat motionless in the breathtakingly silent space. "Why me?" she helplessly screamed in anger. "Answer me! Why me?" Her eyes were wide open, tears streaming down, brimming with resentment. She wailed, "There are so many people who have dreams like theirs. Why must it be me? Why? Why after all?" Tears began to roll down her desperate face. "Why?" Her hand gripped the constantly trembling mirror tightly. Suddenly, she yanked her hand back, and the mirror was flung up in an instant. It was thrown into the lake, splashing water everywhere. She collapsed to the ground, clutching her head with both hands, as if to stop the pain tormenting her mind. "My head hurts so much!" Hearing a rustling sound from behind, she glanced over to see what was happening. Anakin held a sword to Hibris' neck. "This person was eavesdropping on your conversation. What should I do, or should I eliminate him to cover our tracks?" Hibris' eyes were filled with extreme bewilderment as he felt the coldness of the blade against his neck.
He screamed in panic. "You dare collude with a witch? Do you know that's a grave sin?" She propped herself up and stood. "For the people of your country, this is indeed a grave sin. But I've been a foreigner from the start. What the hell does it have to do with me?" He roared. "The abomination in Lady Mercurian's body, like you, is a criminal." She didn't care. "So what? Tell me, what then? Are you going to report me to the Holy See? Fine, that's exactly what I want. This body can't be killed by swords or blades, but cremation might just do it. Who knows? Go on, report me already." He shouted loudly. "Lady Mercurian," she ordered. "Anakin, release Grand Minister Hibris. Only then can he report me, right?" Anakin's gaze dropped slightly, looking quite disappointed, remaining silent. The sharp, cold sword was slowly lowered from his neck. The sword was sheathed back into its leather scabbard, making clinking sounds. Her eyes stared intently at the sword as it was being sheathed, as if she were about to do something.
Her hand suddenly drew Anakin's lightsaber back out. She threw the lightsaber down in front of Hibris, thinking that he didn't need to bother accusing her of a crime, because the Grand Vizier here had the authority to judge her right on the spot. She continuously urged him, "Kill me, finish me with that sword. I'm an accomplice to a witch, so I am a witch myself, aren't I?" In the original story, he used that authority to bully Aerys, even though he knew Aerys was not a witch, and even if he knew she was his sister, he would still insult her as having dirty blood. But now you genuinely pity me, don't you? Because I haven't yet become the wicked woman who will harm your Helena. Your thoughts are still very naive.
She stepped closer to him, calling him, "Lord Grand Minister, if you're not going to take my life now, then please continue to pretend you know nothing about me, both that I am a foreigner and that I colluded with witches. I'm going to die soon anyway, but I promise I won't die in front of you." Tears welled up in his eyes. "Miss Michelin, why do you speak in such a way? What I said to you wasn't out of pity." He clutched his head in anguish, as if in great pain. "I am deeply distressed by your sorrow. What should I do? I know you're angry. I want to beg for your forgiveness. So please," with tears still in his eyes, "please don't seek death anymore." Her hand reached out to gently touch him as she heard him speak. Her hand gently wiped away the tears streaming down his cheeks. "Don't pity me. It makes me uncomfortable." Anakin's hand picked up the sword, creating a clanging sound. He raised the sword, secretly behind Hibris's back.
A pop sounded, sending Hibris sprawling to the ground. She said, "Leave this person in front of that shack and go. We'll just stop by Randon for a moment and then return to the capital." He asked, "Have you finished the important matters, and Benito? Everything that needed to be heard has been heard, so we must leave before greater suspicion arises. Then I'll go prepare the carriage. Wait for me here." "Okay, I'll be back as quickly as possible." He carried Hibris on his shoulder and left the forest. Her feet were submerged in the shimmering water. The night scenery, with its gentle moonlight and clear water under the moon, saw her dipping her feet into it, contemplating what was to come. "I must memorize the contents of the novel to be able to deal with what's coming. I hate doing everything. It's all useless anyway. From now on, I will replace Aerys, living day by day like a puppet, and then die on the very day fate has predetermined." She lay down on the grass, closed her eyes, and pondered. Even if it's just a small effort, in her own life, if she tries, she will surely be able to change something. She gently opened her eyes, her gaze still a little hazy. At that moment, I won't need to do anything.
As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Anakin standing there, having arrived at some unknown point. He'd come so fast, she thought. "Because I was worried about you," he said. "You were worried about me? Why?" she asked. "I was afraid if I left you here, you'd just leave," he replied. "You're worried I'll die?" she questioned, a hint of incredulity in her voice. "I'm very curious about you, my master," he stated. She turned back with a puzzled expression. "What?" Anakin gently sat down beside Aerys. "What kind of life have you lived?" he wondered. "And what kind of life do you want to live? I'm curious about that." "Yes, I'm being too nosy, aren't I?" His face at this moment radiated sincerity. "I'm very afraid," he continued. "I'm afraid I know nothing about you." The two looked at each other without speaking. She thought, "This young man loves Aerys Macarian. If only I could read about him like I could with other male leads." She softened again. "Come here," she said. "Will you carry me?" Her hand gently draped over his shoulder. "I don't want to walk." Anakin gently lifted her. His heart pounded incessantly, chaotic with each breath, yet the beating of that heart did not yet speak of love. His heart continued to beat without stopping. She clearly heard every thumping sound, but the kindness he showed her did not stem from love. Her eyes slowly closed, sinking into a daze. "This feels really good," she thought.
Inside the rattling, moving carriage, she began to tell him about the world where I once lived. It was a place much more developed than this empire, where people had religious freedom, and although there was no Ma-Du technology, there was a technique called science. The coachman, yawning incessantly on the road, had to drive to Xandon by early morning. There was no system of social hierarchy, so neither kings nor nobles existed, and every 5 years, the people would directly elect the country's leader. He wondered, if there's no social status, how do people differentiate between the high and the low? She explained that, similar to how people here are divided into rich and poor by money, those who accumulated a lot of money would hold power. Unlike Aerys, I, in that world, was a destitute and ordinary person. "So, do you have a family?" "Yes, my family has 4 members, my father, mother, and younger brother. My family members were quite eccentric, so I didn't like them. But now that I think about it, it seems we also used to live very harmoniously together. May I ask why you hated them?" "Because I thought my parents favored my younger brother." "No. In reality, I was discriminated against. I used to blame myself, thinking, because you're a bad child, you don't deserve to be loved. Because I was destitute, I matured earlier than others. If you ask why, it was probably because I wanted to be praised, but the more I matured, the more it became my duty. Anakin, in that world, no child suffers discrimination. I will not forgive my parents."
Her hands lightly touched each other, but even if I bitterly hated or resented them, I still wanted to see them. I missed them. Her eyes slowly began to close. I just wanted to find what I had lost, and when I met them again, I wanted to ask why they had done that to me. With a calm expression, he sympathized with her after learning everything. So that's how it was. The next morning upon arrival, before their eyes was the sight of a city with red-roofed houses built close together. The person handing over the room keys seemed to misunderstand their relationship, with a bright, cheerful smile. "Oh, hi, are you two newlyweds? Then I must give you the best room here." She immediately denied it. "We are not husband and wife." He said, "Give the best room to her." He turned his face away and added, "As for me, any room will do."
The room was spacious and clean, mostly furnished with wooden furniture, looking quite comfortable. After her bath, her hair was damp. Sitting on the bed, she gently dried it with a towel. She had been dead tired from riding in the carriage all night, yet Anakin seemed perfectly fine. A knock came from the door. "Come in," she said. A young girl entered to change her water. "Shall I change your bath water for you, miss?" "Yes, please." She asked, "By the way, this is my first time in the Vandone region, so do you know any good places to visit in this area?" The girl replied, "Of course I do, miss. You know that the Vandone region is famous for its lake, right? To exaggerate a little, the lake here is even deeper and more beautiful than the sea. If you'd like, our guest house also rents out boats." As if remembering something else, the girl exclaimed, "Oh, they've also opened a night market recently, and the scenery there is absolutely wonderful, miss." "Really?" she mused, still drying her hair. "A night market, you say?"
The scene shifts to Lord Shenguang. He was woken by his call. "Hibris, are you awake? I saw you lying in front of the door, so I brought you in. What happened?" He touched the back of his neck, recalling what had happened before he fainted. "Lord Shenguang, are you going to report me to the Holy See? Fine, that's exactly what I want." His face darkened, a scowl mixed with a hint of sadness. "Why do all the women I want to bind to myself abandon me?" Before he was born, his mother was a young and promising dancer. She abandoned the god she served and gave birth to him in suffering, but instead she lost everything she had. The plate was thrown in anger, shattering with a crash. His mother angrily screamed, "I told you not to ask about your father anymore." His mother yelled in resentment, "If I hadn't given birth to you, my life wouldn't have been shattered like this. Because of you, every day I just want to die and get it over with." His legs began to tremble in fear. She continued to question herself in anger. "Why is my life so shattered?" He raised his arms, trying to cover his ears to block out his own mother's curses, but those words still echoed in his mind. "It's all your fault. I shouldn't have given birth to you. It was all my mistake." On nights when she had nightmares,
I would gently stroke my mother's cheek, still deep in slumber, checking for warmth. I then collapsed my head beside her, despairing, feeling uneasy and afraid that she would truly abandon me. I wanted to help my mother lessen her burden. I would follow the high priest. I also wanted to become a high priest. At that time he said, "Among the believers I know, you are the most trustworthy child. If you are determined, then follow me." I was determined to leave after becoming a high priest. After opening the door, he called out, "Mother!" But what answered him was a cold, lifeless arm. How could Mother? Hibris recalled the first day they met. Her soul was torn into pieces. It was just like my mother's. Her soul always had bruises and redness. Her face was beautiful, her eyes wide open, along with the bruised and reddened marks of her soul.
His hand gripped hers tightly. She pleaded with him, "Please help me find it. If you are a high-ranking priest, can't you go to the church and find information related to this? If I became as reckless as you, would you believe what I say? You should accept your fate and live the life of that young lady." She turned away with an icy expression. "My life was not given by God, but by my parents, unlike you who was born with divine power." That night I sat on my bed, my breathing becoming ragged as my mother appeared in my dream. She cried and blamed me. "It's my fault, my fault. On the day I blessed and baptized her, the fragments of her soul were still torn apart like that." His gaze was completely captivated by her beauty. He could only stare in a daze, especially her blue eyes that seemed to bring summer with them. So beautiful it made others breathless. Perhaps that beauty made me hesitate. "Miss Misharian, I always ask myself if I want to help you." Later, when I met her on the train, I found her soul had become more stable. Is that so? I thought she had finally accepted life in this place, but contrary to my thoughts, she was merely preparing for her complete disappearance. Upon realizing this, he was struck dumb, unable to say anything. Every time she spoke like that, I was reminded of my late mother. Both of them wanted to find death. Then she said, "Everyone wants an ending of their own, but it will be a long time before I die, so please don't worry." I began to fear that I wouldn't be able to save her, just like my mother. His hand began to clench tighter, praying to the divine, "Please, this time, let me hold this girl's hand."
He clutched his head in fear, not knowing what to do. "What should I do? I want to let everything go for you, so... But she just ignored it, thinking it was just a joke. She said, "Let it go? Don't be ridiculous." She sat there, a mysterious smile gracing her lips, her deep blue eyes full of understanding. Her hand gently reached up to wipe away the tear rolling down his cheek. She felt extremely uncomfortable receiving his pity. My prayer this time still couldn't reach the gods. Back at Aerys' place, night fell. At the bustling night market, filled with people, blended with the brilliant lights of the festival, it created a scene that was both lively and magical. The two walked side by side, lost amidst the bustling crowd. She said, "It's more crowded than I thought." She gently looked up and asked him, "Anakin, are you hungry?" But he simply declined, "No." She gently turned, catching his eyes as he scanned their surroundings, his face full of vigilance as if guarding against something. She then smiled to reassure him. "Anakin, I know the more chaotic our surroundings are, the more careful we need to be. But today we're here to relax, so you can let your guard down now."
He just slowly agreed, yes. Without hesitation, she gently squeezed his hand and pulled him away quickly. "I'm hungry," she said. "Let's go fill our stomachs first." The freshly grilled sausage, golden and sizzling, gave off an enticing aroma. She walked over and asked, "How much is one skewer of sausage?" The shop owner happily replied, "This large skewer of sausage costs 3 cents. It's made from fresh, delicious meats, marinated with various spices. Let's see, Anakin, what do you want to eat?"
As for me, before he could answer, the vendor interrupted. "Oh my, this young man is truly handsome." The person continued to ask, "You two must be a couple, right? You both look so unfamiliar. Have you just arrived here?" He just bowed his head and said no, but she didn't deny it, instead saying, "That's right, we're enjoying our honeymoon." Hearing her not deny it, he turned to her in confusion, and she explained, "He's not actually a cold person, he's just a bit shy around strangers." The vendor covered her mouth and chuckled happily. "Oh my, groom, I've met many traveling couples, but I haven't seen a bride as beautiful as this young lady. You must have saved the world in a past life. You two look so good together." He put his hand on the back of his neck, his face flushed. This made the vendor even happier. "My mood feels much better now. If you buy 2 skewers, I'll reduce the price to 5 yen for you." So she bought, "Then give me 1 regular skewer and 1 spicy skewer." She bit into a sausage skewer with excitement, savoring the delicious flavor spreading in her mouth. She handed 1 skewer to him. She bit into a spicy sausage skewer and thought, "This one has the spiciness of chili. It's been so long since I've tasted this familiar flavor again. It's delicious. It would be perfect with another can of beer." Anakin looked at her and said, "I've never seen an owner eat food that looks as good as you do. Really? And these happy moments too." She subtly glanced at him and smiled. Walking to the wine stall, the wine vendor was happily introducing their wine. "Here's the wine, a delicious kind only sold at Jardin. Come on, have a taste." She asked him, full of hidden meaning, "Do you know what we should do to have even more fun now?" He slowly looked at her with a puzzled expression.
She smiled brightly, turned to him and said, "It's wine." The two were focused on something in the bustling night market. The performer on stage called out, "Everyone, gather round, it's about to begin." As she was intently watching, he called out, "Mistress." He approached with 2 glasses of wine in a smile. "This is the wine you asked for earlier," he said. "Let's drink." Looking up at the stage, she said, "It looks like they're going to perform something." "That's right, it's a play." The performer began to introduce the content of the show. "Today's story is a heartbreaking tragedy within a family. I am the father who was brainwashed by a wicked lover, making me suspect my son, suspect my wife. It's a foolish tale where I killed my own son with these very hands." The crowd gasped in shock upon hearing the content of the performance, perhaps because it was too cruel. Now, only a witch can turn back time to help us, but if we associate with a witch, we will be beheaded for treason. Her face darkened, her eyes widened in surprise, and she said nothing. Then she smiled slyly, as if she had just understood something. "So that's it." Still smiling, she brought the glass of wine to her lips. "How interesting. This story is about royalty."
The performer continued with his act. Oh, the poor prince! Act 1. The narrator's lament rang out. How heartless! A scene of a young man, perhaps the prince. He stood tall with a look of misery, gazing up at the gloomy sky. He cried out in anguish, "I was born under the sincere will of the gods and lived as a servant of this nation, yet they abandoned me so easily." The character was now in extreme agony, as if a sharp knife had pierced his heart. He stretched his hand out into the distance and said, "I do not fear death. I only fear this country being taken over by wicked factions. Even if my body is stained with shame and humiliation, the gods above also know the truth, that my soul is pure."
Next, the prince character knelt in agony. "Oh, my younger brother, whose name I never even had the chance to know. Now I must protect this country well for you. Someday I will prove to you that I never wanted to contend for your throne. Even if I scream myself hoarse that I am innocent, those cunning and despicable schemers will still blind everyone's eyes and ears." The truth had been buried. The knife the prince held in his hand glinted under the light. Tears streamed down, words choked out. "But I will not complain, father, if you wish for me to pay with this life." Darkness enveloped the entire play. Aerys and Anakin were watching intently. As they watched this part, Aerys thought, in reality, Electo's brother seemed not to have committed suicide, but was sentenced to death.
but if it's told too similarly, it will become that story. On stage, a hand quickly reached out to stop him. No, my child, my beloved son, your innocence, your mother understands better than anyone else in this world. Run away. I beg you, put down the knife and flee from here. Even if we cannot meet again in this life, we will be reunited in the afterlife. Wherever you are, under this moon, your mother will always be by your side. The prince resolutely raised the knife towards his lower abdomen. Seeing this, she tried to dissuade her son. Stop, please. If you do that, your mother will be heartbroken. Tears rolled down her cheeks, shattering like a mother's heart. The prince weakly uttered, Mother, please don't shed tears for this incompetent son who couldn't prove his own innocence.
The knife plunged decisively, swiftly taking a life in the gloomy night. A scream echoed from the mother in the silent night. Oh my God! The mother clutched the body, utter agony clear on her face. My son! Her tear-streaked face pressed against her son's forehead. My beloved son! She wailed in despair, and in her mind now were only two words, revenge. Scene 2. In the magnificent palace, the king sat on his throne. His face was as cold as ice, his voice decisive. I cherished you more than any treasure in the world, yet you repaid that favor with resentment. The prince stood before him, listening intently. He continued, A venomous, corrupted snake, hiding its tail, lurks, waiting for the opportunity to bite me to death. The prince struggled to raise his voice in protest. I absolutely do not harbor such a desire. He asked his father, Who, in the end, whispered such lies into your ear?
Suddenly, something dawned on him. He turned his furious gaze towards that person and yelled, It was you, wasn't it? He sneered in response. I goo. Before he could retort, from below, the prince yelled, Murderer, stretcher-bearer, a filthy thief, not even as good as a pig. He said nothing but handed the emperor a paper covered in writing. Your Majesty, this is proof that the imperial consort and the crown prince have conspired to rebel. The emperor's attention was drawn to the paper in his hand. Having gained this attention, he confidently stated, They have issued countless promissory notes to recruit soldiers. He then added, There are also witnesses.
The emperor, upon hearing this, gritted his teeth, quickly crumpling the piece of paper in his hand, his voice trembling. How dare you! Below, the prince cried out, Father, don't believe that scheme! The guards below held him tightly, but the prince, refusing to yield, shouted, I absolutely never intended to betray you, father. If there is any falsehood in my words, may the heavens strike me down with thunder and lightning. At this moment, thunder rumbled and lightning enveloped the vast sky above the residence. He ordered, Imprison the prince in the spire tower and deny him even a drop of water. In the gloomy night, a furious cry echoed, Father! Father! As the prince was led away, the emperor clutched his head and sighed to the official beside him. The empress is pregnant with the imperial grandson. I need time to consider my judgment. Upon hearing this, the official curled his lips into a dark smile, yet still uttered, Yes, your majesty, whatever you wish. Scene 3. The common people lined up waiting to receive charity. A noblewoman, distributing goods, looked at their miserable state and said with pity, How pitiful, the people have to endure so much hunger and cold. She said worriedly, No matter how much food we distribute to them, it will all run out. This is not a sustainable solution to appease the people. Hearing his mother say this, the young man beside her said, Mother, I'm more worried about the children. If they were willing to study and become accomplished, they would have a chance to escape poverty. Then he sighed dejectedly, but their parents just make them go begging.
Hearing the play up to this point, Aerys immediately turned to intently observe Anakin's expression. She thought to herself, Isn't that just like Anakin used to be? On stage, the Count was seen discussing with the king. He boasted, I had planned to build an orphanage and a school near this area as part of the famine relief plan. However, I couldn't gather enough aid money, so the plan fell through. A strong voice exclaimed, Count! He continued to present his point of view. Would Her Imperial Highness and the Crown Prince be able to assist me with some funds from the royal treasury? He confidently continued. Once I can hire workers with that money, the plan will quickly proceed. Hearing this, both the imperial consort and the prince joyfully exclaimed, Of course! As soon as we return, I will give you a bill of exchange. It's merely returning to the people what was collected from them. There's nothing to regret. Then the prince approached and whispered to the Count, Count, you are even more helpful to this country than I am, so I must strive to do my best. He gently placed a hand on the Count's shoulder and kindly said, If you need anything else, just tell me. The Count, maintaining his good-natured demeanor, replied, Yes, your highness.
Whatever you wish, where no one can see. He lowered his face, a sneering smile on his lips. Perhaps I should bribe a poor motto-technical scholar. Who knows, we might need lightning. Act 4. A secret room. The group of nobles discussed. The prince is an ascetic and incorruptible man. If he were to display his strong will to consolidate royal power, wouldn't that cause a big stir? Another, hearing this, immediately said, He is still the prince now, so he still holds our lifeline.
The other indignantly retorted, "The day he ascends the throne, our fate will become darker and more obscure than the black clouds in the night sky." Hearing everyone talk about the prince's problem, someone at the table asked in confusion, "So what should we do?" The count, calmly sipping his tea, spoke up, "Of course, we must kill him." All eyes turned to him. He continued, "I cannot win him over to our side." This suggestion truly astonished everyone, and murmurs spread throughout the room. "You say kill him, meaning send someone to assassinate him?" The other cautiously exclaimed, "If we get involved, it will be an act of treason." The treacherous count smiled grimly. The king himself must deal with his son. Then there will be no repercussions. The wicked count then laid out the plan they would execute. Usually, the empress and the prince are very concerned with aiding the poor. If we entice them by saying we need money to aid the populace, they will issue bills of exchange. He continued, "After using that money to recruit soldiers, I will fabricate a story that they are plotting rebellion." A certain noble praised this plan, saying, "That sounds excellent." The king is an emotionless figure. Even if it's the prince he loves dearly, once his own life is threatened, he will readily strike him down.
Once the plan was finalized, they were overjoyed, raising their glasses and cheering in celebration. While they were at it, they also purged those loyal officials who couldn't read the room, just like that. The clinking of glasses echoed throughout the space. Scene 5. The Emperor, Empress, and Prince, a family of 3, were enjoying tea together. "What a truly beautiful day it is today," the prince said, sipping his tea. "It's so rare that we managed to arrange a day like this. It seems our harmonious gathering is being blessed." The Empress, smiling radiantly, said, "On such a beautiful day as today, I simply must share some good news, mustn't I?" The Emperor also smiled and said, "After all, what could a generous person like you possibly be so hesitant about? Tell me quickly." The Empress gently placed a hand on her belly and smiled. "I am carrying the prince's younger sibling." The Emperor immediately took the Empress's hand in delight. "Oh, my love, my Empress! Beneath that thick gown lies a beautiful new life, more radiant than the moon in the sky." Looking directly into the Empress's eyes, His Majesty said with a chiding tone, "You are carrying a royal heir, and those doctors dared to keep it from me as if it were nothing?" The Empress quickly replied, "It's because I wanted to tell you directly myself that I instructed them to keep it a secret."
The prince, hearing that, was also very happy and blessed his parents. "What good news, mother. Yes, the sun is shining warm rays as if blessing us. From now on, let us trust and live hand in hand." The emperor raised his hand towards the sky and said, "That's right, let us swear an oath under the sun." The prince felt the warmth spread throughout his chest. It truly was a good day. Waving his slender hand in the sunlight, he softly uttered, "What a dazzling day." And so the play ended, and they returned. Just then, Aerys suddenly called out, "Anakin." He turned to look at Aerys, waiting for her to continue. She didn't dare look him in the eye and hesitated, saying, "If the world he lived in was a giant play." Finally, she gathered the courage to face Anakin and ask him how he would feel. Anakin asked again, "A play, you say?" "Yes, a play where everything is predetermined, and you just have to play your part well. You might not be the main character, you could just be a supporting character, or even just an extra." Anakin replied with a bitter tone, "I guess I'd just have to accept it." Aerys was puzzled. "Why? Why aren't you angry?" Anakin smiled faintly, his demeanor relaxed as he said, "I'm not sure either, but right now I'm still trying to live my life well, and I think that's enough." Aerys turned back, her eyes wide with surprise at his answer, even if it meant he wasn't the main character. She strongly expressed her view. "If you're a supporting character, you'd be stripped of the recognition and affection you should rightfully receive." Anakin looked up, his eyes shining brightly, his voice firm. "After all, a knight isn't someone who receives attention from others. If I wanted to be noticed, I would have chosen a different profession." Aerys was speechless. "You truly have no will or goals at all, do you? Is there anything that makes you lose interest?" Anakin turned to face her, continuing, "Is that what you think of me? I've always thought that I should strive to live with the flow of life, and since everyone has to strive equally, there's nothing remarkable about me." Aerys gripped her own arm, her voice soft. "I'm sorry, you're right. Everyone is working hard to live. I completely forgot that I shouldn't casually judge others' efforts." Thoughts swirled in her mind, her effort to return to where she truly belonged. How ridiculous must it sound in the eyes of others?
Recalling the opera mentioned earlier, just as a shadow only becomes dense when it's close to the light source, those efforts only become clearly visible when they are close to death. Anakin hesitated. "I don't need others to know how much effort I put in." Aerys suddenly turned to look at him, surprised. "Huh?" Anakin confessed his feelings. "I only need my lady to know." Anakin's gaze softened as he stared at her and said, "Isn't that right?"
At this moment, Aerys's heart pounded, and she thought, suddenly my mind went blank. I have to give some kind of answer, but if I utter any words, I'm sure I won't be able to take them back. She mused to herself, I'm afraid of that, Anakin. The next day, as Aerys sat at the table waiting for the food to be served, Anakin saw the newspaper she was holding and suddenly spoke up. By the way, young lady, I think you bear a slight resemblance to Miss Misharian mentioned on that newspaper page. Aerys, her eyes focused on the newspaper's content, gently replied, I've heard that many times. She's famous, after all. Then she asked back, what about it? Anakin laughed heartily, his voice playful. Ha, I'm just complimenting you.
A zoomed-in view of a newspaper with a sensational headline. She thought to herself, a train article, huh? The newspaper reported that, regarding the disappearance of Lady Matherian, is the Monto train truly safe? The original mode of transport was by horse-drawn carriages, but using horses has the drawback of needing to let them rest and recuperate if traveling a long distance. Amidst many suspicions surrounding the girl's disappearance, will the Monto train safely reach the final station in return? Aerys ate while engrossed in the information she had just read. Currently, the grand scheme between the imperial family and the Marquis must be falling apart, and they must be on edge, right? She mused. It's quite a sight. This just makes me want to stay in this neighborhood for as long as possible.
Aerys turned to Anakin and instructed, Anakin, please ask the young server at the guest house to prepare a boat. We're going for a lake excursion. Anakin nodded repeatedly and replied, I understand. Aerys continued to instruct him. Also, tell her to pack some food for us to take along. She said cheerfully, this is going to be so much fun. And so they packed their bags and began their journey. A little girl stood by the roadside, holding a flower, her face flushed. Excuse me, lady. Aerys turned in surprise. Huh? The little girl gently tucked the flower into Aerys's hair, giggling and praising. Hee, you're so beautiful. Aerys touched the flower and smiled gently. How sweet. Afterwards, she gave the little girl a few coins, not forgetting to warn her. Don't let any adults take these from you. The little girl took them, not forgetting to say thanks. Thank you, miss. Behind them, Anakin silently observed and waited. Aerys quickly turned back, the flower in her hair enhancing her graceful appearance. Let's go, Anakin. Sitting in the boat, Aerys thought. I've been tossing and turning all night. She hesitated. To speak or not to speak? Finally, Aerys decided. It's definitely better to say it. What she said, based on what she had read, made his rowing motion halt. Anakin, you are a character from a book I once read. Aerys faltered. This world is a world from a book I once read.
He looked at her but said nothing, just waiting for her to continue. She recounted that he was a supporting character alongside Aerys, and he had fallen in love with that girl. Aerys gazed at her face on the water's surface, a fleeting sense of bewilderment as she thought, such a stunningly beautiful girl. She continued, sometimes I even feel scared, because this face no longer feels unfamiliar to me. When I return to my own world, I wonder if I'll feel strange looking at my reflection in the mirror. Aerys used her hand to disrupt the reflection on the water's surface. Her voice choked. I'm sorry, Anakin, because I stole the girl you loved. She thought to herself, I wonder how I'll feel when I lose the person I'm supposed to love for the rest of my life. I can't even imagine it. Anakin, puzzled, asked again, I don't understand. Are you saying I'm a fake? She replied, perhaps. Aerys lowered her face and whispered, it's in existence, like a character appearing in a play. Anakin was shocked to hear her say, are you sure I love that girl? Aerys replied, it was written that way. Because I've read to the end of this story. Anakin asked her, what if I don't follow what's written? Aerys replied, if you don't follow the contents of the book, the law of cause and effect will correct itself. Even if you were to use your sword to cut my throat right now, I wouldn't die, because the part where I die hasn't arrived yet. Anakin hesitated. Does that mean I'll fall in love with you at some point? Aerys flinched. She stared at him, thinking, I never thought about that. I'm not Aerys.
He hesitated, then asked her, will you love me too? Aerys turned away, avoiding his gaze, and said, no, I won't love you, so you shouldn't love me either. I was afraid I would fall in love with him, so I gave a truly selfish answer, but I was determined to leave this world. It's truly irresponsible. Looking straight ahead, she ordered, Anakin, climb over there. She suddenly remembered, realizing she had never tried jumping into the water before. Anakin stopped her. Do you mean the cliff? She replied. Mm-hmm. He assessed. That's very dangerous. Aerys smiled, her eyes sparkling with determination. There's no danger. I told you. The law of cause and effect will protect us. Suddenly, memories of the past flooded back. In a movie she had watched before, there were only two ways to escape a dream and return to reality: death or jumping into water. Looking at the scenery here, she thought to herself, the scenery is scarier than I thought. When needed, Anakin will pull me up on his own, right?
Without further hesitation, Aerys plunged into the vast ocean below, water splashing everywhere as she jumped in. The ocean enveloped her small body and she mused, I like the feeling of my body sinking. Yes, just like this. Before I develop more feelings, I must leave here quickly. As she was sinking like that, a large hand suddenly embraced her, helping her rise to the surface. She sat there, coughing uncontrollably. Suddenly, a hand gripped her shoulder tightly, and a voice shouted, Who exactly are you?
A voice full of extreme rage screamed, Are you still sane or not? Realizing who the person in front of her was, she silently exclaimed, Jason. Jason stood before Aerys, his hand gripping her shoulder tightly, his eyes showing a hint of worry. She wondered in surprise, Why is Jason here? Aerys looked at the hand that was still squeezing her shoulder, refusing to let go, and spoke up, You're hurting me, let go of my hand. She wondered, Where was Anakin? Suddenly, someone took off their coat and draped it over her. Aerys frowned, looking at Jason. You are arbitrarily touching the young lady's body? Jason immediately grabbed her arm and retorted, What right does a knight who can't protect his own young lady have to speak up? The two men glared at each other tensely. She looked at them, feeling utterly confused and grimacing inwardly. Oh my God, what kind of atmosphere is this? Back at the inn, Aerys reluctantly complained to herself, Do I have to return to the capital so uselessly? Who would have thought Jason would come to take me back? Where are you planning to go, Miss Macharian? Jason stood with his arms crossed, his face as cold as ice, blocking the way. He smiled brightly and asked her, Are you trying to run away again? Her voice was full of sarcasm. Are you supervising me, Mr. Kajar? He gave a faint smile, pointing at her. The capital is in an uproar because of Miss Macharian. People are using your image to promote the train, but in reality, the person herself has disappeared. You haven't been granted a title yet, but you've had your coming-of-age ceremony, so now you're almost royalty. She didn't reply, but thought, I never thought that Jason Kajar would be so enthusiastic in searching for Aerys to this extent. Aerys didn't reply, but just said, I want to stop by the souvenir shop before returning. I'll be back in a moment, so Mr. Kajar, please wait here. But he suggested, I'll go with you, because your knight is busy packing luggage. I'll show you a shop that supplies quality raw gemstones.
Aerys sighed helplessly. He could do whatever he wanted. The scene shifted to a gem store. The shop owner warmly welcomed them. Welcome, esteemed guests. We are Tourmaline Stone, a gem store specializing in Vivian's tears. Seeing the two of them, the shop owner quickly said, I goo, madam. Are you buying a gift? The gentleman next to you must be your husband, right? Aerys mumbled, Madam. Aerys looked at Jason's radiant smile and said, Husband, my foot. We don't have that kind of relationship. I'm here to buy a gift for a servant. Please bring out some decent items. The shop owner, flustered, bowed his head in apology. I goo, how terribly rude of me. I'll bring them out right away. Jason laughed loudly, following her with amusement. Are you really that offended just by one misunderstanding? Aerys replied coldly. I don't care. As Aerys chose a gift, she asked sternly, Speaking of which, how did Mr. Kajar know I was here?
Jason chuckled and said, You're hoping the Imperial City and the Marquis' household will be in chaos, and then no one will come to pursue you, right? Aerys calmly replied, It's later than I expected. I also didn't expect Mr. Kajar to come here directly. I came to find you voluntarily. Aerys, while admiring the stone in her hand, replied to the person beside her, Or is it that you haven't been home to your birth parents' house for a long time, so you want to visit the elders in the family? She suddenly remembered something and added, I saw that the Kajar family has been holding parties continuously for several days. He replied with disinterest, I don't enjoy long conversations with the elders in the family. Hearing that, she agreed, I don't like talking to you either. Jason, with a meaningful look, turned to Aerys and said, Well then, if we're not talking, we can do something else, can't we? Hearing this, Aerys bristled, then her foot stomped on Jason's foot. He just looked at her and smiled. You're really cruel. Aerys, with fiery eyes, said, If you're willing to use your words to cruelly tease me, then I must respond with cruelty in kind. The man stepped closer to her. I'm just concerned about you. Don't be concerned about me. Is there nothing I can do that's worth your concern?
Are you blaming me now? He slowly lowered his head to look at her. Yes, so Miss Macharian, please tell me, what do I have to do for you to care about me? She softly said, Why are you asking me that? I've never even cared about myself. Her words left him speechless. Just then, the shop owner came out, holding a velvet box containing a sparkling stone, interrupting their conversation. I apologize for the long wait. Looking at the stone in his hand, he said, This rough gemstone is called the Like Fairy, Vivian's Tears. This is a rare item, only found in the lake in this area and nowhere else. Aerys nodded in satisfaction. That's good. Please wrap about 5 or 6 pieces for me to make a necklace. The owner was delighted to close the deal. Yes, I'll prepare them for you right away.
Jason, meanwhile, was deep in thought. After the shop owner finished wrapping the jewelry bag and handed it to her, she went outside and saw Jason examining the stones in his hand. Aerys approached him and asked, Are you buying this for Lady Antiblom? Yes, I want to make it myself.
Oh, don't bother making it yourself. It's too much trouble. Just buy something ready-made. If what you make turns out hideous, it'll be nothing short of an insult to the recipient. The man pressed his lips together, his voice deepening with determination. I'm doing it because I wish for her to wear something with my personal touch. She frowned, muttering under her breath. That pervert. Aerys shook her head in exasperation. Another one even more outrageous than Hibris. Why can't there be a single decent, respectable man? Oh dear, it seems Helena is going to be miserable. She seemed to discover something interesting. Looking at the display samples, she suddenly noticed an old, dull purple stone in the box and thought, only that stone has a different color, doesn't it? Seeing her pick it up to examine it, the shop owner approached, his voice hesitant. That stone doesn't sell well at all. As you can see, its color is quite gloomy, and it also has many scratches. Aerys gazed intently at the stone, a hint of sadness in her eyes. So it doesn't sell because its gloomy color doesn't sparkle? Looking at the stone lying still in her hand, she sighed. It seems to be just like me. Aerys said decisively, Shop owner, please make me a necklace with this stone, which surprised him. Pointing to a displayed necklace, she said, make it in this style. The shop owner hesitated. Yes, that would be a bit inconvenient. She smiled coldly. It's fine. I'm not the one wearing it.
Upon arriving at the inn, Anakin stepped out, looked at her and asked, You're back. The innkeeper said there's a rumored group of bandits in this village currently setting up bases in each of the forests. He stared at her and said, Anyway, on the way back, I'll be the one driving the carriage. Aerys said nothing, only calling out to him, Anakin. Then she commanded, Kneel. A necklace with a sparkling gem was taken out, dazzlingly beautiful. Next, Aerys placed it around Anakin's neck as he knelt on one knee. The sparkling necklace on his neck, with its square-shaped stone, made for an even more striking accent. Aerys admired her handiwork, then smiled contentedly. It's done. As Anakin reached up to caress the necklace, he heard Aerys ask, Does it feel uncomfortable? Anakin obediently replied, Yes, it does. Aerys gave a small smile and praised him. Honesty is good.
She spoke with a confident demeanor that was uniquely her own. I had a necklace custom-made that would be uncomfortable to wear, you know. She thought to herself, later, every time your neck feels uncomfortable, you'll remember me. Anakin, after hearing her words, wanted to say something but didn't know how to begin. Feeling it was inappropriate, she immediately turned her head away. Oh God, I'm thinking like Jason now. Aerys cleared her throat and ordered, All right, let's depart. Meanwhile, Jason, seeing the scene, merely smiled and let out a soft hum. The carriage set off, its slow clip-clop echoing. Anakin sat driving the carriage with a straight back, paying no attention to external matters. The sound of conversation inside the carriage began. Do you know what fate awaits a noble lady and her knight escort in an elopement for love? Inside the carriage, Aerys sat upright, listening to the words of the person opposite her. What I mean is, if this truth reaches the ears of the royal family and the Marquis' house, your knight will be beheaded for daring to seduce a noble lady, and you, after that day, will be belled for life within the royal palace. Aerys felt there was no need to worry about it. An elopement for love sounds romantic, but it doesn't suit my age at all, Mr. Kajar. Didn't you see me jump off the cliff? She looked up, staring directly at him with unwavering resolve. I came to this Jando region to seek death. Jason retorted in disbelief. You're lying. Tell me what you truly feel, Lady Misharian. I know these things well. Whoever acts normally when smitten by the demon of love? Aerys's face was full of dissatisfaction. If you think I'm lying, then so be it. The conversation fell silent. Jason didn't understand, and it took him a while to utter, Why? She felt slightly annoyed and asked back, Must there be a reason? The atmosphere between them seemed to grow heavy. He asked, Is it because you regret something? Aerys's emotions remained unchanged. It's precisely because I have no regrets that I sought that death. Aerys radiated a glow under the sunlight, her aquamarine eyes looking straight ahead into the twilight. She continued, Even if I were to join my ancestors right now, I wouldn't have a single regret. She also had her own calculations in her heart, and no matter how she explained it, Jason would ultimately not understand, for he was a person who yearned to live, even in the moment he had to depart, to bear the heavy responsibility of a dragon slayer. Jason fell into contemplation upon hearing these words. Aerys expressed her view. Kaisa, I am not like you. I don't have an absolute desire to live just to see Helena again, so stop spouting nonsense with that superficial sympathy. Jason immediately interrupted Aerys. How could you understand the weight of my heart, Lady Misharian? If you could step into my heart, you wouldn't be able to utter those words. She immediately interrupted him, saying, Do you need to go this far? The conversation couldn't find common ground. Aerys angrily retorted, As you said before, someone who has undergone the coming-of-age ceremony like me is no different from royalty. It is you, Mr. Kajar, who should be careful with your words.
Suddenly, the horse seemed startled, whinnied repeatedly, and came to a complete stop. A shout rang out. "Is this the carriage?" Someone immediately replied, "That's the one." The two people inside the carriage stopped their conversation, turning in surprise. "What's that noise?" A group of people blocked the carriage's path, shouting loudly, "Hand over Lady Michelin now!" That's indeed the carriage carrying Lady Michelin. Jason, sensing trouble, immediately opened the door. He got out of the carriage and began to negotiate. "If you agree to step aside, I will spare your lives." The masked group burst into laughter upon hearing this. "What nonsense is this brat spouting? It's you who should get lost if you want to keep your pathetic life."
Jason showed no panic, lightly touched the sword at his hip and warned, "Don't blame me if you regret this later." Aerys witnessed this, quite worried, thinking about the recent rumors. She had heard about this rumor, the rumor that a group of bandits was lurking on every road, wanting to capture Lady Michelin for ransom. Jason turned to her, urging, "Lady Michelin, quickly get on your horse with your knights and leave now." She spoke up, full of surprise. "What did you say?" She stood up, full of worry. "What about you?" Jason was quite nonchalant, feeling it was nothing major. "What's the big deal? If this were the entire group of bandits we had to face, I would deal with them all at once and then leave with you. But it seems that's not the case."
Under the afternoon sun, Jason stepped forward, a bright smile on his face, reassuring Aerys. "I will willingly accept Lady Macheron's criticism and punishment when we return to the capital, so please don't be too upset." Aerys impatiently interjected, "Oh, you, Mr. Kajar." Suddenly, the clatter of horse hooves approached. Anakin, on horseback, reached out to her, urging, "Master, quickly, take my hand." Before she could refuse, Anakin immediately grabbed her hand and pulled her forcefully towards him. "No, wait!" She was instantly pulled onto the horse with Anakin, in a state of panic. Anakin reassured her, "Relax your body and lean back against my chest. That doesn't make you uncomfortable, does it?" Her face was filled with terror. Anakin sharply tugged the reins and spurred the horse onward. Aerys looked back, full of worry for those left behind. Jason, in the twilight, did not turn his head as the clatter of hooves carried her further and further away. The sun gradually set. On the stony path, she asked Anakin, "How much longer until we reach the capital?" Anakin replied, "We still have about 2 days' journey ahead." She said tiredly, "By the time we arrive, my backside will probably be completely worn out." Anakin immediately suggested, "How about we stop by a village to buy a seat cushion?" Aerys immediately agreed to the suggestion. "All right, fine." Anakin leaned down, prompting, "Well then, tell me a story."
They sat on the same horse, whispering confidences. Aerys was a little surprised. "Me?" Anakin avoided her gaze and replied, "If you're not comfortable, then—" She looked up at him, cheerfully agreeing. "No, it's fine. What story do you want me to tell? What about yours?" In the quiet forest, their conversation broke the silence. Anakin said, "My story must be very boring, because my life has no significant events." She immediately interrupted him. "Not everyone lives an exciting life, you know." Anakin's voice was pensive. "If I have to tell my story, then I want to tell it in the present, because I don't want to revisit the past." Aerys's small face was pensive, wanting to say something. Her small head was filled with many thoughts. Even if she were to become a part of his past someday, he would still peacefully move forward, wouldn't he?
It seemed that to Anakin, I wasn't a very important person. He was merely showing loyalty to his master. Anakin interrupted her thoughts, saying, "So don't make me look back at the past, and don't ask me what the future holds. I am an incompetent and uneducated person, so I can only do one thing at a time." Aerys looked up, a different thought seemingly in her mind. Then she bowed her head without speaking. Aerys gently leaned against Anakin's firm chest, asking, "What are you doing now?" He honestly replied, "I am currently helping my master return." Aerys's heart was a tangled mass of emotions. Her goodwill towards Anakin surged. This person truly was good. After Anakin finished speaking, he fell silent. "Even if I act selfishly, he doesn't complain, and wholeheartedly stands by me. He is my person." Amidst her emotions, she closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. "Even if I return to my original world, I will engrave him in my heart for a very long time, so I hope he will be like me." Each sincere word echoed to the heavens, forever engraving me in his heart. Not long after, they finally arrived at the mansion. The magnificent and splendid castle, usually quiet, was shaken by a loud shout. "Lady Aerys!" Aerys was surrounded by a group of people, asking, "Where on earth did you go? You disappeared like that. What was I supposed to do? Do you know how worried I was?" She spoke to reassure them. "I bought gifts. Everyone calm down." Someone standing on an upper floor looked down and called out to her. "Aerys!" Marquis Canavan ordered with a cold expression. "Come into my room, and until I call, no one is allowed to approach. Understand?" She looked up, but said nothing. She followed, opened the door, and entered the room. "Did you call me, father?" The Marquis turned his back, his emotions unclear. "Why did you do that?" The Marquis turned his head back, and the atmosphere grew even more tense. "Do you think you can escape my sight?" She calmly asked back. "I don't understand what you're saying." The Marquis grew even angrier.
Do you truly not understand why I advised you to find your own knight? It was so you could avoid the attention of others and confront the dirty and evil things. Aerys expressed her opinion. You speak such strange words. You chose Anakin as your child, not me. The Marquis, at a loss for words, could only utter one word. Child. Aerys began to ponder. It seems there's a plan. By the way, I should just say it now. He has probably already noticed the change in me.
She crossed her arms over her chest and declared loudly, "That's right, and besides, I'm not your daughter, am I?" she said casually, her tone teasing. "If that's the case, then I don't want to pretend anymore." The Marquis, provoked, clenched his fists. "How dare you?" Aerys was completely unfazed and fearless. "Let me tell you, if you don't want me to die, then don't threaten me or say things like you just did. The truth is, I really want to die." Kasnavan hesitated, but finally said, "It seems my daughter is very rude and wicked." Hearing this made Aerys giggle, full of amusement. He faltered, "Laughing?" The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy, her voice like something from the underworld. "Yes, it's truly hilarious." Her gaze sharpened. "Your daughter, after all, you don't love your own daughter anyway." The father-daughter atmosphere fell silent, words unspoken. Her heart was filled with bitterness. If the Marquis truly loved Aerys, he wouldn't have raised his daughter this way. The Marquis always accepted what Aerys wanted, but what Aerys wanted was to be useful to her father.
She said sarcastically, "If you loved your daughter, you would have abolished this arranged marriage, but you pretend not to know anything just to seize power." The servants bowed their heads, their emotions unclear. Aerys spoke without reservation, her words like a slap to the Marquis's face. A smart person would notice the change in their daughter, so how could you not know her resentment towards the Crown Prince? Facing each other. The daughter asked, "Will you help me if I tell you?" The Marquis didn't rush to answer. "It depends." She wasn't too concerned with his answer. "I still have others who can help me better than you." Aerys weighed the pros and cons. If he knew her plan to die, he would never help her. She calmly looked at the Marquis and thought, "He must be very anxious. He doesn't know who I am. I am not Aerys."
She was full of confidence, completely fearless. Threats or negotiations had no effect on her. Now, she was a card that could threaten the Marquis, and it would be a waste to discard her. Just as the Marquis was about to speak, he was interrupted by a knock at the door. Knock. Both of them shifted their attention to the door. "Who is it? I said not to disturb me." From outside, a voice echoed, "I am a servant from the royal palace. I am here at Her Majesty the Empress's request." Aerys wondered, "The Empress?" The servant opened the door and stepped in to explain. "Her Majesty has something to discuss. She has requested Lady Mezellion to come to the palace." The Marquis was puzzled. "Now?" "Yes, the carriage has already been prepared." Aerys immediately bowed to her father. "I dare not keep Her Majesty waiting, so I shall depart now, father. I will return later." The Marquis agreed. "Very well." Aerys left with the thought, "Look at me differently now. I am the one holding the hilt in this relationship," leaving her father feeling helpless behind. At the Imperial Palace, Aerys sat face to face with the esteemed Empress. She toyed with her teacup, thinking to herself, "So much tea." The Empress spoke first, dispelling her thoughts. "What, lady? Do you think I would poison you?" Talking to the Empress made Aerys have to be resilient and feign sincerity. "No, not at all. I'm a little embarrassed, but I can't drink hot beverages, so I'm just waiting for it to cool down a bit." But in her mind she thought, "As if you'd insult people's intelligence so much. The Empress wouldn't be foolish enough to poison someone so overtly."
The Empress spoke first, cutting her off. "I didn't think you would be able to stay in that room. Aren't you just like that? A child who gets jealous when not given the most attention?" Aerys thought, "In a situation like this, all you need is a confident smile." She then said, "I am a foolish girl, so I don't understand what you are trying to say. Could you please explain?" The Empress's words were disjointed. "It seems you've become smarter as you've grown up." Aerys remained silent, listening intently to her words. "You know I was the one who gave that child those clothes, don't you?" She remembered that day, not expecting the Empress to confess so readily. The Empress spoke leisurely, as if recounting a simple story. "I know you always have a spare outfit for any occasion." Aerys closed her eyes, pondering. How did Lady Alterbellum get that outfit without His Highness's help? I just thought that. Was I right?
She clapped her hands in applause without a hint of sincerity. Lady Mezellion is truly intelligent. She is even more perceptive than the Crown Prince. You've thought correctly. She opened her eyes, looking like a venomous snake. I helped that girl get that dress. I threw away the dress Sir Kajar gave her and replaced it with yours. Aerys questioned, "Did you lie to her?" I thought she was a noble of some standing, but she bluntly retorted, "Aerys, I despise you, Lady Mezellion."
The reason she gave couldn't have been more absurd. You are too strong and heartless to become the crown princess. If the Marquis were to marry into the imperial family, what would the situation become? Aerys speculated. That's why you chose Lady Anteblaum, a commoner who has lived as a maid for so long and knows nothing about being an empress or a crown princess. She spoke of others as if they were pawns. That girl is gentle and kind, so she will be loyal to the imperial family. Her words painted a picture of an innocent, ignorant Helena. She spoke frankly, without any reservation. The crown prince's heart has been stolen by her beauty, so there's no need to worry about future descendants. As for becoming empress, I just need to teach her.
Aerys looked sharply at the Empress, having already drawn her own conclusions. The Empress didn't see her as a daughter-in-law, but as a puppet. Both she and the Empress were alike in not seeing Helena as a human being. She put down her teacup and got straight to the point. Lady Machirian, let's be honest with each other. The Empress said without a hint of remorse. I'm blaming you for causing me shame. No matter what you think of me, I have always hated you. Her face uttered horrifying words like an emotionless machine. Aerys, I want to kill you. Aerys listened to him differently, as if it had nothing to do with her. I want you to die in agony. Even if you weren't the one who killed my son, everything was caused by the Marquis. Wicked thoughts crossed her mind. When her eldest son died, did the Empress scream and cry like in a play? The Empress trembled unconsciously. Since that day, every night, I've coughed up blood. My life has turned into hell. I don't care if I have to kill an innocent person and go to hell. The Marquis also killed my innocent son. You think so too, don't you? She gritted her teeth, losing control more and more. I want to torment you, bring you to the palace and starve you, making you wither away until death. But the two men who killed my son are trying to elevate you to the position of crown princess.
Aerys truly didn't know what to say. After all, she wasn't responsible for the death. She softly called out, Your Highness. Aerys frankly stated her opinion. I do not wish to marry the crown prince. Upon hearing this, the Empress froze for 5 seconds. She immediately questioned, Didn't you love the boy for a long time? While enjoying her tea, she softly said, In this world, isn't love something that easily changes? You know that well yourself. Without any fear, she continued, I once considered love everything, but not anymore. If your Highness permits, I request to annul this marriage. What the Empress cared about wasn't her opinion, but the opinions of others. She asked, Does the Marquis know? Whether my father knows or not is not important. She thought, She doesn't care about Helena's and Alec's thoughts. She's only curious if the Marquis knows, but I don't care. I just want to break off with the Crown Prince. Looking directly into her eyes, she asked, Your Highness, what's important is whether you understand my feelings, isn't it? The two of you should sit down and talk frankly. I will take your place, as you are busy with countless tasks, to instruct that young girl, just as His Majesty would. Moreover, if you directly step in to instruct that young girl, it might inadvertently spread false rumors, attracting the attention of others.
The Empress, upon hearing this, hesitated, unsure what this cold person was thinking. Aerys, however, was extremely restless, her mind racing with thoughts. Agree to it. I need a chance to be alone with Helena. After all, to reach the ending of this novel, I must kill Helena in one go. Only then can I face the death penalty. But in the original story, Aerys never tutored Helena. Her face gradually grew serious. Could I be rejected because of the law of karma? The Empress's words jolted her awake. Indeed, you and my son are not a match made in heaven. The Empress took a sip of tea and continued. Alecto needs a girl who knows how to be a little more obedient. Aerys's heart stirred, and she immediately thought of a counter-strategy. She accepted. She stood up, bowed to the Empress, and took her leave, her mind filled with thoughts. Finally, I can move on to the next step. As she walked along the spacious corridor, she pondered her plan. Since I've already sought the Empress's help, the sooner I act, the better. Now that I'm at the Imperial Palace, I should probably meet Helena to decide on the tutoring schedule for later.
Aerys looked around, searching. Where is my maid? Suddenly, her gaze fell upon something, her emerald eyes shining brightly. Aerys's eyes had landed on the mirror in the distance. That one. She rushed towards it. In the mirror, a figure gradually appeared. Not her own reflection, but Medadia, standing with her arms crossed as if she had been waiting for a long time. Seeing her, Medadia immediately spoke. You've returned safely, haven't you? Aerys retorted sarcastically. It seems you people can pull strings from the shadows, can't you? Medadia disagreed, saying, Pulling strings? That's called giving a signal. Aerys didn't want to argue, immediately replying, Just get to the point. I can't have a long conversation in the Imperial Palace. Medadia began to instruct. I found a solution. Seeing Aerys listening intently, she continued, Go straight to my shop. Medeia's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, making Aerys ponder. Even though this was a world from a novel, being burned at the stake for suspected witchcraft was better than killing an innocent person, especially since the Aerys in the novel had to kill Helena anyway. The scene shifts to a well-furnished room.
Medea handed Aerys a piece of paper floating in midair, telling her to open it and see. Aerys only looked without speaking, so Medea boasted, "Oh, I had to go through a lot of trouble to find this." Inside the paper was an object. As soon as she held it, Aerys immediately opened it, full of surprise. Inside was a golden sword with a square red gem accent at the junction between the blade and the hilt. She immediately stated her opinion, that it seemed impossible to even use this sword to open an envelope. Medea immediately provided information. "It's a sword that changes shape according to the will of its wielder. You should stab someone with this sword." Aerys was confused. "Stab whom?" Medea, emotionless, replied, "Who else? The person whom the owner of this body was originally supposed to kill." Aerys raised the sword high, her voice hesitant. "You're telling me to stab Helena with this?" Medea said with a nonchalant expression. "Yes, bathe her in blood." Aerys completely doubted the veracity of this statement. This thing didn't even have a blade. It was entirely just a crude weapon. This remark made Medea laugh. "I already told you, it will change according to your will. You must genuinely want to kill that girl for it to work." Aerys remained silent. The conversation gave Aerys a headache. She subtly swallowed, feeling a chill in her heart. "I let my guard down. Maybe it wouldn't have mattered if I hadn't gone to kill anyone. I tried to avoid poisoning Helena. But now I'm being told to directly stab her to death? Even though it's the same crime of murder, the feeling of guilt is worlds apart."
An image of Helena crying like rain, sobbing, appeared in her mind. I made a mistake if that was truly our last meeting. Finally, she made up her mind. Just turning her into gold is enough, isn't it? Do I really have to stab her? The last sentence truly surprised Medea. Why are you suddenly sounding so weak? I remember you saying you'd do anything to return to your own world. Has knowing her for so long disheartened you? Her purple eyes seemed to see through the mortal world. Have you grown fond of her? Aerys closed her eyes, hiding her emotions, and retorted, "Ridiculous." Her mind was a tangled mess of thoughts, as questions she had never pondered before now flooded in. Is it all right to sacrifice an innocent person like her to save myself? From the perspective of the victim, would she feel indignant or wronged? Helena would surely want to live. The image of Helena hugging her loved ones as a child, and the process of being hurt as she grew up, softened Aerys's heart, making her ponder. Even if her current life was a bit difficult, she firmly believed that happiness would come someday. She completely deserved to enjoy those benefits, but I value myself more.
Medea interrupted her thoughts, immediately performing a spell. A jar materialized in her hand, floating in midair. "Another offering is needed. Tears. You should use this jar to collect them." Aerys asked in surprise, "What kind of tears?" Medea said as if it were obvious. "Haven't I told you?" Aerys immediately grew curious. "What?" Medea tapped Aerys's forehead and said, "You're intelligent, aren't you? Go figure out what kind of tears I'm talking about yourself." Aerys's face clearly showed her annoyance. To joke in this situation. She recalled her previous conversation with the Queen, in the luxurious room where the Queen's voice echoed. "Yesterday, Alecto came to me, his mother. He begged me that he wanted to marry Helena, not Lady Macharian, because he feared you would come and usurp the position of Crown Princess. Lady Macharian, out of my high regard for you, may I offer you a piece of advice?" Aerys continued to listen attentively with a smile. "Most willingly, Your Majesty."
The Empress spoke, her words seeming to come from someone else, not from the elegant woman before them. "Although Alecto doesn't seem to consider Miss Macharian his daughter at all, you should dress like a streetwalker to tempt him to try. Do you understand what I mean?" This old woman grows more ill-mannered with age, Aerys thought, listening patiently as the Empress continued. "But if you appear unexpectedly, perhaps Alecto will glance your way. Although Miss Macharian's face cannot compare to Helena's beauty, it's not so ugly as to be an eyesore." This made Aerys the subject of ridicule among the Empress's serving maids. Aerys still smiled, showing no change in expression. "Thank you, Your Majesty," she said. "I will engrave Your Majesty's advice in my heart."
The Empress had not anticipated her reaction. "All right, you may withdraw." Watching Aerys's figure disappear into the distance, she closed her eyes, leaned back in her chair, and ordered, "I want to see Helena. Summon her to me at once." The servant quickly complied. "Yes, Your Majesty." She thought, "Empress, sometimes even Melpomene feels disillusioned." Melpomene was the goddess of song, but later became the goddess of tragedy. She often wore a mask of sorrow in the type of boots typically used by tragic actors. One hand held a dagger or sword, while the other held the mask. If one were to speak of mistakes, it would surely be Marquis Macharian. He himself felt truly despicable for having vented his anger on an innocent person like Aerys. Elector spoke up during afternoon tea. "There was no other way, for on my way to see Mother, I happened to encounter Helena." Helena chimed in. "I know I should have hurried here. I truly apologize for being late." Elector said affectionately, "Helena, that's not your fault. If Macharian had known better than to beg you to take a walk with her, you would surely have come straight here." Helena clarified, "Elector,
She tried her best to prevent misunderstandings. Aerys didn't know I was summoned here by the Empress. Elector immediately dismissed it. What do you know? Being too kind isn't good. The Empress immediately interrupted. Crown Prince, you said you met Lady Macharian on your way here. The Empress had an ulterior motive. Empress Melpomene had been thinking about that day. It wasn't necessarily today, but facing Elector precisely today must be a compensation paid by Aerys, because that girl loved Elector so dearly. Elector replied smugly. Yes, I met her in the back garden. Lady Macharian used to frequent the palace even without being summoned, so it's nothing out of the ordinary.
The queen took a sip of her tea, interrupting. I wonder if that girl cried when she met you. Electos pondered, startled by Helena's question, and replied simply, how could that be? He spoke with contempt. She's the daughter of a viper after all. Even if she wanted to show a little anger, there's no way she'd resort to crying. To this day, I've never once seen Miss Macharian cry. She always wears an unpleasant smile. Today was no different. She smiled. The queen lowered her head, looking at her teacup. The surface of the tea reflected her image, and she chuckled softly. Ha ha. Her eyes slightly lowered, concealing her thoughts. Queen Melpomene thought back to that day. Indeed, it was true. It seemed Aerys hadn't cried at all in the end.
The queen whispered in response, Is that so? So that's how it is. Having witnessed it briefly, the queen also understood a part of it. Queen Melpomene did not shed a single tear, because the woman had killed her own children with a foolish deception. She had no right to cry, but Aerys's behavior made the queen see her in a different light. Yet, why wasn't Aerys crying at all? Her words were etched into the queen's mind, her elegant demeanor while drinking tea, uttering unexpected things. In this world, what is there that changes as easily as love? Surely your majesty knows this well. If your majesty permits, I wish to sever this bond here. In the darkness of the night, she sat silently before the mirror on her dressing table, lost in thought. She bowed her head, the heavy burden of the woman half hidden by her hair. How pitiful, how truly pitiful. Though innocent, because of the father's sins, she was alienated by the one she loved, and ultimately lost all hope. Then she suddenly looked up, muttering, Her life is truly pathetic. She said to herself in the mirror, But I am the most pitiful one, so this is unavoidable. No matter how wronged and tragic her life may be, I am the only one who has been betrayed by the one I loved and lost my children. She reconsidered the words she had heard from Aerys. After all, one cannot live solely on love. The queen suddenly raised a hand to touch the wrinkles at the corner of her eye. A storm brewed within her. Very well, she thought, just as she said, love is even more fragile than a blooming flower.
Queen Melpomene was also lost in thought today. The queen closed her eyes and stood up, her heart growing darker and darker. There was an old and wicked monster in the mirror. A new day began, clear and cloudless, and the sound of conversation echoed through the capital. Mistress, did you call for me? Aerys handed Anakin a bag of silver coins and instructed him. I had some business earlier, so I haven't given you this yet. She continued as she walked. Take it home to your younger brother. You can stop by your house for a bit on the way and then come back here. Anakin immediately reacted. How can I accept such a large sum of money? Aerys cut him off. Don't worry if it's not your money. Anyway, I'll have to stay cooped up at home for a while, so stop rambling and just go. When Anakin tried to take her hand, he was accidentally pushed away. She turned to look, letting out a soft gasp inwardly. He froze for 5 seconds. Then Anakin spoke up. Mistress, would you come with me? This surprised Aerys, who had to ask again. Why? Anakin used every reason to persuade her. I hope my mistress will come with me. In response, Aerys always found it puzzling. But why? His bright, handsome face, full of integrity, replied, Because I don't want to leave my mistress alone. She looked at him with an expression that spoke volumes. After speaking, Anakin became shy, blushing and lowering his head, which Aerys found quite endearing, as he was usually not good at making demands.
She immediately agreed. All right, let's go then. Anakin was overjoyed. Are you serious? She urged him. Go make arrangements before I change my mind. Anakin immediately obeyed. Yes. A little while later, they arrived at the boy's house. He knocked on the door rudely. Bang, bang. Kithia came out to open the door and asked, Who is it? Anakin replied, It's me. Kithia immediately joked, Who are you? Anakin cut him off, his voice serious. Stop joking around, we have a guest. Kithia chuckled mischievously and swung the door open. You never bring guests home. You haven't even brought a girl home once until now. After opening the door, he was stunned when he saw Aerys. Full of surprise, the boy exclaimed, Miss, why are you here? Oh no, I don't mean I don't like it.
Kithia immediately pulled her brother's hand and whispered, Are you crazy? I haven't even cleaned the house yet. Aerys spoke up to answer for him, clarifying the boy's unspoken question. I only intended for your brother to come back alone, but he pulled me along. The boy's jaw dropped in surprise. What? Seeing the clean and tidy house, Aerys secretly sighed in relief. She had worried about how a child could live alone, but it was tidier than she thought.
What a relief. Watching Anakin's siblings talk to each other, she pondered. At first, she had even planned that as soon as she fired Anakin, she would bury her face in a pillow to feel the agony. She was also sure that it would be a time to mourn her own fate before becoming a cold-blooded killer. In the end, remembering the conversation with Medadia, she had to be sincere, truly wanting to kill that girl. Aerys fell into deep thought, and yet it was so hard to get a chance to cry. While she was lost in thought, Kythia spoke up. Shall I bring tea for you?" Her eyes shone like headlights. Aerys skillfully brushed it aside. "Let your brother make the tea. I have something to tell you, so come over here." Kythia's face was bewildered. "Talk to me?" The two sat down properly to talk. Aerys asked a simple question. "What's your name?" Kythia obediently replied. "My name is Furtu." The child was uneasy, fidgeting with her hands.
She asked again, "The name you chose yourself?" The boy's eyes lit up at this and he immediately boasted, "Kythia, it's Kythia." She tilted her head and praised, "That truly is a beautiful name, isn't it?" She secretly admired the boy in front of her. Because he hated the name given to him by his father, who had died from alcoholism and gambling, he had chosen a new name for himself. How cool is that? Then Aerys got straight to the point. "I came to see you today to—" A money bag dropped onto the table with a clinking sound. She continued, "To transfer the payment I promised you last time, including your work in destructing Hibris." The boy's eyes gleamed as he looked at the money bag, utterly astonished, as Aerys continued. "Of course, it also includes hush money." Overjoyed, the boy stammered, This is all the money?" She gently explained, "Well, if you think hush money is the price for a life, then this isn't a large sum at all." Kythia felt extremely excited. "Thank you, milady, thank you." While the two were talking, Anakin brought over a glass of water. Aerys continued to instruct him. "Take this money to buy sweets and snacks to share with the children in the neighborhood. It's not easy to win over people to act according to your will." The teacup was placed with a soft clink in front of her. Anakin stood respectfully behind his mistress. Aerys cheerfully resumed the unfinished conversation. "Oh, that's right. When I was buying gifts for the servants at the tourist spot, I also picked out something for you." As she spoke, she reached out and placed a necklace with a prominent pink birthstone around the boy's neck.
The boy, flushed with joy, took it. She asked for his opinion. "Are you pleased with it?" Kythia's words were filled with the excitement and joy of a child. "Of course I'm pleased. This is the first time in my life I've ever seen such a beautiful gemstone. Thank you, truly thank you." Aerys continued to advise the boy. "Now that you have this, you should sell the earrings I gave you last time to make ends meet." He slumped, unwilling. Oh, okay." Seeing this, she quickly reassured him. "I'm not ordering you to." The boy brightened up again. "Yes." Anakin's face was filled with a gentle expression as he watched the warm scene. All jokes aside, now for the main point. Aerys began. "Actually, Kythia, I have another task I'd like to entrust to you." The boy immediately agreed. "Anything, just tell me, please." "You must find someone for me, someone well-versed in royal etiquette, but that person must currently have no ties to the royal family."
Her beautiful face was full of schemes. If possible, finding someone who hates the royal family would be best. If I want to teach Helena, I must first be perfect myself, because in reality, I'm just like her. I don't know royal etiquette either. I only need one chance to stab Helena to death during class. But, continuing to speak with Kythia, "How long will it take you to find that person?" The boy, full of confidence, replied, "A week should be enough. I'll contact them through my brother." The intelligent boy made her praise him aloud. Very clever. The boy gave his brother 2 gold coins. "Brother, please use this money to buy sweets and bread, so I can distribute them to the children, as the young lady requested." Anakin didn't agree immediately, but turned to ask for her opinion. "Is it all right if I do that?" She immediately agreed without hesitation. "I permit it. Go and come back." As soon as Anakin received permission, he immediately left. Before leaving, he added, "All right then, I'll be right back." Aerys watched him go, full of admiration. To command his brother so skillfully, he must often make his brother run errands. While she was lost in thought, Kythia pulled her back to reality. "Do siblings often laugh these days, sister?" She was quite surprised. "Well, not very often. Why do you ask?"
The answer truly surprised everyone. Kythia was dumbfounded upon hearing it, despite his happy appearance. Kythia thought of Anakin's past self. The boy told Aerys that sometimes he was scared of him because he was like a puppet controlled by a witch. The figure, who was always stiff in every situation, had now become more human. He merely breathed, without conveying the sense of a living person. The boy snapped out of his memories. "Does my brother have a name yet, sis?" Aerys replied, "I've already named him. I call him Anakin." The boy was very excited. "That's a really good name." Aerys praised the boy in return. "You're good at naming things too." Aerys truly knew how to talk to children. "Why don't you name your brother?" Kythia lowered her face. "He said he doesn't need one." Kythia quoted her precious older brother verbatim. "Anyway, no one calls my name, so even if I had one, it would be meaningless. He told me that. My brother doesn't want to create meaning for his life, because living with emotions in the underworld only leads to pain."
Aerys looked at the boy in surprise, not expecting such a young child to possess such mature thoughts. Kythia shyly scratched his head to hide his embarrassment, thanking her for giving him a meaningful life. His shy face made her sigh in admiration. His ears were even flushed red, exactly the same. It reminded her of Anakin shyly asking her to accompany him, because I don't want to leave my mistress alone. Meaningful, huh? It's all the same. Then Aerys made a suggestion. Putting that aside, what about you? Why don't you come to my house and be a servant? The boy disagreed. Oh no, thank you, miss. Kythia immediately waved his hand in refusal. I understand you're worried about me, but this place is my home, and in this neighborhood you can live as long as you have money, sister. And most importantly, the boy's bright face lit up, full of confidence as he assured her, if you have a sewer rat that can help you tear apart the slander behind your back, it's much more beneficial to let it loose outside. Suddenly there was a clattering sound, and he immediately brightened. Oh, it looks like my brother's back. Seeing the boy happily hugging food, yet possessing such an extremely bright way of thinking, Kythia's actions and thoughts made Aerys see him in a different light. If he had been educated and raised in a better environment, he would surely be a child who could achieve great things. He truly was a precious boy in many ways. Who knows, perhaps one day he would become the emperor of this neighborhood.
She took a sip of tea, silently contemplating. Before leaving this place, should she introduce it to Medadia, she would surely be extremely pleased. Returning to the mansion, master and servant walked one after another. Suddenly, Aerys spoke up. Why didn't you refuse? Anakin couldn't keep up with her thoughts. What are you talking about? She turned her head to look directly at Anakin. I mean, when I named you, Kythia said you refused when she tried to name you. Anakin was surprised, not expecting her to ask about this. He asked back, why did the young mistress name me? Anakin bowed his head bitterly. If someone were to name me, I would hope that person would be the one to call my name the most. I suppose these are words I won't utter many times in my entire life. He took a few steps forward, as if to make the person in front of him hear clearly. You know that, don't you? Anakin's voice was full of sincerity. Actually, young mistress, you don't need to give me a name. It seems I've only recently understood that. You just need to use me as a convenient tool. That's all I wanted to tell you. He held out his hand, Aerys's face full of unspoken thoughts, staring at that hand. Then she also placed her hand on it, gently but warmly.
He raised Aerys's hand to his forehead. Anakin spoke. My lady intentionally gave someone like me a name, so I had a premonition that you would call my name many times in the future. He closed his eyes, feeling the warmth of that hand. No matter where you go or what you do, please always call my name. Anakin, full of sincerity, held his mistress's hand. I believe it is my good fortune to escort you. Anakin's actions made Aerys suspicious. Suppose I return, what do you plan to do with that name? Anakin couldn't come up with an immediate solution. We'll see, he said. I intend to become a wandering knight, as you advised me before. With his brown eyes matching his hair, he gently spoke warm words. It wouldn't be bad at all for the name given by my mistress to be spread everywhere. This made Aerys feel a strange sensation in her heart. Even if she were to leave, he would easily say things that showed he would depend on her. A straightforward young man. Did Aerys name him? What was the name she originally gave him? Her hands clenched tightly. She vaguely pondered the original story.
What happens in the original story after Aerys dies? What will become of him in that segment? Because only Anakin's future is absent from the original story, I can't predict anything at all. This tormented Aerys, wondering if he could survive even if she died, if she could save him. The evening light stained the mansion. Emma held a letter. Miss, an invitation to a tea party has arrived from the Duke of Kajar's residence. Aerys, who was sitting with her legs tucked on the chair reading a book, asked in surprise. A tea party? What's that about? Emma explained. It's Lady Kajar's upcoming coming-of-age ball. It's only natural that she would seek advice from Lady Masharian. She mused. If it's Lady Kajar, she must be Jason's sister, right? The carriage steadily moved forward, remembering the letter's contents. Dear Lady Masharian, I hope you have been well. Lately, I cannot hide my anxiety about my upcoming coming-of-age ball. How can I become as beautiful and elegant as Lady Masharian? I am well aware that Lady Masharian, as the fiancée of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, is extremely busy. If I could receive your personal advice, I would consider it the honor of my life and cherish it forever. However, if you are unable to agree, please feel free to decline. I will absolutely not be upset.
By this time, Aerys's carriage had arrived. A servant called out loudly, Lady Masharian enters. She stepped out of the carriage. Aerys wondered if those words were meant to tell her not to come at all. A group of young masters and ladies laughed and greeted each other. The party was truly noisy and bustling, but also reeked of pretense. Good afternoon, Lady Morgan. Oh my, Lady Jilly grows more beautiful by the day. With a weary, reluctant expression, Aerys thought to herself, they probably just sent an invitation to Aerys as an afterthought, since they were already sending them out anyway. I was foolish to come here. No wonder the maids insisted I dress impeccably. They probably didn't want me to appear subservient before them. Suddenly, words caught her attention. She looked younger than usual. Duchess Kajar spoke, holding a fan and smirking arrogantly. Lady Masharian, Aerys's inner warning echoed. Duchess Kajar.
Jason's mother, the Duchess, immediately spoke with sarcasm. "If you stand next to His Highness in that attire now, you'll surely look like close siblings." Aerys immediately retorted, "Lady Kajar has matured quite a bit, hasn't she? Do all women of the Kajar family grow up so fast?" The Duchess covered her triumphant smile with her fan and said, "Unlike the Macharian family, who hold wealth in their hands, the Kajar house has a mission to wield swords. Perhaps that's why we are so serious." Aerys, if she didn't respond, it was one thing, but when she did, she hit hard. "So you must strive not to age faster than others. Thanks to living in luxury, I will age gracefully." She secretly felt bitter. Aerys's enemies were everywhere. The Duchess's smile vanished, unable to say anything further. The more she thought, the more she pitied that unfortunate girl. Before Aerys officially became the crown princess, they all showed contempt to hurt her. The tea party remained trivial and pointless. A certain lady spoke up, expressing, "If I had known it would bore Lady Macharian, I wouldn't have invited you at all." To be precise, the first debutante ball for high society usually followed the mother's tradition. The blonde-haired lady, whose face looked like a villain, interjected, "Oh dear, Lady Morgan, even though her mother passed away early and she couldn't learn from her, Lady Macharian completed her debutante ball splendidly."
She suddenly curled her lip, full of disdain. The ceremony was incredibly lavish. Aerys felt she was nothing but foolish, treating the Marquis family like parvenus. Her audacity truly knew no bounds. She gently picked up her teacup, gave it a slight shake, and the tea rippled. "It seems that in Miss Morgan's eyes I look quite boring, don't I? With a single gesture, I can indulge in whatever I desire." These words attracted everyone's attention. Huh? Aerys hadn't done anything. She just sat there and smiled. "The tea is still hot, isn't it?" The brown-haired young lady stammered in fear. You're taking your joke a bit too far." Aerys seriously asked back, "Do you think I'm joking?" The blonde young lady jumped up and shouted, "Are you now threatening to splash tea on Miss Morgan? Such a cruel disposition will sooner or later be abandoned by His Highness." After saying that, she realized she had made a blunder, and her face fell even further. Oh no.
Whispers and chatter rose. "Honestly, it's not like it's a false statement, is it? Everyone knows what happened at Macharian's coming-of-age ceremony. It's true, if it were me, I'd be too humiliated to ever hold my head high again. That's my point." Aerys was visibly annoyed, speechless. The more she thought, the more furious and annoyed she became. They were exposing her as the loser, not the crown prince, weren't they? Suddenly, someone interrupted the tense conversation, a hand gently placed on Aerys's shoulder. "I have something important to discuss, so please forgive my interruption." Aerys smiled amiably. "With your permission, everyone, may I take Lady Macharian aside for a moment?" Everyone noisily greeted him. "Oh my, Lord Kajar!" He should have just kept quiet. The more he spoke, the more he messed up. The more Aerys listened to Jason, the more annoyed she became, but she silently let Jason finish. "It's perfectly fine to go for just a little while, as I have something extremely important to discuss." The crowd responded, supporting Jason. "Yes, of course, go carefully, Lord Kajar." Aerys thought something felt wrong. They don't even need my permission, do they? Jason took Aerys's hand and pulled her away. "Let's go, Lady Macharian." He pulled her away before Aerys could even say, Wait!
Jason pulled Aerys, who had 1,000 questions in her head. What was that? Why was it like that? As they walked out to the flower garden, Aerys protested. "Hey, let go of me, Mr. Kajar. Let go of my hand." She yanked her hand away. "Ugh, I told you to let go." She stopped and stared at that innocent, guiltless face. Lowering her head, she rubbed her throbbing wrist and softly groaned. "Ugh, it hurts so much." Jason spoke up. "You should thank me." She turned and retorted. "Thank me for what?" Jason calmly explained. "I saved you from that awkward situation." Aerys immediately felt annoyed. "If I had to say, you saved Miss Morgan, not me. If we had stayed a little longer, that hot tea would surely have been spilled on her face."
Jason heard that and smiled. Is that so?" Aerys frowned, her mind racing, genuinely annoyed. By the lake, Jason spoke first. "Miss Macharian, don't we still have things to talk about?" With one sitting and one standing, Jason continued, "It's rare for Miss Macharian to be so determined to come here." She immediately retorted, "I didn't." Aerys, full of arrogance, said, "I am someone who deserves to be forgotten if I cannot escape that position." Jason unconsciously sat down next to her. Aerys didn't care at all. "So, Mr. Kajar, please disregard everything concerning me." He spoke softly. "May I inform His Royal Highness the Crown Prince about your mental illness and related matters?" She heard it like a bolt of lightning. Aerys turned to speak, almost losing her composure. "Are you in your right mind?" Jason said calmly, his tone devoid of any threat. "Of course, even if the Macharian Marquisate is incredibly talented, the royal family will not tolerate it, because madness is not allowed to mix with the royal bloodline." Harris's expression turned serious again. Her voice became subdued. "Fine, if you want to speak, then do so." She frankly told the man who had just threatened her, "Let's see who will be treated as insane here."
Besides, it seems you've misunderstood something. I no longer long for that crown princess position." Jason looked at her demeanor and felt at a loss for words.
She frowned, feeling her words weren't believed. "Why are you looking at me with that kind of face? Did you think I would love His Highness for my entire life?" He turned his head away and spoke, to my surprise, because Miss Masharian always held deep affection for His Highness alone. I mean, she only had eyes for him. She leisurely turned away and calmly stated, "I've realized that affection cannot be called love. Perhaps those words also apply to Mr. Kajar." Aerys thought about the original story. In the original story, Helena still didn't love Alecto. If Jason wanted to win Helena's heart, he shouldn't just treat her with mere affection. Doing so would only expose Jason as a perverse and cunning individual. Jason stared at her, who was rambling beside him. "I've realized the truth that His Highness will not love me in this lifetime. Can I rest for a bit now?" He spoke, his voice not entirely certain. "Is that why you want to die?" The words seemed to vanish into thin air, carried away by the wind. After a period of silence, she stood up, not wanting to argue. "Mr. Kajar can think whatever he wants. After all, you won't believe anything I say."
Jason also put his hands on his thighs and stood up, following suit. "I'll trust you, so go ahead and tell me." Aerys expressed, "I can't trust you. The moment I show any weakness, you threaten me. How can I possibly trust you?" He didn't even realize it. Am I really like that? The more she spoke, the more contemptuous Aerys's face became. Isn't it utterly despicable for a knight to seize a lady's weakness and then threaten her? He heard that and found it reasonable. That makes sense. I don't know why, but whenever I'm in front of you, I just become despicable." Seeing this, Aerys quickly turned away and immediately scoffed. "It's fine, because I find it even more nauseating when you try to act cool." She quickly walked away, leaving Jason behind, leaning on his hands and shaking his head in disbelief, saying, "Honestly, I might be a scoundrel, but Lady Masharian is truly harsh on me." Aerys didn't think it was worth her concern. "I treat everyone equally, so are you really so idle that you bother yourself with me?" Aerys turned her head and said with certainty, "If I withdraw, Lady Antiblom will become the next candidate for Crown Princess."
Jason froze, his face went blank. Aerys turned and walked straight away, hastily leaving a remark, "What needed to be said has been said, so I'll take my leave," leaving Jason rooted to the spot. His eyes filled with panic. He was astonished to realize he had completely forgotten Helena. At the Marquis' mansion, a servant stood opening the carriage door. Looking down from the upper floor, it seemed the Marquis had a visitor. The old woman, having just alighted, continuously gave instructions to the servant. Standing high above, she remarked, "She found an etiquette teacher faster than I thought." Anakin added, "She said there's someone who meets the conditions the master set." Upstairs, Aerys looked, asking with little interest, "My, she looks quite healthy and sharp. Who was she before?" Anakin answered the question. "She was the wet nurse of the late Crown Prince." Aerys secretly praised, "Kythia chose the right person." As the door opened and she entered with great presence, Aerys saw her requirements perfectly fulfilled, fluent in royal etiquette and hatred for the royal family. The woman walked steadily, her face stern. Everything, of course, just like in the original story, a person who would curse Masharian more than anyone else. She spoke with an unparalleled arrogance. "My enemies seek me?" Everything once again matched Aerys's requirements. Aerys had to praise Kythia's class. She was indeed a perfect fit. The scholarly, beautiful, yet sharp Aerys spoke, giving an order. "Anakin, escort Miss Antiblom here." In her heart, she was ready to watch the show. The chess pieces were all set. Helena. In the royal palace, someone immediately called out, "Antiblom." The girl cleaning a vase quickly replied, "Yes, I'm coming right away."
Helena, beautiful and radiant, with a dazzling smile, asked the person opposite her, "What's wrong?" Her chess game was already underway. Now, let's begin the lesson. The Crown Prince's wet nurse and Aerys sat opposite each other. The old woman spoke first. "You're asking me to teach etiquette?" Aerys didn't deny it. "I heard you are an excellent teacher." A servant brought tea, and the trickling sound of pouring tea broke the quiet atmosphere. The wet nurse felt puzzled. Lady Masharian would have completed this course when she was young, wouldn't she? Aerys sat upright, demonstrating her refined upbringing from childhood. She replied vaguely, "There are many reasons. The role of the student and the role of the teacher are entirely different." Hearing this, the wet nurse understood that Aerys herself was not the one to be taught. "Teach whom?" Aerys explained, "I must undertake the education of a certain girl by order of Her Majesty the Empress. Do I need to tell you who that girl is?" The wet nurse didn't rush to agree. She took a light sip of tea and said, "That's quite important, as I need to gauge where to begin teaching." Aerys confirmed the identity. "Lady Antiblom."
She picked up the teacup and said leisurely, "She is the daughter of His Highness Electo's wet nurse, and now she is also a low-ranking servant." Wet nurse Justa spoke with disdain. "A family member of a traitor? What kind of young lady is that?" She spoke unhurriedly, her tone devoid of sympathy. "I have to teach an uneducated country bumpkin. I suppose you'll have to start over from the floor, won't you?" She spoke without reservation, and Aerys listened intently. "As you know, before I became His Highness Latatio's wet nurse,
I was once the teacher of the Crown Princess. This made Aerys pay attention. She was the wet nurse of the late Crown Prince, and also the teacher of the Empress. How could her hatred for the imperial family be even greater than she had anticipated? She spoke, her voice unforgiving. Because I was once the Empress's teacher, I was able to survive the Great Purge when His Highness passed away. Saying this, the wet nurse stood up, holding the teacup. She flung it with a splash, emptying the cup. Aerys was drenched, covered in tea. She frowned and thought. Anyway, I didn't have high expectations for this.
The wet nurse shouted loudly, "There's only one reason I set foot in this detested Macarian mansion. It is to witness how that man, struck by lightning for killing another's child, raised my daughter." The maid beside her was startled. "What on earth are you doing? How dare an old woman, clinging to life thanks to past connections, behave like this towards the young lady?" The maid quickly offered a cloth to wipe Aerys's face. What should we do about this?" Aerys brushed it away. "Stop it." The young woman weighed the pros and cons in her mind. If they made a big fuss, outsiders would gossip, and that wouldn't be good. Justa remained silent, her face darkening as she stared at her. Aerys ordered, "It's fine. You may leave." The two sat down calmly to talk. Aerys raised a hand to wipe away the remaining water on her face. The woman didn't understand Aerys's intention. "Why did you send your maid away?" Aerys looked mysterious. "Because I need to reveal things that shouldn't get out."
She gently placed the neatly folded handkerchief on the table and asked Justa again, "Why do you think I insisted on calling you here?" The ill-mannered old woman, completely lacking in tact, replied, "You're ashamed because you forgot the imperial etiquette, aren't you? And you can't ask anyone in the royal family." Aerys immediately laid her cards on the table. "You're wrong. If that were the case, I wouldn't have needed to ask the boy from the slum to find you. I told you who you would be teaching, didn't I? Why would that girl be learning imperial etiquette?" Justa vaguely realized something. Could it be? Aerys stood up and turned away. His Majesty and the Marquis are both unaware of this truth. Only the Empress, you, and I know this truth. She stated firmly, "I think the common ground among the three of us is that we all hate those two men. Am I right?" The wet nurse immediately retorted, "I haven't heard any rumor saying that Lady Machirian hates her father." Aerys turned her back, revealing only her silky hair. "What's good about letting outsiders know about internal family strife? They'll just spit in my face."
The Crown Prince's wet nurse was also wise, offering a very reasonable point of view. Even if she gave up that position, it wouldn't be a major blow to the Marquis. She turned her head, her voice firm. "I will personally bring that person down. You don't need to worry." The protagonist's aura burst forth as she turned her back to the light, her voice assertive. "Therefore, the answer is—" This gaze left Justa speechless. After a long moment, she finally had an answer. "All right, this old woman will teach Lady Mirian. I am quite a strict teacher, so you'd better prepare yourself." The morning sun sparkled on countless golden flowers. Amidst the bustling scene of the magnificent palace, Aerys appeared, drawing gasps of admiration. Whispers rose incessantly. "Isn't that Lady Mirian?" She walked amidst pointing fingers and stares. "Her attire is so simple I almost didn't recognize her. What reason could she have for coming to the imperial palace without dressing properly?" Aerys glanced at them with an unfriendly look. She always came to the imperial palace dressed exactly the same. Let people do as they please. Dressing up in glittering finery would only cause inconvenience when teaching Helena. Aerys's gaze was like daggers, making the servants dare not look her directly in the eye. Everyone moved aside. Heiko rolled her eyes, secretly lamenting the outfit, which had already drawn too much attention. If light, simple attire were in fashion, how wonderful that would be. But as she walked towards the palace, she inwardly groaned. "Oh no, more importantly, Helena, please don't be foolish for my sake, I beg you." Helena opened the door and stepped in, fresh as a pure white rose. "Did your grace call for me?" Upon hearing this, Aerys immediately sighed. "Of course, there's no way this girl isn't foolish. At the very least, I just hope she's a little less foolish."
Aerys immediately said, "You can come in." She turned her head to look back, assessing the girl. She hadn't said anything, hadn't touched her, yet this white-haired girl was already cowering in fear. Lady Mycarian. Her face was utterly foolish. Why would Lady Mycarian call me? Seeing this made Aerys sigh in exasperation. Despite such a small space, she still didn't know how life in the royal palace unfolded. In truth, everyone in this palace adored Helena. This girl only needed to let out a single cry, and she wouldn't even need to lift a finger, because people would automatically seek revenge for her. In the end, she drew a conclusion. She would end up playing the role of the crying Helena again, wouldn't she? Aerys then spoke up. "I intended to summon you to the Marquis's estate, but since you are a maid in the palace, you cannot leave the royal grounds. Her Majesty the Empress has chosen me as the suitable person to educate you." This surprised Helena. "Educate me?" Aerys explained briefly. "The road ahead is long, so come over here and sit down."
Helena felt something was off and immediately questioned, "Wait, the reason? I want to hear the reason. Why does Her Majesty the Empress want someone to educate me?" Aerys, not wanting to beat around the bush, said coldly, "You can ask directly when the course ends. Miss Antenblom is wasting my time." Helena was still hesitant, but Aerys lost her patience. "Do you need to ask more?" Helena spoke with hesitation, but Aerys's face had already become scrunched up and annoyed.
Aerys slammed the table with a bang, making Helena jump. "Straighten your back, Miss Hantenblom." The words seemed to possess a power that made Helena's spine go ramrod straight. Helena stammered, "Huh?" "Yes, yes." As Aerys spoke, she demonstrated, walking closer as she said, "Your shoulders must also be straight. Watch me carefully. From now on, you are not to avoid my gaze." Aerys called her name. "Helena." She looked up. Face to face, Aerys declared, "From now on, I will turn you into a human being." Helena stood agape, listening to Aerys speak. Until now, Miss Antenblom had temporarily escaped the notice of the nobility because they no longer guarded against her. Aerys observed and drew her own conclusion. Don't be like Helena if you want to be treated like a human by the imperial family and nobility, because in this world, the more vulnerable you are, the more cruelty you will receive. She walked around Helena, advising, "The Crown Prince can only protect you to a certain extent. You must show everyone that you can stand on your own 2 feet.
Aerys walked over and patted her shoulder, her voice even, neither fast nor slow. "If you want that, the first thing you need to fix is your posture and communication demeanor." Walking behind her, Aerys straightened Helena's back. "How can you discuss and be honest with each other without eye contact? Straighten your back." Helena obediently complied, "Yes." Aerys rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Her gait isn't bad, so I suppose that's acceptable for now." Then Aerys turned, pulled up a chair, and probed, "Miss Antoblom, what is the extent of your basic knowledge?" For a moment, Helena didn't understand her meaning. "Pardon." Aerys listed the qualities of a lady for Helena. "Can you read and write? What about dancing?" Helena sat down in the chair and answered her. "Writing, I did learn to write. I don't quite understand, but..." Not wanting a lengthy explanation, Aerys only wanted to know what she needed to know. "So what about dancing? What about the polonaise, waltz, mazurka, cotillion? Do you know them?"
Helena shyly shared, "No." Aerys sighed, "Well, I wasn't expecting much anyway." Many thoughts ran through her mind. After all, in the original story, Helena didn't get to go to school until she became queen. The teacher and student began their lesson. "So, before we begin learning etiquette, I will teach you how to write. Open the book in front of you." Helena obediently complied, "Yes." She taught Helena the simplest things, from table manners to choosing outfits and adjusting her gaze to be elegant. She emphatically instructed.
She also praised Helena. Fortunately, Helena was smarter than I had worried. Helena softly recited poetry by the window, plucking down the blue moonlight and sending it to his dwelling. "I will hang it above the tent and illuminate the whole world." The teacher, roughly her age, must have felt comfortable watching. She recites poetry quite well. It seems she learns even faster than I do." In her heart, she also wanted to add, "Actually, I still need to teach her how to ride a horse. After all, she has some experience riding a horse a few times on Veju Island. Or perhaps the Crown Prince or Jason could teach her during some future romantic event." Thinking this, she decided to move. "I'll soon move on to the next lesson." This caught Helena's attention. "Oh, where are you going?" Aerys left an explanation and simply walked away. "I'm going to change my clothes and we'll be right back." Changing clothes out of the blue made Helena wonder why. She asked again, her voice uncertain. "Clothes?" Taking off her cumbersome dress, she draped it over the barrier. She sighed for a moment. It had been a long time since she last wore trousers. Reaching to fasten her shirt button, Aerys seriously considered her teaching curriculum, which ultimately turned out to be a dance class. She tied her hair into a ponytail, finding this experience quite interesting, indeed a challenging one, as she had to master both the male and female dance parts. She recalled the scene when she practiced with Anakin. Justa specifically named him as her dance partner, saying he would be Lady Masharian's partner. Upon being designated, Anakin was stunned. "Me? Me?" During practice, she spoke apologetically. "Did I just step on your foot?" Anakin reassured her. "It's all right. Please continue." The two whirled and twirled under the instruction of Nanny Justa. The two danced stiffly, with the nanny instructing them step by step. "Lean a little to the right. Straighten up." Each time they failed, the words echoed again. Once more. She secretly felt sorry for Anakin, thinking he must be very tired from dancing with her. After changing her clothes, Aerys stepped out. She called, "Lady Antoblom." Stepping out like a queen, full of charisma, Aerys commanded, "Quickly put down that book and come to the center of the room." Starting another lesson immediately, without a break, she announced, "We will learn dancing." Extending her hands with elegantly splayed wrists, both graceful and cool, Aerys suggested, "Let's start with a mazurka." Helena looked astonished and stammered. "Lady Masharian will be my dance partner?" Aerys said casually. It might be a little awkward during practice, but only for a moment. Helena watched intently, listening to every word. Taking her hand, Aerys thought of the next lesson to complete. First was the mazurka, then the cotillion, the polonaise, and finally the waltz, moving from simpler to more complex dances. Mistakes were inevitable when learning. Seeing Helena almost fall, Aerys reassured her, "Stand closer and shift your hips back like that, or your weight will be on me." Helena, flustered, said, "I'm sorry." Aerys smoothly guided her through each movement. Suddenly, Aerys pulled Helena close, holding her waist tightly. This closeness made Helena extremely flustered. Aerys instructed, "Relax. The stiffer you are, the easier it is to lose the rhythm." Helena stammered, "It's too close, too close." Aerys didn't beat around the bush, explaining simply, "That's how you dance the waltz." "All right, slowly now, each step up and down with the beat." Aerys warmly guided her step by step. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Helena carefully followed her instructions, while Aerys was lost in thought. Helena was always so beautiful. She was truly beautiful. How much more stunning would she be when she fell in love? Helena's face was so innocent, untouched by worldly impurities. Aerys continued to muse, thinking that all the flowery words in the world wouldn't be enough to describe her beauty. Aerys lost focus. So which would be faster, her falling in love with the crown prince, or staining the dagger red with her blood? The image of the dagger reappeared in her mind, and Medadia's words echoed. She only needed to truly desire to end her life. Helena's dress swished as she spoke, pulling Aerys out of her thoughts. "Lady Materian," Helena said in a melancholy tone that left Aerys at a loss for words, "are you planning to make me the crown princess?" Aerys didn't know how to answer. Aerys immediately told the truth. "To be frank, it's because the Empress ordered it, so I agreed." Helena wondered, why?
Helena voiced what she had heard. Lady Materian loves the crown prince. Aerys, with an expressionless face, said, "I don't understand what you're talking about." The words made the atmosphere awkward. "Don't you see that no matter how much effort I put in, His Highness still loves you and utterly despises me?" Helena stammered. "For me," she hugged her arm, full of unease. "His Highness has never asked me if I love him." Aerys laughed like a villain, her cackle sounding classic. Her cackle made Helena unable to help but feel afraid. Her face looked as if she had seen something terrifying. Just hearing Aerys speak made Helena's face turn pale. "You ask why? Because I don't care about your feelings." Her thoughts were just as sharp. Now Helena also needed to break free from her excessive protection to listen to the truth. She stepped forward, getting straight to the point. "This is a game between me, the Marquis, the Empress, and His Majesty. Someone like you who holds no power is merely a pawn." Posing a question to enlighten Helena, "Do you think I became His Highness's fiancée because I love him?" Helena's face went blank. "Isn't that so?" This angered Aerys. Truly naive. "This life isn't a fairy tale, is it? It's because His Imperial Highness, the Crown Prince, is the most suitable person to be my backing," she said in an extremely nonchalant tone. "Even if I were to love someone else who isn't His Highness, I would still get engaged to His Highness." Helena's face froze, as if glued in place. "If you can, try loving His Highness and see what happens."
Dropping a few words like atomic bombs, Aerys turned and left, for if she loved someone else, that person wouldn't survive. Helena felt incredulous. Is she implying Alec would go around killing people? Alec wouldn't use such cruel tactics. Aerys didn't want to waste words on someone whose head was filled with romance, so she just said, "Go ahead and believe that then." She thought that even if she regretted it later, it wouldn't be her responsibility. Even if the Crown Prince assassinated a few people, she absolutely wouldn't be affected. After listening for a long time, Helena finally managed to ask a question. "Why do you wish for me to marry His Highness?" Helena clenched her hands, waiting for Aerys's utterly weary answer. "Because I hate His Highness. I'm completely fed up." Helena's face paled as she shouted, "How can that be? For such a petty, fleeting reason?" Aerys's reaction remained perfectly normal, nothing out of the ordinary. "Do you feel wronged? Are you very indignant? But I am the kind of person who changes their mind for such trivial reasons, and someone like me has the standing and power to do so." Turning back, she showed Helena a new path. "If you feel wronged, then focus on your studies, become the Crown Princess, and then you will have the power to take revenge on me." Each word was like a direct blow to the heart of the girl who had yet to experience life, impressing upon her that one must first possess power to realize one's desires. Aerys departed, leaving behind an undeniable order. "If you've understood, then I will now restart the class." Aerys went straight out. "I won't let you hear any more crying," Helena said. She gave instructions and then disappeared from sight. "When you have free time, practice today's lesson content. I will check it in the next class." The door slowly closed, and only Helena's voice could be heard. "Yes." Aerys was resting on a chair, chin in hand, watching the sunset, when there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock. Someone entered and reported, "Lady Materian, Her Majesty the Empress summons you." Not knowing what the old woman wanted, Aerys reluctantly said, "I'll be right there." Pulling her rustling skirt, she stood up. She stood looking at herself in the mirror, her mood changing, and bowed her head, sighing, "I'm so tired." Thinking about her conversation with Helena, she kept wondering, standing with her arms crossed, full of unease, she said, "You didn't ask me anything else, did you? Whether I love His Highness?" Aerys felt a throbbing in her head. "Oh, Helena, I did ask that, didn't I? But it wasn't you, it was the Empress."
Recalling her meeting with the Empress, she sternly asked, "Does that girl love His Highness?" With a reply that made no attempt to hide the other person's arrogance. "She will love the boy. How could anyone refuse love whispered by someone as wonderful as Alecto?" Back in the present, Aerys lowered her eyes, her expression darkening as she thought. "I'm merely relaying the Empress's answer to you. If everything unfolds as she says, wouldn't that be the most perfect happy ending?" Aerys's thoughts drifted. "At least until I stab you to death with the knife I received from the witch." In a room filled with the refined pleasures of the nobility, the Empress rested her chin on her hand and asked, "What have you taught the girl so far?" Aerys thought with utter disgust. Today she's once again sitting there, high and mighty, entrusting me with bothersome tasks. The other person was, after all, of higher status, so even if she didn't want to, she still had to present. Noble greetings, dining etiquette, ballroom dances, and appropriate conversation during dance music. I also taught her things like choosing clothes and jewelry. The Empress, who did no work herself, spoke as if she knew best. "It's still a lot, but at least you've taught the girl the most basic things." Aerys bowed and said, "I thank you." Inwardly, she had to suppress her annoyance. Endure it, she thought. Think of it as serving a superior.
The Empress suddenly ordered everyone to withdraw. "You all leave now," she then inquired. "I plan to present Helena at the coming-of-age ball of the Kajar family's daughter. What do you think?" Aerys immediately replied, "I believe that would be a suitable time, Your Majesty," inwardly agreeing with the method even more. If it's the coming-of-age ball of the Kajar family's daughter, it would certainly attract the attention of the nobles. It turns out the Empress had a reason to criticize her. The Empress's masterful planning was evident. If this ball were missed, they would have to wait for a while, as the future crown princess could not be presented at a mediocre venue. Aerys had no choice but to accept the responsibility. "I will diligently instruct Lady Anteblaum until the coming-of-age ball of the Kajar family's beloved daughter," she thought to herself. In any case, the Empress would continue to entrust her with Helena's education, as there was still a significant portion of the original novel's plot remaining. Now she remembered quite a bit. Aerys in the novel was not disengaged, it was just that with the Empress' permission, Helena would become the crown princess, even in a situation where the engagement could not be broken. Aerys in the original work even witnessed Helena becoming the crown princess in her stead.
They had a mutual affection for each other when things were not clearly defined. "I love you, Helena," Elector said. The original story turned Aerys into an unacceptable person who eventually snuck into the bridal chamber to commit a mad act. And then, with her head close to Helena's, Aerys assassinated Helena. She smirked as she watched Helena fall heavily to the ground. Aerys clutched her stomach and laughed, satisfied with her anger, unaware that Elector was standing behind her. He was too shocked to speak, only stammering, "Helena." His face turned deathly pale, and it took him a long time to find his voice, calling out desperately, "Helena, no!" The storyline gave Aerys too tragic an end. She was discovered by the crown prince at the crime scene that night, and so Aerys was executed. Returning to reality with a heavy sigh, how wonderful it would be if that outcome could be brought about before this ball. She seriously faced the Empress, who then ordered, "Call the wardrobe mistress and personally choose an outfit for Helena." For the sake of the plan, what else could Aerys do but obey? "I understand." The Empress's sarcastic voice rang out again. "If it's you, I'm sure you can happily choose clothes for your rival for as long as you like, can't you?" "Of course," Aerys still smiled. "Who said that those with lower social status must endure such things? If Lady Anteblaum were to choose a childish dress, I would also be in an awkward position." Secretly, I felt annoyed on behalf of the original Aerys. If it were the real Aerys, she would have surely cried for nights. After all, she was a cruel girl. Finally, dusk fell, and Aerys strode through the breezy corridor. Suddenly, she saw a familiar stranger before her, and instantly felt incredibly unlucky. She was utterly exhausted. It was time to go home, yet her fate had turned out like this. Alec Thor was lumbering towards her. Aerys thought of a countermeasure, deciding to pretend not to notice him to get it over with. With that thought, she bowed her head, playing dead. She had been wandering around all day without a single grain of rice in her stomach, so she had no energy left to verbally spar with the crown prince. The two passed each other like strangers. Alec Thor frowned, feeling uncomfortable. Suddenly, this fellow grabbed her slender hand, pulling her to a halt. This fellow spoke up. "Are you now determined to ignore others?" She turned her head, evasively replying, "It seems I'm tired, so my vision is limited. Please forgive my disrespect." Alec suddenly looked even more detestable, and his words were far from pleasant. "If you can't kneel when asking for forgiveness, at least look at the other person's face." Alec suddenly tightened his grip, making Aerys wince in pain. "Ugh," she spoke up. "Please release my hand." She swayed unsteadily, secretly lamenting that working all day without food had made her dizzy and lightheaded. Alec Thor was also startled, and it took him a moment to utter a coherent sentence. "What's wrong with you?"
The girl behind her was speechless. "Did you eat something wrong?" Aerys had nothing left to say. It wasn't that she ate something wrong, but that she wasn't allowed to eat.
She didn't understand why Elector cared about Aerys. Perhaps Elector's true nature wasn't bad? Hey, if it hurts, I'll call a doctor. Suddenly, Aerys was supported by another arm, and a concerned voice asked, "Are you all right?" She turned her head to look, and it was Jason. Internally, she screamed, "This guy always appears out of nowhere." Annoyed, Aerys spoke up, brushing her clothes with a dismissive gesture. "Please move away." Jason casually joked, "Oh, come on, don't be like that. Give me a little hope, Miss My Solarian." Suddenly, Elector spoke up, drawing Aerys's attention. "What are you doing?" The Crown Prince looked at them coldly, repeating his words once more. "I asked, what exactly are you doing?" Aerys and Jason looked at each other without speaking. Jason even cheekily asked back, "What doing?" He said with utmost sincerity, "It's just pure good intentions, Your Highness." Aerys's face scrunched up. Why do these two guys have to argue in front of me when they could argue anywhere else? The atmosphere felt like they were about to come to blows.
She sighed wearily. Who knows whether the two of you want to break ties or engage in strategic cooperation? Deal with it yourselves. I'm going home now. In this kind of situation, avoiding it is the best strategy. Immediately, she called her person. "Anakin, come here." Moving swiftly, Anakin spoke. "Did you call me?" Anakin, handsome, gentle, and kind, the type women liked, appeared right behind the prince. The two conversed as if no one else was around, leaving Jason and Alec to watch, speechless. "Hug me." Anakin immediately complied. "Forgive my disrespect. Carrying her in a princess carry, it looked so romantic." Aerys spoke, asking for permission. "You must hate seeing my face, so I'll take my leave first, Your Highness."
Jason curled his lip in disdain at the Crown Prince's situation. Anakin nodded in greeting. He held his master and walked straight ahead, leaving behind two people of no ordinary status. The streets were crowded, yet he walked with Aerys in his arms as if they were alone. Whispers enveloped them, but did not affect the two. "Did you see that? Lady Myssarian is being held by a strange man. Even if he's just a servant, how can a proper lady entrust herself to a man like that? It's truly scandalous. No matter what, she's a girl unfit to be His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's fiancée." Aerys wrapped her arms around her servant, softly calling, "Anakin." He immediately replied, "Yes." She leaned on his shoulder, confiding, "If you also hate me, please say so when you feel it. I'll try to understand you." Anakin seemed to be thinking, but couldn't put it into words. The young lady also had some rather amusing thoughts typical of a rich girl. Now she didn't care about being hated, but she didn't feel comfortable at all. Anyway, in front of Anakin, she wanted to put on a bit of a show of dignity because she didn't want him to see her broken state of mind. Anakin carried her up the high steps, breaking the current silence. "Have you forgotten? I swore to be loyal and obedient to you." He spoke of the day he knelt before the sword, bowing his head to this girl and making his vow. She interrupted him, leaving him speechless. "I already told you I wouldn't make you obey me, regardless of temptation or hardship." He gently sat her down on the chair, then softly spoke to reassure her. He knelt down very solemnly. "If you wish, I will now swear one more oath." A solemn oath, the proud kneeling posture of a knight. "If a day comes when even you hate yourself, I will absolutely never let go of your hand." He used his sincerity, the most solemn oath for the girl in front of him, causing many emotions to well up in Aerys. "Blindly? Then you mean I can manipulate you as much as I want, because you are entirely my possession." That seemingly emotionless face seemed to crack invisibly, Aerys's mind in turmoil because of the young man in front of her. "That's right. I need someone who wouldn't mind even if they discovered my soul had become twisted, and only him." She couldn't calm down, her heart like a wave, igniting a sharp, stinging sensation from her toes. "I'm afraid you'll discover the sound of my beating heart."
But perhaps being discovered is also good. Lifting his face, breaking the silence, she spoke. "Anakin, you—" Suddenly, in this moment, she let her heart win over her mind, a turning point, falling for someone not so great. She knew that better than anyone, but in this moment, Anakin's face was flushed, instantly scoring points. This person was just too adorable. She said with amusement, "So you've lost your mind." His expression returned to normal. He asked again, "Are you disappointed?" This was like warm water flowing into the depths of Aerys's heart. How could this be? How could she be so infatuated with him? Aerys lowered her head close to Anakin's face. No, this moment seemed to stop. Her heart surged with waves. He came to me so intensely, like a planet that created Earth in ancient times. Aerys stated with conviction, "I am very, very pleased." Under the fountain, a change had slowly taken place in someone's heart. The heart of a young girl newly in love is incredibly adorable. "You created me in such a special way."
The next day, Aerys came to inform Helena of the plan. Half a month from now, she would make her debut at Lady Kajar's coming-of-age ball. Helena was quite surprised. Huh? Half a month from now? Even after all this time, Helena was still not settled, still with that awkward demeanor and stammering voice. I'm still not mentally prepared. Aerys listened but paid no mind. There's enough time, so you don't need to worry. A moment later, the reluctant young teacher instructed. Today's lesson has ended, but please stay because there's still work to be done. Helena repeated uncertainly. Not a lesson, but still work to be done? A servant entered to announce, interrupting the conversation. Madame T-Rose has arrived. Aerys ordered. Let her in. A pair of splendid shoes appeared. An elegant lady greeted. Good afternoon, Lady the Sherian.
Seeing your beautiful face, young lady, has filled me with emotion today. Coincidentally, I've also found a silk ribbon that would suit you perfectly. Sitting down, Aerys got straight to the point. I didn't call you here today to make clothes for me. The lady, looking uncertain, asked, Then for what reason? Aerys calmly suggested, I hope you will make an outfit for the young girl sitting next to me. Helena let out a surprised gasp. Despite her beautiful face, the lady's character was peculiar, and she showed prejudice. Oh dear, excuse me, young lady, but my clothes are for ladies of noble status. Even if the young lady sitting next to you is beautiful, it's simply not possible, is it? Aerys exposed her. Didn't you secretly take my ceremonial dress during the coming-of-age ceremony and put it on this girl? Helena shrank back in embarrassment. The lady, however, casually smiled and defended herself. At that time, it was due to a special compelling situation. How could a small clothes merchant like us refuse a royal command? Aerys did not allow refusal. If that's the case, then this time you must wholeheartedly make that outfit. Aerys pointed to Helena. Because this girl is about to be introduced to high society by royal command. Aerys then told Lady T-Rose her task. In half a month, please design a dress for her to wear at the coming-of-age ball of the Kajar family's beloved daughter. T-Rose pondered. Giving a preliminary assessment as an experienced person, and looking at Helena's obedient appearance, she said, From what I see, this girl has received crash course etiquette training, hasn't she? I doubt if she can survive among young ladies of noble status, but, well, if this girl wears the most expensive dress and appears in public, no matter how arrogant the noble young ladies are, there will be a way to deal with it. Helen, flustered, waved her hand, indicating it wasn't necessary. No, it's not necessary to prepare an outfit for me. It's fine. The price must be very expensive. But this was not Aerys's concern. She was just doing her job, so she interrupted. The expenses are sponsored by the royal family, so there's no need to worry.
Helena suggested, Then I'd rather go to the outskirts to buy clothes. Aerys rapped the table with a sharp thud. She warned, refusing excessive privileges in accordance with etiquette is different from acting in a lowly manner, not knowing right from wrong. Helena froze. Now you're acting ignoble, Miss Antoblam, she explained patiently. Your dance partner that day will be His Royal Highness Crown Prince Electo, a person of noble status who will lead the country in the future. Standing shoulder to shoulder with such a figure, and you'd wear clothes bought from a flea market? If you wear market clothes, will the nobles automatically praise you for being thrifty or something?
No, absolutely not. They will humiliate the royal family. They will come up with things one cannot foresee. How much tax money is collected, yet they can't even buy a proper formal dress for a commoner dance partner. The more she spoke, the more Helena felt increasingly uneasy. Just think about it. If you do that, won't you disgrace the royal family? Helena bowed her head, admitting her mistake, and immediately agreed, I understand. I will follow Miss Magerian's words. Finally, the lady said, I'll take your measurements first, with the tape measure already in her hand. 2 female assistants gathered around Helena, instructing, You have to take off your clothes, you know? Meanwhile, Lady T-Rose directly discussed with Aerys, What color do you have in mind for the dress? Aerys, without a second thought, said, Choose purple. The lady hesitated, as if she had something to say. Purple? Aerys turned back to look, brooking no argument. Yes, purple. It matches the color of that girl's eyes, doesn't it? The scheme was too obvious. Purple was the color of royalty. The noble lady turned her head back, looking with pity. Someone not of royal blood like her wearing purple would be charged with treason. Turning back, she immediately accepted without saying anything further. Indeed, Miss Magerian's discernment is different. It seems it will suit her very well. A few days later, a dazzlingly beautiful new dress was delivered. The lady spoke up. After you try it on, I will make some adjustments, but it won't be too different from this dress. Both praised her. Madam has kept to the agreed schedule. The lady recounted her efforts. I stayed up for several nights sewing this dress. Aerys complimented her. You've worked so hard, madam.
The door swung open. 2 maids led Helena in. We finished massaging Miss Antoblam's skin and head, they announced. She seemed tired, no longer alert, and thought to herself, I want to rest. Aerys commanded, change her clothes. Immediately, the 2 maids complied, pulling Helena away. Yes, please come this way, one said. We must do your hair first. Aerys stood, offering advice. So you've changed your hairstyle, huh? She mused. It really suits your age now. The maid fully agreed. Yes. When it came to shoes, the maid inquired, which pair will you choose?
Aerys chose for her immediately. The second pair from the left, she said. Given the height difference, high heels would be better. Then came the jewelry, which Aerys chose according to her own taste. For jewelry, I prefer diamonds, she stated. A necklace and earrings would be perfect. The maid didn't hesitate. Yes, I understand, she replied. Even the fan was chosen for her. As for the fan, Aerys mused. An attendant then spoke up, asking for an opinion. But Miss Myssarian, she said, this girl's earlobes aren't pierced. What should we do? Aerys didn't see it as a big problem. Oh, really? She said lightly. Then pierce them. Helena only had time to look bewildered for less than a second. Huh? As soon as Aerys spoke, the two maids held her down.
The ear piercing was agonizing, and the girl screamed deafeningly. Aerys interjected to admonish her. Don't cry, it will smudge your makeup, she ordered. Pierce the other ear immediately, and the screams continued to ring out. Shimmering sunlight streamed through the window, and Helena had a crown placed on her head. Everyone in the room exclaimed in awe, "Oh!" With flower earrings and hands neatly and properly placed, Helena looked resplendent in her beautiful outfit. She shyly spoke up. What do you all think? Aerys questioned. You're asking what I think? But then she praised, not bad. Her thoughts drifted. Perfect. She even felt a sense of joy for the child she had personally educated, who, with her heavy makeup, exuded her own unique solemnity. Aerys took the girl's hand. Now, let's practice our final dance. Don't step on my feet now that you're wearing a dress. Helena immediately agreed. Yes. The two leisurely drank tea and confided in each other. Helena spoke first. Last time, I was incredibly envious of some of the young ladies who wore such splendid and beautiful gowns. It wasn't just me. The vast majority of the attendants felt the same way.
Helena gracefully sipped her tea and confided, to be able to dress up and dance like that once in a lifetime is a dream. Helena turned her head to look at the dress, but having just experienced it, I found that beautiful clothes are more difficult and inconvenient than I thought. It's true that what some have in abundance, others can't even get a glimpse of, isn't it? Aerys stated her opinion. Such things have absolutely nothing to do with beauty. Helena didn't quite grasp her meaning. Huh? She took another sip of tea and continued. The difficulties and inconveniences you experience today are merely standards of beauty set by someone else. Anyone can be as beautiful as possible at any time. Her words seemed to be a wake-up call for the young woman in front of her. She bowed her head, lost in thought. A servant entered and announced, I've brought the sweet lemon cake.
Helena became delighted upon seeing, oh, it looks absolutely delicious. Aerys was also quite enthusiastic. Please have some. You also made a sweet cake today. It also made Aerys's mood more relaxed. Having sweets in the middle of the day seemed to soothe her bad temper. Savoring the cake, she thought, if it weren't for this treat, she probably would have already punished her. Suddenly she froze. The cake was clearly eye-catching, but it had an unacceptable flaw. There was sand in the cream. Seeing Helena still eating with relish, she immediately knew that Helena's cake seemed normal. Aerys's face contorted into a frown, anger taking over, and she was furious internally. Just as I thought, I am now merely the crown prince's fiancé in name only. The atmosphere grew tense. She looked at the servants standing by, her heart turning cold. Whose trick is this? Leaving the cake half-eaten, she ordered, You there, come here. Aerys stood up abruptly. Helena immediately felt confused. What's wrong? Aerys stepped forward, silent, and looked at a young servant. She recognized her instantly. So it's that girl from back then. The girl immediately darted a shifty glance. It was the girl who had falsely accused someone before. At that time, she had brazenly slandered Aerys. My eyes clearly saw it. Miss Myssarian is here, and Helena is there. That's why I invited your highness, fearing the matter would become more serious. Aerys was filled with murderous intent, her eyes burning with extreme anger. The one behind this must be her, no doubt.
Helena, unsure, immediately inquired, Lady Myssarian, what's going on with that girl? A hand shot up and a loud slap echoed. The other servants trembled uncontrollably. The maid fell to the floor, screaming in pain. Helena was startled by this scene. Lady Myssarian, she calmly ordered, help her up. With the rage unleashed, no one dared to disobey, and the servants replied, yes. Aerys was furious. What's your reason for disrespecting me and trailing after Lady Anteblan? Is it because she treats you well, or is she more frightening than me? Oh no, I suppose not, huh? She was helped up by two people, her face filled with terror. Aerys recounted her actions. You followed closely behind Lady Helena, and then conveniently saw that the one backing her was His Highness, acting as her supporter, which is why you've been so arrogant towards me, isn't that right? Aerys raised her hand, intending to deliver another slap. It was clear from her face that she detested this fox borrowing the tiger's might behavior. She said, full of indignation, I don't want to scold a child, but isn't knowing how to weigh which side has more power an inappropriate way of thinking for someone so young? Suddenly, her hand was stopped, and Helena intervened. Please wait a moment, Lady Myssarian. Verbal instruction is enough for her to understand, so
Aerys didn't care. You also bear responsibility for this girl's arrogance. She yanked her hand free, leaving an unfriendly glare, and made it clear to Helena, watch closely.
I will tell you once you become crown princess how you must deal with those who disrespect you and disrupt discipline. Aerys, without a second thought, delivered another slap to the face of the maid from earlier, her mind already making its own calculations. This girl was not wholeheartedly loyal to Helena. She was merely a fox borrowing the tiger's might, rushing to flatter those in a superior position. The resounding, unjust slap echoed throughout the room, bringing to mind Alec's thunderous slap to Aerys. Aerys felt a surge of indignation. She was merely enjoying temporary power, just like when the crown prince had only believed his own words and slapped her cheek.
At that moment, this servant was also the one who mocked her master, and naturally this girl could betray Helena at any time. Helena screamed, "Please stop!" This greatly surprised Aerys. Helena stepped in front, shielding the servant who had just been slapped. "Yes, this girl's insolence is my responsibility, so please don't hit her." Aerys spoke up. "Lady Antalnablom, judge the people around you carefully." Aerys wanted to enlighten the foolish girl before her. Do they truly value you and stand by your side for that reason? Or do they cling to you because you have much to be exploited? See things clearly. Like talking to a brick wall, Helena didn't take in a single word, but that was fine. This made Aerys feel perplexed. To be this foolish and still be alive until now is quite extraordinary, she thought, and had to ask again. What? Helena was truly naive and inexperienced. Even if I'm exploited, it's fine, so please don't use violence against anyone anymore. If you're still angry with her, then you can punish me today. I only ask for one thing. Please promise that from today onwards, you will not raise that hand again. After all, facing Aerys, Helena was just a small fry. She spoke, her hands frantically clutching her skirt. Aerys simply said, "You dare make demands of me?" The foolish Helena surprisingly put on a brave front and declared, "I have sworn to the gods that I will not repeat my mistake again, like the day I foolishly stood by and watched Lady Medadia being beaten by His Highness. No matter the reason, I cannot rationalize violence. Lady Medadia taught me that, didn't she?"
Confronted by Helena's opposition to her actions, Aerys had clearly calculated that that girl was different from Helena. From the very beginning, she had relied on the power of others and had no legitimate claim to power, which was why she couldn't retort to the crown prince at that time. And now her aggressive stance towards Aerys was not due to a balance of power. Others didn't know, only Aerys knew that. Helena had no choice but to give Aerys a clear answer. "I will impose a more fitting punishment without resorting to violence." Aerys immediately asked, "Give me an example." Helena then said something shocking. "I will dismiss the girl who played a trick with the cake and her accomplice in the kitchen." Hearing that, the foolish servant girl panicked. "No, that can't be, Helena." She knelt down and pleaded, "I was wrong. If you make me stand as punishment, I'll stand. I'd rather you just hit me." She clutched Helena's skirt tightly. "Please, I beg you, don't dismiss me, Helena."
Helena didn't care, waiting in silence. Aerys couldn't help but be amused, seeing Helena stand still, looking at her. "Even at a time like this, she's waiting for my permission, isn't she?" Aerys spoke up, agreeing. "If getting fired is scarier than getting hit, then this is what you have to do." "Please, I don't want to, Miss Helena." But it was already too late for pleading. The maid was dragged out roughly. When it was over, Helena could only bow her head, her emotions unclear. Aerys didn't mind much. She reflected on her own worldview. "By nature, I have never lived by enduring things. From the beginning, if someone caused me harm, they had to pay double for me to be satisfied. So there's no way I would teach you. That's just your naturally gentle, foolish personality, Helena Antalnablom. You are fundamentally different from me, someone everyone can see as a child, yet you rationalize that you're clever and therefore not a brat. That annoys me." Afterwards, she broke the silence, making Helena look up in surprise. She said it was fine even if she was exploited. Helena uttered a confused, "Huh? Only you are good, only you are noble, and only you are pure."
Aerys added another sentence that struck at the heart of the matter. "If those who loved you heard such a statement, they would surely be very sad, Helena Antebellum." She walked straight ahead without looking back. "I'm disgusted by that kind of self-sacrifice. You should know for yourself what true sincerity is." The sky was clear, with blue skies and white clouds. At the mansion, a servant knocked on the door and announced, "Miss, the madam has sent the attire." Aerys agreed. "Bring it in." Anakin went to open the door. The male servant carried the box in. The story's pivotal moment was approaching, causing Aerys much concern. The coming-of-age ball of the Kajar family's beloved daughter was drawing very near. The male servant placed the carefully wrapped box on the table. Then he spoke. "The madam sent a letter of apology for not being able to visit in person." He handed the card to Aerys. She thought to herself, After all, the madam was swamped with sewing Helena's attire. The letter was opened, and its content appeared. Dear Miss Misharian, it seems like just yesterday, and now the chilly season has arrived. Is the coat I sent last time comfortable to wear? I am currently experiencing busy days due to the coming-of-age ball, and thus cannot meet you in person, for which I feel truly ashamed.
I promised that I would personally sew every single one of your outfits, from the first to the last. The scene of reading the letter was truly peaceful, with master and servant, one in front, one behind, full of warmth. As the letter drew to a close, please don't forget that my greatest client is also my muse, and that is only you. Lady Matheus, I hope you will wear this outfit and shine at the coming-of-age ball, as you always do. Sincerely, your loyal Rose. She gently opened the box. Aerys was slightly surprised. Aerys's expression was unique, hard to describe in words. The dress sparkled, made of high-quality material, with vibrant colors, that made Aerys exclaim that at this level, it was no longer just a dress, but a work of art. Even a quick glance revealed it was more elaborate than Helena's outfit. Next to the letter was an additional sentence. This is my masterpiece. Aerys sat on a chair, pondering. Why is this? To the madam, Aerys was probably nothing more than a meal ticket, a small puzzlement in her large eyes. In the original story, the madam used Aerys as a tool to establish her position in high society, and then would side with Helena. I wonder if there's another story later on? I can't predict anything at all. Moreover, she was more concerned about Anakin. Most importantly, she needed to choose a suit for Anakin to wear. While she was pondering, Anakin spoke up, praising, "This dress looks as if it were made from a single flower." That one sentence startled her. She turned around in surprise. "When did you get here?" He replied as if it were obvious. "I've been here from the start." She was extremely pleased. "Good. Let me take your measurements." "Yes." She explained, "You will escort me to the coming-of-age ball as my dance partner, so you must wear a smart suit, mustn't you?" Anakin hesitated. Mistress wants me to be her dance partner? She stood up and walked over to him. She teased, "What's wrong? Don't you like it? You don't have the right to refuse anyway." Anakin quickly clarified, "No, it's not that I don't like it, but my ceremonial attire is sufficient." This confused Aerys. "Ceremonial attire? You have ceremonial attire too?" Anakin reminded her, "I wore it before, at the coming-of-age ceremony." This was quite new to her. She hesitated. Is that so? She felt a pang of guilt. She hadn't paid attention to Anakin back then, and thus had no memory of it. She tried to persuade him. "I'll buy you an expensive outfit, one your salary couldn't afford, so you should just accept it." He adamantly refused. "My ceremonial attire is sufficient." Anakin stated clearly, "Even if I wear expensive clothes, they would still be less honorable than the ceremonial attire that proves I am your mistress's knight."
Hearing these words made the mistress feel annoyed. She raised a hand to caress the young man's face in front of her, praising him. "Oh, so now you're putting on a show of speaking so eloquently, aren't you? Good. Then I'll take the formal dress to have it slightly altered. After all, it's a ball. It has to match my dress, doesn't it?" Anakin indulged Aerys's wishes immediately. "Yes, mistress, please do as you wish." Just then, someone knocked and entered. It was Emma, who announced, "Mistress, forgive me for disturbing your rest." Aerys didn't recall having an appointment with anyone, so she wondered, "Is something wrong?" Emma explained the situation. "Mr. Kaza has come here, saying he wishes to see you." Aerys held her forehead and gritted her teeth, inwardly complaining, "Why is that guy here? I didn't give him any opportunity, so why does he persistently act so impolitely towards me?" Emma spoke up to suggest, "Perhaps I should refuse, saying that the young lady is difficult to meet right now." But Aerys saw no need. "All right then, I'll refuse him directly." As Aerys walked, she said, "Anakin, you come along too." He immediately obeyed. "Yes." In the brightly lit study, Jason stood silently, gazing at the portrait of the room's owner.
The room echoed with the sound of the door opening, and Aerys immediately retorted sarcastically, "I never received a visiting request." Jason turned his head and greeted, "Lady Matheus." Aerys stood right at the door, followed by her guard Anakin, and chided, "If you show up unannounced like this, I find it very unpleasant, Mr. Kajar. Please leave." Jason maintained his usual flippant demeanor. "Just meet me this once. I heard that Alec will be bringing Helena to my sister's coming-of-age ball." She sighed helplessly. "For that dissatisfaction, please seek out His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, not me, because I will not ask His Highness to abandon Helena and take me as his dance partner for your sake." Jason, with his usual provocative attitude, said, I don't feel wronged. On the contrary, I think it's perfectly fine." Jason made himself at home, sitting down on a chair without being invited, and stated his purpose. "I've come to make a proposal. What I mean is, why don't we, who have lost our partners, try pairing up as dance partners? Or you can consider this a request." Aerys immediately refused. "I apologize, Mr. Kajar, because I already plan to bring my knight as my dance partner."
Jason, casting a shadow, looked straight ahead, judging the master and servant pair before him. The knight, as a dance partner, seemed unworthy of her rank.
Wasn't it for that very reason that she chose me at her coming-of-age ceremony? She recalled that youthful past. Yes, because at that time, if she didn't want to be looked down upon by others, that was the best course of action. He continued, if she were to walk side by side with that knight, everyone at the coming-of-age ball would surely mock her, saying she had been abandoned. Every word Jason spoke was a fatal blow, leaving Aerys momentarily unable to retort. He then added a final remark. Can you endure those scornful glances? Lady Macharian, I am here to help you. His words caught her attention. Jason's words were true. Even if she were to meticulously groom herself and appear at the ball, everyone would still focus on who the man standing beside her was. The party would become a place of judgment, and they would judge her based on the rank of that man. Idle nobles with nothing to do would gather together and gossip. Lady Macharian, paired with such a man, it seems she was abandoned by the crown prince, so she's so desperate she can't even find a decent dance partner. Even Lord Kajar showed her pity at her coming-of-age ceremony, didn't he? Marquis Macharian must be speechless.
The more she thought, the angrier she became. Her face darkened, and she was certain Jason knew it too, which was why he could be so smug. Jason continued, adding fuel to the fire. Anyway, if you want, I will wholeheartedly beg to help you, because I truly want to help you. It took real talent to annoy people just by sitting there and smiling, his expression seeming to say, what do you think? Is that okay? Now is not the time to build up your self-esteem, my lady. The contrast between one standing and one sitting while talking created a noticeable dynamic. Aerys didn't need Jason's half-hearted kindness. If it were about self-esteem, I would have accepted your offer already, she thought, but he just doesn't get it. So why then? Aerys's bluntness made Jason freeze. I hate you. Whatever people might gossip about behind my back, the idea of me being your dance partner would be even more agonizing for me. Just imagining it makes me annoyed. Hearing that made Jason clench his fists. He didn't understand. Why do you hate me so much? I already apologized to you.
I can't believe I didn't listen to the explanation. I don't know if I've even accepted that apology yet. Even as Jason froze stiff, I continued. I don't remember anything at all. Jason spoke up. You don't want to see me for the rest of your life, do you? Is it because I initially showed hostility towards you for such a trivial reason? Aerys retorted. How can that be considered trivial? My trust is completely vanished into thin air. The question echoed. How can I believe you won't betray me again? Jason stood up from his chair and said, if I prove it, will you believe me then? Her inner voice couldn't help but surface. How carefree must his life be to only prioritize his own feelings like that? Suddenly, she had a plan. If I play nice and go along with him, he'll probably come back, right? But I hate doing that. Taking care of my own inner self is already too much, let alone someone else's heart. She immediately countered. What will you prove it with? Jason, his voice full of integrity, said, you can make me do anything.
Aerys felt confused. I don't understand why Mr. Kajar is so persistently clinging to me like this, she screamed internally. If he liked me, I could understand, but these are not the words and actions someone who has feelings for me should say or do. Jason's words couldn't have been more reasonable. I, for one, want to know why Miss Macharian rejects others' good intentions. When you're tired, just say you're tired. Is it that hard? These words made her feel very confused. It wasn't love, nor could it be empathy. If it's not the cliché, you're the first girl to push me away, then why, after all? Jason was getting increasingly exasperated. In reality, Miss Macharian is only weak in front of His Highness, isn't she? She has always been like that. She creates a thorny shell and pretends to be unnecessarily strong in front of anyone who isn't His Highness. As he spoke, he moved closer. Someone like you doing that will only attract more enemies. His strong arm suddenly grabbed her shoulder. She immediately reacted. What are you doing? Jason said with a trembling voice, I heard you've realized that His Highness doesn't care for you. Her face went pale. But why? He asked, his face full of sorrow. Why do you keep tormenting yourself? Aerys deduced the true nature of the person in front of her. This person wasn't looking at her now, but was looking at himself through her. The image of Jason, burdened with many responsibilities, emerged. I trained until I bled to slay dragons. I held a sword as soon as I could walk, and I wasn't allowed to rest for even a single day. The young Jason was forced to accept an unreasonable mission that he couldn't possibly refute.
He faced the dragon, his inner self constantly screaming, striving to overcome. I want to live, to flee, and to cling to dissatisfaction in every situation. Jason Kajar, who had to relentlessly hack and slash, to kill and kill, just to satisfy someone's expectations. This made Aerys furious. This man sees himself as a savior, surely to console his former self. How much more must I look down on others? She immediately screamed, what do you know about me? She forcefully shoved the man who had disregarded all decorum in front of her. She delivered a resounding slap to Jason's face, criticizing, don't you dare treat me like a weak girl you have to protect.
Aerys berated Jason severely.
Are you really unaware? She seemed to have lost all reason as she yelled at Jason. I am not pitiful at all. You're the one who wants me to be miserable. By doing so, you are digging into and deepening my wounds. Are you asking if I hate you? What I think of you? Do you really want to hear? Her eyes widened, staring. Mr. Kajar, I don't hate you. She kept advancing. Hating someone means you care about them, doesn't it? As she took a step forward, Jason took a step back. She stated bluntly, I don't care about Mr. Kajar at all. Her voice had lost all warmth, her face clearly showing dissatisfaction, as she truthfully said, I'm not curious about you at all. Aerys was determined to speak her mind openly today. How you've lived your life, what you think, what makes you happy, or what makes you sad, I have no desire to know. And even if I did know, I'd want to forget it all. She rattled off words extremely fast, like a machine gun, as if releasing the frustration in her heart, because to me, you are a stranger. Jason just listened in stunned silence, not knowing how to react, as he quietly listened to Aerys speak. Even if you were to say right now that tomorrow you'd go somewhere and die, I wouldn't shed a single tear for you. His hands trembled with every word. You don't need me? Aerys turned around and confirmed. That's right. If you already know, then don't talk to me again from now on. Jason spoke up to stop her, wanting to say more. Wait, young lady. Aerys called Anakin, ignoring Jason's incessant babbling behind her. Let's go. Jason still didn't give up and kept calling. Miss McKellen. As he was about to grab her, he said, Wait a moment. Immediately, with a thud, Anakin firmly held Jason's hand. Aerys didn't say anything to stop him either. When he was stopped, Jason was stunned, then immediately prepared to vent his anger. You! His face was grim and scowling. How dare you casually lay hands on a noble? Do you have a death wish? His hand was held so tightly it left a mark. Anakin spoke up to clarify. It's just that my master is not young Master Kajar. Anakin, cool and collected, made every word count. Whoever touches my master, no matter who they are, if my master doesn't want it, then it's my duty to stop them. After saying that, he turned back to look, asking Aerys for her opinion. What do you intend to do? At this moment, Aerys's thoughts were entirely focused, a loyal gaze directed at her. In that gaze, there was only one person. Anakin said, Please give your command, young mistress. Aerys's mind was captivated again. It was quite beautiful. That's right, it was only for her. Aerys looked at Anakin, speechless. She gently touched Anakin's delicate face. Then she subtly glanced behind her, thinking to herself, He's still watching, isn't he? Jason stood there as if he wanted to say something, but she was fed up again. It turned out he wasn't done. She called out to the person behind her, Jason, Kaja. She immediately adopted a dismissive tone. Now that you've said what you needed to say, don't bother me anymore, and leave. She didn't bother to see him off. Once he left, she immediately turned and walked away. If you need a trash can to vent your anger and sorrow, I'd be happy to lend you a mirror. Don't seek out others. Deal with it on your own. One last warning. I'm talking about Helena. Leaving Jason standing there, she sank into her own thoughts. A naive girl like Helena would surely accept him if Jason were to approach her. She absolutely couldn't bear to witness that scene. As soon as she left the room, she instructed her maid, Emma, it seems the guest is lost. Please escort him to the exit. The maid immediately obeyed. Yes, young lady. Emma received the order and went to escort the guest. From that moment, Jason still hadn't said anything, only bowing his head slightly. Emma politely said, Young Master Kajar, please come this way. He mumbled, explaining himself, but no one heard. That's not what I meant. Returning to her room, Aerys lay on the bed and instructed Anakin. Anakin, go down to the kitchen and get me some medicine. My head hurts. Anakin dared not to delay. Understood. He quickly closed the door and went to carry out his task. Looking back until he was out of sight, she sat up, continuing to sink deep into thought, her heart as tangled as a ball of yarn. She just wanted to verify. She needed to ensure that even if she was endlessly stubborn, Anakin would not abandon her. I hope you will never stop trying. Then, tired, she collapsed onto the bed, soberly thinking of one phrase. For me. Aerys didn't know if it was from tiredness or sadness that she shed tears. She sobbed uncontrollably, her long hair spread out on the bed, as stomach spasms were setting in due to excessive mental and physical strain. Afterwards, she curled up, huddled into a corner of the bed, telling herself, Please, stop, go away quickly. Very quickly, Anakin returned, but unable to enter, he immediately spoke with concern. Mistress, are you asleep? She looked back, certain that she had locked the door tightly, yet in less than 2 minutes, the door was opened. Aerys was still bewildered, her tears not yet dry, confused. How could that be? Anakin brought the medicine in, his face full of worry. Are you in a lot of pain? He placed the medicine on the table and said, I've brought the medicine. She sat up and asked, How did you open the door? The answer was not too surprising for someone as meticulous as Anakin. Because I was worried, I borrowed the key from the head attendant. Aerys was touched by Anakin's genuine concern. She was moved.
She knew that if she were to lock the door tightly again, he would either kick it open or climb in through the window. He was very caring. He brought the medicine closer and coaxed, "Please, drink it all in one go." As she drank the medicine, she mused, "Just like a novel. Anakin cared for his mistress like a father caring for his child. Please, drink some water." She couldn't stand it. "Why is the water so bitter?" Anakin patiently coaxed, "It's because of the medicine. I'll get you some candy." Probably feeling a bit embarrassed, Aerys conceded, "All right then." Her voice echoed in the quietness of the scene. Aerys was lost in thought about the original work, because this place was a world within a novel.
She sighed wearily. Anakin, extremely considerate and the ideal national boyfriend, very courteously took care of her, saying, "Please sit still for a moment so I can wipe your face for you." Like a warm current washing over her, Aerys stared at him. Even though Anakin was still wiping, she didn't take her eyes off him. Anakin's gaze was intent, untainted by the mundane. Suddenly, in that silence, she called out, "Anakin?" She spoke up, breaking the pervasive silence. "Do you like me?" Anakin's wiping hand paused for a moment. In truth, Aerys had already fallen in love. She just didn't want to admit it, and her heart also trembled. "Just say you like me. I've never even asked him if he loves me, but what would it be like if I heard I like you? After all, I'll be leaving anyway." Suddenly, he lowered his eyes as if gathering his resolve. It was impossible to understand what Anakin was thinking. She hoped nervously, telling herself, "Stay calm. I won't be able to repay this boy for anything." The moment he decided to speak, saying, she cut him off. "Don't speak." Anakin thought he should be clear, so he hesitated. However, Aerys was a step faster, using one hand to cover his mouth. "I said don't speak." Her stern face, which seemed unchangeable, now showed a hint of awkwardness, a deep-seated shyness. "I'm quite sly too. On one hand, I lectured Jason not to treat others as a trash can for his anger, and on the other, I almost acted exactly like him, even though I knew this boy would never be able to refuse me." A long while later, her hand was still neatly covering his mouth, leaving Anakin momentarily speechless. Suddenly, he skillfully raised his slender hand and gently touched her fair hand. This action of his left Aerys Macharian utterly astonished. She widened her blue eyes, looking at him, unable to utter a word, and so he placed his hands over hers in the silent space. Before her eyes, his face became distinctly gentle and warm. Aerys's face involuntarily flushed, and she couldn't help to say, "I like you, so I only want to show you my cool and strong side. Even if I receive your help, I don't want to become a burden. If you like me, then..." As for Anakin, he was immersed in the warmth from her palm, his face showing a relaxed expression. She looked at him and thought, "Is that really me, or is it the karma of this novel that makes him love Aerys?"
Aerys's expression changed once again. She frowned, her eyes welling up with tears as she stared intently at him. "I'm so scared. Scared because I want to stay here for you, and scared that if I continue to remain in this world, I will resent you in the distant future." Thinking of that, she unconsciously let go of his hand. This action of Aerys made Anakin freeze. Aerys turned her face away, holding back her emotions, and told him, "You can go out now. Thank you for the medicine." Seeing her attitude, Anakin also stood up seriously, but it seemed he didn't know how to respond for a moment. A moment later, after Aerys had pulled up the blanket, preparing to sleep, he softly said, "Then you rest." By then, the room was left with only her lonely, cold back. Aerys unconsciously turned her face back, searching for his figure. She silently called out, "Don't go." And he also gently turned his head to look at her. Perhaps there was something between them that was very difficult to express. Seeing his face, she sprang up from the bed, stammering, I thought you had already left." Hearing her question, Anakin replied, "Are you in so much pain that you can't sleep?" She went along with it and told him, "Yes." His warm, deep voice suggested, "Then I'll stay until you fall asleep." As if without a moment's thought, she replied very simply, "Okay."
The door was closed once again, along with her thoughts, "I really hate being a burden." With Anakin kneeling beside her bed, she slowly drifted into sleep, carrying her thoughts, but "I'm in pain today, but everyone has their sick days, and mine has just a slight pain." Beside her was still Anakin's calm face. She told herself, "So please keep letting me know, like this, that you are there." He gently touched her hand, coincidentally aligning with what she was thinking. He squeezed her hand as if he didn't want to lose the one he loved. The already quiet room became even quieter, with only him, her, their two clasped hands, and that thought, that he would continue to be there. The next morning, Aerys stood before Helena and said, "You've worked hard. Your consistent, diligent practice is why I've reaped such sweet rewards in education." She thought, tomorrow is the coming-of-age ball for the Kajar family's beloved daughter, and the last lesson is finally over. Then she placed her hand on the book on the table and said, "I'm also attending the ball tomorrow, so we'll have to finish early today."
Suddenly, shouts erupted from outside. "Let go, I heard Helena is here."
Behind the large door, an angry voice rang out. "I've come to see her." The subordinate outside, his voice trembling, said, "Your Highness, this is the Emperor's palace. A royal decree is required before entering." Immediately, the door opened to reveal Alecto. He strode in aggressively, his voice still undiminished, shouting, "Helena!" Seeing him, Aerys respectfully spoke. "Good afternoon, Your Highness. Do you have a particular reason for disregarding the rules and rushing in here?" Contrary to her expression, Helena, from behind, stood up brightly and called out, "Alec!" He wore a tense expression as he looked towards the two of them.
Next, he pushed Helena behind him as if to protect her from something terrifying. Before Helena's astonished face, he declared, "Why are you with Helena?" Seeing his stern attitude, Helena stammered, "It's my fault. I insisted on inviting her for tea, didn't I, Lady Misharian?" Hearing Helena's words, he showed no reservation, revealing his disgust as he spoke to the girl beside him. "Hey, aren't you afraid? What if that thing harms you? What will I do?" Hearing the thoughtless words that came from his mouth, Lady Aerys, without yielding, frankly retorted, "Am I a monster or something?" Perhaps Alec didn't realize the malice in his words. He replied to her, "Worse than a monster. If you were just a monster, I wouldn't have to worry myself sick like this." Even Helena, who was beside him, couldn't accept this and called out, "Your Highness." But Aerys, unfazed, asked him, "Then why are you here?" As if ignoring her question, Alec turned to Helena, his voice softening considerably. "I have something to tell you, Helena. Come with me to Lady Kajar's coming-of-age ball. I'll be your dance partner. You don't even know that person anyway." Helena didn't rush to answer his question, but cast a scrutinizing glance at Aerys. She was probably too used to this, so she showed no other expression, only thought. "Anyway, today I plan to talk to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince seems to want to be the one to end things first, rather than being dumped by Aerys." At this moment, Helena and Alec also turned to look at her and asked, "Are you also planning to attend the ball?" Aerys calmly replied, "Of course I have to go, Your Highness. How could I miss the Duke's coming-of-age ceremony?" He asked again, "Are you going alone without a dance partner?" Hearing this, she secretly thought. Her dance partner was originally that talkative noble. Aerys calmly replied, "Why wouldn't I have a dance partner? I have Anakin." Hearing this, he wondered, "Anakin?" She immediately explained, "He's my knight escort, whom you saw last time." Alec, looking puzzled, asked, "Isn't he a commoner?" Hearing him say that, she didn't quite agree. This might be offensive, but Miss Antiblom is also a commoner. At this, Alec's face became unpleasant. He asked sternly, "So you want to make an enemy of the royal family, don't you?" Aerys replied directly, without a ripple of emotion, "Yes, Your Highness. This time I intend to sever my ties with the royal family." His voice was enigmatic, but the Marchioness, not letting him finish his sentence, said, "Of course, my father can mend the relationship, but ultimately it won't be through me. Your Highness, we will annul our engagement soon." Alec's face immediately turned ashen with a mix of chaotic expressions. She continued, "Once the engagement is annulled, we will become strangers, so we won't have to face each other anymore." He suddenly became furious. Even Helena beside him looked puzzled. "Royal affairs are not something you can manage as you please. Weren't you the one who first announced the engagement between the royal family and the Marquisate? Don't you think someone like you, acting so recklessly, will face a bitter end?" Aerys ignored his expression, turned her face away and replied, "This is something Her Majesty the Empress has accepted." Hearing this, he unconsciously asked again, "Mother?" As she opened the door to leave, she turned back and said, "Yes, so you should be overjoyed." Despite Alec's astonished face, she called back, "Didn't Your Highness eagerly await this?" The scene shifts to Lady T. Rose, who recalls her past. The scene reveals a peaceful natural landscape with a small European-style house nestled amidst lush green meadows.
Inside, a woman with pink hair was diligently sewing, a story gradually unfolding. Jen's life was once like that of other impoverished noblewomen, marrying a poor nobleman and then living a simple but not miserable life. A man with a radiant face entered, lightly tipping his hat to the girl, a vibrant bouquet in his hand. "My lady." At this, Jen spoke up. "Good heavens, you're home early today?" The man asked her, "Are you taking on sewing commissions again? It must be very tiring." Jen gently replied, "I was bored, so I tried working alongside the maids, and I found it quite enjoyable. If it's for living expenses, I'll ask the chief attendant at the palace for more work, so please don't overexert yourself." She responded, "I truly am doing it for enjoyment." The story continued. She didn't love her husband, but it was a peaceful life, once tranquil and happy. Jen smiled radiantly and said to her husband, "Besides, rather than you earning more money, I prefer you coming home early from work. You bring flowers home every day like this, don't you?" Until her husband fell ill and became bedridden. The living expenses and his illness all became her responsibility. She had to take on so many sewing commissions that her eyes grew heavy just to earn money for her husband's medicine. The man was now gaunt and haggard, and he said, "I'm sorry, Jen, Because of me, you've had to endure nothing but hardship. I'm truly sorry.
Duen held his hand tightly, her hands covered in needle pricks. She said, "I'm fine, don't talk like that, just get well soon." To say she didn't resent her husband would be a lie, but Duen didn't wish for him to die, nor did she ever intend to abandon her sick husband. At that time, she had to do all sorts of jobs. A noblewoman threw a basket of items at her and said, "I'm giving this to you because I pity your situation, so do it carefully." Duen bowed respectfully and replied, "Thank you." She didn't love him, but even so, Duen called out to her husband, "Darling, I'm home, darling." The scene shifted to a withered vase of flowers, symbolizing the bleakness of the house. Duen's desperate cry broke the silence. "Darling! Darling!" The story unfolded with the solitary image of a woman standing before her husband's grave. Contrary to Duen's hopes, her husband had passed away early. Before his tombstone, a white chrysanthemum was neatly placed, its color blending with the snow and the bone-chilling wind. Duen had thus become a widow. Naturally, after borrowing money for her husband's funeral, the poor widow took on every conceivable job. She worked day and night, and the wounds on her hands never stopped appearing. By the time she had repaid all her debts, she had become extremely skilled at various odd jobs, including tailoring for hire. A dress was harshly thrown to the floor, accompanied by a bitter remark, "Did you sew this dress?"
Jen, in this situation, simply bowed her head and replied, "Yes, young lady." To secure odd jobs, she had taken on mending the Duke's maid's clothes for free. It was this act that drew the attention of Lady Mashirian. Aerys's voice rang out as she questioned her. "These are merely servants' garments, yet you've made them more elaborate than even a noble lady's attire." Upon hearing this, Jen could only bow her head in anxious silence, unable to utter a single word. Seeing her demeanor, Aerys continued, Very well, try sewing a dress for me." Mashirian's words caught her by surprise, and she responded, "Yes, ma'am." Another dress was tossed with a thud onto the ground, similar in style, but needing to be far more beautiful than that green gown. With a radiant expression, Aerys asked Jen, "You can do it, can't you?"
Duen seemed a little nervous, bowing her head as she replied, "I will try to do it." Aerys was satisfied. She would stay here until the dress was completed. Not stopping there, she carefully instructed, "The fact that you are sewing a dress for me must not be revealed to anyone outside. You understand what I mean, don't you?" Hearing Aerys's words, Duen replied, "I will engrave it in my heart." The situation was like drinking from a poisoned chalice, but even knowing it was poisoned, there was no other choice but to drink it. Aerys looked at Duen with an indescribable expression. "Don't disappoint me." This was a matter handled discreetly within the capital's wealthiest family, the House of Marquis Mashirian. Duyen's sorrowful, gloomy face appeared, along with her deep blue eyes that were incredibly weary. If misfortune struck, she would not be able to survive in this place. And so, to avoid disappointing Lady Mashirian, Duen had to stay awake for 3 days and 3 nights to sew. The image of Duen diligently working day and night with her sewing machine under a flickering lamp appeared, but strangely, as time passed, her fatigue vanished and her passion surged. With hands covered in wounds, Duen carefully stitched each needlepoint, thinking to herself, "A dress that suits Lady Mashirian's black hair should have rubies studded on the neckline. Is making clothes truly this fascinating?" The moment she saw her perfectly finished work being worn by its owner, she carefully adjusted the dress to ensure Aerys could wear it as comfortably as possible. Duen felt an unparalleled joy. Looking at her achievement before her eyes, Duen was strangely calm.
Jane's voice rang out, "Why did you ask me to sew this dress?" Aerys replied frankly, "Because a girl I used to get along with dared not invite me to the party. I know she wants to be the center of attention at the party, but that's just too audacious, isn't it?" Her answer left Jane momentarily speechless. Aerys smiled brightly at Jane and continued, "That's why I stole the dress she was going to wear to the ball and brought it to you for alterations. Her dance partner is also about to arrive to escort me. If, on the most important day of her life, she's robbed of her position as the main character, what kind of expression will she make? Aren't you curious?" Hearing this, Jane hesitated and said, "But, Lady Mashirian, aren't you already engaged to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Is it all right for you to bring another man as your dance partner?" As if realizing her words were somewhat presumptuous, Jane quickly covered her mouth. Contrary to her attitude, Aerys replied nonchalantly, "After all, he's not coming to the party, and even if he did attend, he probably wouldn't care about me." Jane lowered her face and said with difficulty, "Please forgive me, I spoke out of turn." Not letting Jane finish her sentence, Aerys quickly cut in, "So it doesn't matter if rumors spread about me attending the party with another man." She admired herself in the mirror and mused, "If His Highness gets jealous, wouldn't that be a benefit?" The beautiful lady, dressed in Jane's creation, seemed to threaten that no one could ever look down on her. After a moment, Aerys spoke again, "I am very pleased with your talent. From now on, please continue to sew clothes for me."
Duen found that hard to understand.
Yes, Aerys suggested. Instead, you must abandon the life you've had until now and live as a completely different person. Looking at Aerys in front of her, Dwen clenched her fists and asked, "Don't you feel ashamed?" Hearing Aerys's words without a ripple, she replied, "Even if you create beautiful dresses, if your status is humble, they will naturally become humble attire, because that is what people call class. Therefore, become my sponsor. I will give you a new status, and I will not hesitate to support you so you can succeed." If Dwen were like that other girl, born into a good family, would she be able to despise others so boldly? Dwen said nothing. Her eyes darkened. She hated. She was indignant. But Dwen spoke, "I will do that."
Dwen was fed up with poverty. If she missed this opportunity because of that petty pride, she might end up starving and unable to sleep. Hearing her agreement, Aerys turned away cheerfully. "Good. From now on, you will be my distant relative, newly arrived here from the countryside." That thought resurfaced. Even if the Holy Grail was poisoned, I could now happily drink it. From a distance, Aerys's voice echoed, "What's a good name?" After thinking for a while, Aerys turned back and said, "Tui Rose. How about Tui Rose? Lady Tui Rose." The scene of Dwen's husband's resting place appeared, with another grave beside it.
Dean appeared with an unusual look. She was dressed elaborately and luxuriously, like someone from a noble family, carrying a bouquet of white flowers in her hand. Dean said, "I wanted to grow old with you." A moment later, only the bouquet remained in the vast and solitary meadow. She didn't love her husband, but even so, she still wanted to grow old with him, yet in the end, she chose to be buried with him. A voice, like an inner turmoil, like a tearing cry within her, spoke up. "Jean, no. Lady Tui Rose. Now, even if she hears the name Jean, she won't turn her head to look back." Upon returning home, she looked in the mirror, and a strange girl was standing there. She meticulously observed herself. Her appearance, habits, tone of voice, name, and even her past had all been changed. Although only her talent for sewing and embroidery remained the same as before, she could no longer prove that she was once Jean anywhere. She kept looking in the mirror and imagining her former self. Occasionally, she also feared whether she could find peace in a life strung together by falsehoods. Behind her, a woman approached and spoke. "Is Madame worrying for no reason?" It was Aerys, who said, "Whether with good intentions or bad, everyone lies." Dean turned around and called out, "Miss." Aerys continued, "People only want to show the appearance they wish to present. Isn't that what they often call etiquette?" She hastily replied, "But Miss Macarian." At this moment, Aerys sternly snapped, "Stop it. How much do you think you know about me, madam? Is the me you know truly me?"
Throughout your life, my lady, I wonder if the day you truly meet me will ever come. Outside the door, rumbling sounds echoed, accompanying the thoughts, as Lady Tui Rose's confession was heard. She still thought she had grasped everything about Miss Macarian, the beautiful only daughter of the cunning, deceitful, and envious Marquis's house. Watching Aerys's retreating back, a stubborn child, easily offending others to protect her own self-esteem. But that was Lady Tui Rose's mistaken judgment. Aerys suddenly turned back, smiling brightly, and said, "I was just joking." Aerys lightly touched the door and said, "Why do you, my lady, think that the persona I've created isn't truly me? Is it because someone else dictates it?" The beautiful girl's smile instantly dispelled all prejudices. She was not the proud Lady Tui Rose had known. As she opened the large door, Aerys said, "That's your persona. Don't let others have the chance to judge you." She turned back to look at Tui Rose and said, "You should judge yourself. Beautiful things can sometimes make us forget all our thoughts." Tui Rose looked at her with a bewildered expression, thinking to herself, "So she..." Aerys's voice rang out again. "Answer me. Who are you?" Tui Rose was silent for a few seconds, then opened her mouth and said, "Lady Tui Rose." For the first time, she had become the honest Tui Rose. Suddenly, Tui Rose continued, "I am your Tui Rose." Returning to the present, Aerys was now wearing a nightgown, her expression puzzled, and she let out a humph. Looking at it, she thought, "The dress that the lady crafted and sent is quite splendid. If I don't meticulously prepare myself, my face will look pale."
She calmly said, "Let's begin." The servants beside her, upon hearing this, their faces lit up as they replied, "Yes, young lady." A table full of sparkling jewelry and accessories appeared, and a maid spoke up saying, "Today, let's do a half-updo, young lady. Since we've already gone to the trouble of wearing the madam's masterpiece, we must present ourselves to match it. If your dance partner were that detestable crown prince or Jason Kaya, I absolutely wouldn't have to go through all this trouble." And so they busily chose the most suitable accessories for Aerys, matching her dress, unique shoes, and colored earrings. Aerys, attended by her servants, secretly thought, "The Marquis and the Emperor will not be attending this coming-of-age ball, so they will probably find out the truth that my dance partner is not the crown prince later than everyone else."
She subtly curved her lips into a smile, thinking, "I'm going to play a trick on them."
Once the dress was draped over Aerys, she admired herself in the mirror, surrounded by the praises of her attendants. "You're so beautiful, my lady." Her room door opened, and someone who looked like a butler spoke. "My lady, it's time to depart." She replied, "All right." Seeing Anakin in his neat attire before her reminded her of the saying, "A man is defined by his formal wear," which was truly no exaggeration. Noticing his neatly combed and shiny hair, she thought to herself, "He's got his hair slicked back, huh?" Anakin then spoke up, "You look beautiful, truly." Aerys couldn't help but reach out and touch his hair, creating a rustling sound that momentarily confused Anakin. Lady Mysteria smiled brightly and said, "Is this style popular lately? But it's not a trend in this world." He looked at her surprised. Then she naturally linked her arm with his and said, "Let's go." He replied, "Yes." Upon arriving at the party, a loud voice announced, "Lady Mysteria and her knight are entering."
They walked arm in arm, looking very well matched. The whispers continued to buzz. If the Marquis knew, he would surely faint. Just the Marquis. This was something even His Majesty would scream about. Looking at those around her who were mocking her relentlessly, she thought, "Go ahead and stare, every single one of your eyes surprised by me." Someone suddenly approached and said, "Good heavens, Lady Machirian, thank you for coming." It was Faina Kajar, Lady Kajar, the hostess of the day. She warmly spoke, "Have you been well lately?" Aerys heard this and immediately replied, "On the contrary, I am the one who is grateful for your invitation, Lady Kajar." The announcement rang out once more. His Royal Highness Crown Prince Elector and Lady Antablam entered together. The whispers rose again. What? Did His Royal Highness Crown Prince truly abandon Machirian? This is exactly like Lady Machirian's coming-of-age ceremony, isn't it? At least back then, Lady Machirian didn't appear with a commoner knight. The other ladies whispered to each other. That's true, because in this empire, Sir Kajar is the young man next in line to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. No matter what, I'm so curious how Lady Machirian will react. Aerys and Anakin turned their eyes towards the grand entrance. Faina, with a slightly worried expression, turned to look at her. Seeing the two of them, hand in hand, laughing and talking happily, it was indeed the quintessential picture of a perfect couple in this world. Even if you took the Crown Prince away in a truck, I'd feel more sorry for Anakin.
Seeing them, Faina approached and bowed in greeting. "Your presence is an unparalleled honor, Your Highness." Alecto replied, "You are Jason's sister, so this is only natural. With your coming-of-age ball being held, you'll be an adult soon." Helena, her face radiant, spoke up. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Kajar." She continued, "I've heard many stories from Lord Kajar." Faina replied, "I've also heard a lot from my brother, but I never expected to meet you." Suddenly, a young man appeared behind her and said, "Congratulations on your debut, Faina." It was Jason, Faina's brother. Looking at Aerys, he said, "Long time no see, Lady Machirian." Faina called out, "Brother." Jason noticed the two people in front of him and greeted them. "Your Highness and Helena are here too? Faina, you must be very happy to be congratulated by such esteemed guests, aren't you?" A voice rang out. "I told you not to come, yet you still frequent the palace. Why have you been absent lately?" Jason replied, "Because I wanted to visit the places where I faced life and death situations, so I've been a bit busy, right, Faina?" Hearing Jason say that, she quickly chimed in, "My brother has been busy running around." Seeing him walk alone, Alecto curiously asked, "But why didn't you bring anyone to be your dance partner? That's not like you at all." Jason heard this and looked at her. "I asked, but I was rejected." Alecto, puzzled, also looked towards Aerys and asked again, "Rejected?" Jason replied, "Yes," very coldly. On this side, Aerys, in a bad mood, said nothing. Alecto subtly frowned, confirming, "Could it be that you asked Machirian?" Standing next to Alecto, Helena covered her mouth and chuckled, then said, "Oh my goodness, rejecting even Jason. What a truly bold young lady." Seeing her attitude, Alecto was momentarily speechless. After blurting everything out, Jason awkwardly scratched his head, his eyes avoiding contact. "Oh no, I'm doomed." Aerys looked at Helena and thought to herself, "You brat, Helena. Today I'm going to cherish your innocence." At this moment, the melodious and gentle sound of a piano echoed, skillful fingers dancing across the keys. Polonaise. The first piece isn't bad, and the musical timing is good too. She called out, "Anakin." Aerys, radiant in her pink dress, said to him, "Shall we have a dance?" Anakin didn't hesitate to take her hand. "The honor is mine." Suddenly, Jason spoke up, "Wait, Miss Machirian." From a distance, Alecto and Helena quietly observed every action of the two. Seeing Alec's gaze constantly fixed on Aerys, Helena felt a pang in her heart. She lowered her face and said nothing. Meanwhile, Aerys and her partner were joyfully lost in the music. She praised him. "That's so masterful. Did you practice more after the governess instructed you?" Anakin replied without hesitation, "Yes." As if not believing Anakin's words, she asked again, "Really? I thought you just picked up the movements instantly." Hearing her say that, Anakin shyly turned his face away, "Because I didn't want to be an embarrassment." She was suddenly stunned by his words. She smiled brightly in his arts. "It's a good thing only I know what a sweetheart you are."
Is that so?
Mm-hmm.
So from now on, you must be careful not to let others find out. He simply replied, yes. Not long after, the music changed from a polonaise to a waltz.
But I wanted to keep dancing. Around the two of them, the whispers never seemed to completely die down. He wasn't an ugly duckling among swans. He was closer to the standard of a black crow. They say he isn't even a titled knight, is he? They continued to gossip. I bet that guy seduced Lady Masharian, who was abandoned by His Highness. In reality, the lady had just come of age and still didn't understand the ways of the world. Hearing the fabrications around her, she didn't care much. They could gossip all they wanted. Hooking her arm through Anakin's, she continued her train of thought. This impulsive choice might become her weakness. She wondered if they would regret it soon enough. But she didn't care anyway, because her mood was excellent today, and she wanted to act a little recklessly.
Aerys suddenly spoke up. Anakin, I give you permission to kiss me. Hearing her words, his hand tightened around her waist and pulled her closer to him. Aerys thought, I don't want to give an order. She looked at him with affectionate eyes. If he also wanted to, she thought to herself, because if she gave an order, he would absolutely not refuse. Anakin said nothing, only quietly looking at her with a slightly bewildered expression. Her train of thought continued. I hope you want me too. Without hesitation, Anakin unexpectedly lowered his head. Their noses touched, the distance now only millimeters. This action of theirs caused a stir among the surrounding people. Oh my goodness, they're completely lost in each other. Aerys's heart was racing. In this moment, she felt like she had become the main character of this novel. In the distance, Feyna and the others at the party were no less surprised. They murmured among themselves, what am I watching? Ignoring the surrounding noise, they shared their breaths, as if this space belonged only to them. On this side, Jason was also stunned. Helena also covered her mouth in surprise. Others spoke non-stop. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is also watching this, isn't he? Do you ladies want to die or something? If you want to live, watch your mouths. Just like that, Alecto, with astonished eyes, watched the scene before him without being able to utter a word. The two exchanged tender and affectionate glances. They ignored everything around them. In their eyes, there was only each other. Aerys then spoke up. How about we go outside? Let's slip away. Anakin replied, yes. Having decided, Aerys bowed to bid farewell to the host of the party. This truly is a wonderful coming-of-age ball, Lady Kezia. Goodbye. She held Anakin's hand, thinking to herself that knowing the Crown Prince's reaction wouldn't matter, and she wasn't curious about such things at all. Still surprised, Feyna stammered, please be careful on your way home.
The two, hand in hand, glided past Alexto. She felt she had been tormented enough by the nobles. The fact that Helena was the Crown Prince's dance partner had certainly made an impression on the nobles, and her task was done. Aerys squeezed Anakin's hand tightly. Let's go home. Yes, mistress. The two departed, leaving behind the commotion of the party. The young ladies incessantly gossiped. I had a suspicion, so it turns out that rumor. Suddenly, Feyna called out, Brother! She ran up to Jason and asked, Is the rumor true that that knight is Lady Masharian's lover?
He didn't answer, but gently chided Feyna. Watch what you say, Feyna. Don't speculate wildly. Hearing this, Feyna pressed him. But you used to grumble to me about it too, that Lady Micheline's escort knight behaved like her lover. Others whispered among themselves, despite Alecto's downcast eyes. How could His Highness's fiancée do such a thing in front of His Highness? She's using tricks to make the Crown Prince jealous. Her nature is truly as cunning as her father's. Those whispers continued, accompanied by Helena's gaze, as she subtly glanced at Alec, probing. Isn't she His Highness's partner? Why is she dressed so splendidly? If one didn't know, they might think it was Lady Micheline's debut ball. Helena immediately ran over, linking arms with Alecto, and said, I heard Lady Micheline's engagement was called off, so even if you two truly love each other, it wouldn't be illicit, would it? She smiled innocently at Alecto. Right, Alec?
Helena's words further stirred up public opinion. Oh my, did you hear that just now? Yes, she used an intimate name, didn't she? Alecto's expression showed a fleeting surprise, and he said nothing, but the people around him started to whisper again. Until now, no one had ever been able to address His Highness like that. They began to pay attention to Helena. Has everyone seen Miss Antiblom's dress today? Then it's truly. Jason observed from a distance, thinking, if it's announced here that we haven't broken off the engagement, wouldn't Helen become a mistress? Feyna beside him was surprised by this news. She covered her mouth and whispered, so from now on Miss Antiblom will become the Crown Princess? Meanwhile, Alecto was still very astonished. He hadn't thought Aerys would kiss that knight in front of him, and from that moment until now, his mouth had been sealed, not a single word escaping him. The sounds around them grew louder. Of course, isn't Miss Masharian a bit malicious? She always frightens everyone and acts authoritative at the slightest provocation, someone else added. Hasn't she always relied on her father and the royal family's backing to do as she pleases? If she's annoyed, she makes a sport of bullying and expelling others. Tsk, tsk. It would be even better if His Highness favored Miss Antiblom more, wouldn't it? Helena, hearing the commotion around her, panicked and said, No, that's not what I meant. The voices continued to ring out. To become a queen, one needs to be as cautious and affectionate as Miss Anteblaum. She would make a kinder and more beautiful queen than anyone else. These words made Helena's eyes widen in astonishment.
She sadly bowed her head, unable to utter a word. A moment later, someone entered and announced to Elector, "Your Highness." To his surprise, the person continued, "His Majesty has summoned you." Very quickly, Alec was in the palace. He bowed respectfully and said, "You summoned me, Your Majesty." The Emperor did not turn his head, but asked, "I hear you brought your wet nurse's daughter to the debutante ball. Are you in your right mind?" He subtly turned his head to glance at Elector and said, "Hold on to Aerys Macarian tightly. Beg or plead, whatever it takes, you must bind that girl to you once more." Hearing him say that, Alec lowered his head and spoke, "I heard that Empress Mother has accepted the annulment of the engagement with Macarian." At this, the Emperor turned his head in surprise and asked, "Mia Pomina?" Elector clenched his fist and said, "Yes, it's unbelievable that the girl also requested the annulment first." Carrying the resentment in his heart, he said, "Father, do you know how much of a headache that girl caused me with her actions during that time? Yet thanks to the Marquis and your Majesty's continued cover-up, she has become increasingly arrogant." He frowned, criticizing, "Your Majesty is the one who needs to be wary of Marquis Macarian's cunning. How can you keep him by your side and protect him? She's already so arrogant now. What will she be like when she becomes a relative of the royal family?" Hearing his son's outburst, the Emperor said softly, "Elector, I understand your feelings completely." He walked over to Elector and said, "But I do not keep the Marquis by my side because I trust him, nor his daughter."
The Emperor placed his hand on Elector's shoulder and said, "Aerys Macarian, she is both a hostage and a shield." The words surprised him. He looked straight into his eyes and continued, "And a loyal servant of this empire, like a son to me. But Helena Anteblaum is different. Because her mother was born and raised as an empress, she could endure it. But in this terrifying imperial palace, how could that fragile and innocent child endure? Helena Anteblaum should only be brought into the imperial harem and favored. There's no need to put the girl in danger by bestowing upon her the title of crown princess." Hearing this, Elector was slightly indignant, but without letting him finish, the Emperor continued, "What if the Marquis, harboring hatred, were to assassinate that child right now? As you said, the Marquis is very cunning. Can you guarantee that you can perfectly protect the girl?" Alec lowered his head, his voice helpless. "So what should I do? Now everyone only knows that Aerys and I have broken off our engagement. She even avoided me first." The Emperor replied, "I will use an imperial decree to summon Aerys Macarian to the palace." He looked at Elector with a resolute gaze. "Then get that girl drunk. How can an engagement be broken when she carries the seed of the imperial family?" Upon hearing this, a fleeting look of horror crossed his face. He spoke up, "Your Majesty, that matter—" The Emperor interrupted, "It is an imperial decree." He fixed him with a sharp gaze and said, "Are you going to defy the imperial command?" This left him silent and speechless.
The Emperor reminded in a low voice, "Crown Prince," and he merely bowed his head in obedience. Alec's voice still echoed in the Emperor's mind. "I heard that Empress Mama has approved the annulment of the engagement with Macarian." He thought to himself, "Did Melpomene do this without consulting me?" The Emperor sat in contemplation. "Melpomene, why would you do such a thing?" A few days later, the image of a carriage moved through a dense forest, surrounded by rustling sounds. A person held a small glass vial in their hand and thought, "Another essential ingredient for a sacrifice is tears." Sitting in the carriage, Aerys pondered, "It's been a long time since I've been out. After the ball ended, I had to stay indoors to reflect on the identity of that sacrifice." Gently placing the glass vial into a cloth bag, Aerys sighed. "Because the heater was always on in the mansion, I had no idea how cold it had gotten outside. It's a good thing Anakin sent all the firewood to Xynthia." Looking out the window, she was lost in her thoughts. "Thanks to them, I was able to ride in the carriage alone today." Then she remembered Anakin and wondered, "After all, Anakin didn't ask me anything, so why did he kiss me? It would have been fine to ask, wouldn't it? He always understands me unconditionally, yet I'm the one who wants to ask."
Aerys wondered to herself, "Anakin, what are you thinking? What thoughts cross your mind when you see me? I'm very curious about you, but you're not." Recalling the kiss at the party that day, she thought, "I kissed you because I liked you." Remembering Anakin's gentleness, she silently asked, "And you?" Her eyes were calm, but her heart was in turmoil. "I still want to ask him if he likes me, but I won't." Remembering his handsome face, Aerys decided, "I will always wait for him. I want to wait for him." Then she turned her gaze out the window, a rush of thoughts flowing. "There's still time. Before my time in this world runs out, please let me know." Upon arrival, Aerys stepped down from the carriage. Walking alone on the road, Aerys's face was filled with worry. According to rumors, if someone drinks dragon's tears, they will achieve their wish. The tears the witch spoke of could also be dragon's tears. Then she suddenly became clear-headed, her gaze becoming resolute.
If I go to meet Medadia now, she might be able to take me to that place. If not, I'll ask her to tell me the location." Then someone slowly approached. It was Hibris. He called out, "Milady, this is the first time I've seen him since we parted ways in Bonateo. I've been deliberately avoiding him." As she walked past Hibris, she felt, it's not a relationship worth greeting. Suddenly he spoke up. "Don't go." Aerys frowned in annoyance, saying to Hibris as he grabbed her hand, "What trick is this now?" Hibris said in a pleading voice, "Please, just give me a little time." She coldly replied, "I don't want to. Let go of my hand." Then she decisively pulled her hand free from his grasp. But not letting her escape, Hibris quickly grabbed her hand again. Aerys was puzzled. "What is this?"
He said, "I've been constantly thinking of Miss Macharian." She replied with clear annoyance, "So what?" Hibris's face showed a hint of sadness. "May I continue to think about you?" Aerys flatly refused. "I don't allow it. If you've heard your answer, then please step aside." Hibris gently released her hand, but the next second he pulled her forcefully towards him. She was startled, letting out a small gasp. Hibris embraced Aerys tightly. He just held her tightly in his embrace. Aerys's mind reeled. This was truly... She asked angrily, "Are you insane?" She glanced around. After all, the alley was deserted. What if someone saw them? Aerys kept thinking. There were many rumors about Anakin and him. That was why he wasn't allowed to come to the minister's office, because of that scandal. She raised her leg, intending to kick him in the groin. Before she could kick, Hibris suddenly started crying. "Please, don't treat me like this." His tears began to fall. "I only think of you. I don't wish for anything more." Seeing him like that, Aerys was flustered. "What? Even so, don't cry. Hey, wait, Lord Minister."
He let go of her and said, "Please call me Hibris." She replied, "I don't like calling you that. Your body is meant to worship the gods in this world." Before Hibris's tear-streaked face, her voice remained cold. "I will consider everything today as if it never happened, so please go home." He suddenly spoke. "I can't do that, not while looking at you." Aerys looked at him puzzled. What exactly is he saying? She reminded him, Grand Minister, then secretly speculated in her heart. This fool, could it be? Aerys suddenly asked, before Hibris's astonished face, "Do you like me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Hibris replied, "Yes." Aerys suddenly said with a serious face, "How dare I, even knowing that Aerys Macharian is your paternal half-sister?" Hearing this news, Hibris unconsciously stepped back and shouted, "No way, that can't be." Before Hibris's disbelieving face, Aerys continued, "If you want, I can confirm it for you." She looked straight into his eyes and said clearly, "Do you want to go now, to your father, the Marquis?" Her words echoed in his ears. Aerys Macharian, his sister. Hibris clutched his head, continuously muttering, "How can this be?" He suddenly stopped as if realizing something, but immediately Hibris stood before her and said, "I am not Aerys Macharian." Hearing that, she frowned and replied, "So what? Even if the soul isn't Aerys Macharian, it's still incest." Not letting him speak, Aerys continued, "Even if that were the case, it's simply not acceptable for you. Will you let your feelings blind you and forget your status? You are a high minister who has already sworn an oath of purity to God." Seeing Hibris's sorrowful expression, she urged, "Please, be clear-headed." Then she walked away, leaving Hibris's darkened face behind, and thought to herself, "So a different soul is fine, but knowing it's my sister's body, what now?"
She inwardly scoffed at him like a disgusting egoist. Thump, the sound of chopping wood rang out, a decisive axe stroke splitting the log effortlessly. Sitting on a wooden chair, watching his brother work, Kithia spoke up and asked, "Will the young lady also come? Please convey our thanks for the dry firewood." Anakin replied, Kithia continued, "But is it all right to just let the young lady go by herself? That fellow with the title of escort knight." Suddenly, a foot stepped in, a rustling sound catching Anakin's attention. Kithia too, he turned around with a puzzled expression. "Huh? Who's that?" A person completely covered in a black cloak stammered. I am." Taking off her hood, a girl with fiery red hair appeared. She introduced herself. "A friend of Lady Macharian. No, someone who helped her. I just remembered she wanted to introduce me to you all, so I stopped by on my way here to look for you. I heard you were a very precious friend of the opposite sex. I'm Medadia," she greeted the boy. "Nice to meet you, Kithia." The boy's eyes sparkled upon hearing the new term, and he thought to himself, friend of the opposite sex. From a distance, Anakin walked over and asked, "Medadia, why are you here?" Seeing him, she smiled brightly. "So this is the warm older brother. Fate truly is interesting." Kithia quickly interrupted. "He's not my biological brother." Medadia replied, "I know."
"Today I just stopped by to say hello. See you again, Kithia." Kithia stared blankly at her. Medadia called back, "Next time I'll let you meet my colleagues too." Kithia continued to watch Media's figure disappear. Anakin spoke up and asked, "How does that person know you?" Kithia immediately replied, "She said the young lady wanted to introduce me." Watching Medadia leave, Anakin thought to himself, "I didn't hear any footsteps." The scene shifts to a mysterious room. Aerys walked around observing.
This place always has many interesting things. She picked up a meticulously carved bell, looking at it with curiosity. This bell doesn't have a clapper, does it? She curiously shook the bell lightly and wondered, will it make a sound? Suddenly, Medadia opened the door and walked in. Don't you care that touching a witch's belongings will get you cursed? This startled Aerys for a moment. I'm not very superstitious, but where have you been? Oh, it's the younger brother of the guard knight you wanted to introduce to me. Huh? Kythia? Yes, the child's house isn't far from here, so I stopped by for a bit. Aerys wondered, what for?
Medadia cheerfully recounted that her knight was chopping a lot of wood, truly such a gentleman. Aerys asked curiously, why didn't you wait until I introduced him? No, furthermore, how did you know Kythia's house? She replied smugly, oh my, are you asking a witch? At that level, I'll know it no matter how well you hide it. Compared to the time spent going in circles to find us, this is nothing. Aerys didn't reply but wondered to herself, strange, why does she look so happy? What was she going in circles to find?
Medadia saw that she said nothing and continued, anyway, it's good to give a warning now while I'm at it. Later, if there's a clear bell sound, call me immediately. Aerys asked, wondering, why? Medadia spoke frankly, it's a sign of transcendence. I've told you before, haven't I? When a witch senses urgency, it's called the evolving lineage. When the 13th bell rings, they will evolve into a witch and will no longer be able to return to being human. Once they become a witch, they will be bound by this world, because if someone with power equivalent to a witch were to move to another world, the existence of that world would be in danger. Looking at Aerys's expression, she continued, you don't want to live forever in this world, do you? Hearing this, Aerys was speechless. She leaned against a nearby cable and said, let's stop with this uninteresting advice then. Then Medadia cheerfully turned to Aerys and asked, why did you come looking for me? It was only then that she spoke up. I know a few things about the sacrifice you mentioned. Medadia probed Aerys with interest. What do you know? Aerys began to recount. There are quite a few legends about tears in this world. Holding a small glass vial in her hand, she explained. Among them, mermaids' tears are pearls, and fairies' tears are gemstones, so they certainly wouldn't fall into this glass vial. The moon's tears are dew, but surely what you need isn't something so ordinary, is it? If so, then there are the remaining legends. A story began. Once upon a time, there was a lonely girl who had no family. She was not arrogant, not afraid, and had nothing to lose. But one day, that world transformed her into a goddess. When she became a goddess, the entire sky trembled whenever she thought of something, and the ground vibrated with each of her questions. Therefore, people brought everything they had to make her happy, so that she would have no thoughts or doubts.
Precious treasures, fragrant oils, honey, and fresh fruits, along with the most handsome and beautiful servants, were sent to attend to the goddess. The powerful figures of the land continuously offered tributes and arranged amusements to keep her happy. In just a short time, the girl suddenly had many things to make herself happy. As time passed, she eventually fell in love. It was the goddess's first love. She fell blindly into that love. She wanted to do everything for her love and fulfilled all his wishes. The image of the man smiling triumphantly appeared. Knowing the goddess was in love, the powerful figures begged for many things, but the man the goddess loved was not swayed by any temptation. With his curly hair and a perpetual smile on his face, the goddess's first love was a kind young man. Both were very happy, but human lifespan is limited. She tried to extend the lifespan of the one she loved, but the young man refused. Their love was very happy, thanks had been given, and he even promised to still love the goddess even if he were reborn. She could not accept the death of her beloved. She was so sad that she burst into tears.
Her tears had fallen ceaselessly for a long time. After 1,000 cycles of sun and moon, she was finally able to stop her tears and planted a tree in this world. She poured all her tears into this tree, helping it become lush and vibrant. Nourished by the very tears of the goddess, the tree grew immense, bearing flowers and fruit. The goddess gazed at the fruit on the tree, then finally vanished.
On the tree left by the goddess there was a fruit resembling a teardrop, which is why it was called the goddess's tear. Loving couples often cried like that, secretly thinking, my love, we pledge our love with the tears of the divine. That legend is about the tears of the divine. Staring intently at the vial in her hand, Aerys wondered, but the tears of the divine are a legendary fruit, so they can't possibly exist. Clenching the vial tightly, she continued, so what's left is the dragon's tear, right? Seeing Medadia's excitement, she added, the dragon's tear, which if consumed will make wishes come true. Hearing Aerys, Medadia immediately confirmed, if that's the case, you must have come to me to ask for a method to find the dragon's tear, right? Indeed, that's right. I apologize for making you go through the trouble of guessing, but I don't know what the dragon's tear is. Medadia's words surprised her. What? It's not? Medadia burst out laughing. Aha, of course, but I would be very happy if you could tell me the location of that dragon, even though I know this will be difficult for you. Please indulge me. Aerys replied, I'm so grateful I could almost cry right now. Aerys clutched her head in frustration. Among all those legends, how many are actually true?
Medea immediately replied, "Seriously speaking, all of them are true."
The moon's tears are also a legend about a sick father who was brought back to life by drinking dewdrops infused with the pollen of medicinal herbs. If dragon's tears truly turn everyone's wishes into reality, provided they don't go against the laws of nature, Aerys suddenly realized, what about the tears of the gods? That tree is located in the witches' territory. What? Really? Does that kind of tree truly exist? The tree has evolved so only witches can recognize it, but finding witches is very difficult now because they don't want their identities to be discovered. Of course there's an exception, the first witch. Her name is Lily, and the witches who visited Lily respected her wish to be reborn, so they killed her so she could be reborn, as creating life is not within the witches' domain, so they needed the help of dragons. Aerys wondered, didn't they have a bad relationship with the dragon race? Medea replied, walking on, that Lily had promised to give half of the fruit she had grown to the dragons, and if they ate that fruit, their fertility would greatly increase. Anyway, that tree was being protected by the witches so that humans wouldn't notice it. Aerys was startled to realize, so that's how it is? So that tears are necessary as a sacrifice? Medea continued, it holds a metaphorical meaning, much like the legendary fruit, but it is real.
Medea, surrounded by cards, declared, "When the time is right, you'll know it yourself, so don't worry too much. Would you like me to tell your fortune?" Aerys firmly stated, "I told you I don't believe in superstitions." Medea's voice softened, and she said, "Oh dear, don't be like that. Which one do you want to see?" Macharian wearily replied, "It would be great if this had something to do with the future." Medea impatiently urged her, "Pick a card." She picked the card closest to her. How about this one?" Looking at the card in her hand, Medea said with a surprised expression, "Death moving forward." Aerys, seeing the Grim Reaper on the card, was also startled and thought, "Death moving forward." Immediately after, Medea quickly glanced at the card in her own hand. Flipping the card over, Medea was momentarily speechless. After a moment, she reminded her, "You absolutely must not go alone. Understand?" Seeing Aerys's stunned expression, she instructed, "Stay by Anakin's side, no matter what." After calming down, she spoke up. I know. Anakin and I are always stuck together anyway." Aerys suddenly hesitated, shyly tucking her hair behind her ear as she said, But for him, I'd also like to see about our love prospects."
Understanding her intentions, Medea smiled and asked, "What about Anakin?" Struck where it hurt, Aerys panicked and shouted, "Who said anything about Anakin?" Medea continued, "If not, then why are you shouting?" Medea gave a knowing smile and said, "I'll tell you something even more special than dating." Across from her, Aerys stood bewildered. Huh? Tonight, everyone planned to set off fireworks to celebrate the Academy graduates. If only 2 people watched them together, it would surely be as effective as a love spell. But the Academy prohibited outsiders. Medea immediately said, "What do you mean? Lady Macharian isn't an outsider." Not long after, a carriage stopped in front of the Academy. Anakin took Aerys's hand, helping her down from the carriage. In front of them, the butler and his subordinates bowed and greeted. "It is truly an honor for us to have you here, Lady Macharian. I have prepared the location with the most beautiful view." Looking at them, Aerys thought, Marquis Macharian is the Academy's biggest sponsor. I always thought that reputation wouldn't be useful in my life, but I never expected it to come in handy at times like this. Looking at the surrounding scenery, she assessed, is this the best place in the Academy to enjoy the fireworks? Even though it was outdoors, it wasn't cold at all. Was this a heat retention spell or a temperature control skill? Anakin helped her take off her outer coat. "Then, I wish you a pleasant time." A moment later, 3 people in white cloaks simultaneously shot sparkling rays of light into the sky. Their 3 staffs combined to create a powerful golden light source. Immediately after, the booming sound of fireworks lit up the entire sky.
Below, Anakin and Aerys were comfortably watching them. Observing the brilliant fireworks, Aerys secretly marveled. "It's so beautiful, much more beautiful than I imagined." Then she turned to look at Anakin and took his hand. This surprised him a little, leaving him temporarily speechless. As for her, she thought, if not now, then perhaps never. So amidst the booming sounds of the fireworks, she softly called out, "Hey Anakin, do you know?" She thought she shouldn't say it, but she still wanted to. Squeezing his hand tightly, she spoke, "I will make you mine." Suddenly, a loud boom echoed, startling Medadia. What was that? Boom! An explosion occurred right next to their position. The scene immediately became chaotic and out of control.
Aerys collapsed, her face etched with profound confusion. Immediately, Anakin stepped in front of her, shielding her, his eyes unwavering. Aerys, her eyes wide, unconsciously called out, "Anakin, what is that?" Shrill screams rang out. Fiends! Fiends have appeared, and with them countless unidentified monsters swarmed the sky. They had red eyes, moss-green fur, and 2 extremely grotesque horns on their heads, quickly diving down to attack them. Holding his sword firmly, Anakin said gently, "Forgive my impudence." He swiftly dispatched those that approached Aerys. This sight utterly terrified her and brought back the fortune-teller's prophecy. Was this what the witch's prophecy foretold? Down below, streams of people fled, yelling commands at one another.
Close the gates. Prevent the fiends from pouring in any further. Is the Mato Field's effect still weak? Seal off all ground exits. The butler from before now boomed orders to everyone. 5 seconds until field activation. 4 seconds. The final countdown echoed. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. She looked up at the sky, where the monsters were running rampant, her eyes wide with a mix of astonishment and fear. She thought, fiends suddenly appearing. What exactly is going on?
The cries of the demonic creatures echoed across the sky. Someone screamed, "Demons! The demonic creatures are merging into one! Ah! Evil! Everyone, get back!" Suddenly, a gun clattered down at Aerys' feet. A voice shrieked, "Help me!" Meanwhile, Anakin, with a calm expression, turned to Aerys and inquired, "If you command it, I will also charge into battle, but please don't forget the truth that your safety, my lady, is my top priority." Hearing this, she immediately asked back, "Can the Academy repel that thing?" Anakin, maintaining his composure, replied, "The Mako technical scholars are not merely research scholars, they are also trained in combat." Hearing this, she slightly lowered her face, her eyes reflected sadness, and she said, "In that case, let's go back." Aerys bent down and picked up the gun from the ground. "Yes, what's important is the two of us. No, Anakin doesn't need to put himself in danger." At her command, Anakin began to lead the way, saying, "Towards the back gate." With that, he tightly grasped her hand and ran quickly towards the back gate. Suddenly, something blocked their path. Seeing the gate enveloped by magic, Aerys suddenly realized, this is serious. The Mato field is blocking the exit. Anakin tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. He channeled magic into it and calmly said, "Please step back a little."
Very quickly, he decisively slashed straight into the magic wall. Immediately after, the wall had a small man-sized hole pierced through it. At this point, Anakin calmly said, "All right, look at what Aerys did." Aerys' eyes widened in surprise. Cutting through a wall with a sword? Though not perfect, that's the mark of a master swordsman. And so, the two escaped the pursuit of the monsters. As Anakin stepped his remaining foot out of the magic wall, the spot immediately closed up as it was initially. At this point, Calm finally felt relieved. Phew, let's go home now. Suddenly, a person in a white cloak hidden behind a tree trunk caught Aerys' attention. She wondered, who could that be?
Seeing that she had noticed him, the person immediately turned and left. Seeing Aerys' attention shift elsewhere, Anakin asked, "Did you forget something? Should I go back?" Hearing this, she replied, "Oh, no. She thought, it's probably just a student, right? Then she grabbed Anakin's hand. "Let's get out of here, Anakin." She reassured herself, thinking her panic was making him worry for no reason. And so the two walked through the forest together to return home. After a while, they saw an overturned carriage and several scattered bodies. Anakin spoke up. The monsters that escaped before Matafe was activated caused this. She looked at the scene before her, her face so worried that she broke out in a sweat. Not to mention the carriage, not even a single horse could be found. Seeing her worry, Anakin offered, "Let me carry you." Aerys disagreed. "I can run too." Hearing her, Anakin replied, "Yes, but you'd have to run all the way to the mansion without rest." Looking at the scattered corpses, she thought, with Aerys' physical strength, running all the way home is impossible. If I'm stubborn here, Anakin will also be in danger. After deciding, she climbed onto Anakin's back, her face slightly flushed, and said, "I'll rely on you." Hearing this, he replied, "It's probably going to be quite bumpy. Even if it's uncomfortable, please try to bear with it for a bit."
The two continued through the forest, the night's moonlight illuminating their figures. After running for a while, the mansion appeared before them. Aerys rejoiced, "I see the mansion. Just a little further and we'll be there, Anakin." However, Anakin suddenly slammed to a halt. Aerys also sensed danger and immediately looked back to observe. A grotesque monster was charging at them, emitting strange cries. She screamed loudly, and Anakin spun around. She gripped the gun tightly in her hand, thinking that Anakin couldn't draw his sword while carrying her, so she remained on Anakin's back and aimed her gun directly at the monster. A shot rang out, but ironically, it only grazed the creature, failing to hit it. Seeing this, she cursed under her breath. Damn it! Immediately after, the monster's cries grew even more bizarre, and it charged straight at the two of them with terrifying speed. Aerys, with a determined gaze, aimed the barrel of her gun directly at it, silently praying, "Please." With a bang, the monster's blood splattered, even hitting Aerys' face. She had hit her target. Immediately, her hand dropped, and she let out a relieved laugh. Aha! She let the gun fall to Anakin's feet, alongside the monster's corpse. Without hesitation, Anakin quickly ran towards the mansion. The main door opened, and a servant's voice there cried out, "Lady Aerys, you're not hurt anywhere, are you?" Seeing their disheveled appearance, the voice spoke again, "Good heavens, you're covered in monster blood." One of the people there spoke up, "Emma, this won't do. Take the lady to bathe first." "Yes." After she had bathed and cleaned up, Emma worried, "Lady, are you sure we don't need to call a doctor?" Wiping her hair, she replied, "I'm fine. More importantly, go check on Anakin. He must be exhausted from carrying me such a long distance." Outside the glass window, sudden noises erupted. Looking outside, Aerys asked anxiously, "What's that noise now?" Emma beside her also looked out and said, "It's not monsters, don't worry. I heard that the Mato technical scholars have suppressed all the monsters that escaped from the academy." Aerys opened the window and observed the situation outside. A voice then called out, "By imperial decree, Marquis Mithrian is to promptly attire himself and step outside."
Outside, soldiers lined up neatly. Looking at the scene before her, Aerys wondered. The Royal Knights. The herald announced loudly, "Arrest Navin Basharian immediately on suspicion of opening the gate and releasing demonic creatures during the Academy's graduation ceremony. Marquis, please come along quietly." Hearing this, the Marquis immediately said, "It seems there's some misunderstanding, so I must meet His Majesty right now to explain directly to him." The other person immediately interrupted him without hesitation. "Shut up. The culprit who opened the gate at your instigation has already been arrested." Hearing this, the Marquis frowned and asked, "What did you say?" The other person continued, "The gold coins you gave him have also been confiscated as evidence. How dare you still wish to have an audience with His Majesty?" Emma, standing beside her, said with extreme worry, "What should we do?" Watching the entire scene unfold below, Aerys thought to herself, "The Marquis has absolutely no reason to attack the Academy. This is a trap. Someone wants to pin the blame on him. But who could it be? The Marquis has too many political rivals, so I don't know who the real culprit is." Remembering the person in the white cloak behind the tree, she pondered again. "I wonder, no, it must be him, right?" Thinking it over, it seems likely to be him. Watching the Marquis being led away by the soldiers, Aerys secretly reassured herself. Never mind, the Marquis is no ordinary person. He'll find a way to get out safely. After that, she turned and went inside, ignoring the worried servant behind her, and said, "I'm tired. I want to sleep early." As soon as she lay down on the bed, a knock sounded at the door. She sat up abruptly and asked, "Who is it?" The person outside immediately announced, "Miss, someone from the Royal Palace is here."
Aerys stepped off the bed, full of doubt. It was someone from the Royal Palace again. Could it be that even she was on the suspect list? A man entered and spoke. "Lady Matheus, a witness stated that you were present at the Academy during today's incident. Is that true?" Hearing this, Aerys immediately replied, "I went there with my personal guard to watch the fireworks." Hearing this, the man continued, "Because you are connected to the suspicions surrounding Marquis Kavin Matherian, and His Majesty has matters to inquire about directly, he has ordered you to be transferred to the palace." She asked again, "At this hour?" The man replied, "This is a matter of utmost importance. Please get dressed quickly." Aerys, visibly frustrated, quickly nodded. Why hadn't they taken her with the Marquis earlier? Then she said to the man, "Tell Anakin to get ready to go to the palace immediately." The man stopped her. "Please leave your personal guard behind. The Royal Knights will protect you." At this, Matherian showed her displeasure and said, "They are Royal Knights, yes, but I am more comfortable with my own guard." She then criticized, "Is there some reason I'm not allowed to bring my personal guard? I'm not even a suspect."
At this point, the man also conceded. "I understand. Just do as the young lady wishes." And so the carriage rattled on through the night. Sitting in the carriage, Aerys fell into deep thought. Many details pointed to the real culprit behind the scenes being a member of the royal family. The Emperor, the Empress, the Crown Prince. Which of the three could it be? All three had sufficient motives. The Empress or the Crown Prince didn't even need to be mentioned. It could also be the Emperor wanting to intervene before the Marquis's power grew stronger. She clenched her hands tightly on her dress. A moment later, the carriage stopped in front of the mansion's gate. Aerys's train of thought had not stopped. But why call for me? Is no one using the villa at this time? Taking advantage of everyone's attention being on the Marquis, they're trying to cause trouble for me. As they were about to enter, a hand stopped them. The man stopped Anakin and said, "You stay here. This is not a place for an escort knight to accompany." Aerys immediately spoke up, but he, as if understanding everything, the man quickly cut her off. "Miss Masharian, His Majesty also does not travel with knights. Please understand." Hearing the man say that, Aerys complied. She said, "Yes, so be it." And in her heart, she reassured herself, "It'll be fine."
Anakin would run into this room anyway, even if I only whispered softly. Leading her into a room, the other person spoke again. "Please wait here. Your Majesty will be arriving soon." Sitting in the unfamiliar room, Aerys anxiously observed her surroundings. It wasn't just a villa, but a guest house used by foreign envoys. Looking at the bed in the distance, she shrewdly realized that because it was used by envoys, the bed was exceedingly opulent, as if a princess from another country had once stayed there. Just then, a foot stepped in, and she quickly spoke. "Ah." Aerys bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Receiving no reply, she looked up and froze. Seeing that the person who arrived was not the Emperor, but a lector, she was puzzled. "Your Highness, why are you here? If you have something to say to me, I will visit the palace next time." A lector said in a cold voice, "Your Majesty will not be coming." Upon hearing this, Aerys replied, "It's very late now, so I'll take my leave today." A lector immediately stopped her. "Before, you once said that I was not betrothed to you, but to the Marquis's house." He lowered his face, his eyes reflecting sadness as he said, "You also said that you are not marrying me, but marrying into the imperial family. Therefore, even if we don't want to, we will eventually marry each other."
Aerys felt something strange. She said, "Why are you suddenly speaking like that?" He suddenly stepped closer to Aerys and said, "Now it's time for me to return those words. You won't marry me. You'll marry into this royal family." Aerys's heart suddenly churned, and she instinctively recoiled. A bad feeling,
A very, very bad feeling washed over her. She said, "Your Highness, please don't come near me." Seeing Alecto didn't stop but pressed even closer, she yelled, "I said don't come closer." Caught off guard, Aerys's eyes were filled with fear. She suddenly realized how she could have forgotten Medadia's warning. "You must never go alone, understand?" In the quiet night, Aerys's faint voice rang out. "Your Highness, why? Why are you like this? If you're trying to scare me, it's enough. Please stop." Seizing Aerys's shoulder, Alecto said without a trace of hesitation, "Today you will carry my child, and that will become the shackles of your life." Her heart cried out, "No."
Her voice grew colder. "My body, please don't touch it. Don't do this, Your Highness." Alecto seemed to lose all sense of himself. He said, "You can resent me for your entire life." With that, he pulled her down onto the bed. Aerys's voice was weak. Your Highness, please don't do this. Let go, let me go." Suddenly she screamed, "Helena, think of Helena. Aren't you ashamed in front of her?" Alecto instantly fell silent. He held her wrist tightly. Even as Aerys struggled with all her might, she sobbed, "Your Highness, please stop." In her mind, Aerys thought she needed to call Anakin, but she couldn't speak. Alecto pressed himself close to her, making Aerys tremble, whimpering. In her heart, she always refused. She didn't want it. She desperately cried out in her mind, "Help me, please, anyone." Her eyes welled up with tears, her heart still screaming, "Please." Suddenly, she noticed something beside her. Reaching out her trembling hand, Aerys tried to do something, and thwack! Alecto was hit directly on the head by something. Blood began to flow down. Aerys stood up, a vase in her hand, her face drenched but her expression utterly cold. I already told you not to do that. I was just crying and begging." She glared at him with resentment, saying, "Please, please don't be like this. I don't like it. How many times? How many times? I've already pleaded with you." Just like that, she repeatedly brought the vase down on his head. The thwacks echoed throughout the room. She kept hitting him until the vase shattered. Then she began to gasp for breath. Her body was covered in blood. Sitting on the ground, she continuously felt nauseous, then brought a hand to wipe her mouth. Ah! Looking at her blood-stained hands, she trembled uncontrollably. Turning back to the bed where Alecto lay motionless, she realized with horror that she had committed murder. A thought flashed through her mind. The protagonist of this world. I've murdered Alecto? Her face was filled with terror. Her entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Hugging herself tightly, she wondered, what should I do now? Aerys was utterly terrified. Suddenly, the clock bell rang. She startled, realizing the bell. Her eyes wide with surprise, she stared intently, then suddenly realized the bell of the gods. Suddenly, Medadia's words echoed in her mind. After 13 chimes of that bell, the subject will evolve into a witch and will not be able to return to being human. Aerys secretly counted in her head, "It's already the 4th chime. If I become a witch, I'll be trapped in this world." Aerys clutched her head in fear and whispered, "Anakin, I need you, right now." Seeing the room enveloped in silence, she worried, why isn't he here? Thinking back, when this room was in chaos, no one came in. Did they know what the Crown Prince would do to her and evacuate everyone? Her eyes grew anxious, but what about Anakin? She clenched her hands. Could something have happened to Anakin? Suddenly, the sound of a door opening echoed. Click, clack. It was Anakin. He stepped in from the balcony. His body was covered in sweat. Anakin called out, "Mistress." He noticed Alec, covered in blood, lying motionless on the bed. Aerys, looking disheveled, approached him and called, "Anakin." His voice also filled with worry. "Mistress." He quickly knelt on one knee and said, "I apologize for being late." Anakin looked up at her and began to explain. "After escaping the place where the royal knights led me, I found the building's entrance locked, so I had to find another way." Aerys quickly interrupted. "I had somewhat anticipated it, but it seems they truly did play tricks on you." Anakin noticed her blood-stained hand. Taking a handkerchief from his pocket, he said, "Your hand is injured." Aerys cried out in pain. Seeing Anakin's attentiveness, she realized that he hadn't asked her anything. After finishing the bandaging, Anakin released his hand from Aerys's. She said, "Anakin, there's a large mirror in the classroom at the Queen's Palace." She thought to herself, "I need a mirror large enough for Medadia to pass through." She asked Anakin, "If it's brought here, will there be any human traces outside?" He replied, "No, there aren't." She calmly said, "Then please bring that mirror here, and don't let anyone discover it. If that mirror is too large to transport, then you can bring another one instead, as quickly as possible." Anakin immediately replied, "I understand." A moment later, a mirror was brought. Looking into the mirror, Aerys called out, "Medadia, I hear the bell. What should I do now?" Her face was full of worry. "Help me!" In the mirror, Medadia appeared. She smiled faintly and then spoke, "Ah, so it has come to this after all." Without a hint of panic, she said, "Aerys, extend your hand so I can step over to your side." Aerys obeyed her and extended her hand. "Like this?" In the mirror, Medadia reached out and took her hand. Very quickly, she stepped out of the mirror. Medadia said calmly, "There's no more time, so let's skip the pleasantries."
She drew something on the floor with her finger, and as she drew, she said, "I can't stop the bell by myself. Step back a little." After a few quick strokes, a circle appeared on the floor. It emitted a dazzling light, and the two of them stared at it intently, unable to look away. Suddenly, a person appeared from the circle and said, "What's going on, Medadia?" The girl had black, slightly curly hair, and she continued, calling people out in the middle of the night. It wasn't one, but two people, their appearances completely opposite. The person with dark skin covered their mouth with a yawn and said, "I was just about to fall into a deep sleep." The person with fair skin next to them also spoke up. "It seems like something urgent. Is it the Witches' Council?" The dark-skinned girl noticed Aerys and asked, "A foreigner?"
Media quickly interrupted, explaining that it could wait, because the bell of transcendence didn't have many rings left. With the bell in hand, Media asked, "Aerys, how many times has it rung?" She immediately replied, 11 times. Media continued, "Only 2 rings left, right?" Handing the bell to Aerys, Media said, "Take it, memorize the incantation, then ring this bell. You must hold the bell carefully until the end, understand?" Surrounded by 3 witches, Misharian replied, "I understand." In her heart, she secretly wondered, what are they planning to do? The white-skinned person mumbled a strange language. Hearing the sounds in her ears, she thought, this is the language of witches. Aerys gently rang the bell and thought, my spirit has recently taken on a witch-like form, so even though I've never studied it, I still understand it. But why did she tell me to ring a bell without a clapper? Then she also told herself, hey, if I'm told to ring it, I'll just ring it. Suddenly, Misharian secretly realized, wait a minute, I'm gradually hearing the bell. Moreover, the bell is also getting hotter too, hot. The expression on her face became uncomfortable. She was confused. How am I ringing the bell?
Medadia looked at the grimace on her face, not understanding. Aerys screamed internally, just do it, just do it. Refusing to give up, she used her other hand to continue shaking the bell incessantly. Medadia continued to shout loudly in the language of witches. Then the 3 gradually let go of each other's hands, and a moment later the glowing red bell fell to the ground. Aerys plopped down onto the ground, hugging her arm, and exclaimed, I thought I was burned. A voice reached her. Is that the foreigner Medadia has been helping lately? Aerys looked up. Ah, pleased to meet everyone. Medadia, with a radiant expression, put her arms around the 2 witches' shoulders. Say hello. These are my sisters, Mirong and Isis. Medadia turned to the pale-skinned girl and said, I thought Sister wouldn't come. The girl replied, Sister was busy with her boyfriend, so she asked me to come instead if you called. Medadia spoke up, replacing her boyfriend again? This is really awkward. Glancing at Elector, who lay motionless on the bed, Medadia said, because I originally needed Sister and Isis to deal with that person. The brown-skinned girl named Isis immediately spoke up. My specialty is resurrection, but instead of resurrecting, it's closer to making others move. Hearing this, Mirong reminded her, it's true he can move and speak, but in reality he's a corpse, Isis. She replied nonchalantly, humans only need to move and speak, that's all.
Mira suggested, so what about reversing time? A voice spoke up, oh, that's possible. To Anakin and Aerys's bewilderment, one of the 3 said, realistically speaking, even reversing 1 day is too much, so about half of that would be enough for the 3 of us here. Another person immediately asked back, reversing the time of 2 people? The other person replied, then it's half of that half. Medadia, with a thoughtful expression, spoke up, half a day of half a day, huh? I should have brought Sister along. Meringue stroked her hair and said, Sister has had a hard time because you asked her to find the sword, so let's let you off the hook today. Isis also playfully pinched Medeia's cheek and said, we came to help, but now Meringue's talent isn't magic, so are you looking down on her? Seeing their reproachful attitude, Medadia immediately replied with a smile, oh no, it's not like that. At this moment, Aerys's face fell, and a word suddenly appeared in her mind, sword. She recalled Medeia's words to the yellow sword earlier, bathe it in blood. Were they talking about that short sword? Aerys suddenly spoke up, I'm sorry, but what exactly are your talents? Medadia heard this and replied, talents. For a witch, it's a specialized field and involves a unique and profound interest, distinguishing it from other witches, and it holds a different meaning than the sheer magnitude of power.
Milan calmly told her that from the very beginning, for witches, discussing who was stronger was pointless. We have all reached the pinnacle of our individual existence, so further development is impossible. Because we couldn't go higher, we resolved to descend lower. Isis conjured a rainbow-colored beam of light and said, a certain witch, fond of death, researched an easier and more peaceful death. Another witch studied the flow of time and discovered methods to bend it. Yet another witch delved deep into human psychology and found pleasure in wielding power.
Medadia kept her cheerful face as she continued, adding that Isis liked time while Mirong liked power. Staring at the 3 of them, Aerys thought, just as I predicted. The image of a woman with platinum hair, along with the 2 witches, Mirong and Isis, appeared in Misharian's mind, accompanied by the thought, if Sister's talent is death, Isis's is time, and Mirong's is power, then Mirong must mean Vomi Noon, right? I think I also know Medeia's talent, but what about you? A voice answered her. Let's see, what am I? Medadia turned away and casually said, I'll tell you later when I'm free. Now, let's quickly begin the next ritual. The girl Mirong spoke up, asking curiously, Medea, why are you putting so much effort into helping such an unremarkable foreigner? Medea waved her hand and replied, Don't say that, Mirong. Thanks to that foreigner, I found... Mirong asked again, puzzled. Found what? She immediately replied, Yes, I found it. Mirong turned to look at Aerys with an indescribable expression and said, If that's the case, then she's our benefactor. The two witches suddenly bowed respectfully and said, Thank you, we sincerely thank you. Aerys's expression was puzzled at this moment. She asked, Found what? Medea suddenly patted her shoulder and continued, Oh dear, that's enough perfunctory questioning. Come over here. Two hands drew closer and a voice echoed. If time were reversed, only two people would remain unaffected by that time. Before Aerys's bewildered expression, another voice rang out. Others wouldn't be able to remember anything because that time never existed in the first place.
Medea held hands with two others, eyes gently closed, saying, That's indeed the case. They formed a circle for Anakin and Misharian to embrace in the middle, and one of them spoke up. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, I no longer know. Leaning against Anakin's body, Aerys worried, Why am I so uneasy? As if sensing her fear, Anakin squeezed her hand. Medea continued. In short, her face became resolute as she said, This time it will definitely be a choice worthy of your satisfaction. Aerys's face was filled with astonishment at Medea's words. Aerys was dazzled by the light and shut her eyes tightly. Then, with a whoosh, she slowly opened her eyes. Her hands appeared first. Looking at the familiar study, she vaguely realized this was... Before she could continue, Medea explained, We have returned to the time when I read your fortune. Her eyes were filled with surprise. And Anakin? Medea replied, I've called him here. He should be arriving soon. Picking up a teacup, Medea curiously asked, What do you plan to do now? Aerys picked up the teacup with trembling hands. Medea beside her continued, You can't turn back time twice. Aerys said, First, Anakin and I must go to the academy. There are people watching us there, seemingly connected to the real culprit who ensnared the Marquis.
Medea spoke up to remind her. The Emperor would call her again. What would return was only their time together. The rest might repeat the same action. She set her teacup down on the table and then stated her plan. I know, so I'm going to someone the Emperor cannot touch. A woman appeared in her words, the Empress. When I am with the Empress, the Emperor cannot drag me away. Everything will repeat once more, but it won't unfold the same way. A moment later, Aerys was helped down by Anakin, standing before the grand gates of the academy. She turned to him and said, Cut it. He calmly replied, Yes. Judging what observed when the Crown Prince intended to play tricks on her, it turned out he didn't genuinely want to prevent the annulment himself. The Empress and she had already made a deal to annul the engagement, so the remaining person was the Emperor. But would the Emperor want to prevent the annulment and then accuse the Marquis of treason? There's no definite reason to do so. If that were the case, the only ones capable of pinning treason on the Marquis would be the Empress and the Crown Prince.
With a crash, the grand door shattered. A group of people heard the noise and immediately ran over with thudding footsteps, shouting, Who are you people? The butler yelled at the two. What in the world are you people doing? Even if I don't know which noble family you belong to, why would you do this to the Academy's sacred door? Without letting him continue, she interrupted. The Macharian family requested it. Hearing that, the butler was surprised, and his voice became hesitant. Macharian? She ignored him and got straight to the matter. I sent someone to convey that I would be coming here today to watch the fireworks, so why is no one here to greet me? At this point, the butler's voice had softened. I have been disrespectful to young Lady Macharian. We did not receive any news. It's true I arrived unannounced, but luckily, Aerys's personality is quite stubborn, so even such thoughtless behavior wouldn't arouse suspicion. So she said, It sounds like I'm lying, doesn't it? Can you handle this? The butler stammered in response. That's not what we meant. He quickly bowed to show respect and said, Please forgive me. It seems young lady has misunderstood. I will escort you immediately. If the Empress is truly the culprit, then it's as if she betrayed the detestable Macharian, so it doesn't matter. On the contrary, I can even exploit the weaknesses in our dealings, so there's no loss. But if the Crown Prince is truly the culprit, then things will become complicated.
Her footsteps echoed dully, accompanied by the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. Aerys, now without her maternal relatives, was easier to manipulate than ever. Surely the Emperor would try to save her life, wouldn't he? Recalling Alecto's actions, she told herself that if that were the case, she would continue to face that situation. Thinking of this, she frowned and squeezed her eyes shut. Please let it be the Empress. Above all, she hoped not to be summoned to that room today. The butler carefully arranged a chair for her and said, This is the most comfortable spot in the academy to enjoy the fireworks. I hope you have a pleasant time. The image of three staffs clashing and emitting dazzling light repeated once again. Boom, boom, the sound of fireworks echoed once more. Aerys and Anakin looked up at the sky, their hearts stirring. She had wanted to convey a heart as sparkling and beautiful as those fireworks, but everything had fallen apart, even after reversing time. She suddenly paused. No, she couldn't go back to that moment again. Just like last time, strange sounds of demonic beasts echoed, along with desperate screams. Demonic beasts have appeared. Block all ground exits.
Aerys suddenly spoke up. Anakin, I think I saw the culprit when you sloshed Matterfield to escape. Let's go there first. Anakin asked, "Is the place you saw close to the culprit?" She immediately replied, "Not really that close, it seems." Anakin continued, "Then to prevent the culprit from escaping, we should head towards the area where the culprit is. Do you remember where that is?" A loud scream echoed back to the two of them, 5 seconds before Phil's activation. Then 4 seconds, Matherian's face became serious. She questioned herself internally. Where is it? The countdown then also rang out. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. She thought to herself, where was the culprit standing? The countdown reached its end. 1 second. Aerys remembered. The red flower tree. She turned to Anakin and said loudly, "The culprit was standing under the red flower tree for sure." Anakin nodded and replied, "Let's hurry." He tightly gripped her hand and hastily pulled her along. A figure in a white cloak, long enough to reach their heels, was taking hurried steps. Suddenly, a hand reached out towards him. That hand quickly caught him and gripped his neck tightly. He repeatedly pulled Anakin's hand away, struggling to say, gasp, "I can't breathe." From behind, Aerys spoke up. "Well done, Anakin." Hearing her voice, he widened his eyes in surprise and looked towards her.
She gave a triumphant smile. It was indeed true that he was trying to figure out who she was. Naturally radiant, she commanded her opponent, "Lead me to your master." The two men froze for 5 seconds. Anakin maintained his chokehold on his opponent, turning his head to look at his master. Suddenly, Anakin tightened his grip on the man's neck, then he shoved his hand into the opponent's mouth, making him scream in agony. Aerys felt confused. What was that? Anakin pulled out a pill he had just retrieved from the man's mouth. It's a suicide poison. This left Aerys stunned. He hated the Marquis so much that he didn't care about dying. Extreme oppression surely wouldn't work. She spoke up, her voice full of certainty. "You want to eliminate the Marquis, don't you?" Her words, though illogical, were very convincing. "Just lead me, and I will keep silent about everything, and your plan will proceed as intended."
The intruder slightly bowed his head, struggling internally. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Follow me." Descending a very deep staircase underground, their footsteps echoed in the silent space. Aerys grew impatient. "How much further down do we have to go?" The intruder, holding a lamp and leading the way, replied, "We're almost there." They stepped into the magic circle together. As soon as they entered, Anakin got into a stance, ready to draw his sword. Aerys looked around, assessing the situation. The intruder explained, "This is not Motto's technique. Motto's technique cannot go against ethics. This is a magic symbol directly left by witches during the early period of the re-established empire. It is linked to the royal palace's basement." Hearing the intruder's explanation, Aerys gasped, "The royal palace." He grabbed Anakin's sword blade and squeezed hard, saying, "I'll borrow the sword for a moment." Blood dripped from his hand, seemingly endlessly. Aerys exclaimed in shock, "Is it powered by human blood?" The blood flowed down to the center of the magic circle, and the entire circle emitted a light that enveloped the three people. The ground seemed to shake. A group of people rushed out, surrounding them, shouting, "Who's there?" Aerys calmly looked at the aggressive group, her voice very tranquil. "You should put down your swords." Anakin shielded her. The group, seeing their opponents clearly, became startled. How did you get here?" Aerys felt no obligation to explain to them. "That's none of your business."
She gestured with her chin at the intruder, who continued to lead the way. Turning her head, she told Anakin, "Anakin, you deal with those people and then follow." He immediately nodded in agreement. Her words startled the aggressive group from earlier, causing them to immediately hesitate, as they realized, "The Emperor has discovered my presence here, making this quite awkward." The skirmish began. Blood splattered onto the walls and streamed down to the ground, and screams echoed. The heavy sound of a door echoed, surely marking the end of the bloody conflict. The intruder led the two people inside, but did not follow, instead standing outside and saying, "Wait here, and you will meet that person." As soon as Aerys and her servant entered the room, they observed everything around them. Aerys accepted. "I am not pleased with waiting for others in a room, but I understand." Observing the simply decorated room, she noted that the location was different from that other place. What a relief, she thought. Though even so, I cannot feel at ease.
She turned to him and said, "You've worked hard, now go confess." He immediately retreated, and as he closed the door, he didn't forget to remind her to keep her promise. Hearing this, she nodded reassuringly. "Don't worry, soon you will witness the Marquis's destruction with your own eyes." The little one also chimed in, "I'll get to see it soon too, won't I?" How mysterious could it be behind that tightly closed, silent wooden door, awaiting the identity of the person who would open that door and step inside? She was a little worried. "Don't leave me, Anakin." He obediently replied, "Yes." The heavy door creaked. Aerys's heart also stirred. Indeed, who would step in? The queen opened the door, entered, and then closed the heavy door. Aerys greeted first. "Good evening, your majesty, the queen." The queen, very surprised, stammered, "You?" But Aerys showed no surprise. "Your majesty may ask first, but once your majesty has finished asking, you will answer my question."
The two of them sat facing each other. The queen was quite curious. How did you know about this place? Aerys subtly hid what had just happened. A reliable guide led me here. The queen retorted, I mean, how did you meet that guide? Aerys spoke directly, without beating around the bush. Today I went to the academy to watch fireworks and witness the gate opening. By some stroke of luck, I ran right into the culprit who opened it. The queen retorted, don't lie. But upon hearing the extremely convincing explanation, she had nothing more to say. If I had known the gate would open, of course I wouldn't have gone to the academy. I can see fireworks from my home too. She nonchalantly exposed the queen with an innocent, blameless expression. And how miraculous, the culprit even intended to confess that he was instigated by the Marquis. And just as I arrived at the location the culprit pointed out, I saw your majesty appear.
The Empress closed her eyes and asked, so what do you plan to do next? Are you so offended by my betrayal that you're determined to denounce me? She propped her chin, gazing idly at the Empress. I wouldn't dare. I cannot abandon a faction like your majesty so easily. For now, your majesty must interrogate me today. The Empress was surprised to hear this and had to repeat, interrogate? Aerys presented her plan. The daughter was present in the area where her father opened the gate, so we must investigate whether she was an accomplice. Her extremely convincing words rang out steadily. I entered the academy in a commotion, with many witnesses, making it difficult for me to provide a reasonable explanation. I must make it impossible for myself to retreat, to prevent a private situation with the Crown Prince from occurring. Aerys stated as if it were obvious, your majesty does not need to interrogate me directly, but please supervise me as if you were truly interrogating me.
The Empress found it strange. I don't understand. What do you gain by doing this? You don't need to understand me. Our mutually beneficial relationship should end here. The Empress hesitated. That's true. She continued immediately. If you're done asking, then it's my turn now. She looked seriously at the person opposite her. Why did you initiate such a thing? Even if you are Her Majesty the Empress, if this matter is exposed, you won't be able to escape unscathed. The Empress gently curled her lips into a sneer. I hate the Marquis, and I loathe the Emperor. You dragged the Marquis into this imperial palace. As much as I hate the Marquis, she said with an arrogant expression, I know better than anyone how to make the Emperor suffer, by ending my own life. Aerys was surprised by these words. She questioned, if you knew, why didn't you try it? She spoke as if it wasn't her own business. I did try. I hanged myself. When I regained consciousness, I saw the smell of fresh blood permeating the entire Empress's palace. Over 100 people lost their lives for the crime of failing to manage me. Those who assisted me since I was the Crown Princess, and those who had just entered the palace for training, not a single one survived. The Emperor murdered them all. I owe 100 lives, so even if I don't want to, I must live. The Empress grew increasingly resentful as she spoke. I cannot kill the Emperor, nor can I die, so I must live to exact my revenge. I made that vow to myself.
After that, I gathered all the information that hindered the Marquis' work, starting from minor things to the destruction of the Mato train he invested so much in. He will probably get that pile of scrap metal emming again at some point, but he won't earn any money for a while. Listening to the Empress, Aerys realized many things. It turned out the Empress was the one who sabotaged the Mato train she had once ridden. The Empress lowered her face, her emotions unclear, then opened the gate and stated that the Marquis' current crimes were still insufficient. This much couldn't kill him. Curious, Aerys asked. Still not enough? Summoning magic is already a serious crime. She explained, hiding under the guise of having dedicated himself to the country for so long, at most he'll have some assets confiscated and be dismissed, and that'll be the end of it. I don't want that. The Empress seemed consumed by rage. I must see the Marquis vomit blood and die. This sent a chill down Aerys' spine. The Empress was more suited to be a witch than she was. If the Empress were to hear the bell of Soviet, would her life be better than it was now? She suddenly blurted out, if it were the crime of regicide, that would surely be enough, wouldn't it? Regicide means the murder of royalty. This surprised the Empress, who asked uncertainly, what? Aerys asked, if I were to force my father to commit that crime, then would your majesty be able to make him pay with his life?
Instead, both the Empress, your majesty, and my father must pay a price like mine. The Empress scoffed. You mean you'll simultaneously take the lives of the three of us? Anakin listened silently. Aerys disagreed. No, including me, that's 4. The Empress was puzzled. Why do you want to die? This is a matter your majesty doesn't need to understand further. Now what's important is whether your majesty will take my hand. Anakin fidgeted, as if wanting to say something. Aerys was determined. The more charges the better. Only then can we be sure of a death sentence. The Empress hesitated for a moment. Then she asked curiously, how will you kill them? She propped her chin and said nonchalantly, like, I'll force father to find a cup of poisoned tea. She asked, I'll drink tea with the Emperor with that? You must drink it too.
Only then can you escape suspicion. If you're discovered as an accomplice, then when His Highness ascends the throne, there might be legitimacy issues. Of course, what she cared about most was that supreme position. As for the throne, Aerys immediately hit the nail on the head. Of course, His Highness Electo will take over. Only 4 people will die. The Crown Prince's fate doesn't matter, but I want to make Helena Empress. In her mind was the moment Helena smiled radiantly in a pristine white wedding dress, because the child deserved a happy ending.
The queen laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha! This left Aerys speechless. She bowed her head, a slightly weary gesture. I have desperately waited for a witch to buy my soul until now, but I haven't met one, so I haven't been able to sell it yet. Then she stretched out her hands, touching Aerys's face, her own face becoming crazed. Looking back now, it seems it was to meet you. It turns out you appeared to buy my soul. Aerys looked at her and thought, the queen is joyfully revering someone who advocates for her death, Aerys herself, as a savior. Ultimately, she still couldn't understand what the queen was thinking. Bring me that goblet. Finally, after so many long, drawn-out months, I have avenged my son. A woman both beautiful and heartless, who had held power since birth. Therefore, she was a woman like Aerys, but unlike Aerys, she was loved. She removed her hands from Aerys's face, and Aerys felt pity. But both women would meet an unhappy end. The woman branded as the villainess in this story's world could not survive.
She stood up, as if regaining her senses. Stay here, your escorts will arrive. Before leaving, she threw back a remark, I'm not curious why you want to die, no matter how unfortunate your life may be, for I am the most pitiful. The room returned to its inherent silence. Through the crack in the door, a meal was pushed in, and the person outside said, This is breakfast, Lady Myssarian. Aerys secretly marveled at the sight. Even in prison, I'm treated like nobility, probably because the engagement hasn't been officially annulled yet. She slowly got out of bed, sensing the time, waking up once every 2 hours. Because she was imprisoned alone, she constantly recalled what happened with the Crown Prince. After the 3rd time she woke up, she worried whether it would appear in her dreams, so she didn't even try to sleep again. But the clear blue sky was obstructed by iron bars, and she also felt quite lucky that it wasn't an underground cell. Looking at the small window in the room, her heart gently thought of Anakin. Even Anakin couldn't climb up here, could he? If needed, I'll call a wizard using the handheld mirror Anakin secretly prepared for me.
When the clock struck past 8, she had finished preparing the meal. She remained silent, sitting for a long time. Suddenly, in a gloomy, dazed state, she recalled an unpleasant memory. I told you not to. I begged and pleaded while crying. She flinched, turning her head to look around the empty room. By the door, 2 men suddenly appeared, their faces stern as they spoke. I've come to pick you up, Miss Myssarian. This made Aerys confused. Who are they? Standing against the light, Aerys couldn't see them clearly. They continued, Please come with us. She was handcuffed and led away. This made her curious. Where are we going? The 2 men escorted Aerys away, blindfolded.
With a click of the door, it seemed they had arrived at their destination. Someone was already waiting inside. They removed her blindfold, and the man opposite her spoke. Good afternoon, Miss Myssarian. The man intently looked at the paper in his hand. Aerys felt that this person looked very familiar, a face she had once seen in the Empress's palace. The Empress kept her promise, didn't she? What a relief. She spoke indifferently. I'm terribly tired, so if you have questions, ask them quickly. The man probed. You visited the academy yesterday, didn't you? Aerys replied, Because I wanted to watch the fireworks. She had already devised a counter-strategy. She decided to focus on appearing suspicious, unable to show certainty, even though being confined in the palace was no less dangerous. Upon hearing her answer, he was displeased and retorted, Why did it have to be at the academy? You could have watched them from outside, couldn't you? Aerys immediately retorted, Because I wanted to watch them from the clearest vantage point. I'm speechless as to why I have to listen to such a foolish question. To hide his embarrassment, he cleared his throat slightly. You also saw the gate open, didn't you? She asked back nonchalantly. Yes, I did. Is there a problem? If the person who opened that gate was the Marquis, then that's certainly a problem. Are you implying that I helped my father open the gate? On what grounds? He defended himself. Perhaps you didn't open it directly, but it's possible you knew of the Marquis's plan and assisted him. That's what I mean. The intelligent Aerys had calculated the pros and cons. Simply for the crime of aiding and abetting, she wouldn't be punished to the extent of treason. If she didn't know, it would be even better. Being implicated as an accomplice to the Marquis still left her with tasks to accomplish outside. But if she denied the suspicion, it would be difficult to avoid the prince outside of prison. And in that scenario, she smiled cunningly and asked back, I'm not sure. What do you mean? Aerys had made up her mind. There was only one stance she would choose.
The answer stunned the man. Huh? She continued. That means I will exercise my right to remain silent.
He slammed his fist on the table, his voice echoing. Opening the Motto Gate is an act of treason. Do you truly not understand how serious this case is? She faced him calmly, without a hint of fear. I do know, so please convey this to His Majesty. Miss Macharian is exercising her right to remain silent and will not utter a single word. That's what you tell him. The man stood up and offered a suggestion. Miss Macharian, just say you don't know. She refused his good intentions. I have nothing more to say, so I wish to return. He disagreed. I will continue the interrogation. Aerys said nothing, feeling weary and bored. Continue then, continue, she thought, and I'll just keep enduring. In the dark of night, she woke with a start and complained. Awake again. I've been confined here for days.
Throughout this time, she hadn't heard of any threatening interrogations, mediations, or pleas. She lay tossing and turning on the bed, unable to fall asleep. She lay thinking about how far she had progressed in the novel's plot. She didn't want to do anything at all. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the door. A soft voice echoed in, startling Aerys. Lady Macharian. Aerys immediately realized it was Helena's voice. Helena, hooded, peeked from outside the cell. It's me, Lady Macharian. Don't panic. Aerys was indeed still panicked. She rushed to the door and reprimanded Helena. Do you even know where this is, coming here? Helena replied with extreme innocence. Well, I was just too worried. This made Aerys feel incredibly foolish. If she were caught secretly coming here, even a crown princess would be expelled from the palace. Helena innocently asked, Are you hungry? I brought some food with me. She passed the items through the gap in the door, and Helena even said with a look of deep regret, I'm sorry, I was afraid of being noticed, so I couldn't prepare much. This stunned Aerys. Is this what you eat every day? Helena honestly replied, Yes, I chose the best dishes.
Aerys looked back at the food on the ground and asked, What about you? The package only contained a piece of meat, a loaf of bread, and 2 fruits. Helena defended herself. I usually eat very well, so going hungry for a day won't hurt me. Aerys was momentarily at a loss for words. Was she afraid Aerys would be hungry, so she brought her own food? Aerys's prison food was even more luxurious than what Helena usually ate. Aerys only just realized this. She didn't know what kind of food an imprisoned noble young lady would be served, food that was more delicious and lavish than what maids like her would get after a full day's work. Aerys clenched her hands and said, I will enjoy my meal. Thank you. She spoke sincerely to the naive girl who had not yet experienced the harshness of life through the window bars. Aerys gently advised, Patrol time is approaching. You should leave quickly before you're discovered. Helena looked around but refused to leave. I'll stay until young Lady Macharian finishes eating. I'll keep watch, so please eat comfortably. Aerys said sternly, No, go back immediately, and don't come to this place again. Absolutely not. Helena worried, but Aerys stated bluntly, because it's dangerous. Helena reluctantly agreed. I understand. With that, Helena pulled up her hood and decided to leave. Well then, take care of yourself. The young girl's silhouette faded into the distance. Aerys picked up the apple, sat down, took a bite, and chewed, judging. Disgusting.
But I absolutely couldn't throw away the food she brought because she was afraid I'd be hungry. Not long after, Aerys was led away by 2 men. She struggled, blindfolded. This is a different direction than usual. What is it? Where are you taking me? Tell me. The 2 men reassured her. We have no intention of kidnapping you, miss, so please rest assured. It's just that there's a private matter, so you can't go to that room. Upon arrival, they removed her blindfold and said, It's this way, miss. The man who interrogated her the day before stood and bowed, greeting her. Please have a seat, Miss Macharian. She observed and silently assessed. A good room, not an interrogation room. She sat down on the chair, showing no deference, and spoke sarcastically. So you've finally given up on the interrogation now, have you? A cup of hot tea, prepared in advance, was placed right in front of her. The man explained, Because someone like me cannot miss Miss Macharian speak. She quietly mused. Fragrant tea, a spacious and opulent room, a soft carpet. The man opposite continued. My abilities seem to be lacking, so I haven't eyed someone who can persuade Miss Macharian on my behalf. The door swung open, followed by footsteps entering. The person from outside entered without a word, and Aerys had a bad feeling. This room wasn't prepared for her, but rather a place to entertain someone of even higher status than herself.
Seeing that person entered, the man who had been standing bowed. Good afternoon, Your Highness. Aerys's face paled, the mere thought terrifying, and she choked for breath. Crown Prince Electo slowly approached. Aerys silently prayed, Don't come over here. The silver-haired man softly said, Thank you for coming, Your Imperial Highness. She trembled on her seat, her back stiff, even as the Crown Prince walked past her, unable to find a moment of peace. Anakin isn't here either. What should I do? Electo didn't speak immediately, but quietly exchanged words with the silver-haired man. I hear Matheus is exercising her right to remain silent. The man bowed and replied,
Yes, Your Highness, it's quite regrettable, which is why I humbly requested Your Highness's assistance. Alecto turned, his voice critical. How foolish. Doesn't she know that keeping silent will only prolong her detention? Aerys's head felt as if it had been struck by something. She felt like she had fallen into a trance. Someone once said, His Majesty will not come. The memory of past clashes made her tremble even more violently, her breathing heavy and ragged, gasping. The man anxiously reached out to pull her, but she recoiled. Lady Matheus, are you all right? Aerys cried out in fright. Let go! In a trembling voice, Sir, how could you? How could you shamelessly come here? Alec looked surprised. What did you say? The silver-haired man felt suspicious. Miss Matheus? She said in a panic. Get out! Aerys sprang up and yelled loudly at the Crown Prince. Get out! I told you to get out! Get out now! Didn't you hear me tell you to get out? Get out before I kill you! Facing a stunned Alec, Aerys couldn't understand herself either. Why am I panicking? I succeeded once. Surely I can succeed a second time? Alec felt confused, gently raising his hand, only for Aerys to forcefully push it away. Matheus, how dare you? She could no longer control her actions. Ah, no, I don't like it. Don't touch me, don't. Aerys was as if flinging something terrifying away. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Ah!
She stepped back, her body hitting the table. The teacup shook and then spilled onto the table. I told you not to do it. She crashed into the table and fell to the ground. The silver-haired man quickly caught her. Miss Matheus, someone call a doctor. Elector was stunned. What's going on? Aerys vaguely trembled. If it keeps going like this, my mind will be in a turmoil. Elector's image gradually blurred, his voice echoing in her ears. Hey, Matheus, are you all right? Before losing consciousness, Aerys kept repeating, Don't come here. Whispers echoed in the space. Still not awake? I heard she wasn't injured anywhere. Shh, she needs absolute rest. Aerys slowly opened her eyes while lying on the bed. Where is this? The servants continued to discuss casually. But is that true? I heard Miss Matheus went crazy. Well, Miss Matheus was always a bit unhinged anyway. In the palace, that's nothing out of the ordinary. Wow! Looking into the distance, two servants were softly whispering and discussing. Why are you even asking? Even if Miss Matheus is crazy, it's all just to seek His Highness's attention. But this time I heard she scratched His Highness and caused a commotion. Oh my, really? It's enough to drive one mad, because that immense pride couldn't always be disdained by His Highness, so she was completely cast aside. Someone softly exclaimed, completely cast aside? Her mind wasn't fully back. Aerys had to ponder for a moment. Am I still part of the royal family, or have I been locked up in a prison?
Aerys lay weakly on the bed, watching the two maids in the distance, who were whispering about her, a fact only she knew for sure. My uncle works for Duke Kajar, you know. You also know that at Princess Kajar's coming-of-age ball, His Highness brought Helena. But Helena? Aerys lay silently, listening to every word of their gossip. Wearing purple? Only royalty is allowed to wear purple. I heard she's about to become royalty. What? But Helena isn't a noble either. Even a rotten fish is still a fish with noble blood. The door creaked open, and they walked out, their whispers fading with the closing door. Lady Matheus is truly pitiful. The Marquis is being held for treason, and now he's gone mad, too. The position of Crown Princess Consort has completely slipped away. Hey, the Marquis is still imprisoned, isn't he? Poor Aerys lay on the bed, utterly exhausted. She laboriously sat up, weakly supporting her forehead, her mind forced to work again. Even if the Marquis were to die here, it wouldn't matter. But it's not time yet. She gently stepped out of bed, her heart heavy with thoughts. She needed the Marquis to deliver the poisoned tea to the Empress. Even if she were to die, she had to fulfill her role completely before doing so. Only then could she kill Helena and die. Then she stood before the mirror, as if confronting herself. But what if the witch had deceived her? What then? Even if she killed Helena, what if she couldn't return to her previous world? She suddenly recalled that day, the day someone had asked Medadia the exact same question. Why did she go to such lengths to help such an unremarkable foreigner? This doubt had weighed heavily on her heart for a long time. The more she thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Did Medadia have any reason to help her? Medadia calmly, with no intention of explaining, said, Don't say that, meringue. Thanks to that foreigner, I found it. This made Aerys confused. What had she found for them? She immediately spoke up to contact Medadia. Medadia, I have something to ask. As if teleporting, Medadia appeared instantly. Aerys wondered, What did I find for you? Why did the Coven of Witches bow to me then?
Medadia spoke in her usual provocative tone. That's none of your business. You're a foreigner. You'll be leaving soon, won't you? Aerys immediately retorted. No, I have to know, because I don't understand why you're helping me to this extent. This rendered Medadia speechless. You've read about this world, haven't you, before you were confined to that body? The surprised Aerys. How do you know about that? Her mind was a tangled mess. Does she know the whole truth? Medadia continued.
When this story concludes, what do you think this world will become? This confused Aerys. What do you mean? Medadia said, what I mean is, if the gods have already created the conclusion for this story, then from that point the world will begin to crumble. The finale won't arrive instantly, but the impetus will slowly vanish and start to corrode. Creatures of chaos, neither living nor dead, will emerge and start to consume all life and death. Aerys grew impatient. What then? Medadia offered her assessment. Life will no longer be conceived, and death will also vanish. Aerys saw no problem with this. So isn't that all right? Just maintaining the status quo, isn't it?
Medadia explained, try to imagine someone stabbed with a knife. That person would remain frozen in that stabbed state for life, blood continuously flowing, feeling pain but unable to die. Upon hearing this, Aerys indeed had to agree. That really is like a zombie. Medadia spoke continuously, aiming to get through to Aerys. That state will continue, with all beings carrying their ego in a state where they can neither die nor live, because they are trapped in a situation where they cannot do anything. The witches, however, can move, and because we are not creations of the gods, we suffer even more. Even though we are the only ones who can move, we cannot bestow peace upon the world. Aerys seemed to understand. So is that the solution I'm looking for you? Medadia continued. Heavens, one could say so. We will create a new god for this world. Medadia's idea made Aerys feel incredulous, truly absurd. Create a god? Surely not. Medadia gestured for silence. Shh, I already told you that's not your concern, didn't I? Isn't your wish to leave this place and return to the previous world? Medadia's eyes widened, casually threatening Aerys. I hope you don't make me hostile towards you, understand? Aerys froze instantly. I will engrave that. Medadia gave a look of approval. Good then. With that, Medadia vanished.
Aerys stared at herself in the mirror, muttering, my face. Suddenly she was very confused. My face? What was my face originally like? Suddenly she gripped the mirror tightly, her face darkening, and a warning bell rang in her head. I don't remember. This isn't me. Like a madwoman, Aerys violently threw the mirror to the ground, screaming, no! She collapsed, covering her face. The servants outside heard the commotion and immediately rushed in, asking anxiously, what's wrong, Lady Mashirian? She spoke incoherently, like a deranged person. This isn't my face. This can't be happening. Everyone looked on in horror. She's having an episode. Call the doctor. Quick, the sedatives. She screamed, her voice echoing, let me go. I told you not to do anything to my body. I don't like it. As the drug was injected into her body, she weakly resisted, met only by the doctor's half-hearted reassurance. Please calm down, Lady Mashirian. She pleaded, but no one paid attention. No, give it back to me. Aerys's mind became hazy. Everyone was calling her Aerys Washarian. After a long, exhausting struggle, the poor girl softly spoke, my face, my things. The defenses in Aerys's mind seemed to shatter. I'm not Aerys Masharian, please. The young lady became the subject of the servants' gossip. I heard Lady Masharian has gone mad. She just looks in the mirror and screams, then smashes it. Helena quietly worked nearby, as the servants incessantly whispered, does she think the Crown Prince abandoned her because of her face? No, it's not like that. She screams for her own face to be returned. If it's that serious, she'll surely be released from confinement. Speaking of which, someone even saw her walking barefoot in the middle of the night. Helena silently washed dishes, listening to everyone talk. Good heavens, not only is she mad, but she also sleepwalks. How pitiful. She doesn't dress properly, just sleeps all day long. How could a proud lady like Masharian end up like this? Hearing this, Helena fell silent. Aerys sat looking out the window, listening to her attendant report. Lady, Helena Antebellum visited while you were sleeping. Aerys turned in surprise and asked, Helena? The servant confirmed. Yes, but you were sleeping so soundly that I didn't dare wake you. She just looked at your sleeping face and then left. She exclaimed, what a strange girl. If she has time to visit me, why doesn't she learn etiquette or go out and play? Once she becomes the Crown Princess, she won't have the chance to do such things. Her train of thought was interrupted by Emma. Oh, and one more thing, lady. She snapped back to reality. Yes.
She presented the letter sealed with a purple wax stamp, announcing that Her Majesty the Empress had sent a letter. Suddenly, Aerys remembered something she needed to do with the Empress. Oh right, there was also her promise to the Empress. She held the letter and read it. It told her to prepare because the Marquis was about to be released. As she read, her hands subtly tightened, and she vaguely pondered. Prepare. She brought the letter to the flame. She burned it in an instant. What was I planning to do? Oh right, I remember now. When the Marquis is released, I'll ask him to find a poisoned goblet and deliver it to the Empress. My child will kill Helena and then be executed. Each piece of ash from the letter fell like her every thought. Wait, before that, I must turn Helena into the Crown Princess. Aerys immediately instructed her close attendant, Emma, have someone prepare a carriage for me. The servant was surprised. Huh? Why prepare a carriage all of a sudden?
Aerys said coldly. You don't need to guess the reason. I must go to the Imperial Palace, right now. She entered the Imperial Palace in simple attire, no longer caring about gossip. Whispers arose. The crazy girl doesn't need to maintain any more decorum. Now no one forced Aerys into tight dresses and heavy jewelry anymore. A group of servants immediately came out to greet her. Lady Macharian, please come this way. Aerys thought to herself, even if I have to be crazy, I'm liberated. I'll just revel in it. The sound of tapping fingers on the table carried a sense of contemplation. The Emperor looked directly at the person opposite him, nodding. You're quite cunning, aren't you? Did you do this to humiliate Electo? A subject like Aerys showed no fear, stating with a straight back, if I wanted that, I certainly wouldn't have come here. The Emperor was slightly angered. What game are you playing now? Aerys immediately replied, yes, I know. Of course I know.
The Emperor immediately got to the point, stating what he wanted. Aerys then voiced what she had harbored for so long. I wish to annul the engagement. She gently stated her reason. Simply clearing her name would resolve the matter, but naturally it wouldn't prevent other suspicions. If this marriage were to proceed, rumors would surely spread among the nobles that it was an exclusive privilege, and the prestige of the imperial family might even be shaken. The Emperor calmly stood up and said, the imperial family would be shaken by such rumors? Aerys reaffirmed that they would indeed shake the imperial family. Even commoners believed the culprit who opened the gate was the Marquis. If, at this moment, the imperial family continued to support the Marquis, wouldn't people find that strange? But how could the imperial family, who detest demonic creatures, cover for the Marquis? Could they have been enchanted by a witch? The Emperor had to ask again. A witch? Aerys explained until her mouth was dry. The witch Matheus had opened the gate to destroy the country, yet the imperial family, enchanted by the witch, was protecting her. What a truly fascinating story to spread widely in an instant, wouldn't you agree? The Emperor disagreed, saying, just summon the Grand Priest to verify she's not a witch, and that's that. Aerys pointed directly to the flaw in the argument. If that's the case, wouldn't there be no reason left to support me? Aerys's expression grew increasingly strange, as if she were no longer herself. If I am not a witch, then everyone will surely think that. The Emperor listened and had to ponder. If it's not a witch, and it's not the Marquis, then who exactly is the culprit? For whose sake is the truth not being revealed, and only the Marquis continuously interrogated? Aerys stepped forward, directly challenging the Emperor. Could it be that the culprit is within the imperial family?
His face darkened, feeling that he had been disrespected. Who dared? Aerys already knew the answer in her heart. Indeed, even though he knew, he was both interrogating the Marquis and stalling for time, hoping to find a way not to lose his beloved wife. After she finished speaking, she turned her back and left. Please annul the engagement, she demanded. Otherwise, I will let everyone know that Her Majesty the Empress is the real culprit. On the Emperor's desk was a neatly placed, dust-free photograph of the Empress. She warned, I suppose she'll face the death penalty under national law, won't she? He still did not accept her proposal. There's no evidence, he said. The culprit who opened the gate is dead. This made Aerys laugh at such naivety. Oh dear, she said, uttering a sentence that made the Emperor freeze. Do you really think there will be no evidence? A cunning look appeared on Aerys's face, and with a daring thought she considered. If it were the Empress, she would certainly leave a little evidence, and someone willing to drink poison to die to finish off the Marquis would surely not hide the evidence in a way that would easily expose her. The Emperor, when he couldn't win, resorted to threats. If I kill you and bury this truth, it will all be over, he said. Aerys was not afraid of these words. No, she replied. Even if you do that, it won't be buried. Who do you think I heard this story from? And besides, I am not so naive or childish as to face death alone.
The more he listened, the angrier he got. The old Emperor clenched his hands. Aerys saw this but remained nonchalant. He probably wanted to kill her on the spot, but the law of cause and effect existed in this world, and no one could kill her. In the end, the Emperor still had to compromise, annul her engagement, and that would be that. Having achieved what she wanted, she spun around and casually dropped a line. Yes, you should identify the Marquis as the culprit. People will gossip less. The Emperor weighed the pros and cons. If so, her father would die.
Aerys had her own plan, so please, Your Majesty, spare his life in recognition of his past services. This sent a chill down the Emperor's spine. A venomous snake, truly just like her father. She took it as a compliment. Your Majesty flatters me. She was about to leave when she remembered something. Oh, that's right. Turning back, she reminded the old man who almost became her father-in-law and make Helena Antebellum the crown princess. The old silver-haired king's voice was full of disdain. Antebellum? Isn't that girl from common stock? Aerys retorted. What does that matter? The moment she becomes crown princess, her bloodline will be the noblest. Her Majesty the Empress also loves her like a daughter, so she will be more pleased than with any other girl. Hearing that, he sat down, speculating. So teaching that girl and entrusting her to the crown prince is all you're doing, isn't it? The old Emperor closed his eyes and sighed.
What a pity. Compared to an antebellum who knows nothing but crying, a place where an insolent person like you can survive more easily is precisely this imperial family. Aerys repeated, survive easily? She walked out, leaving a sarcastic remark. Your Majesty, where exactly is the person who is still alive in this imperial family that you speak of? She left, leaving him sitting in a daze. Aerys strode down the wide, spacious corridor. At the turn, her mind was still on the recent conversation, hoping it was the last time she would meet His Majesty. She looked up, which made her stop dead in her tracks. Oh, the handsome Crown Prince Elector. Elector saw her face and immediately turned his own away.
The two people brushed past each other like strangers, but Aerys's mood became unstable. How could he be completely unaffected? How could that be? Didn't he feel any guilt towards her? She was in such a mess because of his antics, and she was going crazy right now. The scene where Elector intended to lay hands on her flashed in her mind. Aerys pondered, if time were reversed, others wouldn't remember anything, because that time would have never existed in the first place. Whether that was a blessing or a curse for her, Aerys didn't know anymore. Aerys turned her head to look at Elector, who was walking silently, and Aerys sank into her own thoughts. Slowly she returned to the carriage. If her memories also disappeared when time was reversed, how wonderful that would be. She'd rather not know anything at all. She softly called, Anakin. Immediately the door opened, and Anakin spoke, full of worry. Mistress?
Seeing him, she immediately felt a surge of indignation. All the humiliation welled up, and she burst into tears instantly, sobbing. The car slowly started moving. Aerys clutched Anakin's shirt, as if to release her emotions. He's the one who made the mistake, but why do I have to suffer? Overwhelmed with bitterness, she could only throw herself into Anakin's arms and wail. Why am I the only one suffering? Tears fell incessantly, carrying with them the hurt that poured out, sobbing. Anakin didn't know what to do, nor did he understand anything. He just gently stroked the girl's head. This small gesture was the most effective and intimate comfort. I know this isn't my fault, but the one I should resent is none other than myself. A few days later, a crowd gathered in front of the Marquis' castle. A man respectfully presented a staff. Please accept this, Marquis. I have polished it until it shines. Aerys bowed to the other person. Welcome back, Father. The Marquis saw her, wanting to say something, but finding it inconvenient to speak. Looking at the Marquis, Aerys sighed. He's aged more than 10 years in such a short time. Seeing his normal movements, it seemed he hadn't been physically interrogated, and it was true. Mental pain inflicted higher damage. He glanced past her and whispered, Follow me. The Marquis erupted in a rage in his study, slamming the door. He yelled at Aerys, Why did you go to the academy that day? Aerys didn't flinch and immediately retorted, Because I wanted to watch the fireworks. Are you suspecting me now? While speaking softly, the old Marquis seemed to have stepped on something, needing to shout to bear it. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Aerys's sarcasm made the Marquis's hands tremble with anger. For someone who has committed so many offenses, your tone now sounds awfully disappointed. She continued to taunt him provocatively. What now? Do you want to hit the daughter rumored to be insane? Fine, go ahead and hit me. But if you do that, your life is over. You know that. He gritted his teeth, his anger out of control. But he could do nothing, only throwing the staff to the ground. My life is over. This insolent wretch. Damn it.
Aerys asked, Have you guessed the culprit? He turned his back. You don't need to know. He spoke, clearly revealing his true feelings. If I hadn't been disinherited by the royal family, it would have been better if he hadn't spoken. The moment he did, Aerys retorted directly, What's wrong? Do you think that as long as I'm not disinherited, you'll be acquitted? The Marquis turned his head to look at her. In fact, he was almost acquitted. It was because I had made a deal with the Emperor beforehand that the whole thing fell apart. No matter what, if I wanted to incite the Marquis, I had to create an imaginary enemy. The girl stepped closer. So, try to think of it this way. I'm disinherited. Who benefits? Stepping closer and closer to the Marquis, Aerys analyzed. Isn't the Emperor's faction resorting to tactics to bring people down? Therefore, the Emperor knew you didn't open the gates, but tacitly acknowledged it. He didn't believe it, speaking up in defense. His Majesty would never do such a thing.
Leaning close to the Marquis, two pairs of eyes stared at each other. Are you certain? This made the Marquis ponder, for the Emperor had a history of betrayal. If I just plant the seeds of doubt, they will sprout and take root on their own. Now, I will dredge up all past memories to compare and find suspicious points. The Marquis needed an object for revenge, so a plausible fiction would replace reality. She softly whispered into the Marquis's ear. The noble family from the Emperor's faction was also responsible for my broken engagement. Her words further fueled the Marquis's suspicion.
They knew the Crown Prince favored Helena, so they secretly groomed her. By now, they have secretly laid the groundwork. To elevate that girl to Crown Princess, by using her as a puppet, they could regain power and exact revenge.
The Marquis also felt apprehensive. Why did she suddenly say that? What do you want from me? Wouldn't losing everything like this be a great pity? After saying that, she turned and left, leaving a single sentence. It's not too late. If Helena dies, the only option will be to make me Crown Princess again. The Marquis's eyes were unfocused. What did that mean? She treated the Marquis like a fool. Just think about it. During the period I was Crown Princess, all the noble young ladies of my age were already engaged. Furthermore, the House of Duke Kajar were founding meritorious officials, but upon receiving their titles, they swore not to become relatives by marriage of the imperial family, nor could they marry princesses from other countries. Everyone only gave birth to sons, so there were no princesses of marriageable age. But in her heart, she secretly despised herself, a setup that was not at all humorous, intended to elevate a low-ranking maid like Helena to Crown Princess, yet she unexpectedly exploited it in such a way. Then what? What did she want? Aerys's appearance shifted, perfectly embodying a villain. Secretly find me a cup coated with poison. Her eyes gleamed with a cruel glint. That foolish girl was weak-hearted, so she couldn't possibly refuse my invitation for tea. The image of Helena collapsing from poisoning appeared in his mind. This made the Marquis suspicious. But why was she suddenly aiming for the position of Crown Princess? Just recently she had demanded to break off the engagement because she hated him. He felt that something was wrong, truly suspicious.
Aerys replied quite nonchalantly. Thinking back, it wasn't so bad to marry someone young and powerful and then live a leisurely life. In her heart, there was also a slight prejudice. Only after living did she realize that blatant lies would also be necessary, but in this place, it seemed worth lying. Her words were all deceitful, and he was quite handsome, no joke. Marquis sighed in relief, thinking he had forged iron into steel. Ha, so you've finally come to your senses, haven't you? You use idioms perfectly. This is what they call knowing when to push and when to pull. Aerys's heart grew darker. If you want to kill, push. If you want to stab to death, pull. Keep letting your guard down. Please underestimate me as a naive child. Just wait. She spoke with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. If you understand, then quickly bring the teacup. Inside, the fire of hatred surged. I will take all your lives. The exquisitely carved teacup set was placed on the table. She asked, "Is this the teacup set?" The Marquis replied, "Yes." As she reached out to pick up a teacup, the Marquis immediately warned, "Be careful. At first glance, they look identical, but if you look closely, there's a very subtle difference in the handle." Aerys lifted the teacup to examine it, while listening. The poisoned teacup had 4 leaves. She had to take the unpoisoned teacup first to avoid suspicion. She hummed softly in her throat. Thinking quite nonchalantly, both the Empress and the Emperor must die by poison. Heavens. The Empress must know what she's doing. Aerys put the poisoned teacup back in its original position. She remarked to the Marquis, "The craftsman's skill is truly excellent. It's such a shame to use it once and then discard it. I'd also like to know where that craftsman is from." Hearing him speak, her whole body froze. He's been eliminated.
The Marquis continued sternly. No dangerous elements can be left behind. There will be no risk of being traced. She did not speak up in defense, only turned on her heel and left. So that's how it is. The Marquis probed, "When do you plan to use that thing?" The reply was an evasive answer. "I'll use it when I want to. No need to ask. Since there's nothing else to do, while waiting to return to your territory, we might as well go hunting or do something fun." She turned back, sneering. "Oh, I hear all your villas have been seized, haven't they?" She thought sarcastically, as the Marquis's eyes grew darker with every word he heard. The Marquis had been stripped of all real power. Except for the Candel region where his own building was located, all his territories had been confiscated by the imperial palace. He cursed, "You insolent brat." She walked on unfazed. "Is that what you think? His Majesty once said that you and I are very similar." Gritting his teeth, the Marquis was furious. The door closed and his voice echoed from behind her. "Damn it, just you wait. I'll get everything back." Leaving everything behind, she turned on her heel and left, her own thoughts brewing. My situation seemed so pathetic, that high and mighty one. Winter had arrived. The leaves were gradually withering and scattering. Aerys exhaled a cold breath, her mind in a daze. Today I also dreamt of killing the Crown Prince, and that moment was so vivid that I felt guilty. If I hadn't killed him then, if I had immediately run out to call the imperial physician, would my situation be better now? No, it wouldn't. Anyway, it's just a useless hypothetical now. The Crown Prince, who I actually killed, doesn't remember it and is alive and well, while I am suffering alone, slowly losing my mind. Just the memory of accidentally killing someone is already overwhelming. So as for Helena, could I truly bring myself to kill that girl? How could I, that child? Suddenly, Anakin came running from afar. "Mistress, have you been waiting long?"
Aerys sat there serenely, not waiting at all. Anakin gently placed the basket down and announced that the maid had prepared the food. Aerys asked again, "Emma?" Emma was the one who ushered Aerys out of the room. The girl advised, "My lady, I heard that a walk would be good for a change of mood. You should go before it gets colder." Aerys immediately found it amusing, thinking to herself, "I thought she was pushing me out of pity for my gloomy appearance. Turns out she was telling me to go on a date with Anakin. How cute." The scenery was desolate and bleak, yet peaceful. She spoke up, saying, "Let's take a walk first." Anakin immediately agreed, "Yes." Suddenly, falling snow made her stop short. They both looked up at the sky like a scene from a romance movie. She spoke first. "It's the first snow of the season." Anakin suggested, "Shall I bring an umbrella?" But she waved him off. "No, I like it this way." He softly said, "It's falling quite a lot, isn't it?" Aerys fell straight into love, with a pang of sorrow. "You are the only lovely person in this world, and I can't believe the truth that I have to leave you behind in this world and go. And that's incredibly unfair." She gently requested, "Anakin, I want to hold hands." Anakin quickly agreed. "Yes."
They held hands, silently gazing at the sky and clouds, accompanied by the young woman's troubled thoughts. "When I die, will you be sad for me? Even so, you could kill me, couldn't you? If I'm with you, living in this place probably wouldn't be so bad." Anakin called, pulling Aerys's mind back. "Mistress, come back to your senses." "Yes." He lowered his gaze and said, "If you can't bear it anymore, run to the witch. I'll buy time in the meantime." Aerys was deeply moved, speechless. She affirmed with a firm voice, "It's all right, I have you by my side." She lifted her head, a radiant smile blooming in the winter sky. "I won't run away, Anakin." Aerys didn't care about anything else, but she secretly placed her entire heart with Anakin. She suddenly regained her spirit through his words, which were meant only for her. The thought of burying her bones in this strange world drove her mad. If she stayed here, she would completely forget who she truly was. She pulled Anakin's hand. "Let's go." Gently gazing at the first snow of the season, she made a firm resolution. Her own face, her own voice, and her own thoughts. She wouldn't be young Lady McClarion. She would find herself again elsewhere. The two sat facing each other in a luxurious space. Seeing the other person's silence, Aerys also wanted to speak. In the end, it was the Empress who broke the silence. "You've lost weight, haven't you?" Aerys politely replied, "Your Majesty has also gotten thinner." The Empress gently lowered her eyes, her voice tired. "Is that so? There's no difference between the two of us then."
Aerys watched silently, as if troubled. She gently opened the chest she had prepared. She turned the chest so the queen could see clearly, explaining the method, the teacup poisoned on its four-leaf handle. The queen retorted, "Didn't you say we had to die together?" Aerys was unconcerned. The poison was so potent that even if Her Majesty gave it to the Emperor, there would still be enough left for her. The queen picked up the cup with a handkerchief and examined it. Is that so? I understand." Having achieved her goal, Aerys intended to stand up and leave. "Then I shall." The queen immediately spoke up, paving the way. "If you are caught for murder, you will likely be imprisoned in the same room you were held in last time." This made Aerys freeze for 5 seconds. She continued, "Under the bed in that room, there is a secret passage." The queen did not look directly at her, but gazed out the window, as if to avoid her gaze and conceal her emotions. "If you descend the stairs of that passage, it will connect to the underground path you saw last time. That is a secret escape route for rebellions, passed down through generations only to the imperial family." Aerys immediately refused this kind offer. "I do not have the status of an imperial family member now, so I cannot heed your words." Looking directly at the queen, she concluded, "Your Majesty is not the only one who yearns for death." The queen's face darkened. "Is that so?" She sighed softly. "Oh dear, it seems everyone I wish to save refuses to listen to me. Exactly the same way, don't they?" These words silenced Aerys.
She recalled her past, and a play she had once seen at a night market suddenly came to mind. Before the Grand Crown Prince died, was she imprisoned there? Did the Empress, despite her grievances, still not escape through the secret passage and welcome death there? I wonder how many more plot lines I haven't read in this world. Aerys walked along the vast corridor of the Imperial Palace. Suddenly she paused slightly when she saw Alec and Ed. Her eyes widened as she stared, and she hesitated as she saw Alec approach.
He pushed Aerys hard against the wall, making her cry out in indignation. He grabbed the girl's arm and demanded loudly, "Is it true that you want to break off the engagement?" She exclaimed in surprise, "What? What is this all about?" The Crown Prince didn't care and yelled loudly at her, "I asked if it's true." She yelled back at him immediately, "Yes, that's right. You want it too, don't you? Do you think I'm the only one who wants this engagement broken? You should be shouting your gratitude to me, as you've been wishing for this, haven't you?" This stunned Alec, immediately making him speechless. "You dare!" Even now, Aerys was still furious, her tone not softening at all. "Dare what? So what if I dare?" If you're so furious and resentful about the engagement being broken, then just slit my throat to atone for insulting the royal family. Your Highness, that will be remembered for a very long time by future generations. A prince personally killing his former fiancée. The two stood face to face, glaring at each other like sworn enemies, their hearts churning with anger. The underlying dynamic of Aerys' impulsiveness and the Crown Prince's rejection was now collapsing. Crown Prince Alec slightly bowed his head, his voice mournful. "You've changed." Aerys gently curled her lips into a smirk. "Huh, changed? Me?" She remembered the suffocating council meeting she had to sit through with Alec and Jason. Her heart was full of bitterness. He said that she had changed, but he was the one who had truly become unrecognizable. "I have never once been that Aerys," she thought. She swept past the Crown Prince, not backing down at all.
The Crown Prince spoke, making Aerys freeze. "You love me, don't you?" This was like an alarm bell ringing in Aerys' head. How could this be? She glared, turning back to look, her recently suppressed anger now flaring up again. How could he say such a thing? She turned back to look at Alec's unwilling face. Contemptuously, that fool believed that genuinely loving him was the meaning of Aerys' existence. Suddenly, she found it ridiculous. Pfft. She clutched her stomach and burst out laughing out loud. Ha ha! The Crown Prince's expression changed when he heard her laughter. He had originally intended to leave, but unexpectedly she had to turn back to clarify everything. Let me tell your Highness an interesting story. There once was a girl who believed she had to become the Crown Princess. Then one day she thought that no matter how much she tried, it would all be in vain. So she made a wish.
"Make her disappear from this world immediately." Soon after, she stepped in front of him, saying defiantly, "If that's the case, then who am I?" There once was a young Crown Prince. Looking back, there was a young boy, a boy who was born and grew up as the Crown Prince. His leg was injured and bandaged, and all inquiries were merely perfunctory. "I heard from your wet nurse that you sprained your leg during your riding lesson, didn't you?" The Empress sat on her chair, reprimanding. "The Crown Prince of the Empire can't even tame a single horse?" The boy bowed his head. "I apologize, Mother." A nearby servant promptly interjected. "Your Majesty, it's almost time for His Highness's imperial studies. Shall we postpone the lesson?" The Empress rested her hand on her hip. "Very well. Take him away." The young boy's name was Alecto, but no one called him by it. He was only ever referred to as the Crown Prince or His Highness. Along the long, wide, and seemingly endless corridor, as he walked, the boy suddenly stopped and murmured to himself, "It's been a long time since I last saw Father." The boy turned to his attendant and said, "I should probably go greet Father. Let's stop by the Emperor's palace for a moment before the lesson."
She immediately retorted in an emotionless voice, "Have you forgotten? His Majesty said not to come looking until summoned personally. His mother, Empress Chanlong, treated Elector coldly, and his father, the Emperor, had been indifferent to him from the start. The servant then delivered the final blow. Greetings will have to wait for another time." Alec had to compromise. "All right, I understand. Indifference is sometimes crueler than violence. Therefore, in this vast imperial palace, there was no place where young Elector felt content until that young girl appeared. As the boy sat contemplating under the tree, his eyes were filled with sadness. A little girl gently approached, asking, "Are you lost?" Alec looked up. At first, Elector thought the girl was an angel, because she was so fair and radiant. The girl proactively spoke up, "I'll take you to the exit." He was a little bewildered. She took his hand, pulled him up, and boasted, "My mother is the Crown Prince's wet nurse, so I know my way around here very well. Oh, and of course, I'm also a palace servant. Hee." Her hand was warm, which was how he knew she was human and not an angel.
Helena pulled his hand and ran ahead, her figure fluttering in the wind, making Alec unable to take his eyes off her. The girl began to speak. "You came with your parents too, didn't you?" Adults always forget their children exist once they arrive at the palace. "Don't worry, I'll take you home." If that girl were truly an angel, he would have asked her to take him to heaven. But he also liked the girl with no wings on her back, dressed in a maid's outfit. That girl was the first to extend her hand to Alec. No, she was the only one. "My name is Helena. What about you?" The Crown Prince hesitantly said, "Alec, I'm Alec." In a fleeting dream scene, Helena knelt prostrate before the noble royal. "Your Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, I was disrespectful last time. Please forgive me." Alec was stunned, feeling incredibly distant. He gently clenched his hand, his voice slightly trembling. "Don't call me that." These strange words made Helena look up in surprise. "Don't call me that, please." He didn't care if his actions were criticized as childish tantrums or if he was deemed unworthy of being a Crown Prince, as long as he could hold on to this child. Crown Prince Alec cried, crying uncontrollably in front of Helena. Helena, not knowing what to do, said, "I." She gently raised her hand before Alec's eyes and softly called, "Alec."
The little girl gently wiped away the poor boy's tears, suggesting, "So, shall we be friends?" The word had never existed in Alec's dictionary. His eyes widened as he asked back, "Friends?" If that one word could bind their relationship, with that thought he immediately stopped crying. "Okay,
let's be friends. I think that's enough. Until he learned the truth, everyone was hiding. She sobbed to a child. How could His Majesty treat his family like this? They conversed as if it were a normal conversation. What was wrong with the wet nurse? The Crown Prince's wet nurse, also Helena's mother, lamented with tears and snot streaming down her face. The father of Aerys Macarian, His Highness's fiancé, was the main culprit who framed the former Crown Prince and the Thun family for treason. The words struck the conscience of the innocent child, His Highness's wicked family. Only now did he realize the truth. His mother's coldness, his father's neglect, the wet nurse's indifference, all were due to the schemes of the venomous Marquis Macarian. The daughter of that malicious man appeared, meeting Alec, His Highness, for the first time. I am Aerys Macarian.
He looked on indifferently, contempt in his heart. Yet he was still told to marry that girl? How could he? Aerys's image faded, replaced by Helena, who completely occupied his mind. If only it were Helena, how wonderful that would be. As long as it wasn't Macarian, perhaps his fiancée could have been Helena. If so, he wouldn't have lied to her from the start, and they could have spent their lives together in a different capacity than just friends. In Alec's heart, an aversion was born. Hatred had thus taken root. Aerys of that day only knew how to sob. When she heard footsteps approaching, she startled and turned to look. "Who's there?" she stammered. "Your Highness, have you come to see me off?" Crown Prince Alec's attitude was full of loathing. "Get out of the palace immediately." Alec said this lightly, but for a young maiden, it was fatal. Aerys fell completely silent, but it instead filled her with a desire to conquer him. Full of determination, she said, "Someday, your Highness will come to have feelings for me." Alec found it perplexing. "Why do you harbor such hope? You know this is merely a marriage of convenience?" The scene fell silent for a moment, with only the sound of the fountain's flowing water. The girl persisted. "I love you, you know that." Hearing this, Alec's mouth twitched.
He growled angrily. "It would have been better if you hadn't been born." The magnificent and splendid castle shimmered in the golden sunlight. Crown Prince Alec sat reading a book, listening to the servants gossiping outside. "I heard Lady Michelian spends lavishly." The two spoke carelessly, unaware that someone was listening. "That's right. She's both His Highness's fiancée and flaunts her status. Her personality is so detestable. I heard that at Lady Morgan's coming-of-age ball, she deliberately wore a dress identical to that girl's. And that's not all? I heard she even stole Lady Morgan's dance partner." Alec's thoughts were consistent. "I know that most of Aerys Michelian's bad behavior in the circulating rumors is a ploy to attract my attention. If she hadn't secretly bullied Helena, I would have consistently disregarded her completely." Recalling the day he first uttered those hurtful words, "It would have been better if you hadn't been born." Her expression was one of bewilderment, as if she had heard something she shouldn't have. The young girl covered her face and turned away. Please, forgive me, Your Highness. I must go." Even seeing that expression, he felt no guilt whatsoever, because, after all, she would soon return with a smiling face.
The gossip continued, and lately Lady Macarian hasn't been seen at all, has she? Oh, I heard she was seriously injured and is undergoing treatment. Good heavens, how did that happen? I'm not sure about that either. Some say she fell from the roof and was stabbed by a stranger. The Crown Prince shows some concern, but it's negligible. This is surely another ploy to get his attention. Once she realizes it's futile, she'll reappear and say the exact same thing. Definitely. In his mind, an image of Aerys confessing her love appeared, her face soon forgotten. "I love you, Your Highness," she declared with unwavering confidence. Snapping out of the dream, the person standing before him was a completely different Aerys, a strange woman looking directly at him and asking, "So, who am I?" Alec stammered, "Completely unfamiliar. You, are you someone else?" The dream of that day when he spoke those cruel words resurfaced. "It would have been so much better if you had never been born." Her gaze had changed, he didn't know when, and he felt uneasy under Aerys's stare. Was it love that had changed, or the person herself? Snapping back to reality, the Crown Prince grabbed the noble lady's hand and yelled, "Lies! You're lying, aren't you? You're truly insane." Aerys pulled her hand away. "Yes, only I've been like this, so I'm filled with resentment." She turned on her heel and walked away, leaving nothing but a final remark. "Now it's my turn." Alec hastily stopped her. "Wait," he shouted at the person hurrying away. "If you're not Aerys, then where is she?" She said quietly, "Dead. More than dead. She's vanished forever." Her words stunned Alec, freezing him stiff. "You can't meet her again." He stood silently, watching the person walk away. In his heart, he remembered the image of the little girl from all those years ago, as lively as a goldfish, calling out, "Your Highness, Alec too."
The little girl grew up day by day, becoming a young woman. "Your Highness, I love you." Then she became an adult, as you know. His heart gave a slight pang. Congratulations, little sister. With a white moonlight and a cinnabar mole to boot, what could be better? He felt unwilling to accept it. That was the person who loved him more than anyone else in this world. He had forever lost that love in a terrible way. Back at the Marquis' mansion, a handsome, dark-skinned man was standing, his hand clenched slightly as the man was being blocked by two people. Emma stepped in to report. Miss, it's already the third day." Aerys didn't care. "Let it be. If he comes again tomorrow, just throw water on him." Aerys was also quite fed up. No kidding. Last week, Jason kept coming, and if not him, then other troublesome people took turns causing disturbances. Emma quickly summarized the situation. "I've returned all the invitations sent to you, miss." Aerys immediately approved. "That's fine." Lately, invitations had been pouring in daily. It seemed everyone was eager to witness a fallen Aerys. If I were to die, I would have died already. What good would it do to watch me like this? If time could pass a little faster, there were mountains of things to do, but none could be done immediately. The tears Medea once spoke of, she still didn't know what they were.
Above all, if I want to kill Helena, I must follow the original story's account and sneak into the bridal chamber on the wedding day. The Antobron family's wrongful disgrace and their quest to reclaim noble status. The imperial family has declared that they will restore the Antobron family's status. According to the results of the reinvestigation that concluded not long ago, Helena has now regained her noble status, so that time is not far off. Seeing no need to stay, Emma asked to be excused. "Milady, please rest." Aerys assented. Suddenly, she called the maid back. "Oh, hold on, Emma." The maid paused. "Yes, milady?" She asked an abrupt question. "What was mother like?" Emma looked confused. "Pardon?" Aerys explained, resting her hand. "I mean, my late mother." Emma understood. "Oh, you mean the mistress." Suddenly, she felt it wasn't that important, and since there wasn't much else she could do anyway, she stood up and asked curiously, "Oh, right, tell me about mother." Her heart full of curiosity for this new world, she thought she'd try to learn about the world she hadn't explored all this time. It was said that the mistress, from childhood, was indifferent to everything. Except for the cry when she was born, she neither cried nor smiled. At that time, she declared, "Father, mother, I don't want to become anything."
"I'm not interested in anything, and life just feels dull." Her mother heard this and burst into tears, while her father anxiously comforted her. "My child, why would you say such a thing?" He called out from the side. "Madam." Emma's mother was a maid at the time, Emma recounted. "My mother observed the two of them that day, and later told me it was the first time she had ever seen such a sad expression. Nevertheless, the two of them did not give up on their mistress, believing anything would be good, so they tried to find something that interested her. But all their efforts failed, so the final choice they made was marriage. The Marquis was called by the family to talk. Aerys's grandfather said, "If she gets married and has children, our daughter will surely find interest in life." The father, protecting his only daughter, set a condition beforehand. After she gets married, even if she does nothing at all, just let her be as she is now. The Marquis then solemnly agreed, "I will engrave that in my heart." Thus the Marquis was chosen. The door opened, and the gentle, graceful daughter stepped in. Her grandfather rejoiced. "Ah, she's here. Greet her, my daughter, Kim Bisorian."
The Marquis turned to look, but something unforeseen occurred. It was the Marquis who had fallen for the lady of the house at first sight. Boom, it was love at first sight. A lavish wedding, overflowing with fresh flowers, took place, with endless whispers from the guests as the groom placed the ring on the bride's finger. Rumor had it he abandoned his own family to become a live-in son-in-law. What else? To become an heir of Masirian, a poor family he couldn't get rid of fast enough. He spoke with heartfelt sincerity. "Even though our opinions on this marriage don't matter, I want to truly be husband and wife with you." Placing a ring on the woman who officially becomes one's wife, protecting fidelity, and cherishing each other is the marital vow. But she expressed no emotion, merely saying, "Yes, let it be." Outsiders made profound observations. The lady of the house had not rejected the Marquis, but that didn't mean consent. In fact, she didn't even feel the need to refuse, as no one gets angry at a street owl wagging its tail. Some time later, the Marquis sat silently, looking dejected. A servant relayed, "My lord Marquis, the lady of the house does not wish to dine." The dining table was empty. He sat there alone. The Marquis asked, "Is she tired?" The maid replied, "Oh no. Furthermore, the lady of the house said that from now on there is no need to adjust her meal times to yours." He gripped the wine glass tightly in his hand. The Marquis, utterly disappointed, realized he was a worthless existence to the lady of the house.
Immediately, he became dissolute, indulging in alcohol, gambling, and womanizing. He made efforts to attract attention in various ways, unlike the previous generations of masters. After a drunken spree, the Marquis staggered in, his clothes disheveled, and demanded, "Why do you disrespect me? Have you forgotten I am your husband?" The mother, unfazed, replied, "I have never disrespected you."
The Marquis couldn't help but shout, "You never looked at me kindly." But the mother at that moment didn't care and replied emotionlessly, "You have what you always wanted from me, don't you? But I want nothing from you."
Even if the Marquis begged, raged, or pleaded for love, it was useless, because from the beginning, his love was unrequited. The Marquis's seemingly eternal uncertainty ended when the lady became pregnant with their daughter. The Marquis doted on her, waiting on her hand and foot. The lady sat listening to the servant chatter endlessly. I heard his lordship even went to the market today to buy fish. The servant couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. But the lady didn't care. The servant continued, he cares so much. The capital is on the mainland, so fish is very precious, isn't it? Even Her Majesty the Empress probably doesn't enjoy such luxury, right? She merely said indifferently, is that so? It seemed the Marquis had hoped that if there was a baby, the lady, whose face was exactly like Aerys but icy cold, would change. Night fell, and the Marquis came to visit. Is Aerys asleep yet? The servant, holding the young lady, reported. Yes, she just dozed off after drinking her milk. She suggested, would your lordship like to hold her? But the Marquis didn't pay much attention. All right, I came today to check on the lady's condition. After childbirth, the lady's health declined rapidly, but she had no will to recover.
She only spoke indifferently when she saw her husband arrive. You're here again today? I told you there's no need to make a special trip. The Marquis, full of anguish, pleaded. Madam, please don't say that. Please take care of your health first. She was completely unconcerned about anything. What's wrong? I've already given birth to your child, so I've fulfilled my duty. Mother, father, and you all said I would change after having a child, but you were wrong, because I have no interest in that child whatsoever. Hearing that, he immediately knelt down and begged, Madam, please, I was wrong. I was completely wrong. He squeezed her hand tightly, his voice trembling, his spirit completely shattered. From now on, I won't expect anything from you at all. Please, please. Finally, she had a certain desire. Oh no, actually, now there's something I want from you, and I hope you will definitely accept it. The Marquis started and looked up. That day, the lady of the house asked the Marquis for something for the first time. Therefore, the Marquis certainly couldn't refuse. Her ultimate wish remained a mystery.
The maid's voice continued to resonate steadily. The Marquis was deeply distressed, but ultimately followed his mistress's last wishes. He summoned the technical scholar Motto to handle the preservation of the body, then placed the person into a specially crafted coffin. They faced each other, Emma went on with her story, and he hid all items that reminded him of his mistress, along with the coffin, behind the study. He had concealed everything related to his mistress there. Aerys felt perplexed, pondering with much apprehension. Why was the Marquis so obsessed with the crown princess? He once declared loudly, I want to elevate that girl to the highest position, something I couldn't do for Kim Asharian. Aerys grew more suspicious. Don't tell me his belief that she had postpartum depression was just because he didn't want to believe she had no interest in him at all. How foolish. When did spring begin? Today, the Imperial Palace officially announced the marriage of the Crown Prince and Helena. She pulled open a drawer, gazing at the short sword. Aerys became increasingly determined. Coincidentally, the day she would personally kill Helena was drawing near. Kill her, and I will finally return to my own world. But could I kill Helena and then live indifferently? After killing that person, I was already in so much pain, wasn't I? Crying is not allowed. I'm sorry. I swear to the gods that I will not repeat the same mistake. Lady Aerys taught me, you must take care of your health. I can't. I cannot use Helena as a means to my own death. If I continue to do that to that innocent girl, I might truly go mad.
Clearly, I couldn't bear it anymore. She called out, Anakin. Anakin entered immediately, standing a distance from her. Yes, my lady, he said. In an extremely serious tone, she said, let's run away. She reached out her hand to take the glowing orb. An image of Anakin and Aerys riding on a horse appeared. Medadia sarcastically remarked, honestly, you've chosen like a fool. Are you still foolishly dreaming that you can escape the law of karma? The rain poured down, accompanied by the terrifying howl of the wind. The two of them entered a roadside inn. Anakin stated, today's heavy rain is dangerous. We should take shelter here. To Aerys, whatever her beloved Anakin said was always right and true. Her bold decision caused quite a lot of trouble. By now, the Marquis must know I've disappeared and has sent people to hunt me down, right? This is not a suitable place for a fastidious Marquis's daughter to stay. For now, I will be free from pursuit. The further away from the capital, the more the law of karma pulled at her, little by little.
The horse, naturally gentle, broke free and bolted. The dike collapsed, trapping it in an unexpected spot. All of this must be due to the law of karma. Everything in this wretched world holds you back like this. What do you think I have to run away with you with? She spoke up, attracting Anakin's attention. Anakin, besides being a knight, is there nothing else you want to do? He put down the cup and said seriously, I don't know. I don't have the right to make my own choices, nor do I need choices, because I don't have anything I desire in life, to the point where even a name doesn't feel necessary. Hearing these words, her mind became even more muddled.
No necessities and no desires? Are you really this much of a void just to be a supporting character for Aerys? He said with an excited voice and a sincere expression. I think I did well by not having a name. I am content with the name my mistress bestowed upon me. Hearing this, her heart grew heavy. In the future, we won't be master and servant anymore. So why do you so calmly accept this relationship? Why do you still... Suddenly, the sound of chatter reached her ears. Have you heard? They say His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's wedding date has been decided. It's those two idlers eating and discussing national affairs, deposing Aerys and taking in someone else. They say it's the daughter of a traitor. Hey, watch your words. The stain of rebellion on Antiblom was removed ages ago. Besides, let's just say it outright. The Antiblom family was condemned for rebellion from the very beginning, all because of that venomous snake, Aerys.
She gently squeezed her hand, suppressing her emotions. Damn karma. If I escape this place, I can finally be happy with you. But what about Helena? Does she want to be happy with the Crown Prince? That day, Helena's face was full of unspoken thoughts, and she didn't ask me anything else, whether I loved His Highness or not. That day, Helena's hesitation was very clear, but I didn't ask. I was afraid she would answer that she didn't want it. Let's go back. Go back to hear Helena's answer, and if she says she doesn't want it, I will stop this marriage, no matter what means I have to use. The rain was still falling incessantly. She said, her voice hopeful, Anakin, we clearly lived happily, didn't we? Anakin quietly gazed at the girl in front of him. He affirmed, yes, we clearly were happy.
Medea looked nonchalant, so she returned. She anticipated quite a bit. I understand the situation clearly. What now? Aerys got straight to the point. I want to talk to Helena. Medea replied with a hint of unpredictability. Do you take me for a street vendor or some kind of fixer? The dark tea swirled, much like Aerys's mood at that moment. Medea's words were spot on. I will accept anything you want. What can you offer? She said with determination. Everything you ask for. Medea smirked, as if having achieved her goal. You'll need to be brave. Good. I will help you meet. She instructed Aerys. Well, look straight into the mirror. Imagine the face you wish to see, and feel as if you're making eye contact with them. Aerys frowned, gazing intently at the mirror in front of her. Helena. The sensation of making eye contact with Helena. Aerys did not take her eyes off the mirror. Helena unexpectedly looked at the mirror, and then softly exclaimed upon seeing her, Lady Aerys. Helena looked utterly surprised, and anxiously spoke loudly. Where have you been all this time? Aerys had something disjointed, which made Helena freeze. The mirror divides us into two worlds. If you don't like it, just say so. The girl looked bewildered. Huh? Helena stared intently, surprised. Aerys instructed, if you wish to escape, then say you wish to escape. Helena listened in stunned silence. Because I will do everything I can to help you escape. She became subdued. Then, regaining her composure, Helena pondered. You know, Lady Aerys is right. Gently reaching out to touch the mirror, she confided, the more I learn, the more I realize what I once didn't know.
Aerys listened intently. For the first time in her life, something she wanted to do had appeared, and if she were in this position, she could do it. Aerys subtly clenched her hand as she listened to Helena speak. Will you come to my wedding? Finally, it seemed she had come to her senses. Once again, she realized that the one who wanted to escape was not Helena, but herself. She smiled faintly and replied, yes, I'll come. After she became the crown princess, the power of those who loved her would protect her, just as it did now. But if I killed her, and if according to the law of karma, Hibris saved her again, she would be reborn as empress, receiving the blessings of the gods, and then gain her own power, a formidable political power. Aerys spoke up, pulling herself out of her negative thoughts. Instead, I want us to meet privately, because if the two of us are seen together, people will find it strange. Will you let me in? Helena immediately agreed. Of course. See you soon, Lady Mazeria. Aerys had her own thoughts. The day after tomorrow was Helena and the Crown Prince's wedding. For the happy ending everyone desired, she was forced to kill her. The large room echoed with a voice. Emma, get me the black mask, the inconspicuous one. Aerys stood before the mirror, adjusting her appearance. Emma sensed something was wrong. She softly called out, Lady? The girl's face was somber. Aerys found it difficult to speak as well. She told herself, I'll go and come back. She couldn't bring herself to utter that formal farewell. Thanks to this girl, who always treated her with sincerity, she could endure a little longer in this world.
She could only voice her gratitude. I will always be grateful to you. Then he turned and left, a ripple in his heart. So don't lie until the very end. Anakin habitually followed Aerys closely. Aerys reluctantly ordered, You stay and wait. Anakin immediately said, It's too dangerous alone. Assign me another task. I have other work to do for you. I will let you know when the time comes. Having nothing more to say, he handed her a small mirror. So you take the mirror with you.
Aerys looked at her reflection in the mirror, her face unreadable, and silently called her own name, Aerys.
Then she let her hands drop, whispering to herself, now is the time to bid farewell to her face. The streets were bustling, and the people cheered joyfully. Alec and Helena rode in a carriage for the public to see. Long live His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince! Helena smiled radiantly, and everyone cheered. Long live Her Royal Highness, the Crown Princess! Congratulations, may you be happy for a long time! She subtly raised her eyes to look at the cheering crowd, feeling a pang of sadness. How miraculous! Her body automatically found a way to sneak into the imperial palace. Aerys, if that were her wedding, would she receive such blessings? It's good to be born. Did she think that at that moment? Turning around, she walked away from that place full of gossip and controversy, not wanting to think anymore. That answer would probably never be known, would it? The young girl, alone, turned her back to the crowd, utterly solitary. Night fell. At the luxurious and magnificent imperial palace, a servant reported to Helena. It seems His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will take a long time to arrive there, the friendly young woman replied. Is that so? I understand. Suddenly, something caught her attention. Aerys was sitting silently on a chair. Helena gazed at her, mesmerized. She turned back to shield her, making an excuse to the servant. I feel tired. I think I need to rest alone until His Highness returns. Don't let anyone in. The servant immediately obeyed. Yes, Your Highness. Entering the room, Helena broke the silence. Let's make a cup of tea.
The sound of tea being poured gurgled. The tea was strong, its aroma intoxicating. Helena continued, It's all right, no one will come in for a while. It's just the two of us. Aerys was still not at ease and asked again, What about Elector? Helena placed the teacup in front of Aerys and reassured her. He has to see off the guests, so he won't be back until dawn. Helena proactively asked, I heard you went on a short trip. Did you have fun? Aerys didn't think it was accurate. She'd say it was a midnight escape, because that was true. Not getting to the main point, Helena kept asking trivial questions. I wonder if you saw the sea. Aerys was surprised, not understanding Helena's meaning. The sea? She explained, Yes, because I was born and have never once left the capital, so I want to go see the sea if I ever stop being a maid. Helena sat there gracefully, her voice tinged with a hint of regret. But now I might not be able to see the sea, because the kingdom with the sea has an unfavorable relationship with our empire. She gently set down her teacup. Lady Aerys, have you ever seen the sea? Aerys replied, Yes, I have. Helena was extremely curious. What does the sea look like? Unspoken words filled her heart. Golden waves surged under the dazzling sunlight, and when night fell, it became very still. Anyone who had heard the sea breathe couldn't help but fall in love with it. Surely she would like it too, but if she became empress, she wouldn't be able to see the sea until she died.
Helena interrupted Aerys's thoughts when she saw her being silent. Lady Aerys, are you hurting anywhere? Aerys's mind was as if swallowed by a demon. Can I seize that opportunity? Her future, her wish, her life. Helena had heard it, and she was utterly terrified. At that moment, Aerys had said, So who am I? She stood silently listening to the conversation that day. Like the vast majority of characters in this world had once done, Helena Antebellum also presumed to know Aerys. Aerys.
Crown Prince Alec's words that day were quite impactful. If she wasn't Aerys, then where was she? She heard every word Aerys said. She was dead, and more than dead, she had vanished forever. She remembered every step Aerys took as she left. He would never see her again. Something struck Helena's mind forcefully, and she realized it was profound arrogance. Instead of denying the truth like them, Helena was enraged by her own indifference. She trembled, wondering, what should I do now? The one she could never meet again, the sharp-witted young lady. I have thought and thought again, and that splendid silhouette. Helena Antebellum resolved not to run away anymore. Aerys was lost in a dreamlike state. It took a long time for her to hear Helena call out, Ryan, Miss. Then she had to shout, Miss Aerys. Helena had somehow come to Aerys's side, grabbing her hand and shaking it. Are you all right? It took a long time for Aerys to fully regain her senses. She reassured herself. Stay calm. I can't be weak now. Helena was about to leave, her complexion not looking good, saying, I'll call a doctor, when Aerys held her hand back. No, I'm fine now. I'm fine. Her clear thoughts returned. Discard this ridiculous guilt. Helena is nothing. She's just a character in a novel. This is all a predetermined narrative. So I have no other way. It seemed as if another personality suddenly stood behind, criticizing. Is there really no other way, you hypocrite? Like a ghost, it softly whispered, saying it would do everything to help, yet felt at ease when Helena said she would marry. You're just the same. It only thought of exploiting Helena's kindness, a cowardly escape through her death. Helena's life, always striving her best, was 100 times more precious, making Aerys feel increasingly weary. Aerys realized, no, this wasn't Aerys's Reese, it was her own dirtiest and most disgusting inner self. Helena silently watched Aerys struggle with her thoughts. She spoke up. "Lady Aerys, are you crying now?" For some reason, Aerys's tears wouldn't stop falling, and she spoke brokenly. Her weak voice made Helena unclear. "Huh? I'm sorry, Lady Aerys. Could you repeat that once more?" Aerys repeated, saying she wanted to live. Hearing these words completely surprised Helena. Aerys grabbed Helena's clothes, ignoring her surprised expression. "Please, please say you want to live." But Aerys also understood clearly. "I know I can't save your life." The words she was uttering were perhaps also to alleviate a ridiculous sense of guilt. "I will condemn myself for the crime of killing you, who wanted to live, even if I have to spend the rest of my life hating myself. Therefore, Helena now truly."
Helena gently took Aerys's trembling hand and shared, "Lady Aerys, do you know something?" She softly reassured the agitated Aerys with words that seemed out of place. "The season I like hasn't arrived yet." This made Aerys stop short, and she asked again, "What?" She casually shared, "I like the season when the whole world turns green, between late spring and early summer, when the wind isn't yet stifling." She recalled the day she saw Aerys crying like a child. Helena had witnessed that struggling moment. Standing far away, she watched a luxurious but faint-hearted lady. Helena said, "No matter where your eyes wander, they always shine brightly." As Helena spoke, she brushed the hair away from a crying Aerys. "You probably don't remember, but that summer day, I forgave you. That day, I swore that from then on, no matter what you did to me, I would always be willing to understand." Helena's expression was like that of a benevolent mother, ready to forgive all the world's mistakes, saying, "It's all right." On your coming-of-age ceremony, when you saw me secretly crying, you said those very words. Now it's my turn to return them. She gently wiped a tear from Aerys's face, comforting her. "It's all right, Aerys. Everything will be fine. So do what you want." Aerys gripped the short sword tightly in her hand. What was originally light now felt like 1,000 pounds, and her cries echoed with utter helplessness. Aerys cried out in agony. She resolved, raising the short sword Ken, screaming in her soul, "Helena." Helena showed no emotion, ready to accept everything. The wall in Helena's heart shattered. She saved a wretch like me. The sound of the blade striking a person, a thud was heard. A piercing scream rang out. Aerys stood silently there. The short sword was stained with blood.
Helena lay motionless in a pool of blood. Aerys stood still, not attempting to flee. A servant, hearing the commotion, entered and asked, "Your Highness, what's wrong?" Upon seeing the scene before her, she let out a horrified shriek. She screamed in terror, attracting everyone's attention. "What's happening? Crown Prince Phil!" Aerys self-reproached. "A murderer. I will finally be treated as one." She said nothing, silently shedding tears. With tears still on her face, she coldly ordered, "Report to His Highness that I have returned." Hasty footsteps echoed in the corridor. Aerys was roughly shoved into a cell. The jailer yelled, "Don't dawdle, get in." She was pushed to her knees, and no one cared. The clatter of the lock echoed. Skipping the search and immediate imprisonment. Is this what they call being caught red-handed? Thank goodness the mirror Anakin gave me was still in my bosom. What a relief. If I want to be prepared for any eventuality, I really need this mirror. Is Anakin safe? Before being executed, how wonderful it would be if we could meet one last time. Suddenly, a loud noise made Aerys startle and turn around. Someone greeted, "Your Highness!" The door swung open, and Alec stormed in angrily. "Get out of the way." He couldn't believe it. You dared!" Aerys's words left the Crown Prince speechless. "Aren't you a very irresponsible new groom? If your Highness had returned to the bridal chamber a little earlier, that girl might have lived." He angrily raised his hand, intending to slap her. "You!" Then he froze, clenched his fist slightly, and stopped. Gritting his teeth to restrain himself, he pressed. "Why did you kill her?" Aerys refused. "I don't want to say. Please kill me now." He couldn't hold back a roar. "I asked why you killed someone." Alec's face was furious as he asked, "Why did you kill Helena?" Aerys's face darkened, as if she had finally seen Alec for who he truly was, her heart heavy with a certain disappointment. "Still haven't given up your foolishness? I already told you. Aerys won't come back. I didn't kill Helena because of Aerys."
The Crown Prince didn't know what to say, and Miss Aerys interrupted. "If your Highness can't believe it, you can call the High Priest." Aerys thumped her chest, asserting, "The High Priest said he could see the color of souls, so he can verify whether my words are false or not." Alec hesitated, but someone intervened. "Your Highness, don't be deluded by such nonsense. If you allow a light interrogation, she will confess within half a day." His face grew serious. Nonsense. Even if she is a criminal, she was once semi-royal. If you lay a single finger on her, you should know your life is over.
Turning away, he ordered a subordinate to summon the high priest as quickly as possible. The subordinate obeyed. Yes, I, your foolish servant, was short-sighted in my thoughts. Please forgive me. The door closed, returning the room to its usual quiet. Aerys sat on the bed, her thoughts heavy with weariness. The girl he loves is dead, but the girl he hates disappearing is more important? What an idiot. She lay down on the bed, curling up, lamenting. I'm so tired. I wish everything would pass quickly. The next day, the sky was still clear blue, as if nothing had happened. Alec was presenting to the high priest. My former fiancée claims that she is not Aerys. The handsome high priest, looking pensive, listened to Alec say, High Priest Hibris, please answer, is that statement definitely true? This puzzled Aerys. Why the hesitation? Could it be? He slightly lowered his gaze, then spoke. It is an arrogant statement, but his eyes, when he looked up, did not waver, astonishing Aerys. The person standing before me is indeed Lady Aerys, Your Highness. She, who was sitting, quickly jumped up and shouted, You lunatic, don't be so insolent. Grabbing the fraudulent priest by the collar, she lunged at him. Tell the truth. Suddenly, she couldn't speak anymore. Alec had covered her mouth. He suspiciously asked again, Can you swear to the gods that there is no falsehood in that statement? The high priest quickly bowed his head in agreement. Yes, I can swear. Aerys struggled in vain. Let go. He continued, And it may be an overstep, but for the insane, treatment should be prioritized over punishment. I beg Your Highness to show mercy to Lady Aerys. The two of them conversed in Aerys's frenzy. Thank you, High Priest. I will consult your wise counsel. Aerys grew increasingly annoyed. She recalled that day when this old man embraced her and whispered, Please don't be too harsh with me. Her heart scorned his cowardice as he wrongly and loudly proclaimed his love for her. The soul is not Aerys, so are you planning incest? For you, that is unacceptable. You are the high priest who has sworn purity to the gods, after all. Is he planning revenge even now, this dog? The others left, leaving the high priest standing before the iron-barred door.
Aerys said furiously, Do you want to drive others insane? Why do you know everything yet still lie? I rejected your feelings, so you're going to take revenge on me. He replied matter-of-factly, Didn't you declare yourself Aerys back then? Remembering your words from back then, I'm simply responding in the same way. After the young lady rejected me, I searched through all the documents of the Grand Temple. As I said before, since the young lady is still alive, there's no way to leave this world. He lowered his eyes, his face devoid of expression. But I've seen documents stating that if a foreigner dies a natural death, they will then be reborn as a member of this world. This stunned the girl. What? Your words are so devious, yet your face shows such deep affection. You said that in this life you're trapped in my sister's body, so you can't be with me, right? Then I'll gladly wait for the next life. Aerys scolded him. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Her face twisted, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. She said, In the next life you plan to reincarnate and then find me? How will you recognize me? Will you even remember yourself after you're reborn?
He maintained a calm expression as he replied to her, stating that divine power is deeply connected to past lives. Hibris continued, explaining that it's due to the power accumulated in the soul upon reincarnation. Even if the body holding the soul changes, the divine power within the soul remains constant. A fleeting look of sadness crossed his face as Hibris repeated, In the next life, I will still be able to see the color of your soul, milady. Hearing this, Aerys lost control, gripping the iron bars and shouting at him, What? No way! Her face clearly showed surprise as she asked, If I'm reborn in this world, I won't be a foreigner anymore, will I? How will you recognize me then? He gently touched her hand, which was tightly gripping the iron bars, and said, The color of your soul will surely be different from now. The color of a soul doesn't change that easily, because it's something deeper than memory. A hint of purple will definitely remain. I plan to create a myth, one in which you and I appear. Hibris also gripped the iron bars tightly, his eyes full of urgency as he told her, Please find a lover who possesses a purple soul. It will be passed down by word of mouth for generations, so that I can recognize it when I've reincarnated. In front of him, Aerys's eyes widened as she said, You're crazy. Seeing this, he replied, You are the one who made me crazy. Hearing his words, Aerys yelled, How dare you? Don't pin that on me. Are your disgusting feelings my fault? You just need someone to sympathize with and save you. Her words made him fall silent for a moment. Hibris hung his head, a clear look of dejection on his face. He pressed his lips tightly together, unable to say a word. A moment later, Hibris abruptly turned and walked away. In the dark and deep corridor, his heavy footsteps echoed clearly as he walked on without looking back. The scene shifts to the room where Aerys was imprisoned. It was morning, and she sat listlessly on the bed. Aerys, looking timid and anxious, continuously bit her nails and questioned herself internally.
Hibris's unreasonable need to save Helena's life is haunting me. How did it come to this? Where did it all go wrong? If Helena can't be revived like this, if all plans fall apart because of it. Suddenly, a rattling sound broke the quiet atmosphere of the room. Aerys turned towards the sound, and from outside someone spoke. "Lady Aerys, it's dinner." The person extended a hand into the room, holding a purple handkerchief, and said, "Lady Aerys." Her heart suddenly wavered. A purple handkerchief. It must be someone sent by the Queen. The person outside stammered, "Lady Aerys, why are you suddenly like this?" Aerys slowly walked towards the door and thought to herself, "Avoiding prying eyes with acting, huh? Perfect timing. I need to play along." With that thought, she shouted, "Can't you speak properly? Who sent you here?" Aerys quickly extended her hand for the other person to grasp. The person outside also played along, saying, "Please let go. I'm just bringing food." In this way, she wrote symbols on the other person's hand to convey information outside.
And so, Aerys tried to convey a message to the other person, to deliver a message to Her Majesty the Empress, that she should, Suddenly, from outside, the guard yelled at the girl bringing food. "I ask who sent you?" The girl quickly put away her purple handkerchief and stammered, I don't know anything." Finding nothing unusual about the girl, the guard continued, "You, step away from the door." He pointed at her, his voice softening somewhat, and said, "The person is mad, so don't confront her, just step back." Seeing this, the girl obediently bowed her head and replied, "Yes, thank you." After that, the girl quickly left the cell. Standing silently behind the door, Aerys quietly watched the girl leave. After a while, she also turned away. She leaned her back against the door and thought, "Now, all there is to do is wait." Then, the magnificent and splendid scene inside the castle appeared. Inside the palace, Empress Melpomene was quietly looking out, thinking to herself, "The Marquis has started converting checks into gold. I must take measures before he plays his tricks." Then a voice called out, attracting her attention, "Your Majesty." It was the girl from earlier. Seeing her, the Empress immediately asked, "Did you meet Aerys?" The girl immediately replied, "Yes."
The girl leaned close to Queen Melpomena's ear and whispered. The girl said, "She told you to use that." The image of Aerys appeared with her instructions. "Convey to Her Majesty the Queen to use what I have imparted to her." After hearing this, the Queen cursed, "That wicked thing." Afterwards, the Queen, with a calm expression, told her servant, "Go and convey to His Majesty that I wish to see him, so he should come here." Queen Melpomene skillfully poured tea into a cup. Facing her, the Emperor spoke up and asked, "You invited me for tea first?"
The Emperor said mockingly, "Tomorrow I'll probably have to check if the world has turned upside down." At this moment, Melpomene finally spoke up. "You're not being sincere." The freshly poured cup of tea sparkled. Empress Melpomene's inner feelings surfaced. There was a time she naively dreamed of happiness, a time when she whispered endless love to this man. The scene of their happy family of 3 enjoying afternoon tea appeared in the Empress's thoughts. In her imagination, the Emperor, with a gentle face, stroked their brightly smiling son's hair. The Empress thought, that moment, I had believed, would last forever. An image of herself also appeared, a beautiful girl with eyes full of happiness, looking at her family, along with the thought in her heart, which vanished in an instant like an illusion. Suddenly, the scene shifted elsewhere. At that time, the Empress looked anxious and haggard. She knelt on the ground and pleaded earnestly, "Please." She knelt before the Emperor and said loudly, "Marquis Aerys's words are all lies. Are you calling Retelcel a traitor? Our child would never be like that." Melpomene's thoughts surfaced. What an absurd trap. And you, even knowing it was a trap, remained silent.
The Empress's hands trembled as she said, "Rejesction, my son." Looking at Alec's motionless body on the ground, the Empress softly called out, "My son." Holding Alec's body tightly in her arms, she screamed in agony, "Ah, I've lost everything I loved like this." To my question of how he could send our son away like that, knowing it was a trap, he replied like this. The Emperor, his face devoid of expression, said, "I only need power to hold you close." At the Emperor's words, Melpomene's face momentarily showed surprise, and she asked again, "What?" The Emperor's voice rang out again. "As long as I can bind you by my side, no matter the means, it doesn't matter, even if you despise me because of it." Yes, it happened just as you said. I hated, despised you, you who stole everything from me. Many nights passed, swallowing blood while praying to the gods. The day I could kill you with my own hands, like today, would come. Returning to reality, before her now was still the Emperor's calm face, but with many added marks of time. Empress Melpomene gently cupped the Emperor's face. She leaned in and gently kissed him. After a while, she slowly released him.
A hint of sadness crossed the Empress's face, and she asked, "Even if it's a lie, do you still want to hear it?" The Emperor interrupted her then. "No, I want one last kiss." He reached out and gently touched her face. Melpomen's gaze lowered, and she said, "I will fall into hell." The Emperor gently replied, "Let's go together." Before the Emperor's gentle gaze, Empress Melpomen replied, "I don't like that. Don't come. Instead, be reborn, until that soul is worn out." Her face contorted. Blood began to flow from her mouth, and Melpomen continued, "Don't even mention pigs or dogs. Be born with a life worse than a roadside stone."
The Empress's voice turned cold. "Die." The Emperor looked at Melpomene tenderly. He said, "If we are reborn thousands, tens of thousands of times like this, then will you still consider me your husband?" Hearing those words, the Empress burst into a mocking laugh. Her body began to sway. She said, "Nonsense." The Emperor on his chair also slowly collapsed. He called out, "Melpomene." The Emperor struggled to quickly reach out to her, calling loudly, "Melpomene." His hand seemed to have almost reached her. With a thud, the image in his eyes blurred. Just like that, the two of them collapsed together onto the floor. With the little consciousness he had left, the Emperor still struggled to call her name, Melpomene. But the Empress did not respond. She gradually sank into a deep sleep. Before the Empress's eyes at this moment was only the gloom of the palace. Then the ringing sounds of bells echoed, extending all the way to the room where Aerys was imprisoned.
She sprang up, thinking to herself, at the 10th chime the Emperor and Empress were dead. Aerys got out of her bed. She walked to the small window where moonlight shone in the silent night. Her hands hung loosely as she silently guessed. The Crown Prince was about to arrive. Outside, a clinking sound echoed, then creak, the cell door slowly opened. A person with platinum hair slowly appeared. Seeing him, she thought to herself, perhaps due to continuous shocks, his hair had turned white in a single day, making him look even more like the Emperor. Without waiting long, she spoke up. "My father is the culprit." He quietly kept his distance from Aerys and then asked, "So you already know why I've come. Are you an accomplice?" Seeing Aerys remain silent, he continued, "Answer me." Faced with his astonished expression and slightly narrowed pupils, she said, "Yes, that's right." As if not believing his ears, he asked again, "What?" Aerys smiled faintly and calmly said, "I am an accomplice, helping my father kill the Emperor and Empress." Alec frowned, as if disbelieving, and asked again, "What are you saying? Do you even know what you're saying right now?" Aerys slowly stood up, thinking to herself, if she were an accomplice in the assassination of the royal family, even if Hibris tried to obstruct, she couldn't escape the death penalty. "Let's set the stage," Aerys softly said. "The Empress." Suddenly, another person stepped in from behind the two, interrupting her and loudly exclaiming, "Your Highness! No, Your Majesty!" His voice was clear and resonant. "We have apprehended the culprit bribed by Marquis Aerys to deliver the teacup to the Empress's palace."
A question mark suddenly appeared in her heart. Bribed by the Marquis? The Crown Prince, hearing this, asked back, "What? Who is that person?" The other person replied, "That person," he continued, "is Lady Justia, formerly the mistress of the late Sir Ridesol." At the name Justia, the Crown Prince's face became puzzled, and he exclaimed, "What?" Then he angrily asked the other person, how close was her relationship with the Queen Mother for this to be so unbelievable? The servant, hearing this, immediately replied, "It is said that after leaving the palace, she lived in poverty in the underworld, and she confessed to having received money from the Marquis and committed the crime." Seeing this situation, Aerys thought to herself, "I didn't expect the Queen to have prepared to this extent. With this, the Marquis's chance of escape has completely vanished, and I, as an accomplice, can finally die." That subordinate continued, "I don't know what else the Marquis might have orchestrated behind the scenes, but if your Highness approves, I will immediately issue an order for his arrest, and his daughter, Lady Aerys, will naturally not be able to escape responsibility."
The Crown Prince turned to look at her and said nothing. His lips were pressed tightly together. After a moment, he spoke, "Helena." At this, the Crown Prince's expression became urgent, and he said to her, "If a way to save Helena can be found, I will spare your life." But contrary to his expectations, Aerys smiled. She clutched her chest and pleaded, "Just kill me, Your Highness." Under the Crown Prince's astonished gaze, Aerys continued, "Please, Your Highness, kill me." Immediately, the Crown Prince angrily yelled at her, "You wicked creature!" He looked at her and declared loudly, "I am not so merciful as to grant your audacious wish." Turning away, he instructed his subordinate, "Interrogate Justia again. Torture her, or whatever it takes. Use any method to clarify if it was truly the Marquis' instigation." The subordinate immediately replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Under the pouring rain, a figure in a black cloak was walking step by step. A distant guard saw him and loudly called out, "Who goes there? Stop and identify yourself." He drew his sword, threatening, "If you don't, I will—" Suddenly, the guard's eyes widened in surprise, and his sword quickly fell into the cloaked figure's hand.
The cloaked man lightly wiped a trace of blood from his mouth and thought to himself, as expected, the majority of the guard force has been deployed to the state funeral.
The funeral procession surely hasn't left the capital's main road yet, so if things continue like this, there's a chance to win. Enough time to secretly abduct Lady Aerys. He reached up and took off his hood. It was Jason. He looked around and thought to himself, hidden deep within, huh? He gritted his teeth and held his composure. A royal assassination criminal? Jason's eyes were sharp and cold. He thought, just like always, even though it wasn't her fault, she didn't utter a single complaint, not a single rebuttal, because there was no one to listen to her words. The two guards in front of him quickly noticed his presence and immediately asked, "Who's there?" Jason's thoughts resurfaced. They abandoned her, just like Alecto. Now she truly has no one left but me. The two guards stammered. "You are," Jason thought to himself, "so you don't need to push yourself anymore." He swung his sword towards the two. His thoughts resurfaced. "I'm here, the one who will understand and protect you." One of the two guards shouted loudly, An intruder here."
He didn't say much, but thrust his sword straight at the other person. The man cried out, "Ugh!" Jason thought to himself, "We are kindred spirits. You're just like I was before, unable to find your purpose, wandering aimlessly, aren't you? I need you like this, so now all that matters is that you need me. Today, I will become your savior." Aerys was in her cell when Jason's voice echoed in, catching her attention. "Lady Aerys." Leaving the mirror on the bed, she moved towards the source of the sound. Approaching the door, she asked in a questioning tone, "Jason Kajar." Looking at her through the bars, he said, "Your face has become much gaunter. Are you eating enough?" Aerys didn't answer his question, but asked in return, "Why are you here?" Ignoring her curiosity, Jason continued, "You're not injured anywhere, are you? It's a tall tower, so it must get cold at night." Aerys turned away and said to him, "Stop with the useless talk and just leave." Jason peered through the bars and said to Aerys in an urgent voice, "Let's escape, Lady Aerys." Hearing this, Aerys turned back in surprise and asked him, "What?" Jason calmly told her, "If we cross the border, they won't pursue us. We can start anew there."
He looked at Aerys meaningfully and said, "Let's run away." Aerys replied, "No, I will stay here to pay for my sins." Hearing that, he shouted loudly, "This isn't the time for your stubbornness. If things continue like this, you could be executed." Aerys interrupted Jason and said, "If I run away with you, what then?" She softly said to Jason, "Anxious and dangerous as it is, will you still stay by my side?" She frankly challenged him. "After staying like that, are you confident you won't try to force my feelings?" Before his darkened face, she continued, "No, you wouldn't be able to." Gripping the sword firmly in his hand, he replied, "It doesn't matter if you think that of me, because the only thing that matters to me right now is your safety." Decisively, he used the hilt of the sword to strike the lock hard. Seeing the scene before her, she exclaimed in astonishment, "What the hell?" Then with a few resounding bangs, the shattered lock fell to the ground. Jason unhesitatingly began to step into the cell. Through the gate, he spoke up, "Lady Aerys, you must leave this place. Your life is in danger." Looking at Jason in front of her, Aerys frowned and said, "You?" Then her gaze turned to the scene behind him. When Aerys saw the bloody scene behind him, she whispered to herself, "How many people are there after all?" Before she could react, Jason quickly spoke up, "I'll gladly accept your reprimands later. For now, please forgive my rudeness. There's no more time to spare." Aerys was conflicted. "No, if I'm dragged away like this?" Her face showed mixed emotions. She sheathed her sword, and a thought crossed her mind. It's a gamble, but it's worth a try. Then she ran towards Jason. Jason's eyes widened in surprise for a moment. Aerys directed the sword in his hand towards her own neck. She looked at Jason with a resolute gaze and said, "I already told you, didn't I?" An old memory between them flashed, and she said, "That when you warned me, you had to be prepared to cut me down."
The sword clattered to the ground. Facing his bewildered expression, Myserina continued bluntly, "Even if you forcibly drag me away, I will, just like now, try my utmost to escape from you. That is the only future I can promise you." Jason slightly lowered his face, and only then did he speak. "Why? Why are you so cruel to me?" He clenched his fists and said resentfully, "Both Alex and the guard beside you, they can live well without you." Standing before Aerys, he continued, "But I cannot. I need you." He shed tears of resentment and continued, "Please, need me. Even use me. Just don't abandon me, please." Aerys gazed at him intently and thought to herself, "This isn't a confession of love. It's a plea." Jason's tears did not sway her heart. Aerys said coldly, "I don't need you, Jason Kajar." She calmly told him, "So go back now." A moment later, the curtain, with light streaming through it, came into view. Aerys observed her bandaged wound in the mirror and thought to herself, "Luckily, the wound isn't deep. I almost bled to death before being executed. The outcome of the gamble was a success." Memories of last night resurfaced.
Behind the two of them, the guards' voices echoed incessantly. "There's an intruder here. Search every nook and cranny." Aerys speculated again, "because I managed to buy a little time until the Royal Funeral Guard detail returned." After the incident in the prison cell, Alex, fearing he would have to flee, had confined himself deep within the Imperial Palace. It's good to be prepared for unexpected situations. Those 3 people obsess over me to a strange degree. I need to confirm at once. Standing before the mirror, she remained silent for a moment, then softly called out, "Medadia." With a rustle, the mirror subtly made a sound.
Medadia appeared in the mirror. She yawned and said, "It's been a long time since I've had much to say." Aerys immediately said, "Medadia, what if a dead body were to revive?" Hearing her question, Medadia replied, "Humans cannot come back to life, and neither can we. That's why we turned back time, remember, when you killed the Crown Prince?" Aerys quickly interrupted her and asked, "Even if the High Priest revived me?" At this, Medadia suddenly fell silent. After a moment, she spoke again. "If that's the case, then it's a different story, because divine power is deeply connected to the power of creation and life, so it would be consumed terribly, but it cannot be said that resurrection is impossible." Hearing this, Aerys said in a panic, "By then, I would surely have returned to my own world, and even if such a situation occurred, it wouldn't concern me anymore, right? But if Hibris revived this body, what would happen to Helena?" In the mirror, Medadia gently closed her eyes and said to her, "Worrying about others in your free time, you're truly kind-hearted." Then she opened her eyes, her gaze extremely sharp as she told Aerys, "But at that time, it would be right to worry about yourself, because if you were to come back to life like that—"
Medadia looked at Aerys, whose heart was pounding with worry, and continued, "Your soul will be drawn back into that body, and I won't be able to send you back to your previous world anymore." At this, she cried out, "No!" Aerys clutched her head and screamed, "I don't want to. I absolutely cannot go back. I've done everything to escape this place." Medadia's face remained calm at her words. "Absolutely. Absolutely not."
Medadia suddenly tapped lightly on the table without saying a word. A moment later, she told Aerys, "If you want to prevent such an event, the method is simple. After you die, destroy your body permanently." At this, Aerys slowly relaxed her body. She frowned, her face pitiful, and asked again, "Body?" In the mirror, Medadia continued, "If you want to resurrect someone with divine power, you need that body. Therefore, if the body is completely destroyed, divine power cannot bring it back to life." Hearing this, she asked, "So after I die, you—" Before she could finish, Medadia quickly interrupted, "Oh my goodness." Suddenly, Medadia remembered something and said, "Our contract only extends to sending you back to your previous world." Hearing that, Aerys cried out, "But if my body is destroyed, I—" Before she could finish her sentence, Aerys suddenly flinched. She remembered someone's back and silently thought to herself, "Yes, there is someone who will agree to destroy me after I die." At this, Aerys suddenly fell silent. She clutched her skirt and softly called, "Medadia." Aerys continued, "Please bring Anakin and Kythia here for me." Then Medadia gently stood up. She replied, "Wouldn't it be better if you went?" In the mirror, she gently instructed Aerys, "Try reaching your hand out this way." Following her instructions, a hand suddenly grasped Aerys's hand.
Then it directly pulled Aerys into the mirror, making her gasp in surprise. "Ah!" Very quickly, Aerys went into the mirror. At this moment, gunshots rang out, accompanied by Anakin's gloomy face appearing. There was also his younger brother, the boy Kythia. The two simultaneously turned to look at Aerys, who was sitting on the ground, with puzzled expressions. Faced with Aerys' indescribable expression, Anakin softly called out, "Mistress." She also called him Anakin. Without delay, the boy Kythia immediately ran over to help her up and worriedly said, "My lady, how can this be?" Aerys immediately interrupted the boy. "I'm sorry, but there's no time for pleasantries. Kythia, there's something you need to do for me." Ignoring Anakin's puzzled face behind her, the boy replied, "Yes, anything, just tell me." Aerys had now stood up, and she told the boy, "Spread the rumor that I am a witch on the streets immediately." Her words surprised the boy, and he unconsciously asked back, "Huh?" She paid no mind to his surprise and continued, "It must be spread to the news outlets to make people believe it as much as possible." The boy, disbelieving his ears, shouted, "My lady, don't you know how much this country hates witches? If one is considered a witch, the minimum penalty is death." Hearing the boy's words, her face remained unchanged, and Aerys calmly said, "That's precisely why I'm spreading the rumor that I'm a witch." Facing Kythia's innocent face, she continued, "To ensure I am sentenced to death."
Hearing this, the boy was startled, his eyes suddenly welling up with tears. Seeing Aerys' sad face, he stammered, "No, miss, that's a death sentence. Please don't do it." At this, Aerys knelt before the boy. She gently wiped Kythia's tears and said, "I'm truly sorry for making you bear this burden, Kythia." Aerys cupped his face and continued, "For a foreigner like me to return to my previous world, there's no other way but this, so please, I'm counting on you." At this, the boy sobbed, but still managed to say, "Yes." With a soft click, the door was gently closed by the boy.
As she looked at the scene inside the room, a thought crossed her mind. This must be the last chance I have to say goodbye to him. She gently lowered her head and said softly, "Anakin, there's something you must do." In the quiet of the room, Anakin replied, "Yes, mistress. Just give the order."
Anakin's calm face appeared along with Aerys's voice. "Perhaps it will be impossible, or perhaps you don't want to do it." A moment later, Anakin spoke. "Personal feelings are unnecessary in an order." Aerys suddenly realized that her premonition had been correct at some point. In her imagination, she saw Anakin saying, "You give the orders, and I obey." This young man ultimately wouldn't ruin things for love. Drip. A drop of water fell. Aerys, with tears welling up, said to Anakin, "If I am executed, those men will come to revive me. You must stop them." Before Anakin's slightly astonished face, she continued, "Destroy my body so that I cannot be brought back to life." On the streets, whispers continuously echoed. That black-haired, green-eyed witch lady. It's a mistake to keep being fooled by her beauty. It was the boy, Kintia. He went around whispering into people's ears on the street, carrying a knife hidden inside, then revealed himself on the road. He was ultimately exposed and taken away. People on the street began to gossip. Some said, "We heard that the wicked witch stabbed Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess with a knife. The two late emperors' actions were not wrong. That witch was also behind them." Others spoke without reservation. "Why doesn't the royal family execute her immediately? Even stoning her to death right now wouldn't be enough." A luxurious fur-trimmed purple robe swept in. That person's voice rang out. "The Crown Prince." "No." Someone else spoke up. "His Majesty the new Emperor keeps delaying the handling of this matter." Along with the surrounding chatter, inside the castle, Alec was kneeling and completing the coronation ceremony. "There are rumors that he's covering for her because she's his former fiancée. Could it be?" That voice still echoed at the very moment the crown was placed on his head. He has been enchanted by the witch.
With a bang, someone slammed their hand on the table and roared, "We cannot delay dealing with the Myssarian family any longer." Alec was sitting with 6 high-ranking officials at a table in the palace. The person sitting closest to Alec declared loudly, "False rumors of the royal family colluding with witches are spreading on the streets. If we continue to sit idly, the royal family's prestige will plummet." Despite Alec's cold expression, he continued, "You must issue a verdict now." A thought flashed through his mind. Public opinion is fierce. Regardless of the Emperor's faction or the noble faction, the matter cannot be delayed any longer. He pictured Aerys and thought to himself, "That's right. Issuing an order in accordance with national law will suffice. In truth, I know that girl isn't that Aerys." Alec lowered his head, his face darkened, and said nothing. Remembering Aerys's radiant appearance, he pondered inwardly, "But she is an existence who only loves me. To me, that spirit is essential. There must be a way, some way." Suddenly, Alec's eyes widened.
In a certain room, Hibris said to him, "I see that Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess has been afflicted by a witch's curse." Alec, standing nearby, immediately asked, "A curse?" The two looked at Helena, who was deep in sleep, and replied, "Yes, it's a grand spell cast by at least 2 witches." He spoke up and asked, "Is there a way to break the curse?" Hibris helplessly replied, "Not in the current situation." Sitting on his chair with his officials, he recalled Hibris's words, "If only she had stopped breathing, I would have revived her by any means using divine power." Thinking of this, he asked himself, "Revival?" The high priest had said that revival using divine power is certainly possible. He smiled faintly and thought, perhaps she can be saved. Save her and hide her somewhere. Suddenly, a voice broke his train of thought. "Your Majesty." Alec gently stood up, and he spoke, "I will follow your words. Publicly execute those involved with witches according to national law." After he finished speaking, His Majesty made a wise decision. Indeed, it was a decision imbued with solemn authority. At this moment, he beckoned to a subordinate standing nearby. He whispered into the person's ear, "Secretly summon the High Priest and Jason Kajar." With a soft click, the door gently opened. Alec, who was sitting with Jason, said, "You're here." It was Hibris, who softly said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." He bowed before Alec's indifferent gaze. Staring intently at Hibris, he thought to himself, this fellow had falsely sworn back then that Aerys was real. He cleverly covered up, claiming that mental treatment was needed more than execution. It's impossible to know what their relationship is, but they clearly share the same goal as me. Then he began to speak. "High Priest, the other day you said that if Helena died, it would actually be easier to revive her, didn't you?" Alec's words made Jason flinch slightly. Could those words be interpreted to mean that you can bring the dead back to life? Upon hearing this, Hibris clenched his fists and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. Are you perhaps interrogating that person?" Alec continued, "To be revived means the soul's owner surely returns, doesn't it? Not just a living corpse that moves." Hibris replied, "That is correct, because I use the power of rebirth contained within divine energy." The room fell silent for a moment. Then a soft voice gently spoke again. "Is that so? If that's the case, then it's fine." Alec, with a calm expression, said, "Aerys's public execution will proceed without any hindrance." His voice reached Hibris's troubled face.
The moment Aerys becomes dead in front of everyone, High Priest, you must bring that girl back to life. Jason will lead the way to the palace basement, and Aerys will be interred there.
Hearing that, Jason replied, "Leave it to me." Alec turned aside and continued, "I have also already found a body of similar build." At this moment, Hibris spoke up, starting with, "Self," before correcting herself. "But your majesty, the process of handling the body at the temple might also give it away." Hearing that, Alec continued, "A royal body covered with cloth cannot have its face verified, so there's no need to worry about it being exposed." Then a voice spoke up, interrupting him. "But Lady Aerys is not royalty, as she has broken off her engagement with your majesty." Alec suddenly paused, then slowly replied, "She held the position of the Crown Prince's fiancée for a long time, so she must be given that level of treatment." He turned to Jason and said, "Jason, taking Aerys abroad is entrusted to you." Hearing that, he immediately replied, "Yes, I understand. I will also accompany her." Hibris also spoke up, "I must spend time watching over and examining it to see if there are any imperfections. It is covered by my divine power, so only I can properly care for it." Hearing these words, Jason suddenly fell silent. Then he spoke up, "Then I will send someone from abroad to inform us of the place of residence. The Supreme High Priest must not know. The escape is more urgent than anything else."
Hibris turned to Alec and said, "Go ahead and do it." Alec immediately replied, "It seems everything has been decided." By the window, amidst the candlelight, a voice rang out. "If you proceed, reconvene once more, on the night following the execution." Finally, the time for the execution arrived, and that day the sky was filled with crows. Numerous carriages were parked in front of the palace gates to escort the condemned. The Marquis, his hands tightly bound, screamed incessantly, "Let me go! Release me! I am innocent! Please let me see His Majesty!" Aerys cast a quick glance his way, only to see soldiers relentlessly pushing him and yelling, "Stop screaming and get in the carriage!" Upon seeing this, she too boarded a carriage. Inside, she sat opposite the Crown Prince's wet nurse.
The soldiers called out to depart, and she subtly glanced out the window, watching the snowflakes fall, even though it was summer. This was perfect weather for a villain's last day. Upon arriving at the execution ground, a large crowd had already gathered. As soon as the carriage entered, one of them pointed. "There she is." Many curses rang out. "She's an evil person, blinded by envy. Drag her out of that carriage." As soon as they saw the Marquis, everyone immediately cursed. "You Miserian, you venomous snake. My son died because you opened the magic gate." He kept screaming, "No, it wasn't me. Help me." The wet nurse behind saw this and rejoiced, for her revenge had been exacted. She said, "I never thought I would live to experience such a wonderful day. Who would have thought my student would bring me such blessings in my later years?"
Through the window, people saw Aerys and wouldn't stop screaming, "Come out, witch! Don't stay in there! Show us your evil face!" The car door opened, and everyone turned their eyes to look. "It's the witch! The witch is coming out! You're a witch, you filthy, evil creature!" They fell silent, not saying another word, as if they had seen something unexpected. Aerys stepped out of the car, calmly looking at the crowd. Seeing her, they were surprised and whispered, Is that Aerys Macarian? I heard she was insane, but she looks normal. Everyone said she was an old woman full of wrinkles, but that's not true at all. She's really—" 3 people were escorted to the guillotine. Looking at Aerys from above, someone said, "Witch, surely there's been a mistake." Below, Kintha also painfully shouted, "Behead her!" Amidst everyone's cries of, "Behead the witch!" he shouted the same. Looking at the 3 people on the scaffold, the crowd continuously chanted, "Behead the witch! Behead the witch! Behead the witch!" Aerys looked down at the stands and silently called out Kintha's name, the one who was inciting her death, even though he didn't want to see her die. Even in these final moments, she thought, "I'm sorry." And looking at Anakin standing motionless, she recalled the moment before arriving at the execution ground. She had instructed him, "I need you to destroy my body so that I cannot be resurrected." After that statement, the space became unusually silent. After a moment, he spoke up to confirm, "Mistress, you want me to destroy your body with my own hands? Is that right?" "Yes." "Is that what I must do to prevent you from coming back to life?" He remained silent, not answering.
Seeing him bow his head in sorrow, she quietly called his name. "Anakin, I know this is too much to ask," she continued. "Don't think that you don't care, or pretend not to hear." Anakin interrupted Aerys. "Then, does my lady wish for me to burn it?" His words made her look at him in surprise. "What?" Anakin said firmly. "I will do it. I want to do it. Let me be the one to send my lady off." How could he have the heart to accept such a request? Was it merely loyalty to his master? Or was it because— Her hand gripped her skirt tightly as she asked Anakin, "Will you be sad when I die? If so, can you end my life?" He replied, "Yes." She knew it was selfish to ask this now, but she resolved to ask before leaving so she would have no regrets. "Anakin, do you like me?"
Before her bewildered face, Anakin said, "Don't you know? I thought you knew. I could never be so skilled as to kiss someone I don't like." At this, Aerys thought to herself, "How could he be like this? I relied on you, but I always doubted your heart, thinking that your actions were merely goodwill shown as Aerys's Black Knight."
Nevertheless, it turned out he had fallen in love with such a girl. She buried her face in his chest, sobbing. The two embraced for a long time. Then he thought to himself, this girl isn't Aerys. And so he held her tightly in his arms. In his arms, Aerys whispered into his ear, "I have a request for you, Anakin." She slowly pulled away from him. She continued, "Perhaps these are—"
Her voice lowered. Aerys looked up at Anakin and said, "Then die for me." Before his surprised eyes, she continued, "And come to my world." Aerys's eyes welled up, but were full of anticipation as she said, "Live with me, okay?" Then Anakin also knelt on one knee before her. In the silent atmosphere of the room, his voice spoke, "Is that true? Is it really true that I can follow my mistress?" With tears welling in her eyes, Aerys said, "You fool, you should be angry." Aerys raised her hand to touch his face, which was gazing intently at her, and she said, "I'm telling you to die, after all." A moment later, Anakin also raised his hand to touch hers. He gently closed his eyes, feeling the warmth from her hand. Anakin said, "I always thought I had been abandoned. Even though I knew it was inevitable, it seems I had hoped you would stay." Hearing his words, she widened her eyes in surprise and called out, "Anakin." Looking at his tear-streaked face, Aerys softly asked, "Are you crying?" Anakin replied, "Because I'm happy to be allowed to follow." Suddenly, the object in her hand glowed, surprising Aerys. She quickly opened her palm and saw a glass vial neatly placed within it. She wondered, "What is this? Why is it here?" Aerys remembered Medadia's words, "Another necessary offering is tears." She held the vial in her hand, bewildered, and silently speculated, "Could it be?" Aerys popped open the vial's lid and brought it close to Anakin's face, where tears were falling. Then each of his tears fell neatly into the glass vial. Afterwards, the vial vanished before Aerys's surprised eyes.
Seeing that, Aerys immediately said, "The vial, it's gone." She clasped her hands over her chest, her face momentarily relieved as she thought, it wasn't Dragon's tears or any other tears. It turned out Anakin's tears for the answer. Suddenly, the room door unexpectedly opened, and outside a swirl of blue light appeared. Seeing this, Aerys stood up and said to Anakin, "I guess I have to go back now." He quickly replied, "Yes." Anakin escorted her to the door. Just as she was about to step out the door, she suddenly stopped. Facing his puzzled expression, she called back, "Hey, Anakin." Aerys turned back, her face full of lingering affection, and declared loudly, "I love you." Her thoughts surfaced, "I've always wanted to say this to you." The scene shifted to Aerys appearing with a haggard face, surrounded by shouts and curses. "Behead that witch! Behead that witch!" She walked closer to the executioner's blade, her face at this moment expressionless, revealing no emotion whatsoever. She slowly bowed her head, gripping the rope tightly in her hand. The executioner shouted loudly, "Execute!" In her final moments, she thought of Anakin and whispered, "I'm sorry, Anakin. What your last expression was, I can't remember." The blade fell, and the dense crowd obscured Aerys's pain.
Blending into the crowd, a boy, perhaps Kythia, cloaked in black, was sobbing. The young man beside him clenched his fists at the boy's sobs. A dark passageway emerged, with faint candlelight stretching along its length. At that moment, Jason and Hibris were treading carefully down that corridor, their hands clasped tightly. Jason stared straight ahead, a strange look in his eyes. Suddenly, he raised his hand to halt Hibris behind him. "Wait." Looking at the large door ahead, he said, "There's someone inside." Hibris then spoke up. "How could that be? Isn't it supposed to be deserted?" Jason replied, "No." He gritted his teeth and said, "There's a stray dog." A heavy footstep pounded the ground.
In the distance, a man holding a sword stood before a raging fire behind him. Seeing Anakin in front of him, Jason tightened his grip on the sword and said, "You little brat." Anakin, with cold eyes, spoke, "Just as my master predicted." Before Jason and Hibris's distorted expressions, he declared, "I got lost, but luckily I arrived earlier." Hibris's eyes widened, the fire flickering in his gaze, and he stammered, "No." In the raging fire, Aerys's body was neatly placed within it. The two of them shouted, "No! What exactly are you playing at?" Looking at the scene before him, Hibris, with a face full of astonishment mixed with a hint of fear, exclaimed, I could have saved her. I could have saved her." Jason, on his side, still maintained a cold gaze and said, "I'll deal with this ungrateful dog." He took off his outer coat, gripped his sword firmly, and instructed Hibris, "High Priest, quickly put out the fire and save Lady Aerys." Anakin, expressionless, took a stance ready to fight the two of them. Jason's footsteps grew more urgent, and a moment later their blades clashed. Jason looked directly into Anakin's face and casually said, "So you're a half-baked swordmaster. Even if you win, you'll surely reach the realm of a swordmaster like me." He replied without hesitation, "I'm not here to determine victory or defeat with you." Very quickly, Anakin knocked Jason's sword aside. Jason angrily turned back to look at Anakin, thinking to himself,
This brat.
Jason continued to point his sword towards Anakin, a thought running through his mind. It hadn't been aimed at him from the start. Before he could stop him, Anakin quickly slashed towards the distracted Hibris. Jason gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn it, are you going to interfere to the very end?" Then a sword strike caught Anakin's attention. He quickly blocked the surprise attack from Jason, whose sword suddenly broke in half. This caused Jason to fall backward behind Anakin. Fresh red blood began to flow onto the floor. Anakin clutched the wound on his chest in pain, inflicted by Jason's blade.
He had stabbed Anakin fatally. Anakin coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Jason's voice rang out again. "Why is it you?" With the bleeding wound on Anakin's body, Jason said, "If he were a young man with any talent, I wouldn't be so enraged." Meanwhile, the high priest knelt helplessly before the flames that were slowly consuming Aerys' body. Along with that was Anakin's weak voice. "You not only disrespected the young mistress's choice, but you truly don't know the reason?" As if struck where it hurt, Jason roared, "Shut up! She just didn't have the chance to change her heart." Anakin struggled to look up at him and said, "Are you then that opportunity?" Jason's astonished face appeared along with Anakin's words. To think that one can change someone's heart, will, and thoughts is immense arrogance. Right beside them, the high priest still knelt helplessly before Aerys' burning body. Jason's voice echoed, "A dog that cannot protect its master's command?" Under Anakin's sharp gaze, he continued, "And you act as if you're utterly superior." Raising his sword high with a cold expression, Jason said, "I shall grant you your end."
Meanwhile, the fire grew larger and larger. Jason and Hibris stared in astonishment at the blazing red fire before them, Hibris stammering, "Where did this fire suddenly come from?" Above their heads, a woman suddenly appeared and spoke, Oh, just in case, I came to check it out." Looking at the heavily wounded Anakin below, the woman continued, "It's truly a bit too much to handle alone, isn't it?" It was Medadia who had gently appeared from above. She said, "A pleasure. Greetings, gentlemen," speaking to the bewildered Jason and Hibris. "I apologize if I seem to be in the way, but keeping my promises is my creed." Hibris' lips moved. "A witch." Looking at the large fire before him, Hibris thought to himself, "The fire is back. This won't do. How did she put out that fire? Hurry, I must quickly put out the fire and save Lady Aerys." Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonished realization. Hibris' heart pounded. He clutched his chest and began to gasp for air. No, I don't have enough divine power to continue." Jason tightened his grip on his sword and let out an irritated "Ch." He glared angrily at Medadia and said, "If you don't want to die, then step aside, witch." Medea's expression remained nonchalant. She said, "Good heavens, do you want to fight me? I don't think you can win against me, so why are you acting so recklessly?" She leaned down to look closely at Jason below her feet and said, "A dragon slayer like you is the strongest man in the world, but you must know that that doesn't equate to being the strongest in the world." Looking at the woman before him, he asked, puzzled, "You? Has no one taught you that overconfidence in your own strength can easily lead to injury?" Medea's face darkened. She tiredly exclaimed, "Honestly, if you want to teach me, then I'll let you teach me." She lightly gripped her skirt and then spoke, "Before that, allow me to formally greet you."
Medadia placed her hand on her chest and introduced herself. "My name is Medadia, the 9th witch of this land and the last remaining witch in the Empire." Her face became terrifying, and she spoke, "Some call me Vengeance." Immediately, Hibris' expression became anxious. Medadia's voice rang out again. "I'm telling you now, I won't kill you. What's the fun in killing something inferior to oneself?"
Jason gritted his teeth. He glared angrily at her and said, "You." Medadia began to conjure streams of water from her hands. She said in a gloomy voice, "Did I ever imagine you bound by principles? Oh boy, no matter what you imagine, I am a more powerful being than any." Light filtered through the 2 small doors at the top of the castle. The room was messy, with bloodstains splattered everywhere. On the floor, Jason, beaten and bleeding profusely, silently slumped in a corner of the room. Beside him, Hibris was also injured to the point of unconsciousness, lying flat on the floor. On this side, Anakin leaned against a pillar, clutching his wounds, and said, "I thought you wouldn't come. You said you wouldn't help." Facing him, Medadia replied, "Sending her back, she's my business after all. I also want to protect the fate of the girl who could have become a sister." Anakin looked at the pedestal where Aerys' charred remains lay, only to remain silent. He then asked, "Has the young mistress returned to her original world yet?" Medadia waved her hand and said, "As you can see, she has completed the role assigned to her by this world."
She continued, "The understanding needed to break free from their world has also been gained." He asked curiously, "Understanding? The understanding of the person who loved her most and the person she hated most. He asked again, if it's the understanding of the one who loves her most, are you referring to my tears? After hearing Anakin's words, she slightly bent her knees, smiled, and said to him, "Oh my goodness, the person you love is a foreigner, not Aerys, isn't that right?" She pointed her finger and explained, "When a soul escapes into the world, all standards originate from the body." Her words echoed along with the scene of two girls embracing in the deep forest. So what was needed was the understanding of the person who loved Aerys most and the person Aerys hated most. Your tears are not a condition, but a price, because I need the tears of someone purely joyful, he gently replied. So that's how it is. Anakin gently closed his eyes, sighed in relief, and said, "Fortunately, the young mistress has returned safely." Then the wound on his abdomen suddenly throbbed, and he said to Medadia, "Am I forced to die?" She heard him, but only remained silent. A moment later, she said to him, "Not long after that, do you regret it?" He recalled that day with Aerys and said, "I was bold enough to be allowed to follow the young mistress. So in fact, I had intended to beg you to tell me a way to follow the young mistress." Medadia looked at him affectionately and praised, "What an honest boy." He was silent at first, but then spoke up. "If I had known it would be like this, I shouldn't have said I would follow. Perhaps the young mistress would have waited." A moment later, due to excessive blood loss, he collapsed right in front of Medadia, Anakin's eyes tired and slowly closing. Looking at his face pressed against the floor, Medadia sighed. "You've worked so hard, my boy." Like a stream of memories, Aerys's nostalgic smiling faces appeared, along with her gentle gaze. "Now you can rest peacefully too." Medadia stood silently for a moment, gazing intently at him.
Anakin, meanwhile, was motionless, lying silently on the floor. A train of thought emerged in that quiet space. "I had actually intended to beg you to tell me how I could follow the mistress. Knowing that, I shouldn't have said follow. Perhaps the mistress would have waited. Even regret was the mistress's waiting, not my own death. I have met many different kinds of people, but someone so blind was a first. Indeed, I'm curious if in changed circumstances that heart would remain intact." She extended her hand, and magical particles fell. Medadia said gently, "Boy, the way for someone born in this place to leave the world is entirely different from how a foreigner returns." His body glowed with light, and she said, "The truth is, it's harder." Turning to the table that had incinerated Aerys's body, Medadia exclaimed, "The girl who was once the strongest in the world, and—" Medadia's face softened, and she said softly, "The strongest girl."
"And the girl will become the strongest, needing the power of 3 people. Then she knelt and said to Anakin, 'You are truly very lucky, boy. You have met 3 people and received goodwill from all 3 of them.' Then Medadia sighed and said, 'Alas, if you want to find her in that other world, you'll need even more luck.'" Elsewhere, a pair of wide eyes opened. A girl sat up with a start and gasped for breath. Sweat continuously poured from her. Looking at the unfamiliar scene before her, she wondered, "This place?" She quickly got out of bed. The girl walked to a nearby mirror, raised a hand to her face and felt it, wondering, "Am I Aerys?" She dazedly touched her face and then suddenly realized, "So this is what I look like. This is me." Memories of being with Anakin surfaced, and she thought to herself, "The fact that I've returned to reality means Anakin has completed the task I asked of him for my sake." She glanced at the book on the bedside shelf and wondered, "What about Anakin?" Aerys wondered inwardly, "And how is Helena?" The scene shifted to a bustling street crowded with people.
Aerys, dressed in office attire, walked down the street, a stream of thoughts running through her head. Several weeks had passed. The tall buildings rose with her thoughts, from quitting her job to travel plans, things she had once resolved to do in that world, which she was now slowly accomplishing. She arrived at the hospital, and the doctor facing her asked, "Lately, have you been repeatedly dreaming the same nightmare?" Her mind was flooded with thoughts. She couldn't express everything, but she regularly visited the psychiatry department, and had also seriously confided her sorrows at the time to her parents. Nothing had changed, but she knew that in this world some things couldn't be achieved by effort alone. One had to understand that. If there was one thing that had changed, it was the emergence of a habit of checking the faces of passersby, out of caution. She had never once met him face to face, but in the end, he couldn't come? Even after dedicating his life, was leaving this world still an impossibility? A raindrop began to fall on the street. It started to rain. Standing silently in the middle of the bustling street, Aerys felt isolated amidst the crowd, wondering if it was perhaps her own illusion. Even as the raindrops soaked her body, she remained silent, as if she didn't belong to this world, or perhaps it was just a summer night's dream. Suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes, and her gaze momentarily saddened. She thought, even if he had transferred to this world, how would he recognize me, someone so different in both appearance and voice?
Her eyes showed clear surprise, as if she had found something she had longed for all this time. In front of her, a young man in a black shirt was also silently looking at her. Aerys stopped crying. She intently watched the young man in front of her with curiosity. Everything had changed, yet somehow there was a miraculous certainty. He slowly took steps towards her, and she too gradually moved closer to him. A moment later, amidst the pouring rain, he held out an umbrella to shield her, and neither of them spoke. Aerys looked at him with a jumble of thoughts in her head, thinking that there was no way he would recognize her, changed as she was. She didn't know where such baseless confidence came from, but she called out, "Anakin." He in turn replied, "Mistress." Her face at this moment relaxed, and she burst into tears. She thought to herself, this is what people call destiny. Anakin reached out his hand to her. The umbrella fell to the ground, and the two embraced. Just like that, two people, as if separated for 1,000 years, drew close to each other. Kissing in such circumstances felt truly sentimental, but all sentimental things beloved in this world have their reasons. Like the dazzling conclusions in many plays, films, and novels, we kissed and were never separated again. A magnificent mansion appeared. A pair of a girl's legs appeared.
As Helena, she stood silently looking out the window, her violet eyes highlighted by the afternoon sun. She thought to herself, dawn is breaking. How much time has passed since the wedding night? Feeling her body weary as if she had slept for a very long time, a voice echoed, "Pleased to meet you, Lady Antiblom." She immediately turned around, and the mysterious person continued, "Oh, that's right, now that you mention it." It was Medadia, who smiled brightly and said to Helena, "Now I should call you Her Majesty the Empress, shouldn't I?" The two fell silent for a moment in the large room. Helena asked, "Who are you?" Medadia immediately replied, "My name is Medadia. I am a witch, so a surname is not necessary."
Helena drew herself in, asking anxiously, "Witch, why are you looking for me?" Medadia declared to her, "While you were asleep, many things happened. The two previous monarchs have passed away, and the crown prince has become His Majesty. It seems you'll be confused when you wake up, so I've come to help. For your reference, the field I'm most confident in is revenge." Hearing this, Helena said with distaste, "If it's something like that, it seems like a story far removed from my concerns." She refused in front of Medeia's bewildered expression. "Thank you for the help, but I must decline." Surprised by the sudden refusal, Medadia stroked her chin and said, "My, I didn't expect you to refuse so readily." Medadia reminded her, "Is that because the target of your revenge, Lady Aerys, has already left this world?" Hearing this, Helena remained silent. She recalled her memories with Aerys, and then said, "She's finally gone, isn't she?" Helena looked down slightly. She said, "She had wished to live, you know?" Helena turned her face away and replied to Medadia, "Even if she had treated me badly to the very end, I still wouldn't seek revenge, because hating someone takes more energy than I thought." Hearing this, Medadia was puzzled. Helena walked to the window, her back strangely solitary. She touched the doorknob. Medadia, in a dejected voice, then said, "Well, if you don't want revenge, that's fine, but how about you accept the witch's help?" Helena replied, "The fact that you are a witch is not important." With her platinum hair, she turned her head back and said to Medadia, "Up until now, I've received more help than I deserve."
Helena placed her hand on her chest, her body glowing under the afternoon sun, and she said, "So from now on, I will do what I can and what I want to do with my own strength." Medadia heard that and replied, "Is that so?" Looking at the girl in front of her, Medadia, at a loss, said, "I suppose there's nothing for it. However, if you change your mind, look into a mirror and call my name." She continued, "Because I am more pleased with you than I thought I would be." Then Medadia left. Suddenly, from behind her, Helena called out, "Wait, Lady Miso. No, you were the one who helped her, weren't you?" Medadia turned back at Helena's voice. "Is she all right?" Helena's saintly face appeared. She was incredibly beautiful.
Helena clasped her arms across her chest, her heart feeling light as she said, "What a relief." She let out an inward sigh of relief, having been burdened by the sad state she was in at the end. Her voice softened. "That's wonderful, truly fortunate." Then her eyes filled with hope, and she thought to herself, "Now it's time for me to start my new morning." The image of a magnificent building appeared, and a voice broke the silence. "Has anyone heard any news?" Whispers continued throughout the mansion that Her Majesty the Empress had woken up, and that she seemed very healthy with no discomfort whatsoever. They discussed among themselves, hearing that she had resolutely sprung up and immediately regretted missing state affairs. The Empire had welcomed a wise and talented individual as its national mother. It echoed throughout the mansion. "These days, Grand Minister Hibris hasn't been seen. Is the rumor true?" The voice reached the study, where a platinum-haired young man was intently reading a book. "That's an unbelievable story."
His fingers continuously turned the pages of the book, accompanied by an urging voice in his ear. A plan. We must find a way to leave this world. I've heard about it too, but it seems to be a baseless rumor.
Perhaps it was Hibris. He wasn't sure anymore. This person resembled Hibris, but his face was full of wrinkles, especially the strangely white hair, he thought worriedly to himself. A young and handsome high priest turning into an old man overnight. That's absurd, isn't it? He muttered repeatedly. I must save Lady Aerys. His eyes softened as he said, she must still be alive somewhere. He choked back a sound. Looking at his rough hands full of scratches, he could only fall silent for a moment and think to himself, my hands are so terribly wrinkled. It was indeed Hibris. Memories surfaced in his mind along with his thoughts. That day he had suddenly used too much magic power. Now he had no divine power left to heal even this small wound. His lifespan had been altered like this to prevent his body from being destroyed, but he would surely have to live the rest of his life, having lost his youth. The temple had bestowed a small room upon him, a man who had lost his divine power. His sad gaze subtly shifted to one side. In a corner by the bookshelf, a faint image of a woman appeared in his thoughts. The dark and old space brought back the boarding house where he had lost his mother. His body suddenly stiffened and leaned slightly backward. He let out a choked sound.
He threw all the books on the table and yelled, "Get out!" Hibris clutched his head in fear and cried out, "I told you to get out!" He silently thought to himself as he closed his eyes to avoid his mother. His dark blue pupils, shining brightly in the morning sun, appeared hopelessly, even though ultimately he could never face those eyes again in his life. Hibris clutched his head, gritting his teeth, thinking to himself that he couldn't save anything in his life, not even himself. He huddled in a corner of the room, then softly called out, Aerys. In a neighborhood with houses packed closely together, a figure appeared in front of a house. The person knocked hard on the door with an angry demeanor. The loud knocking caught Medadia's attention. She said dejectedly, I was just about to finally get some rest, and now this. Then the door opened, and Medadia stepped out, her face slightly annoyed. I thought everything that needed to be done was already finished, she said. It was Jason. His appearance annoyed Medadia. She snapped, Why are you here? Jason told her, Let's talk inside. Medadia put her hands on her hips and said haughtily to him, I don't like that. Looking at Jason in front of her, she spoke bluntly, without reservation. I don't like dealing with messy people in my shop. It doesn't seem like anything important, so just say it here. Hearing her words, Jason subtly shifted his stance and said, All right. He told Medadia, Lift the curse you placed on me. She asked back, puzzled. What? At this, Jason said angrily, A week ago, I strangled myself, but I failed. He clenched his fists and spoke accusingly. 3 days ago, I stabbed myself in the stomach. Today, I slit my wrists, but not even a wound appeared.
Jason yelled, Because of your wicked curse, I cannot die. Hearing this, Medadia couldn't help but burst out laughing. She then laughed heartily for a while. She said to Jason, who looked bewildered, This naive boy, do you delude yourself into thinking that I would gain anything by casting a spell on you? Medadia looked at him and explained, That's a curse, but not from me. It's from the dragons. Hearing this, Jason asked puzzled, Dragons? Medadia continued to explain, Dragons value each other terribly, to the point where they disregard the individual's thoughts and wish for both parties to survive. Therefore, if someone takes the life of one of their kin, they will be held accountable by the cruelest method they know, to endure a dragon's lifespan with a human body. There's a punishment like that, isn't there? Jason clenched his fists, stammering, What is that? He asked again, his voice hopeful. It's not, is it? Medadia smiled brightly at the newly arrived figure in the black cloak. Oh my, a long-lost customer. I've got a lot of new stock, so feel free to browse. Then she turned back to Jason and said, I suppose that's enough of an answer, isn't it? Ignoring his dumbfounded surprise, she continued, If you don't want to be cursed any further, then get out. Immediately after, the door slammed shut in front of him. His heart was now a chaotic mess, the dragon's curse. From now on, he had to live for as long as a dragon? No one would remember the hero Jason, and no one would need him. An eternity of meaninglessness. Love or anything else, it would only bring loss. He screamed, Ah! Meanwhile, Medadia leisurely sipped her tea. At this point, she turned back to her customer and said, I apologize. His despairing look was quite amusing, that's all. Surprisingly, it was Emma, Aerys's close maid. Medadia asked, How are you, my longtime customer? Hearing Medeia's question, she stammered, I don't know. She recalled a memory in her room, the night she realized a stranger had entered her lady's body. Her eyes were lifeless and full of terror. A voice echoed beside her. How does an ordinary person like you reek of a dragon? Medadia appeared while Emma was fearfully cowering in the room. The witch had found her. Emma stammered, Who are you? A dragon? What are you saying? I completely...
At that, Medea simply chuckled softly. Ah, a dragon appeared, interrupting her thoughts, along with the image of two women protecting each other in a dense forest.
Medea thought to herself, people say one's mind works best when facing death. She leaned in and said to Emma, "You've lost someone you loved, haven't you? Why did that person disappear? I'll tell you." Emma's tears began to fall. She thought to herself, so this was the truth I already knew. She recalled Aerys's tears and wondered, why didn't the young lady cry that day? Why did she disappear later? And who pushed her into despair? With familiar words, Medea calmly spoke again. "Do you want revenge?" Medea said, looking at Emma's tear-streaked face. "I will help you get revenge." Just like with Aerys, Medea extended her hand, wishing to save Emma's life. Emma thought, I knew that if I took this hand, I would fall into hell. If that happened, even in death, I wouldn't be able to meet the young lady. Nevertheless, I chose this hand. The two began to connect. All those who had saddened the young lady would pay the price. Medea's smiling face appeared. The witch, after all, would not fail.
Medea calmly held her teacup and said, "If you want the contract to be executed, there's still a little time left." She asked Emma, "What brings you to me today?" Emma clutched the hem of her dress and remained silent for a moment. After a while, she spoke up. "I've come to pay the price for my wish." Seeing her attitude, Medea let out a soft breath and said, There's no need to rush. You can pay the price after everything is confirmed and the contract is executed, can't you?" She said, looking at Emma's face. "I have plenty of time, so there's no need to rush, because as time passes, worries grow, and now seems like the right time to no longer be responsible for anything." Hearing this, Emma quickly said, "Now, I will pay the price." Medea pondered for a moment. Then she stood up and decisively told Emma, "Very well, as you wish." Medea lifted Emma's chin and reassured her. "Don't worry, it won't hurt." Emma's gaze slowly fell. She thought to herself, "It feels like something is being snatched away. I know it's greedy, but if only I could see the young lady's face one last time, how wonderful that would be." It's probably a hopeless wish, isn't it? After a brief moment, Emma's arms fell limp. Medea looked at her and said, "I've received a good price. Thanks to you, I've recruited a loyal familiar. The work of a maid or a familiar is similar, so if it's you, you should be able to do it well."
Medea put on her black cloak, leaving Emma the cat behind, and reminded her, "First, please look after the shop for me. I have somewhere to go." Before stepping out the door, she added one more thing. "Oh, don't worry about the contract." The scene shifted to the palace, where Alec was being dressed by a servant, and Medea's words echoed even there. "As for you, if it's now—" An expressionless look appeared on Alec's face as Medea, in a calm voice, continued, "He must be paying the price." The scene showed a corner of the palace. Alec hurriedly opened the door, a hint of panic flashing across his face.
He called out loudly, "Helena!" She quickly turned to look at him and gently greeted, "You've arrived, Your Highness." Seeing her well, Alec let out a sigh of relief. He walked step by step towards her, a flood of questions in his mind. Had she truly woken up? He suddenly knelt before her. Alec, with an unusual expression, softly called, "Helena." He comforted himself internally, feeling that seeing this girl awaken was akin to him also waking from a long dream. He thought of the radiant smile of the young Helena, silently affirming that the only person he had ever loved since childhood was Helena. Remembering Aerys's appearance, he reproached himself. He had almost lost someone important because he was swayed by his private feelings. He had almost ruined everything, so he needed to be even more vigilant, because currently the only person remaining by his side was Helena. Alec looked up and earnestly told Helena, "I will not let such a thing happen to you again, I promise you." He looked at her with an indescribable gaze. Helena also looked down, observing the man before her. At this moment, the image of Empress Melpomene appeared. Her eyes were exactly like Helena's eyes looking at the Crown Prince now. Seeing her gaze, Alec immediately thought, an unfamiliar face but a familiar expression, a mix of pity and indifference rather than love. Yes, it was his mother, the Empress's face. At this moment, Helena spoke up, asking, "Your Highness, is our marriage still valid?" Facing her emotionless face, he replied, "Yes, it is." She casually asked him, "So I am the Empress now, aren't I?"
Helena slowly stood up, and in a cold tone she said to Alec, "I haven't been awake for long, so I've confused the proper address. I humbly ask for your forgiveness, Your Majesty." Suddenly, Alec held her hand. He said to her, "That's not it, Helena. There's nothing out of line. Call me Alec, just like before." Contrary to him, Helena merely replied coldly, "I cannot treat Your Majesty as I did before." She continued, under Alec's astonished gaze, "Many things have changed, haven't they?" Releasing Alec's hand, Helena said, "I am almost unable to learn the practical duties of the imperial palace, so I hope Your Majesty will find someone to teach me." She decisively turned away, despite Alec's attempt to hold her back, because she still had many tasks assigned to her.
This turn of events made the Crown Prince pensive. He said nothing, but thought to himself, "What I want is not a queen, but the only place to put my heart in this treacherous imperial palace. I only need a maiden to love, to accompany me on life's journey." But she left as if she was never truly in my grasp from the beginning. Sunset had fallen, and the houses gradually sank into darkness. Cynthia suddenly poked his head out of the slightly ajar door. Seeing Medea in front of him, the little boy quickly reminded her, "My brother isn't home." Hearing this, she calmly replied, "I know." Stepping into the house, Medea said, "I came to see you today." The little boy Cynthia, hearing this, asked in confusion, "Huh? Why me?"
Medea suddenly asked, "Do you know how to write stories?" Before he could fully process the question, the boy blurted out, "Huh?" Medea covered her mouth in surprise and said, "Ah, of course, an illiterate person wouldn't know how to write." Hearing this, the boy retorted, "Are you just trying to provoke me?" At this moment, Medea's voice became serious. She turned back to him and asked, "Then can you lie?" Hearing this, he confidently placed his hand on his chest and declared, "That's my specialty." Medea heard this and said with satisfaction, "All right then." She patted Cynthia's head and praised him. "You are a truly charming and clever child." He had thought of naming himself to change his destiny. A thought surfaced as she looked at his innocent face, like the most ordinary pawn in a game being promoted to queen at the end. She remarked, "You are a child born ordinary, who made himself special with his own hands." She looked at Cythia with trusting eyes and said, "Become the god of this world." What does it feel like to be chosen? When looking at the sparkling face filled with hope and joy upon leaving the orphanage, such doubts always gnawed at my heart. For a child flawed in some way, for someone like me who was labeled as such a future was impossible to be granted. If I hid my tracks and stayed in the shadows, no one would ever find me. At such times, I sometimes really wanted to cry.
He clutched a wooden sword tightly in his hand. A girl in a military uniform approached him and said, "If you hope for someone to take you out of this place, give up that hope, because such miracles don't happen to ordinary people like us. If you want to escape this quagmire, you must forge your own strength." He gazed intently at the wooden sword in his hand and thought, the mercenary, who came from an orphanage just like him, had said that and given him the wooden sword. It was constantly struck against straw bales used as practice targets. After a while, young Cythia wiped the sweat from his brow. After a period of training, he thought, the mercenary never visited the orphanage again after that, but her words and the wooden sword she left behind became a crucial milestone for a long time, for someone like him who was chosen by no one. The day he left the orphanage, he sold the clothes and food he had received to buy a real sword. Overcoming hardships, he finally passed the entrance exam for the Night Order. As a true soldier, he wasn't assigned lodging, so he often slept rough.
The boy reminded Anakin, "How many days have you been crashing at my place after all?" He glanced at the boy in front of him for a moment. Seeing that he said nothing, the boy said, "What's with that reaction? Do you have nowhere to go?" Still puzzled by his silence, the boy thought to himself, "A girl who speaks eloquently beyond her age and behaves with an urgent toughness." Then the boy Cythia turned away dejectedly and said, "Hey, if you need a place to stay, come on in. I'll tell you up front, I can't give you food because I don't have any to eat myself." Inside the somewhat dilapidated wooden-roofed house, Cythia's thoughts emerged. The girl said her father had left home some time ago. Fearing being alone, she let me temporarily stay in the house, and so I lived with the girl. A glass bottle was violently thrown to the ground, accompanied by a loud shout, "You insolent brat!" Anakin opened the door, and inside was a man spewing venomous words. "Your father's home, and you don't even bother to show your face."
On the floor, Cythia's face was scratched and bruised. The boy fearfully put his hands up to shield his face. At that moment, the man grabbed his collar and yelled, "You're already a disgrace, bringing men into the house." Anakin remained silent, the curses echoing in the room. "You little brat, if you eat and sleep in my house, you have to pay rent." Suddenly, the boy froze, his eyes wide. The man gasped, choked. Before his eyes, Anakin was gripping the man's collar, a fist raised, the punch already nearing his face. The man pleaded weakly, "Wait, stop," choking. Anakin recounted that the man begged him to stop several times, but he didn't, because this man had never listened to the girl's pleas to stop. Not long after, the man declared he wouldn't return and hurriedly left the house. In that state, the child looked exhausted for a short while. Cythia said, "It's the first time I've seen him act so subservient." Hearing that, Anakin looked at Cythia and asked, "Was what I did pointless?" The kid heard that and immediately waved his hand, denying, "No, it wasn't." He shyly touched his index fingers together and said, My original name was Fertil. That old man gave it to me, and it means useless, doesn't it?"
Anakin immediately replied, I hate that name. The kid Kythia explained. So I gave myself a new name, Kythia, which I heard is the name of a moon goddess from legends.
Kynthia tried to force a smile despite tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. She said, From now on, you can call me Kynthia. Thank you for today. Anakin mused silently. Those were days worth living. Yet sometimes he felt like he was stuck in a swamp. Others defeated him and spoke words of contempt. Just seeing that guy ruins my day. He'll never be appointed a knight, so why does he keep loitering around the training grounds? Anakin, with bleeding wounds on his face, sat silently and thought that an existence without a name to be called, nor a reason to live, perhaps it would be better not to have been born. Yet transformation begins with the trivial. As he looked at the girl in front of him, he thought to himself, Kynthia, a stranger, whom he had brought into his home. Aerys said to him, Now take me home. The young lady, even her gaze was sharp, walked on the distant and treacherous path without a single word of complaint. Rather, she seemed to wish this path would never end.
She just sighed heavily in front of the brightly lit mansion. That reaction was strange, so I secretly turned back to look. Anyway, it wasn't someone I would meet again. The sight of gleaming doors adorned with red curtains appeared utterly luxurious. Anakin was now wearing a guard's uniform. On the day of the appointment ceremony, as usual, I was absent-mindedly gazing at the swirl of hair of the person in front of me. Because my selection wouldn't happen, a voice rang out, I will appoint that knight. Aerys now looked at him with sparkling eyes, and his gaze at her also held a hint of surprise. Aerys spoke first. What is your name? He knelt on one knee before her and honestly said, It's shameful, but I have no name. After hearing that, Aerys fell silent for a moment. Then her voice rang out again. Anakin. She gently leaned down, stroked his head, and said, I will call you by the name, Anakin. The strange voice rang out once more. If you hope for someone to take you out of this place, abandon that expectation, because such miracles won't happen to ordinary people like us. He told himself, because he didn't want to be disappointed, he hadn't hoped. But the truth was, every time he hid his whereabouts, he had hoped for someone to find him, like a miracle. And when the soft voice spoke of a miracle, he obediently said, Yes, I will live as your Anakin. In his heart, he silently affirmed that he had become her Anakin. In the meticulously decorated room, a male voice spoke up. Does the young lady wish to return to where she originally lived? Aerys replied, Yes. Anakin's thoughts continued. On the night of the appointment ceremony, I learned the young lady's secret. The young lady was not Aerys, nor was she from this world.
But such a thing wasn't that important to me. What was important was that the young mistress was the one who chose me and named me, so it was enough for me to help the young mistress achieve what she wanted. The stream of memories shifted to another time, when Aerys declared, Die for me. He told himself that it would be enough for him to die in her place. If he did that, at least he wouldn't return to a life of uselessness. He seemed happy about that, so he smiled a little. One day, as dazzling sunlight spread overhead, Aerys's voice rang out, You are a character from a book I once read, Anakin.
On the boat, Aerys told him, This world is the world from a book I once read. He recounted that his mistress had said she was a fake. The shock temporarily churned his insides, but for some reason a corner of his soul began to speculate, so he dared not doubt his mistress's story. Among many orphans, he was the only one without a name. The orphanage director, who usually paid him no mind, wrote a letter of recommendation, likely for that very reason. Amidst the peaceful village scenery, a voice rang out, You are Aerys's supporting character. You have fallen in love with her. Aerys, her voice hesitant, told him, I'm sorry, Anakin, for taking away the girl you were meant to love. Contrary to her, Anakin thought, if my life during that entire time was unfolding with some intention, then it wasn't just my flawed life that was spent maintaining one person. Clutching the oar, he hesitantly asked, Those words? Anakin asked again, Does that mean I will love you at some point? Seeing her bewildered expression, he continued, And you will love me too? The small possibility that all the emptiness he had to endure might actually be because of his mistress. How ridiculous it was that, because of that small possibility, he found himself sweetly embracing the transient life he had lived before. A suitcase was neatly packed. As Anakin arranged his clothes, he recalled Aerys's words, No, I will not love you, so you shouldn't love me either.
Locking the latch, he continued. She said that was only natural, because she would return to the world she originally belonged to. Suddenly, a voice from outside rang out. Where are you going, Lady Mirian? The conversation echoed through the slightly open door. Before heading back, I was thinking of stopping by the souvenir shop. Would you like to come with me? Your knight is currently packing his luggage to return to the capital. Aerys walked ahead of Jason, saying impatiently, Do whatever you want. Suddenly, Jason looked into Anakin's room with a puzzled expression. He, too, followed his gaze and shot a look at him, feeling displeased.
The man suddenly appeared and loitered around the mistress. I couldn't protect my mistress in time. He had truly stolen my chance to intervene first. But thinking back, that was an inappropriate emotion. The reason my mistress treated me well was because I had completed the task I was assigned. I shouldn't delude myself into thinking it was personal kindness. Harboring hatred for that man, or disrespectful emotions like jealousy, was unacceptable.
But she gave up her resolve too easily, making me want to constantly fantasize. Who knows, my existence might hold some meaning, however small, for her. So perhaps one day she will feel my absence. I dared to harbor such an audacious thought. That night in the room, Aerys spoke up and asked him, "Anakin, do you like me?" His face immediately became bewildered. He replied, But before he could finish his sentence, Aerys quickly covered his mouth and said, "Don't speak." She quickly removed her hand from his mouth. Inside the dark room, his gentle voice echoed, "I'll stay by your side until you fall asleep." She lazily replied, "All right then." Sitting silently by her bed, his voice mused again. Is this feeling truly born of pure good intentions? He gazed intently at Aerys's relaxed face as she slept soundly. Anakin thought to himself, he wouldn't betray his mistress's good intentions, not even if it meant his death, but not wanting to let go of the hand he was holding was the bigger problem. On the day of the ball, as his mistress's dance partner, with a ripened heart, the moment I danced with my mistress, I felt as if in a dream.
What if I were to wake up from this sweet dream? What would I do? A direct gaze and a soft voice. If I had never met the mistress who granted me a miracle amidst such brilliant splendor, in that moment, I realized that if it wasn't the mistress, then even if someone else chose me, it would hold no meaning for me. Her words at the party immediately echoed, "Anakin, I permit you to kiss me." She added, "If you also wish to." Faced with this, he thought, clearly this kiss held a different meaning that he couldn't discern, because the mistress had firmly stated she didn't love him, but he chose not to cunningly read into her true intentions. Anakin boldly leaned his face close to her. Although this kiss held no such meaning for her, for him it was different, because for him it was his first kiss. A cry echoed in his heart, "Anakin, I need you, right now." Anakin ran at full speed to find Aerys. With a face drenched in sweat, he reached the villa gate. Looking at the magnificent mansion before him, he thought he still regretted that day. He suddenly heard voices from the darkness. "Don't leave this room." He sighed, realizing it was wrong from the start to let the mistress go alone. Anakin stepped in, one step at a time. If he had been a little faster, if he had arrived before the mistress was forced to kill someone, then her hands wouldn't have been stained with blood after that day. The scattered fragments on the floor made the servant outside scream, "No, this isn't me." Aerys's tearful voice rang out, "Please give it back." Anakin thought to himself, the world had been constantly gnawing at the mistress. Sitting on the ground, Aerys saw him and immediately called out, "Anakin." He embraced her, and Aerys continued to sob, "Hick, Anakin." He gently comforted her, "I'm sorry." He hated himself for being so helpless at times like these, only able to offer his chest for comfort.
Why must she suffer? She didn't do anything wrong. It's all my fault for not being able to protect her. Leaves fell, time dragged on. Aerys excitedly looked up at the sky and exclaimed, "First snow!" Anakin turned to her and said, despite his ceaseless worry about potential mistakes, that his mistress, like time, would not stop but keep moving forward. At this, Aerys spoke. "Anakin, I want to hold hands." He quickly replied, "Yes." He felt fortunate that suffering could not make his mistress stop.
The moment of separation was drawing near, and her heart pounded with fear. Then Anakin's words caught her attention. "If you can't bear it, run to the witch. I'll buy time in the meantime." She held his hand for a moment, lost in thought. Her voice then rang out, "It's okay. I have you by my side. I won't run away, Anakin." Looking into her eyes, he suddenly realized the reason he had to live, that he was born to meet her, someone who, even if the day of breaking came, would remain strong and radiant, even if shattered into tiny fragments. Because her steps would never falter, even if she lost her way, he was prepared to endure everything for her, even if that day made him want to die of sadness. A storm raged in Anakin's heart at this moment. He actually wanted to say, "I hope you don't die. Let's run away. Don't abandon me." But she had to give up and remain here, a sacrifice that even his entire life couldn't compensate for. "I wish her happiness more desperately than anyone. I love her more than all my remaining breaths. I will definitely help her achieve a perfect death."
Both knelt before each other, and a voice echoed, "Die for me, and come to my world to live with me." Once again, Aerys gave him a passionate kiss. Tears in his eyes, he gently kissed her hand, and finally seized the hope she offered. Waking up to an unfamiliar interface, a voice outside rang out, "Can you hear me?" Distracted, he could only manage a, "Huh?" Aerys mused to herself, "Is that because you want to do something?" Hearing this, Anakin honestly replied,
Actually, I want to find the necklace my mistress once gave me. Suddenly, Aerys noticed his neck and asked, "That choker?" She unexpectedly made a suggestion. "Never mind that. Since we're already like this, let's order matching rings." Anakin asked, confused, "Matching rings? An engagement? Us?" Seeing his expression, Aerys covered her mouth and laughed loudly. Watching her laugh heartily, he thought to himself, "My mistress laughs more often than before. That smile could brighten a day." He only knew how to dare call such a continuing day life, thanks to her. As she once said, if this world truly is a giant play, then now he dared to vow to become her supporting role. He would do so that after the curtain fell, he would never be separated from her again, forever. Thank you for watching today's video. And so we have reached the conclusion of this captivating series. See you in the next video, which will feature an even more dramatic and engaging series. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel to support us and not miss any new videos. Thank you sincerely for watching, and we wish you a happy day.